on our list is literally right across the street from that restaurant. So now we know the area, we know the lay of the land, and but I'll tell you what, you need anything down in Cabo, just drop Brandon Stokley's name, man. He is.
I'm the man.
You are the man. You are like you're like the unofficial American mayor of Cabo.
I love going to Cabo. One of my favorite places to go. Easy flight.
Mm-hmm.
Great people. A lot great food. Oh, love Cabo. I'm very jealous. Glad you had a good trip though.
Had a good time. Played a little golf. You know, a lot of time. Like I'm.
But you just your wife plays?
No.
Who are you playing golf with?
I just went out single. Met up
By
with
yourself.
I got paired up with a guy from L.A. who's learning the game. So it was the two of us. We had a good. No. He was good. No, he was good. We had a good time.
Learning the game means like
it was a struggle at times for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean,
no, it's okay.
Picturesque views and everything like that. But
does he play slow? Does he?
No, he's fine.
Were you giving him any pointers? Are you that guy? Like, hey, take the back a little bit further inside
I don't do
and
that.
Keep your head still.
Unless you ask me, I'm not gonna offer up anything.
Oh, good job. Nice job.
That's not my place.
Yep.
I don't want. I never liked when I was learning the game. Oh, let's face it, we're always learning, aren't we? But when I was really learning, I didn't like to hear that person say, well, you got to keep your this, and make sure you bring it back, and hey, you're kind of over, not rotating enough, and you get more shoulders. I mean, no.
Okay, good job.
No.
I had that happen to me before. Obviously, I think we all have, but it happened to me from someone I'm a better golfer than. He tried to give me pointers. Bearcat Jim, I'm like, buddy.
I thought it was Zach.
No.
Oh. I thought it was Zach just saying if you only got 4 or 5 more reps on the driving range, you might be a little bit better.
Wow, Evans. Early.
What can I say? I'm rested.
Within the first 5 minutes?
Yeah, hey.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's like you just had that one in the chamber, ready to go.
Not messing around.
But Bearcat Jim's worse than me. He's worse than me. And he's giving me swing tips. I'm like, hey, pal, look at our handicaps.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, stay in your lane.
Hey, stay in your lane, yeah.
But you don't mind that. I don't like that.
So wait a minute, hold on a second.
No, you don't mind playing golf solo.
No.
I'm not a big solo golfer.
So if you were in Mexico with a chance to play a really nice golf course, Cavera was the course I played, you would rather play with your wife than play alone?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well,
I didn't say all that.
Well, that was my option.
Well,
it was either to not play golf,
right?
Play golf, or play golf with my wife.
Okay. The wife is like, ba 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 ba.
See, my wife and I have a great understanding on these vacations.
Yeah.
I get a golf day, she gets a spa day, and that's how we do it.
That's good. See, I think I just don't like. I like playing with my group or a group. I like and competing with them. If you don't have somebody to compete against, then you know what you're doing out there. It's just you're doing it.
I don't know. You're relaxing. You're playing golf. You're having fun. You're looking at the scenery. What?
No,
I mean, you can't do any of that.
Nope. You're doing it. Monday to Saturday. You got to be able to do it when the lights are on. The lights aren't on. So hell yeah. Hey guys, I went out there and you know what? I shot in Cabo with my buddy from L.A. I shot 84. But when you got to make the putt. When you have the pressure on the putt, when you have a little something on the putt, now we're talking.
So
Can
let me
you
guess,
do
when
it
you
or
go to
not?
when you go to Mexico, when you go to Cabo, where you are the official American mayor, unofficial American mayor, do you not play golf then?
No,
you don't play golf.
No, unless I'm going with some guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not even.
I guess you're at least consistent. Yeah.
I'm not bringing the sticks. Not even doing it. Not going to rent them. Not going to bring. So did you bring your club?
No, I rented.
So you're not even playing with your clubs.
Right, it's an adjustment.
Is it expensive?
No.
So it wasn't expensive golf.
I mean, the golf was expensive.
That's what
golf. The golf was expensive. Renting the clubs weren't expensive.
All right, well, yeah.
By the way, little tip for anybody who is going to play golf, if you're traveling somewhere, you're not bringing your clubs. I learned this lesson a couple of years ago. Always remember, pack it away. Bring a little like Ziploc quarter-pound, baggie. Bring your own golf balls, tees, everything. Because the last thing you want to do is get there and say, all right, hey, thanks for the rentals. I'm gonna need a box of balls. I'm gonna need, then it gets
glove.
Then it gets really expensive.
Yeah.
So make sure you bring your own stuff.
Because it's not cheap.
Shoes, everything.
That's right.
Bring your own stuff.
Yeah. I mean, because that's plus. Green fees. Then you got the rental clubs, and then you got golf balls, gloves, etc.
Yeah.
Well, glad you had a good
Had a great
trip.
time. I actually had a funny Bronco-related story that came up while I was there.
Oh.
And I addressed head-on one of my biggest fears.
Uh-oh.
That we discussed a few weeks ago.
I hope this isn't going to go on the big board of BS.
No, it's not going to go on the big
board. Swim with sharks?
No. Although they may have been around. That's just a little tease. Just a little tease. Coming up next, the Nuggets held firm. Do you like that they lay down the law with Big Val? That's next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
There are a lot of different symptoms for low testosterone. Mine a couple years ago was running out of energy later in the day. For other guys, it can be sleeping poorly, putting on weight, less productive workouts, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. If any of these symptoms are happening to you, consult my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I did for my low T and glad I did. People there are experts. They know their stuff, but they're also incredibly caring and compassionate. They know that this is a big step for you to take. They put me on a customized low T treatment plan, and it has worked. Plenty of energy throughout the day and into the night. So if you think you may have low T, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. It takes you 2 minutes. Get your energy back. Clear the brain fog. Sleep better. Be more of a stud in the bedroom. Schedule a consult, just $99. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. Got 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Summer is in full swing. Have you spent more time planning for your summer vacation than you are planning for your family's future and peace of mind? Your vacation planning checklist should include completing your estate plan. Let us help you check that off the list. We have a streamlined and efficient process so you can get back out there and enjoy the summer. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. Step up your lunch game at Twin Peaks. They have light yet hearty combos put together for you starting at just $7.99. Featuring savory soups, crisp salads, and a variety of sandwiches to satisfy your every craving. Can't make it for lunch? No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, they have everything including an adventurous drink menu. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, good to be back. Hope everybody had a great 4th of July weekend. If you're taking some time off, good for you. If you took some time off like I did, good for me. And good for everybody who's enjoying some time off here during the summer months or just taking a little bit easy. I'm getting some comments here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Best description I heard of golf with the wife is hit and giggle.
Yeah.
Mike, you made the right move. Don't golf with the wife. Yeah, what is the feeling out there amongst you golfers when it comes to golfing with your significant other?
I'm out.
You're out?
Yeah, I'm out.
Definitive?
No, I've done it once or twice.
Does she play golf?
Yeah, like 9 holes.
Okay.
So she's not a hardcore golfer, but, I mean, here's the deal. Like I told you last segment, when I'm golfing, I'm out there to compete. I'm not out there to hit and giggle, okay? That doesn't, like, why am I playing golf? I want to compete, man. I'm either going to win, and I'm going to be happy, or I'm going to lose, and I'm going to be really mad or disappointed, right, in my performance or whatever the case may be. But, like, if you don't have that feeling of competing and going out there with something on the line, then guess what? It means nothing. It means, like, that doesn't mean anything. Your shot that you hit, Mike, with your buddy, your best buddy now from L.A., it doesn't matter if you don't have any heat on it.
What about, as Derek and Berth had said, boy, when is Stoke going to join the PGA Tour? Shooting 80 or less is not enough of a challenge for him? Yeah, why do you need to have the challenge of competing against your buddies? Why not just compete against yourself? Make this the day that you go out and put up your best round.
So
why can't you do that?
So you get out there, Derek and Mike, and the first 5 holes, you're playing terrible, and now you can't break 80, and so now what do you do for the next 13 holes? Well, I'm not going to break 80 today. Looks like I'm going to shoot 90.
You got nobody to press or anybody like that,
right? So it's like, okay, I mean, so at that point, what do you do?
Why is the word degenerate coming to mind here as I'm thinking about you?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, you just got to have something on the line, something at stake.
The whole bit about playing with your wife or significant other. And to me, look, this has nothing to do with the caliber of how they play.
Right.
That's not an issue. I play a lot of golf with Zach By. I don't let that get in my way.
Wow, that's
Sorry,
two in a
that's
row.
Sorry.
First 2 segments.
I know. I had a lot stored up.
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
So it's not a matter of that. It's just it's not a sexist thing. It's not, I don't have to play with, a woman, a girl, whatever. It's just, got to be some separation. You got to have some things that are yours, just like your wife needs to have some things that are hers. I'm not one that wants to be involved in everything that my wife does. She's got her things she does. Go do them. I got my things I like to do. I go do them. And she's cool with it. I'm not, because I've had some people say, oh, well, when you get as you get a little bit older, maybe, that's a great little thing for you and your wife to do more of now.
Yeah.
Is play golf together. No,
it's not.
No, it's never going to happen.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I shouldn't say never, but I'm going to go kicking and screaming.
Yeah. Every now and then, if it's a Sunday afternoon, 9 holes, maybe. But that's about it.
Okay.
I think you're spot on there. You got to have your thing to be able to get away and reset, and that's golf.
That's golf. So the Nuggets played hardball with Jonas Valanciunas, Big Val. Let's call him Big Val.
Okay.
They did not let him go to Greece. They made him honor the contract that he's under, his NBA contract, 2 years remaining with the Nuggets. And the Nuggets said, nope, we're not going to let you out of it. We want you here. We want you to be our backup big man to Nikola Jokic on our revamped roster, and we're not going to let you go. Did they do the right thing in playing hardball?
Well, this is hard because we'll see. I think they did. I think he's a good fit for the Nuggets. And, once you go down that road, all of a sudden, if it doesn't work out with him, you look up and a lot of other guys have signed already. So now what are you going to do with that money? I mean, you could try to go get a guy like Al Horford, but I don't know. Last time I looked, looked like he was going to Golden State. I don't know if it's happened or not. But there's not a lot of other backup centers available. Not a lot. I mean, there are some that you can go out and get. So, yes, I think they did the right thing here. Now, if he comes in here and is a bad apple and not a good guy in the locker room and is miserable and going to be a bad guy, then no, it was a bad move by them.
I wanted to ask you about that from the player psychology, the athlete psychology. Is if this is not the place he wanted to be, the fact that he's being forced to accept this trade, how much of a risk do you run that this guy is a disgruntled employee?
Well,
or once he gets here and he gets acclimated, he gets used to his teammates and he's around the guys and all that other stuff kicks in, then that goes away.
I mean, how is he wired? I mean, is he one of those guys that looks at it and says, screw you? Why are you making me play basketball, in the States? I don't want to play. I'm ready to go back, home or wherever he was going to play. Or is he a guy like, okay, I'm cool with that. I'm fine. I wanted to do it, but you know what? It's going to be fun playing behind Jokic and Denver Nuggets and try to win a championship. I don't know his mindset and how he's wired. So we shall see. I mean, I think that's a big thing here. Hopefully they know who he is as a person when they made this move, because if you think he's going to be not good in the locker room and miserable, then you probably should have just said, okay, bye, go. But if you think once he gets here, he'll be fine and he'll be a good teammate, good in the locker room, be a good backup center, then, yeah, they did the right thing. But I guess only time will tell for us. It's hard for me to predict. I don't know this guy.
Right. But they had to have done enough due diligence here on this guy.
You would hope.
To know that, okay, if we say no to him being able to go to Greece, is he going to be a bad apple? Is he going to come in here? Is he going to mope? Is he going to pout? Is he going to, not go 100%? They've got to have a pretty good idea. This is a guy who is well-traveled, too, by the way. 12 years in the league. Since the 2019 season, he has played with 5 different teams. So the idea of moving around is not new to him. And plus, this is his best chance to win another championship. I mean, look at the teams he's played with over the last several years. Memphis, New Orleans, Washington, Sacramento last year. I mean, this is a legitimate, opportunity to come and win a ring. And it's a real low-pressure job backing up Nikola Jokic. Look, we don't need a lot from you. We just need you to go out there and give us, good 15, 16 minutes a night.
Making $10 million.
Yeah, not a bad deal.
No, I mean, it shouldn't be a bad deal. Looks like it would be a great situation for him, and hopefully it works out that way.
I will say this: when the possibility of him going to Greece was out there, I won't lie. I would have loved to have seen the Nuggets pivot and go after Al Horford. I mean, if there was a chance to be able to, be able to go to Plan B, which was I would much rather have Al Horford here than Big Val.
Yeah,
I would much rather have Al Horford. But if this is one of those deals that, hey, Horford's already ticketed to go to, let's say, Golden State, and you weren't going to be able to get him, well, then maybe the market dries up, and now you want to really do play hardball here with Val.
Don't you think they put out some feelers on
I would
that?
think so, wouldn't you?
Because then you just say, okay, we're not sure if this guy, what is he going to be when he gets here? Let's just let him go to Germany or Greece, wherever he's going to be playing, and now we can pivot to Al Horford. And Al Horford can shoot the ball from outside. I mean, he would be a good fit.
And you could play him alongside Jokic. It's not just he'd be. You're not going to play Val and Jokic together. You could play Horford and
you're right. You could.
Jokic.
You're absolutely right.
So I would have preferred that, but whether it was a case of they really wanted Val or they just kind of got their intel was that Horford wouldn't be an option. Well, then there you go. Then you hold Val's feet to the fire. You're coming here. You're going to play here, and that's the way it's going to be. And let's hope it works out. Your thoughts on that? Hit us up. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Coming up next, how I addressed one of my biggest fears over the last week and why this weekend showed there's absolutely no reason for Dick Monfort to go out of his way to shake up these pathetic Rockies. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Embers Living. Summer is in full swing, and if you're anything like me, that means it's grilling season, but I'm not just talking about any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with the Napoleon Prestige series at Embers Living. They're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat, infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. And if you like tech with your tongs, you'll love the Connected Smart Grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. So whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing a tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly, because with Napoleon, every detail matters, from precision engineered burners to seamless design. No detail is too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit. You know what's sweeter than cake? Owning your own home, even if you're self-employed. At cakehome.com, forget cookie-cutter mortgages. For K-1 or 1099 income, we've got non-QM loans baked fresh for you. Modern solutions for complex finances without W-2s. At Cake, we know your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. No W-2? No problem. Cake slices through outdated paperwork, helping you claim a bigger slice of the American dream. Whether you're a designer, dog walker, DJ, or contractor, if you've got entrepreneurial hustle, we'll get you qualified. No fluff, just fast approvals, flexible options, and a mortgage process that makes sense. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Or visit cakehome.com for info and 5-star reviews from business owners like you.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell. And get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Speaking of a steak, I saw him over the weekend. He was back in town, back at his house doing some stuff. And
is he working today?
He's working today.
On our show?
On our show.
Okay. Oh, wow.
But I got to go into a place in his house that I'm convinced he doesn't let anybody go in.
Did you get the snowblower?
I'll tell you
Okay.
More about it a little later on. But let's just say I got to go beyond the velvet ropes.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. I'm interested.
Okay. Yeah. That's coming up a little bit later on when Mark joins us right after 8 o'clock. So we look forward to that. I addressed one of my biggest fears ever. I'll get to that here coming up in just a little bit. Congratulations to Hunter Goodman. For those of you who are like, who the heck's Hunter Goodman?
Huh?
I wouldn't be mad at you if
who'd the Broncos? What position does he play?
Yeah, exactly.
Is he a new safety?
Yeah.
Slot receiver.
No, Hunter Renfro. Right. No, Hunter Goodman is your Colorado Rockies catcher and your Colorado Rockies lone all-star representative, as he got announced yesterday. It's the 5th year in the row the Rockies have only had one all-star representative. That's the longest streak ever for the Rockies, where they've only had one all-star representative.
Question.
Answer.
You have to have one per team? Does every team get one all-star?
Is that still a rule?
I know it was, right, at one point?
I think it is still a rule.
Right.
I mean, the Rockies being so bad has killed my overall interest in
understood
stuff
I'm
like
just
this.
throwing that
Stuff
out
like
there.
this. So I'm not sure. Ty's looking it up for us.
Okay.
It's still a thing you have to have one all-star rep. Okay. Which, by the way, I'm okay with. You okay with that? Every team needs to have at least one representative? Or is that participation ribbon
Of
territory?
course you're okay with it.
Yeah, well.
You are Mr. Participation. I know why they do it, but no, that's not the way it should be. That's not a true all-star game. It's not the best of the best.
Right.
But I understand why they do it. Is that fair?
Yeah. Well, March Madness isn't the best of the best.
But I understand why they do it.
You understand why they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. It's like, no, that's not the way it should be in baseball. But it is a showcase. It is an exhibition. You do have fans voting on it. So this is probably how you have to do it. You don't have to do it, but this is probably the best way to do it if you're Major League Baseball.
In fairness to Hunter Goodman, he would be a legitimate all-star selection for whatever team he was playing for. This is not a charity case. Hunter Goodman, the Rockies catcher that you're now just learning about, some of you, currently leads all National League catchers in hits, home runs, and RBIs. Also ranks second among all National League catchers in batting average, slugging percentage, and OPS. So
yeah.
He's a worthy selection.
Love it. You're
not a charity case.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's funny
Great young man.
when you pull up the Rockies and their stats for the year, and you go batting average, home runs, RBIs, OBP, on base percentage, hits, right? Those are at the top of the list there. He leads in every single one of them.
Yep.
He's the leader. Every single one of them. And to your point, he's having a great first half of the season. So well-deserved for him. Congratulations.
And this was yet another weekend that proof that Dick Monfort is all our daddy. He's our daddy. Where after, especially after a weekend like this, you tell me where the motivation, the inspiration, the pressure is for him to go out and drastically change the model here that he's put in place and is stuck with for decades. They're playing the Chicago White Sox this weekend. Two teams who are both on pace to lose over 120 games. And yet, in 3 games, they drew 121,000 people.
Ooh.
Throw in a couple of fireworks games, boom, there you go. 120, and they lost the series, which is no surprise. The Rockies have now lost 17 straight home series dating back to last year. The last time that happened, the Philadelphia A's in 1916 and 1917.
Not good.
But who cares? Who cares if they lost 2 out of 3? Who cares if they continue to be the worst team in baseball? It was a very, very good weekend for Dick Monfort and the Bean Counters at Coors Field.
Did people enjoy the fireworks?
They must have.
I went to a game last week, Mike. I went. Watch them play the Astros.
Yeah, I'm not mad at you. Was that your first game this year?
Yeah, first
Okay.
and only.
Yeah, okay, then That's fine. How many games would you go to if the Rockies were a really good 95-win, contending to win the National League West team? How many games do you think you would go to that year?
That's a good one. 4, 5, 6 probably.
Exactly. So if you would go to that many games and you're only going to go to one, then that's all I can ask.
I fell asleep.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You fell asleep.
A little rusty rest.
Really? A little
nappy.
tired. A little nappy.
Tired. Not much action going on the baseball field.
Yeah. Took a nap during a baseball game.
He's tired.
I did.
Boy, that would have been great if the cameras caught you. That would have been awesome.
I did. I don't think they could see me in the suite. I don't think they could see me right there.
You're
They
right.
probably couldn't get me.
Were you like curled up on the curled up on the couch?
I was kind of
little fetal position.
I was in the second row of our little seats that we had. So yeah, but it was. I mean, I've been there. We've been doing it. Bearcat gets a suite.
Okay.
Been doing it for years. But you look to our right, 4 or 5 suites all the way down. Nobody in any of them. So
maybe in that regard, they're not doing well, but they're still doing well. I'm
doing
sure
fine. They're doing fine.
I'm sure you could go to a lot of baseball ballparks and you'll see a lot of empty suites.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, but those same places aren't getting 121,000
right.
over the course of a weekend. So I was in Mexico last week for a little R&R with my wife, and I did address one of my biggest fears.
Did you parasail? Did you jump out of a plane? Did you swim with sharks, the dolphins, stingrays?
I may have swum with sharks. I don't know, but I told you that one of my biggest fears is being in over my head in the ocean.
Oh yeah,
I did that.
So
Mike Evans is one.
I mean,
it was.
But what do you mean?
But even
just, like,
well, no. I mean,
dive in.
Well, all right. So, but even then, I'm kind of questioning if an asterisk needs to go beside this, because we went on like one of those, like you can go out on like a 3-4 hour catamaran sailing trip, up and down the coast. Little excursion, right? It was tremendous.
Well, that's great.
It was very nice. But we ended up
during the evening or
this
early?
was during the day. You
Okay.
can do a sunset cruise, which would be maybe next time. But did the daytime cruise, and so it seems like all the excursion boats all come into this one little like cove area, and they kind of drop anchor for about 45 minutes, and everybody can do their thing. So there were probably about 50 people swimming in the ocean. So I was, jumping off the catamaran into the ocean. And
Cannonball!
Couple of these. There was this one guy who was a psycho. He climbed up on top of the catamaran.
Oh, come on. Don't be that guy.
And then was jumping off the top of the catamaran and doing flips and stuff like that.
Hurt himself. Everyone's got to go in because Joey had to try to show off and do a flip off the top of the
I will give him credit.
catamaran.
I guess down in Mexico, they don't care. They're like, yeah, just listen, there's a massive riptide over there, and see those waves, just slamming up against the rocks. It's only probably about 50 feet from where we're anchored. They're like, yeah, don't go there. That's it. That's all they said.
Good luck.
Good,
enjoy.
And if they do, and the guy even goes, if you do and something happens to you, don't say you weren't warned.
Right.
I'm like, hey, I can get behind this kind of,
yeah,
laying down the ground rules.
But you got in.
We gave you, but I jumped in, but I was like, there was a time there. I was kind of nervous because while the water was clear, I'm like, there are a lot of people here, but what's down here with me?
Did you have like a floaty?
No floaty. I was very proud of that. By
No
the way.
floaty.
My wife was in a floaty. There were some other dudes in floaties. My wife's like, you should put a floaty on. I'm like, I'm not putting a floaty on. I refuse to put a floaty on. She goes, you should probably put it just to be safe. I'm like, no, I refuse.
Wow.
I laid my foot down.
Look at you.
And
Mr. Badass.
Good for you. Ty, tell me you got that.
No floaty, for Evans.
Nope. Although I made sure I did not. I kept probably within a solid 15 feet of that boat.
Look, don't mess with the water in the
ocean.
ocean.
No.
That thing hits and boom.
But I was in there, and but then there was part of me was like, because I was thinking about my fear, about being in over my head, over the ocean. In the ocean, I was thinking, I'm like, well, there are a lot of people swimming around here. But then you know what I honestly thought about? Well, if you remember in the movie Jaws, it was a busy beach, and there were a lot of people in the ocean. That didn't stop little Timmy from, getting eaten up.
By Jaws.
So I did it. I enjoyed it. But let's just say when they said, hey, all right, time to leave, everybody out, I was like, okay, that was enough.
Perfect.
I'm good.
Okay, good job.
I'm good. But no floaty. No floaty for me. No way.
Badass Evans.
No way am I
Mike
going to do a
Evans,
floaty.
one tough SOB.
Say whatever you will about me, but I am not putting a floaty on. Coming up next, I'm going to tell you why I love. Did I tell you how much I love Jamar Chase? That's coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Hope your Monday is off to a great start. Hopefully you had a great July 4th weekend. Summer is here. That means vacations, barbecues, beach days, long nights with the people you love. But this is a season to feel alive. But if your energy level's low or your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone. Getting treated is the first step to feeling your best. For all the summer activities, my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you taken care of. Jeff and his team, they're the absolute best. Fellas, did you know early to your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like the same person that you did in your 20s. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you taken care of. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait, fellas. Stop procrastinating. Pick up the phone. Call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There's a fire, call the fireman. If you're in pain,
Mark will be along after 8 o'clock. Good to be back after taking a little time off. I mentioned that I swam in the ocean, over my head. Water was like, I think they said it was about 30 feet deep.
Oh.
And I was out there swimming.
Well, you're just dog paddling the whole time, and you can't put your feet on the...
Without a floaty. I did not have a floaty.
So what'd you do?
I jumped in, swam a little bit, then flipped over on my back, kind of flowed there for a little while.
You can float?
I can float. Well, I'd
like to see that.
So
I'd like to see that.
So leave it to our great 6 a.m. listeners to just absolutely take whatever pride I may have felt about being out there without a floaty and get these. Evans knew that if he did go under, his big old head would help him float to safety. Evans, you have a floaty attached to you. It's the top of your neck. It's the top. So I guess I was never in any danger.
You're always
because
good.
Even if I started to sink, my head would just like bob back up to the top. Like
is that how it works? Yeah, I think
like a giant, like you see it, on the lake or something. You see that little bobber thing.
I think that would be a
buoy,
negative,
like a buoy,
right?
You think the weight of the head? You think it would serve more as a sinking object than one that would actually let me float?
One of those little like torpedo things that you drop in the water, it goes straight down to the bottom. Right. So if you get turned over the wrong way and your head's pointing down.
Yeah. Oh, well, yes.
That's like the torpedo, right down to the bottom.
That's right. So
those little things that you throw in the water, and the kids go get them at the bottom of the. It's like one of those things.
Yeah, but like if you fish and you use a bobber,
right?
What's always floating there on top of the water? The bobber.
Yeah.
So maybe my head's like a bobber.
True. I don't know which one it is.
Well, I think I proved while I was out there that maybe it serves more as a buoyant. There's more buoyancy to my head than being just like a dead lead weight or something.
I don't see you as a floater, like getting on your back, just kind of like floating.
I was just kind of floating there for a while. Yeah, I was. I can float. You going to put that up there on the Mike Evans big board of BS, lies, and other nonsense? You do not think that I can float?
No, I don't.
You don't think I could just flip over on? You don't think I could tread water?
Yeah, well, I mean, you probably can tread water for, I don't know, a minute or so.
Then I can tread water for longer than a minute.
Then you're going to get worn out.
No.
How dare you?
No. And then when you get a little tired, you roll over, you float on your back a little bit. Nah, I was good. I was good. Jamar Chase, who has never really gone out of his way to show any praise for Patrick Mahomes. A year ago when they were doing the NFL Network Top 100 list, he refused to say Mahomes' name.
That's good.
Well, now he's been tied reportedly to a comment in which he said of Patrick Mahomes, quote, if Patrick Mahomes didn't have Travis Kelce, he'd be just another Kirk Cousins with a headband.
Wow.
Still questioning the legitimacy of that comment, but but it does bring up a question, because I've always referred to Mahomes as the boogeyman. He's the boogeyman.
I'm here.
He's not going anywhere. He's going to be in Bronco fans' nightmares for years. He's the boogeyman. But is he still the boogeyman, or is there a feeling of, I don't know, he's some vulnerability when it comes to Mahomes? Maybe he's not as scary. Coming off a season in which, yeah, they went to the Super Bowl, but let's be real. I mean, that defense carried the Chiefs for large parts of that season. Mahomes didn't have statistically that good of a year. So, Stoke, is Patrick Mahomes still the boogeyman?
Yeah. Until 3 Super Bowls in a row, Mike. I mean, you can give all the credit you want to their defense, but the guy still makes plays when the game's on the line. And, they won 2 out of 3, lost this year in the Super Bowl. That's pretty dang good. So all of a sudden they're done.
But pretty dang good is a big drop off from where he was a few years ago, where it was like, good Lord, this guy's just a beast. He's invincible. He's going to be the new GOAT when it's all said and done. That's a big drop off to, well, he's still really good.
Well, who was he throwing the ball to, Mike? Who are his receivers? His best receiver was gone, and his top 2 receivers were gone. I mean, Hollywood Brown was hurt the whole year. Rashee Rice hurt the whole year. His running backs were banged up, it seemed like, the whole year. So, okay. You got Kelsey, but he ain't Kelsey. He ain't Kelsey. So I'm just careful here that we're just all of a sudden, Patrick Mahomes is done. The Chiefs are done. I mean, I went down that road 4 or 5 years ago after they lost to Tampa. And then they reinvented themselves, move on from Tyreek Hill, et cetera, et cetera. Next thing you know, they're in the Super Bowl 3 years in a row.
I'm here.
So what, you're down on Mahomes?
I just don't think that sense of just doom and gloom that always was, I think, surrounded a lot of teams in the AFC when you thought about having to go up against the Chiefs. Certainly here, but you come off 3 years for Mahomes in 2020, 2021, and 2022, where he threw 38, 37, and 41 touchdowns. Stoke, the last 2 years, he's thrown 53 touchdowns to 25 interceptions. That's not great. I mean, it's good. He's still Mahomes. I get it, but that feeling of, oh, God, it's Mahomes. I don't feel it right now.
Yeah, I mean,
to me, he's a really good quarterback that, teams like the Broncos are going to have to go through, but it's just like having to go through Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. I don't look at Mahomes as being, head and shoulders above all the other quarterbacks down in the AFC.
Yeah,
I think he's come back to the pack.
And you also got to understand, you got to reinvent yourself sometimes as a football team. And I think that's what they've done. Hey, we want to run the ball a little bit more, and we want to play great defense. And that's kind of what they've done. So it's not all about the stats and the passing touchdowns, and they had to move on from some of their really good skill position guys. So, but I understand what you're talking about, and I kind of feel the same way.
Good. Yeah, he's not the boogeyman. For right now, he's not the boogeyman.
I'm here.
Okay.
He's still formidable.
Still a little bit nervous.
He's still formidable. I'm not like, hey,
I don't like that
I'm not like, hey, I can't wait to play Patrick Mahomes. I'm just saying he's not the boogeyman like he used to be. All right, coming up next, speaking of quarterbacks, Bronco quarterbacks, I had a pretty funny Bo Nix story while I was down in Mexico. Tell you about that next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
What is happening, fellas? Hopefully you had a great holiday weekend. I know that I did. I got some golf in, too, and I got to tell you, I'm taking my golf game to the next level. I've been working with my friends over at Embers Golf. Trevor and Tate, they hooked me up with a full fitting of custom clubs for this year's golf season. I'm talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons. I am hooked up, and I am ready to go, and I'm loving golf. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit my guys at Embers Golf. And what I love most about Embers Golf and what separates them from every other place is it's a small, family-owned, boutique-style golf shop in Westminster that has everything you'll need from all the major and smaller brands. They even have 2 hitting bays. So make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. And Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. This is what I love about my friends at Embers Golf. Take your game to the next level just like I'm doing. And oh, by the way, if you're trying to get that putter dialed in this year, they got you taken care of there also. So to book a fitting online just like I did, go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane, so we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk, they put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you miss the filing deadline, the consequences can be huge. After 5 months, you owe a late filing fee of 25% plus interest. Advanced Tax Solutions can help you avoid trouble with the IRS. Call 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Fly into DQ today for a cosmic collision of flavors in their new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat for a limited time. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, welcome to it. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. I was off for some time, as one texter asks, man, Stokley gets Evans on an oh really, and Evans is so crushed he has to disappear for a week.
Yeah.
You did get me on one.
I did.
I saw Stink over the weekend, and it was one of the first things he said to me. He's like, I heard Stokley got you on an oh really. How'd that happen? I'm like, I don't know. Still bugs me.
I did.
You did.
You know what? Also, I don't know. I felt bad for Will. I don't know if he knows the game or not, but I had him, and I let him off the hook.
Yeah, he's not well versed in the ways of oh really.
Yeah, Richie said that I should have shown no mercy.
I don't know how Will would have taken that. That might have crushed the poor guy.
Yeah, I don't know, but I laid off. I didn't do it, but I set it up nicely. He was talking about our soccer team.
Whose soccer team?
Our Colorado soccer team.
Oh, okay.
Here,
yeah,
locally, and I said, well, I don't follow lacrosse. And he's like, no, that's our soccer team.
Yeah, you could have got him.
I mean, I just threw it. I was about to spike it on his head.
Down.
I said,
you showed restraint. You showed mercy. You showed mercy.
I did.
This man is a saint.
You showed mercy.
Richie said I shouldn't have shown mercy, though. So there you go.
No, I was not driven away for days in shame.
It's been 84 years.
Got a chance to go down with the wife to Cabo, Mexico, and it was our. You've gone down there several times. In fact, we took your wife's advice for where to go for restaurants, and want to please pass along our gratitude because she was tremendous with her ideas. But this was our second time to Cabo. It was the first time that we stayed like near downtown Cabo, right?
Yeah.
So we took a night where we were going to go to the restaurant that your wife recommended. So we took a cab into town. We got dropped off right at the main marina. So here's what I was not expecting. When you go to a town like that, you are bombarded from the moment you step out of your mode of transportation. You are immediately bombarded with people trying to get you to
timeshare.
That's
the airport.
Would you like to rent a boat? Come into this restaurant. Come right this way. Would you like to buy this knickknack or this watch or this hat or whatever?
Next thing you know, you're in a back alley,
and it's like, wow,
Evan's fighting for his life.
And so I just, my mentality is I just kind of keep my head low. I'm polite. I smile. I say no, thank you, and I don't say anything. I just keep moving on. Right? Just keep moving. Right? So we're walking by this restaurant, and this guy comes out, and he's like, amigo. He's like, come on in. And I just kind of nodded and just kept walking. He's like, hey, you're too good to talk to me? I'm like,
wow.
Whoa. He's like, where are you from? And I'm like, at this point, let's get out of here. He's like, come on, where are you from? And my wife, I think, is getting kind of freaked out. She goes, we're from Colorado. And he says, oh, Colorado. Bo Nix, Broncos, thumbs up.
Oh, wow.
And I looked back, I went, hey. I said, not tonight, but we'll come back. Right?
We're in a rush.
But he said, Bo Nix, Broncos. So there you go.
Wow.
It's starting to.
I like that.
There's some momentum out there. There's this undeniable, feeling that Broncos are coming, man. Broncos are coming.
How about that? That's a good story.
Yeah. As soon as you hear Colorado, Bo Nix, Broncos, thumbs up.
Gotta love it. Did you go back and you should have gave him knuckles or something? Say, all right, let me see what you got here.
No. At this point, I'm like
plowing ahead.
We're not stopping. Man, it was like.
Do you like the?
We're being bombarded. Like, man. And you're right about the airport, by the way.
Yeah.
They
same
say
thing.
Just put your head down.
Yeah, just go.
Just go straight. They are relentless.
Yeah.
Relentless.
Yeah, I just walk.
Just go.
I'm not slowing down.
Do not slow down.
I'm not making eye contact.
Nope.
Don't stop to chat or even say no. You just plow straight through.
Don't even say no thank you. I mean, just got to keep going.
Don't say a word. I'm going straight to the bars.
Yep.
Outside at the airport.
That's what we did.
They got these great bars just outside of the airport.
Right there.
Right? It's one of my favorite things. I'm like, Lana, when we get there, this is what I'm doing before we get in the car.
Yeah.
Get the car service.
Yeah.
Before we get in the car service, not driving, I'm going to get one of these drinks.
Exactly.
This is like Cabo.
Yeah.
And she's
I've
like,
been on
nope.
Mexican soil for about 10 minutes. I've already got a beer in my hand.
She's like, nope, I don't like those drinks. I'm like, what do you mean? What? That makes no sense. This is part of going to Cabo.
Exactly.
Right. Expensive drinks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you get a normal, it's like 20-something bucks. Like, wait, what?
Hey.
But you have to.
You have to. So, Bo Nix and the Broncos making an appearance down there in Mexico.
That's great. Love it.
A lot of Cowboys. A lot of Cowboy fans down there. A lot of Raider fans. But saw some Broncos. Representation. So that's good. That's good. So
great.
We're out there. They're talking about us, folks. They're talking about us. That is a good thing.
So I got that going, which is nice.
Latest on the Nuggets, the Big Val, Jonas Valanciunas is going to be a Denver Nugget as the Greek offer. The Nuggets said, sorry, we're not going to let you out of the deal.
What if he plays hardball?
We're going to go ahead with the deal. It was. What do you mean play hardball?
He says, I'm not doing it.
Right,
I'm not playing.
He forfeits $10 million this year.
And then that's it.
That's it. I mean, you think at this stage of his career he's going to forfeit $10 million to be Nikola Jokic's backup on a team that has championship aspirations?
I mean, if he's made a ton of money, I mean, we see guys make bad decisions all the time. What if he wants to just stay in Poland?
Poland? Don't get cocky. Don't get cocky. Okay, don't get cocky.
I mean, no, but
no.
I'm not trying to.
You got me in a moment of weakness.
I don't
remember.
remember.
By the way, you got me literally the day before I was going on vacation, which I don't even know if that counts because I'm not at my sharpest.
Yeah, right. You were vulnerable.
I was vulnerable.
You
took advantage.
You were weak.
To your point, you took advantage. You sensed
a
weak spot. You took advantage of it.
You were already thinking about Cabo.
Good scouting report.
Swimming with the sharks.
That's right.
No, but where is it? I don't even know. Greece?
Yeah.
Greenland?
Greece.
Finland?
Greece.
One of those places?
Yeah.
Maybe he's just like, all right, hey, I'm just done playing. Now I'm going to retire.
No.
Okay.
No. But I saw this sentiment out there this weekend that do you really want to play hardball with a guy who's acting like he doesn't want to be here? Is that the smartest thing to do?
I would in this situation.
You would.
I would.
Yeah.
But
why?
I'm saying that
because you're confident that
he'll be fine.
Whatever he'll go from being disgruntled to just gruntled.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
He'll
be like, okay, I wanted to do this, but this is a great situation to be in. And I got a chance to win to compete for a championship and be on a really good basketball team and be a backup to Jokic.
Right.
This would be great. But Mike, I don't know him. He might be set in his ways. He might be really pissed off. And if he is, then guess what? That's the wrong decision. But to your point earlier, I think they would have done their homework here to kind of figure out
what kind of person this is.
Exactly.
The guy's been in the league 12 years. He's been a pro's pro. He's played for some bad teams, and he's still gone out and produced. So I would think that there's enough evidence of professionalism with this guy that you don't have to worry about him being a malcontent all season long. Okay, it didn't go the way he wanted it. Nuggets said, "Sorry, we're gonna hold you to it. You're gonna go ahead with the trade that we made." And I think it's one of those things that once he gets over the initial whatever disappointment he has, he'll get in. He'll be around this team. He'll realize how good this team is. He'll realize how awesome Jokic is, and he'll look around and go, "You know what? Maybe this is a good thing." I think it's a good move, and it's something I do want to talk about. Is after the offseason so far that the Nuggets and Avs have had, what are the Vegas odds makers saying about their offseason moves and their championship aspirations? The numbers may surprise you. Share them with you coming up next.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
2 in a row, back-to-back. It is a budding dynasty. And, of course, I'm talking about Advanced Hair Restoration. Winner of Westward's Best of Denver for the second year in a row. And it's no fluke. It's well-earned as Denver's best when it comes to giving guys their hair back, along with their confidence. And it's no tricks. It's no gimmicks. It's all natural. It's your hair. Put where you need it the most. Receding hair, thinning hair, that expanding bald spot, all done in one day. All done with the guarantee it begins to regrow the very next day. I endorse and recommend Advanced Hair Restoration because of the product and the people. I had this done well over 20 years ago. It was about 3-4 weeks ago. I was at a family event. I saw some old pictures of me. Yikes. It was not good. My hair was going in the wrong direction. That all changed with Advanced Hair. Really, literally, the before and after is noticeable. The people also make the difference. Legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls did my hair. She'll do yours, and you could join the thousands of success stories at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call for a free consultation, 720-459-HAIR. You'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th.
25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Xcel Energy loves that the tree you want to plant is for birding. But before you start identifying warblers or digging up the perfect spot, you need to call 811 to ensure your project doesn't hit any underground utility lines. But while we've all mixed up a brown-headed cowbird and a gray catbird, you don't want to get shovels and utility lines mixed up together. Contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig to ensure your projects avoid any underground utility lines. Learn more at excelergy.com/811.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High fives and flamma jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was, get off my plane.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's trending coming up in about 25 minutes? Joey Chestnut proving he is the GOAT. That and some other great stories we'll have for you. More from the random side of sports. Mark Schlereth will be along right after 8 o'clock. He's got an amazing story to share that he was sort of part of last week. It's an incredible story.
Oh, good. We haven't heard a new story from Mark in years. Always like the same story.
That's good. That's good.
That's
good. That's good.
Good. I'm ready for a new Slayer story, though.
Yeah. Stinks like like one of those 80s bands that still tour.
Yes.
Just play the hits, baby. Just play the hits.
Hey, have I told you the one about Joe Gibbs?
What a regal man.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
Can't wait to hear the new one, though.
It's a fresh story.
I love it.
It's a fresh one.
I'm excited.
This is going to be good. You're going to love it.
Hard, dog.
So this is, since I was off last week, all this stuff went down with the Nuggets. What a transformation. And I can't help but feel a healthy amount of vindication. I am feeling vindicated. I was feeling vindication as I was watching everything play out with the Nuggets last week. You know why? You know where I'm going with this. You know where I'm going with this. I have never bought the Michael Porter Jr. hype. I've always been out front saying I would move on from this guy in a heartbeat. I wouldn't look back. And I find it kind of funny how all of the MPJ supporters and a lot of my critics, oh, you're just an MPJ hater, were first in line to talk about how great it was that they were able to make all these additions because of the Michael Porter Jr. trade. Man, state-sponsored, baby. Nothing like it.
No, I'm
There's
with you.
nothing like it. Just, I mean, all the criticism goes away, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, great deal, man. Oh, man, so happy with everything they brought in. Look at that roster depth now. We got Bruce back, you know?
Brucey B.
So you had, and it's amazing. You had $38 million that MPJ was making. And by moving him out and the pieces that you were able to bring in, remarkable. When you start talking about Bruce, Hardaway, Valanciunas, Cam Johnson, all of this able to be done because you were able to move on from Michael Porter Jr. I think to get that much basically in return, and all you had to do was trade Michael Porter Jr., awesome. Ben Tenzer, John Wallace, straight A's to start out.
Yeah.
Straight A's. Good job.
They've done a really nice job, and it just lets you go back and you think about when Calvin Booth and Michael Malone were fired. If you think about if Calvin Booth was still here, what would this team look like? What would it look like? Probably pretty much the same. And now you get two new, fresh sets of eyes, and they make these moves right away.
Yeah.
First thing they do. And I actually think that Cam Johnson is going to be an upgrade over Michael Porter Jr. On top of that.
I do too.
I think he's going to be better. He's going to be a better fit for the Nuggets. He's a guy that can get his own shot off. He doesn't have to just be wide open. He can get to the rim. And you know he's going to be better defensively. Can't be worse. So I think he's going to be an upgrade. And then you were able to add to the bench. And now you have a bench of guys that you can rely on and that you can trust to go in and not screw it up. We can let Jokic get a little break and not feel like, you know what? Uh-oh, there goes our 10-point lead. and we got to rush him back into the game. So some great moves early on. I'm fired up about what they were able to do. And like you said, just one piece. And that was a kind of the head scratcher there, moving on from Michael Porter Jr., because they've always told us that salaries have to match, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these salaries didn't match.
Not initially, no.
But if you're trading him to a team that has a salary cap space, you can do it.
Right.
Because these are all separate moves. These weren't all together.
Right.
So since they were trading them to a team that had salary cap space, it gave them the flexibility to be able to make this type of move and take on less salary with Cam Johnson and give away more salary. And then that gave them the flexibility to go out and make these other moves. Great job by the two guys.
Which when I think back to all the drama of last year, this all could have been avoided if you just were open to trading Michael Porter Jr., which I don't understand why there was a reluctance to do that.
When?
Last year. I would have done it last year.
During the offseason.
I would have done it before last season, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was
You were saying thing, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but it didn't happen, and I kind of understand. They wanted to give it one more run. Okay, let's see what it looks like. And then now we know it wasn't good enough. But, hey, much different team this year.
Well, what are the odds makers saying about the Nuggets and the Avalanche after so far what they've done this offseason? The Nuggets with a flurry of moves. The Avs without much done, although I do have to say, a little disappointed after all the talk about let's take this team that looks so good on paper coming out of the trade deadline last year, and even after losing to Dallas, the feeling that this was still a legitimate Stanley Cup team, why there wasn't the strategy of running it back. In fact, they've ended up moving on from some guys, Charlie Coyle, Miles Wood. That was a salary dump. And now they do not seem to have as much of a top-to-bottom roster as they had at the end of last season, but still viewed highly by the Vegas odds makers. So the Nuggets right now, Stoke, they're tied for the third best NBA championship odds. They're tied with Houston and Cleveland, only behind Oklahoma City and the New York Knicks, which I don't take the Knicks seriously. So as far as I'm concerned, they're now, tied for the second best odds in the NBA. And so they're right up there. And the Avs are currently tied for the fifth best odds to win the Stanley Cup, ironically enough, tied with Dallas, trailing Florida, Carolina, Vegas, and Edmonton.
Edmonton?
Edmonton.
The Oilers?
The Oilers.
Okay. Oilers.
Doesn't Vegas know what's going on with the Oilers?
Yes.
Nick David sucks. Draisaitl sucks. Zach Hyman sucks. Evan Bouchard sucks. Evander Kane sucks. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins sucks. Yeah, the Oilers suck. Oh, yeah.
So there you go.
Both teams project to be pretty darn good next year.
Yes.
Right? So definitely love the moves that the Nuggets have made. Had to strengthen that bench. And Mike, that's what they did. And they probably got a better guy in their starting lineup.
Which team do you feel more confident in going into next season? Hold that thought. We'll get to that. Also, we're only a couple weeks away, really, from the start of Broncos training camp. Any concern, no news yet on new contracts for their big three? All that plus what's trending coming up next.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
What is happening, fellow Stoker, for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. And what a week this is going to be. It is packed full of some unbelievable auctions starting today. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free, it's easy, it's open to the public. The best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on some great items. Today, ending at 1 o'clock, open for bidding right now. Over 560 items in this auction. An assisted living facility auction that will be in. It's got fitness equipment, adjustable medical beds, kitchen equipment, office equipment, spa equipment, supplies, and much more. Like I said, you still have time. Ending at 1 o'clock today. And then tomorrow, got a water pipe ink auction that will be ending. It's got mold machines, injection machines, presses, blast cabinets, milling machines, labelers. That's got over 260 items in that one. And also on Tuesday, ending at 1 o'clock, a restaurant equipment auction with over 370 items in that auction. And that's just starting. Got a bunch of auctions that are ending Wednesday also. Go see it all and get yourself a great deal at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an really right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got what's trending coming up here in just a little bit. Mark will be along after 8 o'clock, listed as probable for today. Story of how I got behind the velvet ropes at Stink's house over the weekend. I got to go into a place that I'm convinced I may be the first person that's ever been allowed to visit there.
Wow.
Okay? So I'll share that with you when he comes along after 8 o'clock. We were talking about the off seasons for the Avalanche and Nuggets to this point and what the Vegas odds makers are saying so far. The Nuggets tied for the third best odds to win the NBA championship. The Avalanche tied for the fifth best odds. Stoke, if I had to ask you right now who you feel more confident in their chances of going out and winning a championship next year, who would you go with?
I'm going with the Nuggets. Love what the additions that they made. The weaknesses on the team, they've corrected, and you still have Nikola in his prime. So I'm going with the Nuggets. How about you?
Yeah, I was listening to Chris McFarland over the weekend. He talked after some of the moves, some of the free agent moves, the signing of veteran defenseman Brent Burns, and he was talking about what he would tell fans about why to feel good about where the Avs are right now. Here's what he had to say.
I think we have a very good hockey team. I think, with a couple of reasons. One, our captain. For the first time in many, many years, we're going into an offseason with the expectation that Gabe is going to not only play, but play consistently and be able to play well. We haven't been able to say that the last number of years. Two, Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood. We feel that we've got two very good goaltenders that we're going to have from training camp on. And three, Val Nichushkin. Last year at this time was I'm not going to say an unknown, but he was hard at work doing his thing, and we feel he's in the best place that he's been in years, and we're super happy for Val for many, many reasons, and one of them is that it benefits our hockey team. So, and then you add in Brock Nelson, who we believe with a full year of training camp and a full year with us, it's the top two lines are good. They're solid. Now, that doesn't mean the magic wand has been spread over the group and we're anointed, because we're not. We got to get back on the hunt, and it's a tough division, it's a tough conference, and we got a lot of work in front of us.
Yeah, so that last line, the top two lines are really good. So I guess the reason I'm a little bit befuddled by what the Avs have done so far this offseason is you took a team last year at the trade deadline, you had four centers that Jared Bednar came out unprovoked and said, we're going to be tough to play against. We're a different team now. We are big and we are long.
We're built different.
That's what he said, right down the middle. And he was really touting the fact that we're really strong lines 1 through 4 with our centers. And now you trade away Charlie Coyle. You took your fourth line center is in theory now your third line center, and Jack Drury. For a team that was not necessarily in salary cap hell, you could have run back last year's team without a whole lot of changes. It seems like they've made some changes that have impacted the overall depth of this roster, which, correct me if I'm wrong, when you did the Mikko Rantanen trade, you said one of the reasons for it was you needed to improve your roster depth, and one of the guys that you went out and got as improved depth was Charlie Coyle, and then you turn around and basically give him away in a salary dump. So I'm a little bit confused by what exactly the Avs' direction and plan is here. So for those reasons, I'd go with the Nuggets as well.
Do you think that you will be seeing another move here by the Avs? Because like you said, now they freed up more room. They got more salary cap space. Do you think another move is coming?
I would hope so, because you just heard the general manager say that we're good with our top two lines, but we're not done adding after the trade deadline, in which your head coach came out and said, I really love our four lines. So right away, that tells you that you're not as strong as you were at the end of the season last year. So we'll see what they do. But, look, they're still a really good hockey team. Still a very good hockey team. But
okay,
I feel like they took a bit of a step back over the last week, whereas the Nuggets took a big step forward.
I agree. Now, what happens if this Valanciunas deal falls apart and it doesn't go the right way? And he just says, guess what? I'm staying overseas. I'm not coming back. Sorry.
Well, he can't play overseas with an existing NBA contract.
I got it. But
so he just stays away.
Yeah, he's retired. I retire.
You retire.
I retire. I'm going to race horses.
I'll watch over Jokic's stable while he's back stateside.
So what happens if that deal falls apart? Because we're not 100%. He hasn't said that he's playing for the Nuggets now. Nuggets said, hey, we're playing hardball here.
Right.
It's either play with us or no one.
Okay, so you're saying, under that scenario.
Are you still okay?
No, because you still need a backup center. And it looks like Al Horford, who, by the way, the guy that I would have preferred throughout all this is I would have preferred Horford over Big Val. But it looks like Horford's going to Golden State. But I would have liked him here better than Big Val. But if you can't get the guy from Chicago, apparently could be in play. Vucevic. There you go. Get Jokic and Vucevic. I like Vucevic, actually. I would love to have Vucevic over Big Val. But for that role, Big Val, I think, would be the way to go. I think it's all going to work out. I would be surprised. I would be shocked if Valanciunas decides to just take his ball and go home and not play basketball at all. He's got 2 years at $20 million left on his deal. You think you're going to walk away from $20 million?
I wouldn't.
And bypass what would be a real cushy job. I mean, talk about a cushy role. What's my job? Your job is to back up Nikola Jokic. Oh. How many minutes a game? Yeah, probably somewhere around 12 to 15. That's it?
And you're making $10 million.
And I'm making $10 million? For a team that has a chance to win a championship? He'll come around.
I hope so.
He'll come around.
I hope he's all in, too.
Got
to be all in. Needs to be all in.
Yeah, you're catching some heat for I got one here on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. For a guy in Stoke who says that he's not about participation ribbons, he's going really easy on Big Val, a guy who could be a potential cancer on this team.
I'm confused. What do you mean I'm going easy on him?
Well,
should
you be bringing in a guy, playing hardball with a guy who's acting like he doesn't want to be here? Is that a potential problem? Are you bringing in a disgruntled employee, future employee, who could end up being a drag, a detriment, a cancer on this basketball team because he doesn't want to be here?
It's a worry. It's a concern. I think the Nuggets are doing the right thing here by playing hardball. Now, look, if he calls your bluff and says, all right, screw y'all, I'm showing up, but, man, I'm not going to be happy. Well, then that was a bad move. I don't know what kind of guy he is. So I'm kind of walking the fine line here. I like what the Nuggets are doing. But on the other hand, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what kind of teammate he is. Right? I mean, certainly we don't want a guy coming into the locker room next year and just being a bad guy and not being a good teammate. No, we don't want that at all. But at the same time, like I said, we need a backup center. I think he's a good fit. And I think it's going to all work out. But I just don't know because I don't know who he is.
On the subject of possible unhappy employees, we're 2 weeks away from the start of Broncos training camp and still no news yet on new deals for Zach Allen, Nick Benito, Cortland Sutton. Does that worry you at all that no news? In this case, is no news bad news?
No one's working right now. Vacation time. This is what they do. We go on vacation, like Mike Evans does. All right, Cabo for a week. Mike, when's your next vacation you have coming up? So
don't hold your breath.
Yep, knew it. But that's so they're not doing any business right now. They'll do it, Mike. They'll start probably getting down to talking contracts with certain guys. I don't know, 4 or 5 days before camp, a week before camp. I'm not nervous about it. I'm really not nervous about it.
Me neither.
I think they're going to do what they want to do. You already have a game plan. You're not going to come back from vacation and all of a sudden George Payton is like, oh my gosh, I got so much to do here. We haven't even talked about Cortland Sutton contract. I mean, they've been laying the groundwork down. They know what they want to do. They know how they want to proceed. It's not going to be anything that comes out of the blue or anything new. It'll be fine. We'll hear about who they want to get done. And when they want to get someone done, they'll get it done.
Yeah, I just think that 2 weeks away from the start of training camp, you want to be able to get the most bang for your buck, right? You want to get the most energy from a new signing or signings. And to me, okay, let's just say, for example, you came out and said that you had a new deal for Cortland Sutton today. Okay. I mean, that's going to create some news, but then it's 2 weeks for it to die down. Wouldn't it be better on the eve of training camp to announce that you've signed Cortland Sutton and Zach Allen to new deals? Now everybody who's shown up for camp, there's an increased buzz, right? There's increased energy. Hey, 2 of our key guys have new deals. It sends a message to everybody else on the team that, hey, go out, do your job, play the right way, handle yourself the right way. This is an organization that will take care of yourself. I think it gives you a lot of momentum that you can take from signing these guys, that you get the maximum benefit doing it right at the start of training camp, rather than, you're right, we're in a dead period right now. 2 weeks. We're still at 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I know what you're saying, but I think it just kind of sounds good saying it through a microphone. I don't think there's a lot of substance there. I really don't. No, I really don't. Not in the locker room.
Doesn't give everybody. That's not an organizational boost right there.
Nah.
2 guys.
Why?
Key guys that are, in the case of Courtland Sutton, homegrown guys
that
are getting
worry.
a new contract.
Like, hey, Knuckles, hey, glad you got paid for the, second time now. Congratulations. I'm still trying to get my payday. But I'm happy for you, if I'm Nick Bonito.
Right.
I mean, like, Nick Bonito's not going to be happy. They're paying those guys. They're not paying me. Well, if I'm a wide receiver, like, okay, good job, but like, damn, I'm trying to make the team. So like, I'm happy for you. You're my friend, my teammate, but that's not going to all of a sudden give me this huge boost.
No juice, huh? None.
I think it sounds good, just saying it,
Yeah.
but in reality, there's so much at stake in training camp for each individual. You're happy for your teammate, but at the same time, I got a lot of other things to worry about.
Do
here.
holdouts cause? Okay, then holdouts don't cause any kind of negative friction. Then
No.
If there's no positive from signing a deal, there's no negative friction from a guy holding out.
Nope.
None.
Negative towards who? The player or the team?
No, towards the it doesn't cast.
No, I'm trying to
any
do
kind of pall over the entire.
You remember when Sean Payton and Russell Wilson thing came out, and Sean was being mean to him, and he told him he was going to bench him, and then he yelled at him during a game, and what everyone say? You had all these people saying, "Oh my gosh, no free agents are going to want to come to Denver. Look how he treats his players. Poor Russ." Remember that?
Yeah.
How that
You're
was?
not close.
No one gives a darn. Look, I'm looking out for myself, man. I'm trying to go get paid. You think I care about how Sean treated Russ? It has no bearing on what I'm going to do. So, as an individual, the team is going to do what the team is going to do. Ultimately, all right. The player is going to do what the player is going to do. It's a business, and I think the older you get, the veteran guys, they understand that a little bit more. But I also think the players nowadays understand it more, maybe, than the players whenever I played.
But you have a very young Broncos team still. This is still a very young Broncos team, and for a lot of guys who are on their first contracts and are dreaming and thinking of that next big payday, if you are seeing this organization going out and willing to spend money, I would think that would.
No, that's a positive.
You take the opposite. Take Cincinnati, for example, and the way that they deal with some of their players. You don't think that causes some guys in that locker room to think, "Oh, all right, I'm putting in my time here. I'm an independent contractor, and I can't wait to get out of here because this is an organization that clearly doesn't take care of their players."
I think you're onto something there, but that's a little bit different than having momentum in training camp. Having a deal done before training camp, and like all of a sudden you got great buzz and energy that wouldn't have been there, but now is there because you signed Courtland Sutton to, another deal. I mean, but at the same time, yeah, I think there's something to be said about taking care of your guys, doing it the right way, and then you do have younger guys that say, all right, this is the kind of organization I want to play for, like really play for and be here for a long time, because if I do, guess what? They're going to take care of me.
Speaking of Sean and Russ, that reminded me, James Marilat will join us an hour from now. See?
Can't wait.
See how that works. But first, it's time for What's Trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending right now.
Well, here's what's trending. Congratulations to the Rockies' Hunter Goodman. Now, for a good chunk of you out there, you're like, who the heck is Hunter Goodman? That's what happens when you're on pace to lose 130 games. But Hunter Goodman is your Rockies all-star catcher, and he is very deserving of being your lone Rockies All-Star representative, as out of all National League catchers, Hunter Goodman currently ranks first in hits, home runs, and RBIs, second in batting average, slugging, and OPS. This is not a charity case. This is a well-deserving All-Star. Good for him.
Yeah, congratulations. This is what you're looking for. If you're the Rockies, you're looking for a couple bright spots, a couple young players that no one heard of before, and they're having a great year. So great job by him so far this year, and he has been a bright spot in a historically bad season.
Further proof that ESPN and baseball, I guess, just can't get their act together. The announcement of the All-Star rosters, which was to be aired on ESPN, was delayed. You know why it was delayed, Stoke?
Why?
Because there was a championship cornhole tournament going on that ESPN was covering, and they weren't going to break away from.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Wow. Unbelievable.
So those of you who are tuning in to see who makes the All-Star team, you're going to have to wait here for a second. Actually, I was one who did tune in, and there it was, cornhole.
Wow.
And as somebody who's called a lot of sports over the years, a lot of different sports, from basketball to hockey to lacrosse to soccer to gymnastics. Shout out DU Gymnastics. Coach Melissa Kutcher has an amazing program there. Kutcher Reinhardt.
Reinhardt's wife.
That's
my
right.
guy.
That's your guy. Anyway,
my former basketball coach.
Never call cornhole. And listening to the cornhole announcers, that would be a challenge.
I like cornhole. I like playing it.
I love playing
but I'm not going to
cornhole,
sit
but
here
I'm
and
not gonna-
grind over. Who likes to watch it? Seriously, who likes to watch that?
Well,
I mean, they're really good.
They must
really,
have
really
felt,
good.
They must
but
have felt
man,
the ratings are good enough. There were enough eyeballs on it that they didn't want to break away to
sit there and watch cornhole.
do the Major League Baseball All-Star.
I mean, people don't have anything better to do when you're watching cornhole on TV. Wow.
I don't know. So, boy, Joey Chestnut returned to the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
How long was he out for? A year?
I think it was
a year?
Year or two years at the most. But anyway, he returned, set another record, 70 hot dogs with buns. But did you hear the way he got introduced? This is, if we could all be introduced on our way to work, like Joey Chestnut got introed, here's this.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we must all face the dark mountain of night, forsaken and forlorn, alone in the ruins of our own minds, he will never fail or falter, for he defies the ministers of our fate and the limitations of our birth. And he will not stop until he stands side by side with the gods, his glory strung like beads of light, to adorn the arc of history itself.
Wow. Okay.
Man.
I mean, it's actually on the TV right now. And, I mean, he blew the field away. It's not even close. I mean, he gets to 70, and, I mean, he's up by, like, 25 hot dogs, which is, I mean, imagine running away from the field. I mean, that's like Secretariat style.
And not even coasting. I mean,
Right.
he went hell-bent for election right
Yeah.
to the end. It's badass.
I mean, he won by 25 hot dogs. That's a lot of hot dogs.
It's gross. It's really gross, but I find myself I can't turn away. I don't know why. I mean, it's
It's
just
not for me,
It's just
Mike. It's not
absolute
for me.
gluttony. But
Yeah.
I got to admit, I'm when I watch it, I watch some of it live. I watch the highlights. I'm sort of mesmerized by it.
I'm kind of over it, man. I don't know. I mean, it's like, okay, it's at least, I mean, bring back our. We got to have some kind of competition. If you don't have a good competition, remember when he had the Kobayashi guy, that guy.
No, really?
No, but
Kobayashi,
that guy. I mean,
that was a real rivalry.
Yes, and it was some competition. No competition now.
No competition.
I'm out. I'm out
You're
on that, just like I'm out on watching cornhole on TV.
Okay. Fair enough. Over the weekend, got a chance to see the Brad Pitt movie, F1. Let me just say, 2 thumbs up.
Oh, yeah?
Highly recommend it. It is a great Just big screen, get a big tub of popcorn, get your red vines.
Big Coke,
and just enjoy the big theater experience watching this movie. It was awesome. It took you inside the world of F1. And
is this a documentary?
No,
Is it just...
no. It was just, it's like Top Gun in an F1.
Okay.
And it was produced by Broncos part owner Lewis Hamilton, who played a prominent role in the movie. So Sir Lewis. Sir.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sir Louis.
Yeah. So we had that going for us.
Good.
I highly recommend it. It's doing great. Like in 2 weeks, it's made over $200 million.
Wow.
Had a budget of $200 million. It's already made over its budget. So
that means they're doing well.
They're doing well.
Good.
They're
for
making
them.
money.
I mean, like you would think that not many people go to the movies anymore, Mike.
No, and
right?
There's really no reason to go to the movies because you get everything in the comfort of your own home. But I do think there are some movies that are best seen on the big screen.
Yeah. Well,
and this is one of them. With all the sound and everything, it's good.
Some people like the experience, right? I mean, we all did it growing up. A lot of kids nowadays don't do it as much growing up. But, I mean, you walk in, popcorn, big Coke.
Oh.
What else do I want? Now you got all the nachos and everything else, right? And so...
And the seats, the reclining seats now, what a game changer.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's like your living
it's
room.
experience.
Oh, it's awesome.
You get
awesome.
And then you get the noise, and you get the, all the great graphics and all of that stuff that you don't get at home.
So I'm going to save this this Brad Pitt story for when Mark joins us because he'll really appreciate it. This is a Mark Schlereth type of story. Congratulations to Novak Djokovic, a FON or an
Novak.
FOJ, a friend of Nikola, a friend of Jokic.
Is this a tennis player guy?
Yeah, tennis player guy.
He's pretty good.
He just won his 100th career match at Wimbledon. He's won. This is incredible. 99 wins at the Australian Open, 101 wins at the French Open, 100 at Wimbledon, 90 at the U.S. Open. He's the only player in tennis history to have 90-plus wins at every Grand Slam event. Nobody else has even 75-plus wins.
Not even Pete?
At every slam. Not even
Andre?
Pete. Not Pete. Not Andre. Not Boris.
Oh.
Not
John.
Not Stefan. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Stefan Bjorn.
No.
Oh. Damn it.
That'd be Stefan Edberg.
Oh.
Not
close.
any of those guys. Not Mats. Not Mats. Mats Wielander. None of these guys. Only Novak.
That's pretty
Djokovic.
dang good.
So, congratulations to him as he tries to win another Wimbledon. So that tournament is continuing, finishes up this weekend. That'll do it for what is trending. Mark will be coming along here in just a little bit. We'll reset the headlines, which includes the Nuggets saying, nope, we are going to make Jonas Valanciunas honor the trade. He's going to play for the Nuggets or nobody else. Is this the right tact to take, or you're running the risk of bringing in an unhappy employee? That and Mark coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, as somebody who went through a flooded basement and a broken dishwasher hose that caused water damage, I am very aware of the importance of guarding against leaks before they wreak havoc. Copperhead Plumbing is who I trust and recommend to protect your home or business. The Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your home. You think about your house, your situation, maybe look around your neighborhood. A lot of people off away for the weekend, a lot of empty houses. This gives you tremendous peace of mind. You'll be notified the moment a leak occurs, and the Moen Flow Smart Shutoff System will protect your home from costly damage. Copperhead Plumbing will handle the installation professionally. You can trust it is set up the right time the first time. Copperhead Plumbing been serving Colorado since 2007 with a fleet of experienced technicians who must pass thorough background checks and continue their education with monthly training. Commercial, residential, emergency services, or routine maintenance. Trust Copperhead Plumbing. Call 303-552-3491 and at copperheadplumbinginc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If hip or knee pain is slowing you down, turn to Colorado Joint Replacement, home to some of the state's top trained surgeons with 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. They specialize exclusively in joint replacements, using the latest technology and highest performing implants to deliver better outcomes and faster recovery. You'll receive expert, compassionate care and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. Visit coloradojoint.org to schedule your appointment today. That's coloradojoint.org.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow, that's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. The FIFA Club World Cup is kicking off, and you can witness the entire tournament and every compelling matchup at your local lodge. That's right, they have every game. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Excel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat. One that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk. Can't believe you did that. Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait. This night's almost over. Honest. Let's make.
All right, good to have you with us here on a Monday morning as we come into another week. Ton of momentum, ton of steam. Fresh off a long 4th of July weekend. I was off before that, and appreciate all of you welcoming me back on the RumbleSaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Welcome back, Evans. It must have been really tough to go on vacation knowing that Stoke got you in an oh really right before you left. I'm not going to lie. it did take some of the luster. It was a bit of a tarnish to my vacation because it gnawed at me.
That was one of the highlights of my radio career so far, being able to accomplish that. You were vulnerable.
I was vulnerable.
Weak. You were already thinking about Cabo and all the things that you were going to do, sunshine and margaritas, and you were vulnerable. I took advantage of it.
There was a moment there that I was sitting there in a lounge chair and just staring out at the ocean, waves coming in and crashing on the beach. And
your wife said, "What's wrong? And why you look so sad?
You look so sad.
What's that? Is that a tear?"
And I'm trying to enjoy my Mai Tai. By the way, what is it about like tropical destinations that just you suddenly are absolutely open to drinks you would never have anywhere else, anytime else?
Well, but
like at that moment, because it was just because at that moment it's like, you know what? Let's go with the daiquiri. Let's go with the mojito. Let's go with a rum punch. Let's go with a margarita.
No rum. Ugh. I'm out.
No rum?
No rum, no coconut. Out.
But all that stuff that you like would never even think about. At
that
point, you're there in that environment. You're like, yes.
The beach.
Let's do it.
The ocean.
But I was
vacation.
I was at times thinking about it.
Yeah. Makes me feel proud.
Mark will be joining us here in just a couple of minutes. He's got a wild story to tell. He was off last week as well. I'll let him tell the story because it's a great story. It's a heartwarming story. But it's an amazing story that he was sort of part of. But I won't spoil it. I'll let him share the story when he comes up in just a couple of minutes. But by the way, also want to give a big shout out to Mrs. Stokley because you and she like to go down to Cabo, and she gave me a list of restaurants to try out. We tried the number one on her list, Edith's. And anybody who's been to Cabo probably has been to Edith's, and she recommended it, and it was awesome.
Well,
she's good. A lady.
I texted you during the course of the dinner, sent you a picture, said we are enjoying ourselves immensely. We did a tequila shot. That's the other thing, too. You get down on those tropical destinations like that, all of a sudden you're open to doing like things that you wouldn't normally do at home. Shots. Let's do shots. Doesn't matter that, by the end of the night, you're like, why'd I do that shot?
The guy is drunk.
At the time, it seemed like a great idea. But it was fun.
Vacation.
Thank you. Thank you to Mrs. Stokley. Good job. She's going to be our Cabo expert next time we go down there. We got a lot to get to. The top local story, new breaking story, is that the Nuggets held firm with their acquisition, their trade of big man Jonas Valanciunas. Said, nope, we're going to make you honor the trade. You're not going to go off to Greece. If you're going to play basketball, you're going to play for us. They played hardball.
Okay, I got a question about that.
Do you like the idea of them playing hardball for a guy who said just last week he met with Greek officials this weekend?
Yeah.
So he sent a very clear message that he wants to play for this Greece team, and the Nuggets are saying, sorry, you're going to have to play for us. Is this going to work out well?
Well, I hope so. Obviously, hopefully they did their homework and research on him and know, like, okay, yeah, he's going to show up and be a good soldier. He's going to be fine. He'll get over it. And then if that's the case, yeah. But if he's going to be a bad apple, if he's not going to be all in and committed and wanting to be here at all, then it's not a good move. Why, if you're Valanciunas, why can't you just say, all right? I mean, what does it matter if you have an NBA if you have a contract in America and you're going to play in Greece? Do they have a deal between the NBA and these foreign leagues overseas that, hey, if we have a contract with him, he can't play over there? I mean, what? Like, that's a whole nother country. I don't care what happened in America. I'm going to Greece. What do you...
Yeah, but they get the relationship with the Olympics and FIBA and all that kind of stuff. You don't want to start,
but
peeing in your own pool.
Okay, I'm just checking on, why that's the case. Do you follow me?
I don't know all the ins and outs of
Can you
of
do
the
some
rules.
research tonight?
Sure, it'd be like Telestrator Tuesday. I get the homework assignment.
That's right.
But
it's your job. You went to Syracuse.
I think it just comes down to is it a good idea to bring in a guy who made it clear that he didn't want to play for you, or that he would have rather been here, and you're making him play for you? Is this how you want to start off a relationship with a guy?
I mean, it's hard.
By the way, he's got to have his role reduced from where it's been in other places, because he's going to, he's Nikola Jokic's backup, and there is a limit to how much time you're going to get when you're Nikola Jokic's backup.
Well, I mean, but are they going to try to go into this year with a better plan, Mike? Better plan for Jokic. Like we're gonna load manage this guy a little bit more, and now. And even the games that he plays, we're not going to play him as many minutes as he's been playing. So Valanciunas is going to get a lot more minutes than maybe the other backup centers that we never would play. I'm okay with the Nuggets' approach here. I just don't know who this guy is, though.
Yeah.
If he's not, I mean, they need to do the homework and the research on him.
Well, and that's the thing, and that's why I'm not really that worried about it. It's good clickbait to say, oh, they're bringing in a disgruntled guy, and this could be a cancer they're bringing in. They're bringing in their version of Dale Carter or Daryl Gardner into the situation in the locker room, and it's not gonna be harmonious, and it's gonna cause friction. I don't buy all that. I think that, first of all, the NBA is an insulated enough fraternity that I think people know who the good guys are, who the pros are, who the bad apples are, who the true malcontents are, who are the guys that you could bring in and really end up being a problem. I think they probably have a pretty good grip on who Big Val is, and that, okay, maybe he didn't want – and I don't think it's so much that he's anti-Nugget as much as he just wanted to go play in Greece.
But now is the anti-Nugget, because they're not allowing him to do what he wants to do.
Again, you're taking a guy who's been in the league for 12 years, has played for a handful of teams since the 2019 season. By the way, teams that weren't that good, Memphis, New Orleans, Washington, Sacramento. And clearly this guy has not created a reputation of being a headache. Otherwise, I think the Nuggets would know and they would stay away from him.
Is Greece where he's from? Is this like his hometown? But I get it, Mike, but he might be a type of guy that says, hey, you know what? I played a long time in the NBA. I only got a couple of years left.
Right.
I want to play for this team in Greece.
Right.
This is where I want to finish my career up. And you're not allowing me to do that.
It's a lot more laid back.
Have some more respect for me.
He's from Lithuania.
Is that close?
I haven't.
Got to be close enough.
I don't know.
Got to be similar.
Listen, I'm your basic,
close to my hometown.
I am your basic run of the mill average American who doesn't know jack about global maps.
Because I don't either.
Geography. I don't.
Yeah.
I raise my hand. I'm guilty.
So they got to be pretty close.
You spin the globe and say and put your finger down and say, "Where's that?" I'll be like, "Well, I don't know."
I don't know how he's wired, though. So we shall see how this thing plays out. But I hope he just moves here. Next couple of years, we got a backup center to Jokic that we can actually play. That's not just there, I don't know, giving high fives and talking to the refs and talking to the coach and passing out candy.
DeAndre Jordan, we'll miss you. I suppose there's maybe still a role for him, right? He could be
the candy man.
Why can't he be the Nuggets Udonis Haslem?
Why not?
Just,
I don't understand that.
Just be a player coach, okay?
I really don't understand that role. I'm very confused by that role.
Well, I'm kind of confused
that the Nuggets hand out to guys for just, like, chilling. Like, what? But they don't, and he's actually plays good when they put him in.
Right, I know we don't do Is It Just Me until Friday, but is it just me, or didn't they kind of see that in DeAndre Jordan? You had a pretty good backup to Jokic. It seemed like whenever they used him, he played pretty well.
Right.
I mean, Big Val's going to be that much of a difference over the Candyman?
I'm telling you, I could never understand that one. Just couldn't understand it.
But I I think it's a whole lot of worry about nothing. I think this is a guy who has established a reputation of being a pro, and look at the situation he's coming into. He's coming into a situation after years of being with teams that were not contenders. He's coming into a place here with the Nuggets where he's going to be surrounded by good veteran players, a team that has high championship aspirations, with a role that's going to be very friendly for him and should be able to extend a career while making good money doing it. I think he's going to look around and get used to his surroundings quick enough that he's going to be okay.
What if he comes in out of shape?
Just
like
I don't want to be here, and this is my own form of protest.
Right. I mean, I'm a little bit
nervous. He'll get along great with Jamal Murray.
Oh wow. Look at Evans. Oh, my goodness. They could just try to get in shape during the season together.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe, all right.
It'd be like when Rich Tootin was the strength coach here, and he'd make you guys push those sleds around.
Oh, yeah.
Who was that poor guy? Who was that offensive lineman when Mike Shanahan was here?
Yeah, from the Cowboys.
He showed up here out of weight, overweight, and Mike wouldn't even let him. He couldn't pass the conditioning test, and he would just push that sled up and down the field, like to the point where he said that literally water, his sweat was like pouring out of his shoes because he was sweating so. Like he would like drop like 18 pounds during these marathon pushing sessions, and then he'd go in and eat and rehydrate, put like 15 pounds back on. He was crazy stuff. Do you remember who the guy was? Help me. He did come over from the Cowboys.
Yeah. I want to say his first name starts with an M, but we shall see.
Boy, if Rich Tootin was in charge of...
I pushed some sleds over there.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. But not because I wasn't in shape, but during the off season.
It looked like a grind.
Yeah.
Pushing those things.
Yeah.
Along the turf.
Right. Yeah.
No, not on wheels.
No wheels.
No
Turf.
ball bearings.
You got to have the right technique. The right technique.
What was the Stokley technique?
Well, I mean, you just got to, because you're on turf, so, like, you have to push the right way. You know, you have to get low enough where you're not pushing down.
Oh, right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right,
you got
to make it a little bit more aerodynamic.
Exactly.
See? Smart guy. Smart guy, that Brandon Stokley. So we'll see what happens with Big Val.
Montreal?
Oh, yeah, you're starting to get closer.
I could be way off.
No. I think you're close.
He came over, I think he came in 2007 or 8.
It was around that time. Yeah, it was right near the end.
07, 08.
It was one of the last years Shanny was here.
Maybe we can check. Maybe we can check and see who the free agents. Maybe so. I think you're on to something.
Montreal, Holland.
Let's just wait.
Maybe
on
I
that.
should wait.
Yeah.
I don't want to call somebody who wasn't fat. You know,
he's fat.
He's fat.
Fat.
All right, Stink will be joining us here in just a second.
Speaking of fat, Stink will be joining us here in just 1 second.
All right, come on. Where is he? I listed him I said he was strongly probable for today.
This is did he forget he's still doing this show?
No,
it's been so long.
I saw him the other day.
Okay.
I said, I'll see you on Monday. He goes, yeah, I'll see you on Monday. All right, so it's been a few days for him. My guess is, here's what I think is happening, okay? Mark and tech equipment do not go well. It's not a good marriage. And if he's been away from said equipment for a few days, more than a few days.
Yeah. Takes a while to
figure everything else back out again. So we will get Mark on here in just a little bit. Some of the other news going on. Rockies' Hunter Goodman is the lone Rocks All-Star. Good for him. Very deserving. That was not even though every team in Major League Baseball gets one All-Star representative, he deserved it. That's for sure. Our guy Jamar Chase said that Patrick Mahomes reportedly said this. Still, I'm questioning.
Who said that he said this when we don't even know if he said this?
Well,
why is it reportedly?
I know. I'm trying to get the exact place to which he said it, but he reportedly said of Patrick Mahomes, and this is somebody who has been not shy about calling out or not even wanting to acknowledge Patrick Mahomes, said that without Travis Kelce, he's simply Kirk Cousins with a headband, which I kind of like that.
Oh, I love it.
That's the case.
I mean, no, he had, to your point, Mike, he is not acknowledged Mahomes in certain interviews when they've asked him about him. He has downplayed his success. So it's been kind of entertaining when he's talked about Mahomes. So add this to the list.
And the question I raise is you, as a Broncos fan, do you still fear Patrick Mahomes like you used to? Is he still the boogeyman? Or has he come back to the quarterback pack?
I think he's come back to the pack to a certain degree, but there is still a fear there. You know, he's won so many big games, and he's found different ways to win them. And he is one of those quarterbacks that you say, okay, if he has the ball at the end of the game with a chance to win it, you're probably going to lose. He's one of those guys. Put him up there with Manning and Brady and the greats that, you know, in the end, you better not let them have another chance. Right? You better not have to punt, or Mahomes will make you pay for it if you give him an opportunity. So he's still that guy. Now, I think you look at the firework numbers that they had, earlier in his career when he had Kelsey in his prime and Tyreek Hill and that great offense that they had. You're not seeing that anymore. They're finding different ways to win football games, but there's still a respect level there for Mahomes, even though the stats, the numbers, maybe don't say, oh, this guy, is what he once was. 3 Super Bowls in a row.
You could still respect him. You can still even fear him a little bit, but he just, I don't feel like I'm looking at Patrick Mahomes anymore and feel like I'm, watching a guy who's like invincible. I mean, consider this, okay? In the last 2 years, Kansas City has gone in the regular season 25-7 in the games that he has started. 25-7. I mean, that's incredible. 25-7. And yet in those 32 games that they've won 25 of them, Mahomes has thrown 53 touchdowns to 25 picks. Good. And still formidable, and still somebody that I don't like the idea of him having the ball with 2 minutes left to go and his team needing, a field goal to tie or a field goal to win. I don't like it, but I just don't think that we're looking at a guy that is as scary as he once was. I mean, they went 15-1 with him going 26 touchdowns and 11 picks. Face it, the reason why they were 15-1, the reason why that team went to the Super Bowl a year ago was because of their defense. And he was, he and that offense accompanied the defense, but the defense, come on, ask any Chiefs fan, deep down, ask a Chiefs fan. Come on, Chiefs fan, we know you're a Chiefs fan, but admit it, your team went as far as they did was because of the defense first and foremost.
Well, I mean, Brady was carried by his defense early.
Early on, yeah.
Right? I mean, you look at his first Super Bowl that he won. I mean, so early on, his defense carried him. That's just part of it. I think that's, as you evolve as a team, after they lost to Tampa, what did they say? We got to build up our offensive line. We got to build up our defense. And now all of a sudden you don't have the weapons that you once had offensively around him. And certainly the injuries last year didn't help at their skill position guys. But I think there's still, and you find different ways to win football games. And that's what the Chiefs have done. So for me, I get it. I don't fear them like maybe, we did 4 years ago. But at the same time, when you have Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey, those types of guys, there's still that level of respect that you better have for them.
Yes, but I still feel like Mahomes has come back to the pack.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree.
Let us say good morning to Mark Schlereth.
Wow.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
For himself.
I'm just happy to be back on with you guys because I've been watching you do a tremendous show. And I don't know what the technical difficulties are. I heard you talking. I heard you guys talk smack. And you know what? I expect it from the two of you. But, my equipment is my equipment. So I did what I did. And Ty ended up calling Michelle. I really blame Johnny. Like, Johnny, where's Johnny at?
He's off today.
Johnny's not around. Johnny's off. He's not around. Things kind of slip through the cracks when Johnny's gone. So I blame Johnny.
Oh, sounds like you're calling out Ty.
You shot at Ty.
Ty, do you feel like this is a shot being taken?
No.
That's what I'm hearing.
No, like Ty came in and did all the work, and Johnny's in charge of making sure the board's connected or however that works. I don't know. There's a magic button you have to push apparently. So Johnny called the magic lady, Michelle, and she pushed the magic button, and now I'm back on.
Well, thank goodness for that. And I got a lot. I got a lot I want to cover with you. But you were hearing that conversation. Jamar Chase reportedly saying that without Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes is Kirk Cousins with a headband. I feel like, while still formidable, while somebody you still have to respect, I just don't. I always called Mahomes the boogeyman. Like this sucks because this guy's going to be tormenting Broncos country for the next 12 to 15 years. He's our boogeyman. I don't look at him that way coming off these last 2 years. How do you look at him? I feel like he's come back to the pack.
To a degree, I think Stokley's point's correct. There's a lot of different ways that you win games, and there's a lot of different things that happen to you as a franchise as you continue to win games. You've got to morph into a bit of a different team, and we've seen that. We saw that in New England when they ran, clock killing Corey Dillon. They're running the ball, then they're throwing it deep to Randy Moss. Like things change, and I think you've seen some of that change. I think it's absolutely ludicrous to call him Kirk Cousins with a headband. I mean, you watch the off-schedule stuff that, like on schedule, the guy is as good as anybody there is in the pocket, destroying you from the pocket. But off schedule, he's even better. Like his ability to create arm angles and to make plays and to do the things that he does. So, it just goes to show you that Jamar Chase, like many wide receivers that are prima donnas, have no idea what's going on in football. They just don't know. They just he just is so in his own little world, Stoke, that he doesn't really realize how amazing. And a part of that is probably trying to promote or prop up his own quarterback, who is phenomenal, in Joe Burrow. But that's crazy talk.
Yeah,
crazy talk.
Yeah, and he's been doing this for years. Where he doesn't acknowledge Patrick Mahomes or takes a little shot at him here and there, which I kind of love. He's like, they have a hard time getting past Kansas City. And they've done it one time, but so Kansas City's kind of in their way. So I kind of liked a little bit of the disrespect towards Patrick Mahomes from Jamar Chase.
I like some of the defenders of Mahomes, and what I'm getting is on the RamosLaw.com text line, here's one. Well, Mahomes is only as good as the people he has to throw to. Oh, so that's what it's become now. When he's thrown for 50 touchdowns, he's the new GOAT. He's the one that's going to, win all these Super Bowls, and he's the new GOAT, but now suddenly he has two statistically pedestrian seasons for him, and now he doesn't have people to throw to. So
well, guess
what does that say then, Stoke, about Bo Nix?
Guess what, Joel Klatt? Guess what? Your great quarterbacks need great receivers around them to be really good.
Shut up.
I mean, hey, sorry. Sorry, pal. Sorry. I mean,
did I hear that again?
Shut up.
That was good. That was good, Ty. I mean, but seriously, okay, hey, when he doesn't have Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown healthy, or Tyreek Hill, or Travis Kelce in his prime, he doesn't quite look the same, does he?
Well, then what does it say about Bo Nix throwing to the assortment of who's he and what has he done and what will he ever do group of receivers, and still had better numbers than Mahomes through 29 touchdowns.
Well, it says he's very talented, and he had a great rookie year, and Sean Payton's a really good offensive coach.
Yeah, I think like Bo Nix had a tremendous year, especially without the running game. He was almost I don't know who led the league or led the Broncos from a rushing standpoint, but Bo Nix was right there neck and neck with whoever the running back was that had the most yards. Was it Williams? I don't know, but amazing rookie season. But still, like you could say that, and you could sit there and nitpick about Mahomes, but they were 15-2. They won a bunch of one-score games. They made plays. I think the biggest thing about Mahomes that I take away from just watching the Kansas City Chiefs is when they have to have a play, when they've got to make something happen, they always seem to be able to pull that off. And like that to me is greatness.
Well, story time with Stink coming up next. We always enjoy our stories with Stink. And Stink's got a story to tell from his adventure last week. That is an incredible, heartwarming, beat the odds story.
A new story?
A new story.
Oh,
this is not about Joe Gibbs. I promise
Wait
you.
a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't wait.
That's coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here to tell you about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. If he can't sell your house on your timeline at your price that you guys agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for, get this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer's nobody. He makes that offer, probably won't do it for too much longer. Hey, guys, he's got about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and you can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the most money. Guys, that's 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Hey, you want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks, to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a
of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly have just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Job shaping.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Got the whole gang back together. I was off taking some time. Stink was off. James Marilat, he was off. He'll join us coming up here in about 15 minutes. Stoke was working after taking a week off for his birthday.
Not true. One day.
Well,
one day.
So it was just a coincidence that the days around your birthday you were off?
No, it was one day after my birthday I took off, or a couple days after.
Okay, now it's a couple.
I didn't take my birthday day off because I wanted y'all to celebrate me. And then, I took a couple days later off. Yeah.
Sounds like
just one day. That's it. One day. One. That's it.
Well, sounds like we got a new to Huff. What? Are you Googling Colorado labor law right now, or what's on your computer?
Looking for ways to not have to work.
I actually enjoy working.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
yes,
and I know Stink enjoys working so much so that when he was presented with the chance to go on a cruise last week, I guess you really weren't looking that forward to it, but it turned out not only to be something you enjoyed, but Stink, you were part of an amazing, well, you weren't part of it, but you were there for an amazing story. Everyone settle back and enjoy story time with Stink. This is a new one. This is not one of Stink's recycled stories that we've heard many times over the years. This is a new story, so go ahead.
Stoke, I am not very good on vacation. I don't know if you know this about me. I don't relax well.
Yeah, you're always on edge.
Yeah, I just am not. I don't relax well. And I went on a Disney cruise with my grandkids and absolutely loved it. I mean, it was phenomenal. But I'm in the line with my my youngest granddaughter, but my middle grandchild. And we're in line to ride this raft, through the tubes around the whole ship. And sure enough, they have this alarm sound, and the whole ship kind of stops, and they say, "Mob, port side." Mob, Mr. Mob, they said, port side. Mr. Mob, port side. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Well, mob is man overboard. So apparently, there was a family on the 4th level of the ship, and they apparently, and I don't know the whole story, but apparently, their daughter climbed up on the railing and fell over off the ship from 4 stories, 5-year-old. And the dad jumps into the water and rescues the daughter, and they're in treading water together for about 15, 20 minutes before they can, successfully rescue them and get them back onto the boat. But this family, unbelievable. And the whole ship jumped in. It was amazing. Like watching everybody scurry and get to their posts and doing what they're supposed to do. And kind of Googling it and looking at it later on, there's only about a 22% recovery rate if somebody falls over the deck of a cruise liner. So absolutely amazing story that they survived. The dad jumped right in after the daughter, and we were all there to hear about it.
That's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
But you say 22%, but she's 5.
Right.
She's 5. So it's not like, so odds of that go way down. But I didn't realize you were on. I saw the article and saw the story.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you were on that cruise ship when that happened. Wow, how scary is that? You think about that as a parent, and very, very scary. Glad that everything turned out okay.
Yeah, it's amazing to me because, like, when you think about that 22% rate, I mean, you fall off of 4 stories, man. You're hitting that water. It's like concrete,
Right.
I mean, so it knock you out. You fall underneath the boat, whatever. I don't know. And then they were, I mean, it looked like they were a mile away from the boat because the boat's going. You don't realize how fast those cruise ships are going. They when they're going in open water, they're about 27 miles an hour. So how fast that just leaves you in the dust as it goes away. It's an amazing story. Of course, as a parent, I'm like, I don't know how your 5-year-old climbs up on the rafter or climbs up on the
railing,
area,
yeah.
the railing. So, I was on high alert the whole time I was there, but it was amazing. It's just an amazing rescue effort. But I loved the cruise. I actually, it's one of the first vacations I've ever taken that I actually liked.
Good for you, bud.
I did not know.
He is. He
Mrs.
can't.
S all these years.
He can't relax. He can't. He's over the years, like he's done podcasts while he's been on vacation. He gets restless. He just can't.
I get antsy.
Yeah,
antsy.
You're like that too. You said you can't go on vacation for more than a couple days.
Yeah.
See,
same thing.
I'm the opposite of you two. I am like all pro. I am Patrick Surtain when it comes to being able to relax.
I just like
and
to be
do
home.
Nothing.
I like being home
and do nothing. I am. It probably shocks nobody out there that I'm great at doing nothing.
Yeah. I'm great at that also, but I like doing it at my house in the Rock. I like being in the Rock. So there you go. I don't know.
So you look forward to snow days when you can't get out of your driveway. You're like hoping, like when it starts to dust a little bit, like at 5 in the evening on a winter day. You're like, come on, snow, come on.
Absolutely. Hell yeah! I don't have to leave the Rock. I'm good.
But that's an amazing. When I saw the story, I saw the story and I actually sent it out to our group text, and I jokingly said, Stink, was this you?
Yeah,
jumping into the ocean to save somebody, and then you responded by saying, "We're on this ship. We're on the ship that this happened."
Right.
I'm like, "No way!" And I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, that text you sent wasn't funny. It wasn't funny.
It wasn't. I wasn't meaning to be funny. I was
you were joking with Mark. Is it you?
Is that you? What you don't?
It wasn't. That's not time to joke. It wasn't a funny situation.
No, but it was a happy ending. No, that we'd already had a happy ending.
Yeah, but
the ending was happy,
man.
so that's why I
just thought I made
a joke.
Inappropriate.
Really?
Joke. Yeah.
It was a happy ending.
Yeah.
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
I'm with Richie.
Well, no, wait a minute. No, it was a happy ending. So I jokingly said, "Look at this story. This is an incredible story. Stink, was this you?" Because I knew that Stink was on a cruise ship, but I didn't think it was that cruise ship. Turns out it was that cruise ship.
It was that cruise ship, and absolutely amazing. Good thing that it was a happy ending. I'm telling you what, what's funny about the news. This is one thing you learn about the local news or whatever. We get off the cruise ship and the news stations are there, like they're interviewing random people. Like that cruise ship has 4,000 people on it. Like, no, I didn't see anything, but it was amazing. Like, what are you asking? Were you there? Did you witness it? Like, no. It's like it's some random part of the ship where nobody happened to be. But we had a blast. Disney did a great job.
What an incredible! I think you always wonder, like, what would happen in certain situations? How would you react? And I can't even imagine as a father. I mean, you're right. You don't even.
I mean, you would have thrown your wife overboard because you can't do it. You're scared. You're scared of being in the ocean like that. You would have thrown your wife. No. You got to go get her. Good job. You got no more. Right. Go right. Swim. Swim.
I see it right over there. Right over there.
Faster.
To your right. To your right.
I'm scared.
Go, honey, go.
You can do it. You can do it. No, that's a remark. I mean, you're right. I mean, surviving the fall. I mean, that's from 4 stories. I mean, anybody who's been on the 4th deck of a cruise, that's a long way up, and you're hitting water as the boat's going 27 miles per hour, and you're hitting the water Wow, incredible that
For
the dad
5-year-old, though?
for 5-year-old
For
to
5-year-old.
survive that,
Yeah.
and then for the dad to survive it, and then be able to go find the daughter because there had to. Oh my God, I can't imagine the feeling. But it all ended up being a happy ending. Mark was there. I think the question, and one texter asked it. I think this is a great question. Mark, if you were there, and the dad had not jumped in, would you have?
Oh, you'd like to think you would, yeah. I mean, I would imagine I would. But I don't. Given that situation, yeah, of
You never
course
know.
would
You never
think
know.
would.
But you'd like to think.
But
you
you don't. I probably would have jumped in as I was cussing the dad out for not having his eyes on the child. Like I'd have been like, "Hey, you son of a bitch!"
Oh, you son of a! Smack. All right. Glad it was a happy ending. And there you go, Stoke. A new Mark Schlereth story. I teased this earlier that you had a story, and Stoke's like, "This is gonna be a new story." Not one of Mark's recycled stories? This is a new story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what Joe Gibbs said about that? He said...
James Marilat joins us coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends at Mountain High Appliance. Huge 4th of July clearance sale still going on at Mountain High Appliance. All their locations, including their Denver Clearance Center, making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, scratched and dented appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and a whole lot more. If you're outfitting or flipping a rental, visit the Denver Clearance Center, place to shop for big July 4th savings. Guys, save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and a whole lot more. Perfect for your projects where quality matters and budgets do too. Celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings now through July 9th on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages with their price match guarantee and special financing options. You know you're not going to get a better deal anywhere else. Visit Mountain High Appliance Showroom today in Littleton or Louisville, their clearance center there in Denver, or you can visit them 24/7 at their website at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. My wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down,
slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
James Marilat, senior editor at DenverSports.com, joins us for his weekly visit. I've missed you, James, for the last couple of weeks. Our schedules have not overlapped, but good to talk to you. Good to have you back, and a lot to get to. The moves that the Nuggets made last week, overall, you take them in its totality, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Oh, big time thumbs up. I mean, prior to the news that Val might go overseas, it was an A+ to me. And look, I'm an MPJ guy. I'm an MPJ fan, and I hated to see him go. But that move was just by itself was a pretty good trade. But then it frees up money and gives them flexibility to do other things. And when you look at the fact that they, added a couple of shooters, added somebody that can be a backup point guard, added a backup center to help with the non-Jokic minutes, I mean, it's hard not to look at it and say, hey, they had, 3 or 4 boxes that they needed to check, 3 or 4 things that they didn't have in that series against Oklahoma City that would have helped, and they got all of those taken care of. Now, if Val ends up going to Greece and they free up that money and they put it to use to get another backup center, okay, we're all good, and I'm still going to give it an A+. If they don't, it puts them in a spot where they still have a big hole to fill. But right now, the way it looks, I don't know how you can say anything other than big-time thumbs up for what they've done.
Yeah, James, looking at the Valanciunas deal, are you concerned that the Nuggets are playing hardball here and it could backfire on him if they make him show up and play and he's not happy about it? Any concern there?
No. I mean, I think if he decides to come back and play and he's, getting his little over $10 million for the season to play and he's on a good team, he's on a contender, I don't foresee that being a problem. I think the only way this could become an issue is if it drags on and you don't know what he's going to do, and then all of a sudden, he decides he's staying over there at the last minute. It's just like, heck with it. I'm going to play over here and I'll forego my $10.3 million. And then there's nobody left to go sign, and it's basically the music stopped and there's no more chairs left. That would be a problem. I mean, they had three options that they could have done once this news broke last week. One of which has now come and gone. That they could have said, hey, the deal's not going to go through. It didn't become official till yesterday. They were smart to let it go through. For one, just getting rid of Dario is addition by subtraction, so that was a good move in and of itself. And then this way they either get, a backup center, and I think if he's here, he'll be happy, or they get the money freed up that they can go sign someone else. So I don't see a losing scenario here for the Nuggets, other than somebody may come in and not be totally thrilled. But, I mean, if you're here, you're playing with Jokic, you're playing with the best player in the world, you got a chance to win a title, and you're making $10 million. Man, if you're going to be grumpy bear with that, I don't think anything's going to make you happy.
All right, I got to put a tough question on you, James. It's going to be hard for you, but I need an answer. Worst contract ever signed in Denver, MPJ or Russ?
I think Chris Bryant is number one. Chris Bryant's one. You know what?
That's not one of the options. I didn't give you those two options. That's the Rockies. We're not talking about Rockies. MPJ or Russ? Who was the worst contract?
Oh, Russ by a mile. He never played a down of that contract. That's what's so bad of it. Like, the 2 years he was here was actually his previous deal. So they paid him all that money. They had all that salary cap, the dead cap, and then he never played a down of that contract. It's worse than Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant's at least played some games of his deal, as bad as he's been. So, no, I mean, listen, you guys know I'm a Russ guy. I mean, an hour or so ago, I'm driving home from the gym, and I'm hearing Russ catch strays from Mike. I'm like, boy, that was out of nowhere. But it's impossible to defend that contract. The fact that George Payton, and look, he's done a good job, and I'm glad they kept him around. But the fact that he survived that deal, arguably the worst contract in the history of sports, I mean, that's a feat right there. That's a Houdini act.
James, when it comes to Russell Wilson strays, they never come from nowhere. I'm always looking for opportunities for Russell Wilson strays. So
yeah, you found one. I don't even know. I forget what the topic was and how in the world it turned to Russ. Yeah. And then I'm hearing my name and the Chicken Little sound. I'm like, geez, just trying to get my Monday started.
Well, I use it as a way to cross-promote that you were coming up an hour from now. So I look for my opportunity right there. The fact that here we are 2 weeks away from training camp and still no news yet on any new deals for, pick one, Nick Bonito, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, concerning at all to you? At what point does it become concerning if deals for these guys aren't getting done?
It wouldn't become concerning to me unless one of them decided, well, then I'm not going to report. I think this team has got a lot of momentum heading in the right direction. They need to avoid distractions. If I had to take those three players and rank them, I would go Bonito 1 because he hasn't been paid at all, right? Zach Allen and Cortland Sutton have already been paid handsome contracts by this team. So in terms of a guy who, should be next up and quote-unquote deserves it, I would go Nick Bonito. He's also one of two players last year that I would have put the word great on. Pat Surtain obviously played great. Nick Bonito played great. Zach Allen's a really good player. He kind of plays one of those positions where maybe it's not as flashy, but, man, he's a vital cog in what they're doing defensively. I get it, but he already had a big free agent contract here. He'd be number 2 for me. Cortland Sutton's 3rd. He got the big payday. He's made a lot of money. I know he's had a good couple of seasons here, but overall, I still think he's been overpaid as a Bronco, and I don't know that he's lived up to the contract that he's on. It also tells me that I think they like this young receiver core, and Andrew Mason has a piece at DenverSports.com this morning about who's going to be wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, and they've got some good options. I'm not so sure they're going to just not drag this out with Cortland, because I think they think maybe one of those guys could be wide receiver 1, and they don't need to worry about giving him another fat contract. So Cortland Sutton's been paid. If he wants to play hardball, I would just let him sit out and not get his $14, $15 million, whatever it is.
James, just know that whenever it's a Russell Wilson stray with you involved, it's always coming from a place of love, okay?
I can't wait to see what he looks like in Big Blue. Man, it's going to be fun.
No, it's not.
It's going to be terrible. It's going to be awful.
It's going to be so good. The jersey is on order. I can't wait to put it on, sit there and turn on the red zone.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. Can't wait.
At least you'll have a couple of weeks to celebrate it.
Yeah.
my Skittles bag of jerseys, Mark, is almost complete. The blue one's on its way.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you, James.
See you, fellas.
All right, you check out James Marilat here with us and all the other shows, also at DenverSports.com as well. Well, coming up next, we'll get into that idea about the Broncos getting these guys paid and how important, who is that first contract domino that needs to fall first. That's next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One, they specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. And here's the best news, guys. Same-day appointment. That's right. They'll see you today. They're just a phone call away. 303-367-2225. 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And you're not going to have to drive all over town. It's right there, guys. They're going to educate you on what's going on, why you're in pain, right? They're going to show you the pictures, walk you through the whole thing, and then they're going to give you options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, I've told you this before. They changed my life. I suffered with excruciating back pain for years and years and years. Check me out of life. Quit playing golf. Quit going to the gym. Quit doing the things I love to do. Guys, don't let back pain check you out of life. Go see my guys at Spine One. A couple of short visits, man. I was back on the golf course, back sleeping through the night, back in the gym. I owe it to them, guys. They can do it for you as well. Call them today. Start your journey toward pain-free just like I did. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or online at spineone.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together, like a heat pump. The 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For Kitchens Done Right, our forte is custom kitchens, but also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers, countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
Her face lights up whenever you're around.
That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other.
At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no two diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Nitro's back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, great to have the crew back together after a little bit of a vacation time.
I got to ask you, Mike, just real quick, because you had mentioned that you went to Mark's house.
Yes.
Right, over the weekend, saw him or whatever. Snowblower? Did we get the snowblower?
I got the snowblower. 9 years old.
Well, he said it's like new.
That's what Mark said.
Not quite.
Well, no. I got it home. I got it home.
Yeah.
I not that I didn't believe you, Mark, but I did fire it up and
it worked.
Started right away. So I'm eager for snow. I can't wait for snow.
Yeah, that thing's a beast now. What else did you get, Mike?
So this was amazing. Okay, I've only been to Mark's house a few times. Okay, but every time I was there, I was always kind of like it was clear there were places you couldn't go. You know, it was like.
What do you mean?
Well, it was just like
his bedroom.
Like
okay.
he did a good job of like always making sure that we were isolated in one part of the house. You know. So
what?
So
like he wouldn't let you leave the room. Like no.
You know, and so I've never really got a chance to. He tells us so much about what he does around the house and the yard and his Man 101 projects, and so as we were, he kind of started walking me towards the side and then the back of the house, and I'm getting all excited here because I'm like, this is part of I've never seen this part of the house. Yeah. And then he took me into his sanctuary,
the garage.
Well, it's not
Shed?
quite a garage. It's something that how would you describe what you built there for all your?
It's kind of an outcropping. It is underneath my deck. It's part of the foundation. There's about a 8-foot wide space, the length or the width of the house. So it's probably 8 feet by, what would you say, Mike, 30 feet?
Well,
and it's underneath the deck, and I encased it. I built through 2x4s and these corrugated like plexiglass. I encased it so none of the leaves and stuff blow in there, and it's where I hold all my tools. Now I will say
this.
I gave Mike.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
This is clearly his pride and joy, and I get the sense that not many people are allowed into this.
Yeah,
and I don't know how much. I don't know how much I'm actually allowed to say because when I walked in there, Mark made me give up my phone.
Wow.
No photography,
NDA?
no photos, and I had to sign an NDA about what I saw there. So I don't know how much I can actually share.
Okay, but let me just tell
a chance to go behind the velvet ropes.
Okay, let me just say this, Stoke. So I take Mike behind the velvet ropes, and I'm offering. I've given him my snowblower, and I'm saying, hey, I've got some other gas-powered tools that I'm not going to take with me.
I'm sorry, I got to interrupt because I know where this is going. Because you were on the show. You were when he said, "Come on by, you can get the snowblower, and you can pick out whatever other things."
Yeah, he feels bad about not paying you for the years of podcasting.
Right, but he's looking to downsize a little bit and get. So come on in, and if there's anything else you'd like.
Oh,
so I'm like,
and so Mike tries to take my new electric tools. He's like, "Oh, I'll take your chainsaw." No, you won't.
Oh, you wanted to take Mike? You've been wanting.
Mikey wants to take my new stuff. I'm like, no. I'm offering you this gas-powered stuff that I'm not going to take with me.
He's like,
I already. He's like, I already got multiple weed eaters. I don't need your crap.
So
what else did you get, Mike? Tell him what else you got.
What do you mean? What else did I get?
I don't even know.
I just got the snowblower.
What else?
Wow, this is awkward.
This is awkward. I don't know. What else did I get?
Did you not get a check for the podcast?
Oh, I did get a check for the podcast.
Oh, that should go on the Mikey big board of the big board of BS and other stuff.
Well,
because Mikey doesn't want to tell you.
Well, said check was so small that it kind of didn't really register with me. But yeah, Mark's like, yeah, come on in. And so first of all, I'm being allowed into this spot that I could just tell he doesn't allow many people to come into.
No, not a lot of people. Not a lot of people have been down there, Mike.
So I'm thinking this is going to be like a shopping spree, like a smorgasbord of like all
a
kinds
bonanza.
of stuff. Like a bonanza. I'm looking in and going, ooh, there's some really good stuff in here. So then I point to I point right away. I see his chainsaw, and I went, ooh. I said, I'll take that. He's like, no, you can't have that. And I said, oh, okay. And then I think you had like a power washer there. I go, I'll take that. Nope, you can't have that. I'm like, well, then what am I? Well, you can have this, rusted rake over here. Oh, gee, thanks. So I left with the
Mike.
I left with the 9-year-old snowblower and a small check.
He was giving you all of the junk, so he didn't have to pay someone to remove it. So he just wanted to get rid of his junk.
But he's going to keep the good stuff.
Evans will take it.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Man,
I tell you what, the lack of oh my goodness, the lack of just. I want my snowblower back.
Return it.
Boy, did my eyes go? Did my eyes go to that chainsaw right away? It was like a tractor beam. Boop, 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 boop.
Yes, it really was.
He's been talking about chainsaws for a while now, Mark, because there's a commercial that comes on with a chainsaw, and he's like, "Oh, I got to get me a chainsaw."
Right. And so then I thought I was going to have as part of this, free shopping spree at Mark's garage.
I used my chainsaw. I used my chainsaw Saturday. Got a bunch of dead branches, man. I was just, it was awesome.
It looked fun. I
will tell you this: my landscaping muscles not in shape. I am dying right now. Back, hamstrings. Oh my gosh! I was in my pond for 8 hours fixing that up.
So, and his lawn does look very good. Even though he hasn't been able to give 100% attention to it, that lawn is still looking very nice. He made a point, by the way, as we were walking around to his shed. He's like, "Hey, look at this lawn. Lawn looks pretty good, huh? This is like 80% effort, 70, maybe 70. Look at it, it's still better than anybody else's. I'm telling you.
I put notes on my neighbor's doors this week. Like, oh, you guys were giving me grief about my lawn? How you like me now, suckers?
Yes, it's all true. The legend, folks, the legend is true. We were talking about the Broncos' lack of contracts getting done for their big three, Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, and Cortland Sutton, and how you would prioritize. I saw some I think you guys were talking about this on Wednesday. I don't know if Johnny Fever put this together or Will. I know you didn't do it, Stoke. But it was a real in-depth look at Zach Allen that he had over 40 quarterback hits last year, far and beyond the next closest defensive lineman. In fact, the only other lineman that you can find that has done this recently is Aaron Donald. And that's pretty good company to keep. And Zach Allen's in the final year of a contract that is paying him about $10 million. It's a bargain. I've always been kind of curious, guys, and I know you're football guys, and I know you guys play in a sport where you can be cut at an immediate notice. You can be told to restructure at an immediate notice. But why exactly are the Broncos in a position where they have to go out and give guys who have still a year left on their deal and are bargain deals for the team? Why do you have to, Stoke, go out and give the player a new deal because his contract now is a bargain?
Well, I mean, you don't have to do it out of the kindness of your heart, but the Broncos also could get something out of this. You're looking to get this guy before he becomes a free agent. You want to keep him around. And so you can get him cheaper now than you can in 6 months, 3 months, 7 months, whenever free agency happens. So, it could be a win-win. And you're not tearing up this year of the contract. You're doing an extension. So you're still getting him at 10 this year. Now you do the extension. The cap goes down, actually. Your cap hit for him will go down as you extend it over more years. And, he gets paid, but also you probably get a better deal on a guy like Zach Allen or a guy like Nick Bonito, where if you wait and Nick Bonito has a great year, price goes up. So I think when you look at those types of situations and where the Broncos are having, are getting a good deal, well, I mean, you know what? Hey, that's okay, but you can still extend him, and then both parties can win here.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, Stoke. I think the other thing that ends up happening to you is there's kind of these unwritten rules in contracts because you can renegotiate a guy's deal, you can cut a guy, you can't – there's a lot of things that the team has kind of the capacity to do that really favors the team, that when a guy outperforms a contract and a guy is in the last year of his contract and the guy is a guy you want to keep long-term – it's beneficial to you not only to extend him, like Stokes said, you manage your cap better over a long period of time. You still get that guy at the price that he's getting paid, but it also sends a message that if you do things the right way here and you play the right way, we're as an organization going to take care of you. So that's a real win-win for the organization. So that's why you do that stuff.
Yeah, okay. You just touched on something, Stoke Stink, that I want to talk about because Stoke poured cold water on something I said earlier today.
Okay, just make sure you phrase it the right way, because sometimes you twist my words here, and I'm not going to let you do that. I'm just telling you right now, I'm not going to let that happen today.
All right, we'll get to that coming up right after I tell you they're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. Okay, I will try not to twist Brandon Stokley's words. He will be a vigilant watchdog coming up next.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. And Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is booking out right now. Why? Because smart Colorado homeowners know Infinity from Marvin Windows are made in America, built for Colorado, and trusted to last. And now's the time to reserve your spot, guys. Get started today with flexible financing at windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton has been trusted in Colorado since 1973, over 50 years. Why? Because they do it the right way. They're with you every step of the way. They never subcontract the work out. They always do all the work themselves. Your home is a fortress. Hey, weak disposable windows don't belong in a home that's built to last. Infinity from Marvin, fiberglass windows, unmatched durability, unmatched security, and I'm telling you what, unmatched beauty, guys. Resale prices, curb appeal, the whole 9 yards. Call Gravina's Window Center of Littleton today for your free estimate at 303-794-0490. That's 303-794-0490, or visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eloquist.com or call 1-855-ELOQUIS.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get a wireless plan that saves you money and an extra trip. Switch to Straight Talk at your local Walmart while you shop for those little oranges the kids love. It's real unlimited data with real convenience.
Delusional confidence.
I'm tougher than Mark.
Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
Gummy bear. And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. Guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Okay, it is with great, walk on eggshells here that I'm going to bring up this next topic here.
Because I know how you want I knew it. Once we started going down this road, I said, here comes Evans. He's going to try to twist my words and put me against Mark. And I knew what was going to happen. And, of course, what did you do? You teed it up, and you're going. So I just said, hey, I'm not going to let you all of a sudden
lead the way.
Mischaracterize what I was saying. Okay.
All right. So here we go. Please feel free to jump in if I'm misrepresenting you. Okay. So, Stink, earlier today we were talking about the lack of movement on any announcements for new contracts for Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, or Cortland Sutton. And I said it makes no sense, Stoke, to announce a deal right now because you don't get any real bump from it. To me, it makes more sense you do it right before the start of training camp or in the early days of training camp because it will help give the whole team, the whole room, the whole organization some juice when guys get rewarded this way. So far, so good, Stoke?
So far, so good, Mike.
And Stoke surprised me by saying, nah, you're overrating that. There really isn't any of that happens.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I said I did say that, and I said, it's you got enough to think about during training camp. You're happy for your guys. Say Cortland Sutton gets a contract, extends an extension, or Zach Allen does. All right, hey, great. Y'all guys have already gotten paid. Good for y'all. But I got other stuff to worry about. It's not like this is going to last, and we're going to celebrate these guys' extensions for the next 3 weeks, and it's going to be a big deal. No. You're turning the page on that really quickly, and you're focused on getting better. You're focused on practice. You're focused on, something else. You're not really concerned about, these guys getting their contracts, and it's going to carry you through the season. I think it's good. To your point, I think it's good for young guys to be able to see that, hey, they're taking care of their own players and they're rewarding their own players, but also said it could be a little bit of a negative. If you're Nick Bonito and the other 2 guys get an extension, what if Zach Allen and Cortland Sutton get an extension, but Nick Bonito doesn't and John Franklin Myers doesn't? Do you think they're going to be happy? You think they're going to have this bump in the camp? No. It's going to go the other way. And then you're going to see a Brandon Marshall situation. I'm joking, but I'm just saying you could have that type. It could actually backfire on you, giving certain guys extensions and not giving other guys extensions. So I think that's a fine line and something you have to think about also.
You guys want guys to enter camp ready to go, to not have business stuff hanging over their heads. So the whole idea of, hey, let's get it done right before camp to get excitement is dumb. That's dumb, Mike.
Wow.
Sorry. I mean, that's just really like
Stoke.
Guys,
Stoke at least let me down easy.
Yeah, but am I right, Stoke? That's
Sweep
just
the leg.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Put me in a
that's
body
like-
bag.
Yeah, that's just like stupid. Like, oh, hey, look at everybody on the team's going to be excited. You're excited because they do things the right way. You're excited as a player because things. I would just assume them get them all done right now. Get them all done a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and you come into camp without any of that hanging over your head. I understand that all the negotiations are tough, and there's a lot of little things that you gotta address, and you gotta quote unquote dot the I's and cross the T's and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, as far as the timing of it, guys want to come in there. They've got a lot to focus on. I just want to make sure that as an organization, everybody feels like, man, they take care of the guys who do things the right way. Whether that gets done or last week or 2 weeks from now, I don't really care about the timing as much. It doesn't really affect the football team.
but
what affects the football team is having your guys come in and are ready to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to push back on the whole. Well, that's dumb. So you're telling me in Cincinnati, an organization that for years has created a justified reputation as being an organization that doesn't take care of your players, you don't think that has a negative effect in that locker room? Do you think it does?
Of course I do.
Well, then if there's hold on. Then if there's the potential then for deals not getting done, or the organization being cheap or playing a hard line with the players, enough to the point where it can create negative feelings, then I would think if you go out right before the start of training camp and you reward a player for doing all the things the right way, I would think that sends a good message that's received through the locker room. How can it be negative in Cincinnati and be dumb here?
Well, let me ask you, because the way you stated it, your timing of it, everybody's going to cheer at training camp, like, yay, Cortland Sutton got a new deal, even though he has one. Woo! Let's get the ice cream truck out. Let me ask you that.
That's kind of how you were doing it.
That's a total misrepresentation.
It's kind of how you characterize it. Okay, can I tell you?
I nearly swore.
Would in Cincinnati right now, if they got Trey Hendrickson signed before training camp, would people get excited about that? I mean, they've drug him through the mud, right? They stopped all the talks and everything else, but people would be excited about that if they sign him, right as training camp starts. All of a sudden, is it going to be one of those situations where they say, they're really excited for Trey Hendrickson, or like, what took so long? Why are we waiting a guy who's a superstar in this league? Why are we waiting on that guy? Like, I don't know, man. It just is. I just think your characterization of it would give the old team a shot in the arm. That's what I thought was stupid.
All right, then do it now. Why aren't you doing it now?
Everyone's on vacation. You're not doing it now.
What do you mean?
Vacation
time.
time.
You can't do business in the NFL right now?
No, it's vacation time.
You can't pick up a phone. You can't.
No one's doing anything right now. It's fine. Who cares? I mean, they'll either get it done or they won't. And it will be what it will be. And I mean, so it's. I don't think it's like. I don't think that they're losing any time here, because we all know that leading up to camp, until you get when do they start camp? The 22nd. So say they get back into the office maybe the 10th or 12th. Now they'll start working on it. It's not like they haven't thought about it. It's not like all of a sudden they're going to get back to the office and like, oh, what do we have to do? Oh crap, we still gotta. I forgot about that Cortland Sutton contract. Man, can we start working on that?
Why didn't somebody put up a Post-it note?
Yeah.
Wait, Zach Allen only has 1 year left? What?
Don't be you're being a smartass. Okay, I respect that.
You deserve it.
I respect that, but
yeah.
All right.
You kind of see the error of your ways.
No,
right,
I don't, but that's fine. That's fine. Do you anticipate happy endings? Do you anticipate everybody getting a new deal?
Everyone?
Everybody getting a new deal.
Who's everyone?
All right,
Tell me their names.
In no particular order.
Okay.
Cortland Sutton gets a new deal. Zach Allen gets a new deal. Nick Bonito gets a new deal. John Franklin Myers gets a new deal.
Before camp?
Before the start of the regular season.
No, I don't think this isn't, Oprah. We're not. Everyone doesn't get it. This isn't. It's not. Life's not fair.
No?
Sorry, someone's getting left out.
Who's getting left out?
I don't know.
If you had
I would
to guess.
say,
if you had to guess. If you had to bet.
John Franklin Myers.
Okay.
And maybe Bonito, just because We've seen him do it at the high level 1 year. That's it. And so there's still questions there. And maybe you try to get him done during the season if he shows that, hey, I can back up what I was doing last year. And it's not really a one-hit wonder, then you work on him. So, but I think the one here is probably John Franklin Myers.
Hey, Stoke, real quick before we go to break. When Mike was over coveting my tools that weren't, on the block.
Yeah. Well, you could have told me. You could have told me at the start of it that there were some things that were gonna. I went in there thinking it was a smorgasbord, and all of a sudden, you can't touch that. Don't touch that. No, not that one.
Yeah. Mike came over. Is like, hey, I'm going to drive your car home. I'll take that.
But hey, here's a rusted shovel. You can have this one if you like.
By the way, Stoke. By the way, stingy Mike over there. I asked him about you getting him on an O'Reilly, and he was like, "Oh, I don't really remember what it was." Like he totally wouldn't give me clue me in on what you got him on.
I don't remember what I seriously don't, but I know he got me, and I'm
trying to remember myself, Mark.
I will give Stoke.
It's been so long.
Here's the ultimate sign of respect I'm going to give Stoke, okay? It happened the day before I went on vacation. It stayed with me the entire vacation. There were moments where I was laying by the pool, staring out at the tranquil ocean, waves coming in, hitting the shore, and I was like, son of a gun, he got me.
That's good. So he was vulnerable. He was thinking about Cabo. He wasn't focused, but that's kind of the norm for him these days. And so I kind of,
He got me, though. He got me good.
Yeah, he was vulnerable, and I took advantage of him, and it felt really good. It really did. So, did you have any paintings in your house that Evans tried to take? I mean, the couch. I'll take the couch and that painting
he was
also.
Just going through. Are you guys going to be using this kitchen table in the next 2 days?
I felt like I was at roller auction, getting a chance to
get yourself a great deal.
I'll bid on that. I'll bid on that. I'll bid on that. And all of a sudden, I'm being told, nope, not that. Nope, sorry, nope.
Try again.
Yeah. But hey, here's a rusted out lawn chair. Take this one.
I use this every weekend watching baseball. Here you go, Evans. It's fine. No, it's like brand new. It's
seriously. It was like he told me. He's like, yeah. Listen, I'll take care of you with a snowblower. Thank you, for everything you've done. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it.
How much was that check? You got a check, a podcast check.
I did get a podcast check.
How much?
It was probably similar to the residuals that Mark gets for Red Dawn Part 2.
Over under $50.
I'm not going to go there.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to go there.
Why?
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to.
Stoke, it was over. It was over, Stoke.
Okay. Over under 100.
Over.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know. Evans is making act like it was $20. Is over 100? Come on.
I know.
Wow.
Evans plays the victim. He plays the victim quite well.
Unbelievable.
Seriously, things like, come on over. Listen, I'm going to be in town this weekend. Come on over. We're storing a bunch of stuff. We're looking to get, purge some stuff. So come on over. Take a look at what I got. And, if there's anything you want, you can feel free.
That goes on the big board of BS. That goes on the big board. Put it up. Where's Richie?
I walk
on the
in.
Big board. Anything you want. I'll take the kitchen table.
Nope. It was out of your tool shed. And I walk in, and literally the first thing I see is this sweet-looking chainsaw. I said, ooh, I'll take that. Well, no, you can't have that. And then I'm looking around a little bit more. I'm like, all right, hey, ooh, that power wash over there looks real. Nope, can't have that. I'm like, well, then what are we doing?
Why am I here?
Wow. What kind of trash are you trying to unload on me?
All this stuff that was going to go to the dumpster. You don't have to pay.
I see you now.
That's right.
I see you.
Right.
I see your games.
My gosh.
Your chicanery. Coming up.
I let you down. I let you down in my sanctuary, too. This is, you know what? Note to self. Don't ever invite Mike to my sanctuary.
I tried to take a picture, and he slapped the phone out of my hands. He's like, no flash, no photography here in my sanctum. All right, coming up next, Patrick Mahomes. Is Patrick Mahomes still the boogeyman? A certain prominent NFL wide receiver says, heck no. Details next.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Mountain High Appliance. Huge 4th of July clearance sale still going on through the 9th right now. Hey, you can check out their Denver Clearance Center, making room for new amazing items with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, scratched and dented appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and a whole lot more. If you're outfitting or flipping a rental, visit the Denver Clearance Center. Place to shop for big 4th of July savings. You save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and a whole lot more. I tell you what, they do it the right way. Celebrating the season of 4th of July with savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages with their price match guarantee and special financing options. You know you're not going to get a better deal anywhere else, guys. So visit Mountain High Appliance, their showrooms in Littleton or Louisville today, or their Denver Clearance Center as well. You can visit them online 24/7 at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Utter nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree? Lanya.
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tired of mouse nuts.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you put her on the line? I gotta talk to the girl just one more time.
In just a second, what Jamar Chase reportedly had to say about Patrick Mahomes and why it should be music to Broncos country's ears. You guys, how do you guys feel about this NFL Network Top 100 player list that comes out every summer around this time? That's voted on apparently by the players.
Stupid.
Stupid?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah,
You put no stock in it?
None.
I completely agree. One, you shouldn't put quarterbacks on that. No quarterback should be on the top 100 football player list.
So the most important players in the sport should not be allowed on this list.
Yeah, they play quarterback. They don't play football.
But they're the most important players in the sport. Correct?
It's a list of the top 100 football players. You get your own little quarterback list. You guys get to have that.
So
you wear pink jerseys during practice.
So you want to have a list that does not include the most important players on your team in the league, in a league that has repeatedly shown year after year that teams will desperately do whatever it takes to try to get a quarterback. You say these people do not belong on this list.
Not on the top 100 football players.
No,
No, they have their own quarterback list. You create we got 8 million quarterbacks. I guarantee if you Google quarterback, a list of quarterbacks has been within the last 24 hours. Some network has put out their list of top quarterbacks.
Right.
Google it. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sure you're right.
Sure. Of course I am.
But when it comes to the top 100 players in the NFL, quarterbacks don't
Google
belong
the top centers. Google the top centers. See if there's an article that came out in the last 24 hours about the top centers or the top, whatever, any position you want. No.
Sounds like
they play football.
Sounds like jealousy to me, doesn't it, Stoke?
A little
like
bit,
there's some
Mark. It
pent-up
does.
jealousy.
You got to put the quarterbacks on there. You got to. I mean,
No,
you
you
got to have the quarterbacks on there.
No, you don't.
I mean, you're telling. Okay, wait. Okay. Here we go. You ready for this one, Mark? You're telling me Josh Allen isn't a football player?
Okay, you got a point.
Yeah.
I'll give you.
You're going to tell me.
Josh Allen.
You're going to tell me John Elway wasn't a football player.
Yeah, they still wear pink jerseys in practice.
But they're not even practicing anymore. They don't even hardly practice. No one gets tackled or hit anymore. That's
What
the thing.
about
Everyone's.
kickers, then? What about kickers and punters then? If we're gonna do it, then we got to put kickers and punters on that list.
Come on, now.
No punters, of course.
Now you're reaching. Come on now.
Why?
Nobody's putting quarterbacks in the same class as kickers and punters. Now, come on.
Yeah, just take the L and move on, Mark. It's fine. It's
Anyway.
okay.
I don't like it. I never will like it. They're not. No, I don't like it.
So, Stoke, you're going to hate this. Guess who number 100 is on the list of the top NFL players?
100.
Top 100.
McConkey?
Yes!
Lad! Oh, my goodness.
Now,
Are you serious?
on one hand, it took him just 1 year to make the list.
Which is impressive.
It's impressive. On the other, I mean, you love Lad McConkey. It seems to me that you think he should be listed higher.
Well, I think that's awesome that he, in your first year, to get recognized like that, I think that's quite the accomplishment for him. So, I mean, should he be ranked a little bit higher? Maybe so. I mean, he had a great year, but he was a rookie. So you got to do it again. If you do it again, then you'll be ranked higher. Can we get us a Lad McConkey? I want a Lad McConkey for the Broncos. How great would that be?
That would be awesome.
Yeah. You know who he's rated behind? Unbelievable football player. Guy just dispenses justice. Tua. So there you go.
Tua came in at 91.
One. Stink 1. Mike Stoke 0.
The first Bronco to appear on this list has shown up this morning.
Oh.
At number 90. Guys, I know neither one of you have looked at this list. So which Bronco do you believe, the first Bronco to debut on this list at number 90, who do you think it is?
Quinn Miners.
Mark, do you have a pick?
I would go, I'm going to go Cortland Sutton.
Okay, you're both wrong. Would you like both of you get one more shot?
Garrett Bowles.
Mark?
I'm going to go Bo Nix on my on the quarterbacks.
Nope, you're both wrong. Zach Allen comes in at number 90.
Wow.
I thought he'd be ranked better.
I thought he'd be ranked higher too. Now, is this a case of a guy who just, because of his career up until last year maybe, and because of the Broncos being up until last year kind of a team below the radar? Is this reflected in that? And if all of a sudden you get a better Bronco team, all of a sudden guys like Zach Allen show up a lot higher? I think this is for the kind of year that Zach Allen had, this is way too low for him. But I think it is representative of where the Broncos have been as a team, that guys like him making the contributions that he makes get overlooked.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's a lot of factors at play here. It's to your point, Mike, I think you're all over it there, but I also think that when you look at players voting, it's a very flawed system. Votes are a flawed system to begin with, and it's that's my buddy. Oh, I like him. He's a good player. I like that guy. You look at Zach Allen's season, 40 quarterback hits, by far the most in the NFL for an interior guy. And you come in the 90s,
So we'll follow that list as it continues to be unveiled here over the next several days. I mentioned this Jamar Chase comment that he reportedly made about Patrick Mahomes. I remember it was a year ago when he was asked about this top 100 list. He refused to say Patrick Mahomes' name by name. He's like, I'm not going to mention him. I'm not going to mention that guy. So there's already a little, I guess, bad blood there or whatever. But he reportedly said, quote, Patrick Mahomes without Travis Kelce is Kirk Cousins with a headband. Now that's good. That's good.
So, but
Do I like that? Do I like that, Kirk? Yeah, damn right I like it. I like it a lot.
What do you mean reportedly? Either
I've seen the quote, but I don't know quite
if he
who he said it to. So I'm a little bit, but it's a comment that I can see him making. So what about it, guys? Is Patrick Mahomes Kirk Cousins with a headband?
No, that's ridiculous. Like Patrick Mahomes is how many times? 3-time Super Bowl champion, been to 5 Super Bowl championship games. I mean, the dude has just made plays off schedule, on schedule. Like Kirk Cousins ain't making a bunch of off schedule plays. No. That guy makes left-handed throws, for crying out loud. That's crazy talk.
Okay, but what about the idea? And I don't think it's far-fetched. I think that Patrick Mahomes, while still being a very good quarterback, I just don't have – I don't feel the same aura around him coming from this Bronco-dominated vantage point that we're at that I felt before. I just don't. And I think you look not only at his overall numbers the last 2 years, where you've seen a big drop-off from where he was prior to that. These last 2 years, 53 touchdowns, 25 picks. But then look at his last 3 games against the Broncos. You got 19, 9, and 16 points. He has not broken 20 points in the last 3 games against the Broncos. And in the last 3 games against the Broncos, he's got 2 touchdown passes and 3 interceptions. All I'm saying is that 3-4 years ago, I looked at Patrick Mahomes as like, oh, my God, I can't believe the Broncos are going to have to deal with this guy for the next 12 to 15 years. He's the ultimate boogeyman. Now, I don't see that big of a difference between Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and these other quarterbacks that the Broncos have to go through. I feel like Patrick Mahomes has come back to the pack. There, I said it. I'll let you two react to that coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, DenverSports 1043 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey, it's Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. As a veteran, Trajan Wealth CEO Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs, and that's what it's all about. I know for me, that's so important. I want a plan that's specifically designed for me and my goals and needs because they're different than the next person, and that's what my friends at Trajan Wealth will do for you. And oh, by the way, they'll give you a free review, and Trajan Wealth is a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and, like I said, veteran-led company by my man Jeff Jr. with Wealth Management and Retirement Planning Services. Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Call Trajan Wealth today, 720-405-3300. They have multiple locations in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Born to Dare. Tudor timepieces from Williams Jewelers are devoted to the classic, but reject the status quo.
Like the Tudor Black Bay Dive and Sporting Watch. The Tudor Black Bay incorporates a supremely robust manufacturer caliber movement that took the Tudor R&D team 5 years to develop.
It boasts a generous 70-hour power reserve, exceptional ergonomics, and independently certified precision.
It sets a higher standard, Tudor standards.
Come experience the entire collection of fine, Swiss Tudor timepieces for men and women at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, including the legendary Black Bay and the all-new Pelagos FXD.
For those who are up for anything, who face their fears,
And those who reinvent themselves every day.
for those born to dare, Tudor.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Broadway and Bellevue, your official Tudor jeweler.
Nitro's back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com. Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste them. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What made me
All right, so I posed this question about Patrick Mahomes and whether or not he's come back to the pack and has lost that aura of invincibility that he had. Before I let you guys answer, I got this on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Evans, you are way too focused on numbers. Watch the guy play. He plays great. Now, if the people around him are stupid and stink, that's not on him. He does great. He'll hit people in the hands. He'll scramble around, still throw a dart. If it gets dropped, is that on him? It's ridiculous. Stop talking, Evans, and let the football players talk.
Oh, respect him now. That guy nailed it.
So guys, all right. Let me address the football players here. Do you feel like when you watch Patrick Mahomes play the last 2 years, you feel like you're watching the same guy that you watched the previous 5 years? Stoke?
No, it doesn't look the same, to your point, Mike. I think, 4 or 5 years ago when we were watching Mahomes, we're like, oh, my gosh. And the numbers that he was putting up with Tyreek Hill and Kelsey in their prime and the offenses that they had, it's like, oh, wow, this is going to be a nightmare for Broncos defenses for the next 10, 15 years. And it has taken a step back for whatever reason. Sometimes, guess what? Even great quarterbacks need really good players around them. Sorry, Joel Klatt. He is missing Tyreek Hill and maybe a really good number 2 wide receiver. Oh, his best 2 wide receivers were hurt last year, the whole year pretty much. How did that impact him? Well, it impacted him in a big way. So those guys need a little help also. Is he still really good? Yes, he's still really good. But maybe not at the level that we once feared here, having to play them twice a year, having to, go through them to win the AFC West. So maybe not to that degree, but obviously, Mahomes, he's one of the guys that, and you put him up there with those guys and Brady and Manning that, hey, you do whatever possible to not let them have the ball with a chance to win at the end of the football game, because if you do, you will lose that game.
I'm with you on that. Listen, man, Tyreek Hill is a problem. Like Travis Kelsey, he's admitted that he had a bad year last year, that, he's rededicated himself and all this, that, and the other. You could definitely see that things aren't quite the same, but I will say this, 15-2, and when they need to make a play or when he needs to make a play, who makes a play? He does. So from that aspect, he's still the boogeyman. Is he more beatable, or are the Chiefs more beatable than they've maybe been in recent years? Yeah, I think so. But the bottom line is, you have to find adjustments. When you're really good, the way the league is structured is, to create parity. So when you're really good, you're going to lose players. and they've lost some players, and they've had some drops, and they've had some guys that haven't produced like they had produced in the past, and yet he still finds a way to win games. I'm more about finding ways for your team to win games than I am about putting up gaudy statistics.
Yeah, I think you guys are going too easy on Mahomes. I really do. And this whole notion that, well, what do you expect for the players that he no longer has around him? Hey, if we're going to be talking about Patrick Mahomes in the GOAT conversation, if we're going to be talking about Patrick Mahomes up there in the same conversation, the same elite neighborhood that the Tom Bradys and the Peyton Mannings occupy, one thing I know watching Peyton Manning and Tom Brady over the years, you know what? It didn't matter who they had for receivers. It didn't matter who they were throwing the ball to. They still performed at an elite level. They were not dependent on the guys that were catching the balls. They turned guys into stars. And
Mikey's won 2 out of 3 Super Bowls.
I
You
know.
can't be so you're acting like he hasn't done anything.
No, but what I'm saying, though, is I'm throwing your arguments, both of you, back at you when you're saying, well, you know, he no longer has Tyreek Hill. He no longer has this guy, and Travis Kelce's no longer the wait a minute. I know that I saw and watched for years, decades, 2 guys in Manning and Brady who it didn't matter. I mean, you go back and look at some of the people that Tom Brady was throwing to over the years and still finding a way to put up big numbers and wins was remarkable. I think you're going too easy on Mahomes. You should hold Mahomes.
Wait.
You should hold Mahomes and his supporting cast to the same standard that we held Manning and Brady to. You want to be in that conversation? Put on the big boy pants.
When Brady had the 50 touchdowns, he had Randy Moss and everything, right? Did they win a championship that year?
They did not.
Oh, okay. But when he didn't have 50 touchdowns, maybe did they win a championship then?
Oh, you saying
without Randy Moss?
So you're saying they only won championships when he was like throwing 22 touchdowns? They never won a championship when he was throwing 40 touchdowns in a year?
I'm just saying, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when he put up the gaudy statistics that you want, they didn't win a championship. Mahomes has done it with gaudy statistics and without gaudy statistics. It's about winning. It's about it's about making a play when you have to make a play. And like Mike, you're like, hey, I'm not afraid. You don't have to face him. I'm not afraid of Mahomes anymore. Hey, man, like me, I'm not afraid. I can go out there and play Mahomes. No, you can't.
So you think all right? So you think the aura of invincibility that surrounded Mahomes 3, 4, 5 years ago has not changed at all over these last 2 years?
I think that, like you and like everybody else in America, when Kyle Shanahan decided to accept the ball in overtime in the Super Bowl, everybody in America said, well, this game is over because Patrick Mahomes is going to have the ball last and they're going to win this thing. And that to me is all you need to talk about when you talk about Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I think it's taken a step back a little bit, the fear of Mahomes. But certainly, you look at the end of the game, everyone still fears him, Certainly the Buffalo Bills do. I mean, how many times has he made them pay? The Ravens, even when they have the better team and, now this is a year that Kansas City has to go on the road a couple years ago. It doesn't matter. They find ways to win the big games. They find ways to get it done at the end of the game. But certainly to me, no, I'm with you on that, Evans. I don't think there's a fear level there that maybe we felt from him 4 years ago.
All right, how about this? Can we find some common ground this way? At the end of the game, the dude is still ultra dangerous. But as opposed to the Mahomes of a few years ago, he's at least giving you a chance to be in the game at the end. And you oftentimes during his prime a few years ago, you never even had a chance to be in the game late for him to try to weave his magic. At least now he's playing at a level that, you know what? You're in the game. You got a fighting shot right to the end. And then it's how you handle him at the end. Is that fair, Stink?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I just think that, I think there's a lot of things that have changed, and he's still, you would still take him over just about anybody in the National Football League. So, yeah, I'll give you that. I think that's fair.
All right. I just think
good job compromising.
I just think he's come back to the pack a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think he's out in front, Secretariat at the Belmont. I just think he's come back to the pack a little bit. And for those of us in other AFC cities, I think that's.
Does Kansas City take a step back this year?
Yes.
Little step, big step.
They don't win the division.
Oh.
Ooh, Stoke. I'm
actually going to go with the Chargers.
Mike Evans is not afraid. Oh, you don't think they win the division? Who do you think wins the division? The Chargers?
No, I think the Broncos win the division. I know that really stings because you're a Charger fan. But what was that clip again there, Ty? Did you have that handy? What was that?
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Yeah. So, you know. But whether it's my Broncos or Mark's Chargers, somebody knocks off the.
You walked into that one, Mark.
Somebody knocks off the Chiefs. this year.
No. I mean, somebody has onions and somebody doesn't over there.
I'm picking the Chiefs.
Oh! All right, well.
I hate Jokic.
Whoa!
What?
What?
When did that happen?
Nah, that was
Talking about burying the lead.
No, Ty spliced some stuff together.
No, really?
AI did some stuff.
Really? Oh, that
Stoke
can happen?
never said
That can happen?
Yeah.
Huh. Amazing.
What was that again, Ty?
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
No, the other one.
No.
Mine. I hate Jokic.
Wow.
Didn't sound altered to me, did it, Mark?
No, it didn't. Sound 100% real.
That's so bad. Ty, I can't forgive you for that one, man.
All right, we are what final word, Mark?
Hurry.
What happened there? What happened, Stoke?
I'll tell you tomorrow. Hopefully you can put 2 days together.
Well, I'm heading over to the Schlereth house to see if I can't find a way to get that chainsaw.
Yes,
because I don't think Mark brought it through as a carry-on for his flight back. So I'm gonna go see if I can.
I put it in my safe.
All right, we got Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at the Low T Center. I'm telling you what, guys, you want to talk about an outstanding job they do over at the Low T Center. So many great things going on there, and you got to take advantage right now. TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, they have got your back when it comes to that. If you're feeling tired, you're feeling grumpy, you don't have the energy, they've got you covered, guys, at the Low T Center. They can get you back on track, get you back doing your thing once again, and I'm telling you, you are absolutely going to feel the difference at Low T Center. I've been going there for years, guys, and I can tell you they are second to none when it comes to getting your energy back, when it comes to making sure that they have got you covered. Low T Center is where you want to go. You can visit them online at lowtcenter.com to get an appointment started today. That's lowtcenter.com. You can fix your low T. So check them out, my friends at Low T Center. Go ahead and look at that, because you're going to be glad you did. They are the leaders, and with their new synergistic
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040. 4040.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Macy's Backstage is a whole new floor inside your Macy's, and right now you'll find the latest summer styles all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Welcome on in to the program, Dover and Cecil, on this Monday after the 4th of July. Today, the July 7th. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover, and in for Cecil Lammy, my guy, Danny Williams.
Let's
with you
go.
for the next 4 hours or so. Not just today, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So a full week of shows.
Not 4.
Not 5.
Well, 5, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
5.
But AP and D-Dub for the entire week here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Hope everyone is doing well out there. D-Dub, my man, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, Anilo. It's good to see you. It feels like, nothing's changed.
No?
Yeah, it's just a different kind of place here. So it's always good to see you, man. And then, it's weird. It's like we almost manifested this. McGregor says you manifest it a little bit. Kind of spoke all this kind of moment here into existence. And I don't know if people know. People do know like the Dover and I relationship. But Anilo Pirro, another guy off my beautiful
the
coaching
roster.
tree.
Yes,
that's off my beautiful coaching tree. You really can't name other guys who are having success all other around kind of this market. But Anilo, it's like wouldn't rather do this with anyone other than you. Cello and I and you and Dover, we go way back. It's a beautiful thing. Let's have fun today.
Yeah, I was not in a fraternity in college, and I was working in the business when I was in college and whatnot, but it very much feels like this industry, like our colleagues, is like a little bit of a fraternity, right? Like I've known Dover for almost 10 years. I've known you for almost 10 years. Right now, different paths cross this, that, the other, so it's a pleasure. I love it.
No, absolutely. We go back like throwbacks. I'm looking forward to the show today. We got a lot of good stuff to talk about. Sometimes these are considered the dog days, but when you got a sports...
No, these are the best days for sports talk radio.
Well, I've said that. We know this is a top 17 market in the country is Denver. It's a top 10 sports market, that's for sure. There's never a dead day. We're blessed to be here working in this town, in this market, man. This is
as I always like to say, and I've been blessed in the time I've been in this business, in this market for about a decade now. I mean, this really is what we're living in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Truly is the golden age of Denver sports. I mean, you've got the Avalanche and the Nuggets in prime championship contention mode. You got the Broncos on the ascent, and then you've got this happy-go-lucky baseball team that nobody likes to talk about in the Colorado Rockies, but they will have an all-star representative. Give us your thoughts. How was your weekend? How was your 4th of July? RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. I'm still like half in vacation mode. I got back on Saturday night. I was in Vegas.
Yeah, I heard you slept here last night. No?
Something like that. It was getting back in work mode a little bit.
Yeah.
You had a good 4th, though? You were running around doing the dad stuff?
Yeah, for sure. You just try to not blow any fingers off. You want to keep it safe. You want to, we live in Douglas County, so we're launching. No, I'm just kidding. That's not appropriate.
Nothing wrong with that.
People were.
Well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
I was listening to a national sports talk show this morning. Is there an official cutoff for you? Like, you're a homeowner. I'm not. I live in an apartment. But, like, is there an official cutoff for you of, like, fireworks aren't cool anymore. Like
If
not in
you're a
regards to
single
age,
guy?
not even in regards to age, but like should you be shooting off fireworks on Sunday night? Like should you have been shooting off fireworks last night?
You can do one more night.
One more night.
You could do one more night.
Well, Saturday night would have been one more night.
If you do a third night, then you just become you put yourself.
We got to rob up
a lot
back
of
there.
risk.
Kev, Drew,
I say you only shoot them off on the 4th, like the whole week leading up. Why are you doing that? You're going to waste them all before the 4th. And then once it's midnight after the 4th.
No, Kev, one day after I said. No, you save. It's like maybe you open one present on Christmas Eve before Christmas Day, but we don't waste a bunch on the Christmas or the 4th of July Eve. The 4th of July, you launch, and then if you have a few left over, you go and sneak out, and the next night, finish the job.
No, absolutely not. I'm with Kevin on this one.
The
No,
day
give me like, I'll even give you July 3rd. Because it's kind of like Christmas Eve, you kind of get the night before. You can have the 3rd and the 4th. After the 4th, I don't want to hear him again.
Drew, has this changed as you become a father and stuff like that?
No, not really. It always kinda annoyed me. Now it's worsened since I become a father and I'm a homeowner and all that stuff. Like, dude, I went out to my backyard and saw a bunch of shells in my backyard, my pool, not my pool, my baby pool.
Right. Whoa.
like a pond.
Yeah, like a little pond.
You know what's in
Probably
right now?
for you.
Soaking pools. People get soaking pools in their backyard now. Like it's not even like it's like probably like 2 feet deep, and you just lay in it.
That's kind of what ours is. It's like 10 feet long. It's probably
There you go.
a foot and a half.
Yeah,
deep.
but it serves a purpose.
Totally. Yeah.
I'm kind of split on it. I'm not a big fireworks guy, but like I was when I was younger. I can go with July 3, 4, and 5. But like last night, July 6th at 8:30, as I'm trying to get ready to put the think about the show this and that, and I hear fireworks going off. A little much for me. A little much. Now I do live next to DU or by DU, so it's probably a lot of college kids running around. But that's always a fun topic.
It's not the kids, it's the dogs.
Yeah,
I
feel bad for the dogs.
It's all about the dogs who
bad.
can't handle it, literally can't handle it. We have to put them in the laundry room. And turn the laundry on and then put music on in there too. And it's a dog, so the dog can still hear stuff.
Yeah, well, let us know on the almostlaw.com text line. Fireworks thoughts, 4th of July thoughts, 303-713-1043.
You said something I really liked, and this is a quick little first segment of the show, but you said this is the golden age of Denver sports.
It is.
And, okay, I'm not saying it's not, but do you know what? I'd say when Broncos went back-to-back, the Avs win 2 championships in a 5-year span, I mean, that would be considered another special time or quote-unquote great era of Yeah, right?
Yeah,
of Denver sports. So let's not act like when you said that, it's almost made me feel sad. Like the Jokic stuff and is going to come to an end. No, let's win another championship with the Nuggets. The Broncos are ascending, like you said, and the Avs are in the midst of what I kind of believe another opportunity to win a couple cups.
I think the reason that I put the emphasis on this being the current golden age is because let's take all things being equal. Let's take McKinnon, let's take Bo Nix, let's take Jokic all off their respective teams. If they're rebuilding, if the NHL just started, if the NFL just started, right? I am banking and I believe the Broncos and the Avalanche will always, for the most part, find a way to be competitive. They're 2 competitive organizations. That 10 years, that 10 years of downturn for the Broncos was pretty uncharacteristic for them.
You're acting like 10 years is no big deal. That 10 years ruined what was like the greatest run an NFL franchise had ever had.
I don't disagree.
Back-to-back losing seasons. It was almost right there since the Elway trade and the start of the Pat Bowlen era. Again, it's like the Broncos are almost a perfect franchise. And what happened in the last 10 years, you're acting like it was 2 years. I mean, that's devastating to the
But it's also uncharacteristic.
The Denver Broncos are a crown jewel legacy brand and team. But, man, let's not talk in these Will Peterson certainties.
Oh, my gosh. You're going to let me in a Will P 8 minutes in already?
You did this yourself.
I'm just being honest.
These certainties that, like, Bo Nix and the Broncos, it's like a sure thing. You need to mention the ownership as being the catalyst to now the movement.
But point being,
the difference to the new ascension of the Broncos.
Historically, the Nuggets have had a lot more bad years than good years. No?
Yes.
Right. So that's when I bring it back to this golden age dynamic. Is like the Broncos and the Avalanche are doing what we expect them to do. Now you add in the Nuggets. The Buffs are in a bit of an interesting dynamic because of how college football has changed over the last 30 years or so. But think about it. You've got the best player in the NBA, a top 3 player in the NHL.
Yes, keep going. Jokic,
a top 3 NHL.
Knicks, McKinnon, McCarr, and Chris Bryant.
He can't run yet. You see that report that came out over the weekend?
Of course, I was at DenverSports.com where I go every morning to start my daily news and information.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, look, it is kind of this interesting time in the sports calendar, but we're going to have great shows for you lined up all throughout the course of the week.
Yeah.
When we come back, let's dive into the biggest story in Denver sports right now, and that involves a potential backup center in Jonas Valanciunas. Will he play for the Nuggets? Will he not? We'll discuss that next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow! The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
I got to let it ride 1 sec. What a song choice, Kev. What a song choice. Let's go.
Jeez. Just when you think he's only a country music guy.
No.
He goes and pulls a stunt like this.
Love me a little Linkin Park, man. Welcome on back into the program. Dover and Cecil, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Hope everyone is doing well out there. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043 if you want to get involved with today's sports talk conversation. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover, and my guy Danny Williams in for the great Cecil Lammy, as they are on assignment, as we like to say, in this industry, in this business as well. We've got Kevin Drew behind the glass as well, and rocking and rolling here on this Monday. Okay, the biggest story in Denver sports right now, and you can read up on it, DenverSports.com. The Denver Nuggets, before we kind of get to Jonas Valanciunas as a whole, you were satisfied, I would take it, with the different moves that Denver made coming out hot in the offseason?
Absolutely. Very satisfied. If I, would I have liked Luke Kennard over Tim Hardaway Jr.? Sure, but the money, was ultimately kind of the difference. Would I have loved, Bobby Portis here? No, now look at the money that he kind of made. But would I have accepted Brooke Lopez and maybe some lesser tier guys? Yeah, I would have accepted less. I was expecting a lot less, and I would have been satisfied with less. This is a slam dunk in terms of an offseason that couldn't really have went better for the Denver Nuggets. The only kind of sad part or bad part is just letting go of a guy, Michael Porter Jr., who feels like, your favorite cousin.
You're an MPJ sympathizer.
Not at all, but the guy won I'm not trying to raise his number 1 jersey into the rafters, but and while everyone wants to blame Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray for the Nuggets not having another championship, well, we don't have the one we do if it wasn't for Michael Porter Jr., and that's just the stone cold reality of it, bro.
I completely agree. On the concept of trading Michael Porter Jr., it was time. I liked Michael Porter Jr. a lot. I defended Michael Porter Jr. all last season, all throughout the course of the playoffs as well, when he was dealing with the banged up shoulder and whatnot. But the time had come. You could make a legitimate argument that the Denver Nuggets got max value for a guy in Michael Porter Jr.
No, but if we're going back to the career, his tenure as a whole, Michael Porter Jr. it's a slam dunk. They drafted him 15th, 14th overall.
He was a number 1 overall type talent.
Foot problems, back problems, 7-footers who have stuff like that. Their careers never even start the Greg Odens of the world, okay?
Right.
So I think his, journey was kind of fulfilled here. He's a different dude. He's probably going to have a life after basketball and some kind of media, form or another. He's got other interests, and maybe that's why you see him not being so consistent and locked in of a guy. The reality is sometimes you just need like a new team. You need a fresh start. You need a new motivation in life. You're tired of the mountains. You want to live in the, where you can go to the beach in 10 minutes. And I love the idea of a hungry Cam Johnson coming in here, 3-and-D, does all the little things, 18 a night, but he's going to get you 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 every night. Not 7 one night and 24 another night like Michael Porter Jr. You just have to be able to. But do you know what? One of the 25 greatest Nuggets of all time. I don't have no hard feelings at all. I ain't mad at you. I think it's like he lived up, fulfilled kind of the 15th or what was it, 14 or 15?
For
his draft.
I believe he was 15.
Okay, he fulfilled. I mean, totally. At that point, the equivalent to a 15th overall pick in the NBA is essentially like the third round.
14th.
The 15th overall pick in an NBA draft is like the end of the second round or the beginning of a third round for an NFL draft.
Right.
Essentially, if that makes sense. Like an NBA draft, picks 1 through 4 or 5 are like your first round. That's like just a different tier of talent. Then the rest of like the quote unquote lottery to 13 or 14 or 15, that'd be considered like the second round. Then you get in like a third round, which is kind of where Michael Porter Jr. was taken. That's a 15th overall in the first round of an NBA draft. Guys are going to the G League. They're definitely not a sure thing. And most of the time, it's a 50-50 proposition. I bet we could look it up.
Yeah, and look, I think Michael Porter Jr. was a great Denver Nugget through and through. Were there some shortcomings? Was there frustration? Absolutely. But point being, he's going to be an iconic member of this franchise now. for the rest of the franchise's history. I mean, you helped win your first championship in the franchise's history. I mean, that means something, frustration aside and whatnot. But speaking of frustration, the big story in Denver sports right now involves Jonas Valanciunas, who is not officially a Denver Nugget as of today. You know, the trade still has to be pushed through, and I forget how the logistics and all that works with the league, but he is on track to be a member of the Denver Nuggets. But, you know, we got this big news from Shams Charania in the middle of last week that Denver was trading, essentially dumping Dario Saric's contract, which was a win in and of itself, to bring in Jonas Valanciunas, a one-for-one swap. Sacramento saves a little bit of money, and Denver gets their answer to backup center. But then some breadcrumbs coming out shortly thereafter that Jonas Valanciunas isn't too privy to the idea of continuing to play, not for the Nuggets, but play in the NBA in general. There's some thoughts about him going out to Europe, wanting to spend the rest of his career out there. Well, go check this out at DenverSports.com. The latest report is the Nuggets, quote, fully intend, end quote, to have Jonas Valanciunas honor his contract. Here's what Shams Charania reported online. He says Denver has informed Jonas Valanciunas' reps that the franchise fully intends to have him honor his contract, as the Nuggets view Valanciunas as a critical center addition to backup Nikola Jokic and play alongside him. Greek team I can't pronounce this word. The Greek team that he wanted to play for pursued Valanciunas in recent days. So here we are. It seems like Valanciunas' heart and mind want to play in Europe. It seems like the bottom line says you got to play in the NBA. And I like the fact that Denver's not going to just roll over and let him do what he wants. I think Valanciunas on the Nuggets makes them a lot better this coming season.
Guys, I have an answer for this one that I'm surprised no one has got around to. What is everything in life always about and come down to? Money. This guy's seeing Bobby Portis Jr., a bunch of guys signing 3-year deals at $16, $17, $20 million. He's playing right now on a $10 million contract with a team option next year. And I believe he wants that team option to be a player option, that turn into another year or maybe a third year of contract at more money. This isn't the NFL. You can't just tear up this year's contract, okay? But this guy, I think, wants a little bit more of it. He's playing some great ball. He's about to play perhaps some of the best ball of his career, playing with the Nuggets and Jokic, a team that is so much better than any team he's ever played for. He's going to have a great season and outplay the value of the $10 million, and then he'll be in control by the Nuggets for 10 more next year. I think it's about the money, and I don't think it's a sour grapes. He's not going to show up. It's not because him and Jokic used to have a great rivalry and he didn't like the guy. No, I think it's coming down to some kind of contract situation. He thinks he's worth more money. He might want some more guarantees. He might want a new deal after this as a part of maybe the deal already coming over in the trade. That's kind of what I think this thing is about in the end.
And if it is a contract situation, which I think two things can be true at the same time. I think I agree with you in regards to what you're saying, but I could also subscribe to the thought that Jonas Valanciunas wants to go play close to home. I could subscribe to that he wants to play in Europe. I don't think it's a crazy thing.
No chance.
Like if you were playing, or your son or someone's playing, baseball in Taiwan or, one of these, Far East countries, you get an offer to play minor league ball back home for a year. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world to come home and have some McDonald's every now and again.
I just believe that there's more to the story, that let's kind of figure out what it's, this guy in maybe 2 or 3 years can go to that league and probably still be the best player in that league.
But I think that's what's interesting about it is if you're Jonas Valanciunas, you've got to take a look around the room and say, hey, this is a guy who spent, the first portion of his career in Toronto on some pretty competitive teams, right? But, was on Memphis for a handful of years. They were, on the ascension. I believe this was pre-Ja Morant. He was there 2019 to 2021. But the last handful of years of Jonas Valanciunas' career, essentially the prime of his careers, his age 29 to now 32 season have been wasted away. Handful of seasons in New Orleans, Washington for a half a season and Sacramento for a half a season. So Jonas Valanciunas is probably burnt out on losing.
Okay, I can understand that and hear that, and that's interesting stuff. But what he has he's no dummy. The guy's been in the league for a long time, and he's been a very productive player. He's a really, really good player, okay? So he's making $10 million this year.
Yeah, he averaged 10 and 7 last year.
He's making $10 million this year and team option of $10 million next year. What if he wants the $10 million next year to be a guaranteed 15? Okay, guaranteed 15, and he wants a third year. So yeah, he's going to come and play for the Nuggets for the $10 million this year, but instead of the team option for next year, and no control. He could be traded again to another team. He wants 15 and 15, so that's 3 more years essentially of guaranteed dollars and maybe a little bit more control over your the twilight of your career. We're talking about the difference in $20 million here. So let's not act like, oh man, well,
which is nothing in NBA money.
No, it is. It's a lot of money in real life. I think
in real life it is.
I'm saying
if the Nuggets were like, okay, yeah, we'll make this last year guaranteed. That's the equivalent of me giving you an extra $20 and paying it forward for a 6-pack.
I disagree. Week. In the twilight of this guy's career, he probably wants to squeeze the most juice. As role players are making more money than they ever had in this league. And do you think he's worth more than $10 million? If he was a free agent, had been a free agent, you don't think he'd be signing for 15 or 16
probably, yeah.
times 2 years at least?
Probably.
Absolutely. So that's where he thinks his value is. If he's mad about anything, it's about that. It's about that. And do you know what? In the end, he'll show up. In the end, he's going to show up and he's going to make it work. And it's, again, I shouldn't have said that so early in the show.
No, we got plenty of
never
show
mind.
To go, brother.
It's all up in the air.
No, well, here's the thing. I tend to agree with you as well. I think this is a little bit of business as opposed to personal feelings from Jonas Valanciunas and his representation and whatnot. But when we come back, I'll tell you exactly why. There's one reason why I think can't guarantee anything in life, but I think there's a pretty good chance Jonas Valanciunas will be playing for the Denver Nuggets next season. I'll tell you why next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dick's Steal Days are happening now. You won't want to miss our biggest sale of the summer. Scorecard members earn a $20 bonus reward on your purchase of $150 or more. Plus 3 days of amazing savings start Tuesday. Check out offers from brands like Nike, Adidas, Hoka, and Stanley. And check back daily for new one-day deals Tuesday through Thursday. Score the season's hottest savings before they're gone on July 10th. Shop in the app and on Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies. Right about now, it's your boy, you heard, back again. DJ Manny, fresh. Yeah, fresh.
Dover and Cecil on The Fan. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams in for Josh and Cease as they are on assignment. Speaking of Go DJ, talking a little Denver Nuggets basketball, I'll tell you real quick why I think why I think Jonas Valanciunas will end up playing for the Denver Nuggets. Looks like no DeAndre Jordan is coming back to Denver. I believe they have, one open roster spot, potentially two, if Jonas does not come to town.
Poor guy doesn't get to play anyway.
Rats. No,
Yeah.
I think, and the reason I bring that up, though, is because if Denver does fill out, like, let's say it's Valanciunas with one and somebody else on the other roster spot, that essentially means, none of the old crew coming back of, the fringe bench players.
Sure.
Vlatko's already announced that he's going to play in Europe. Congratulations to him. You've got DeAndre Jordan. We'll see if he plays another season. And Russell Westbrook, we'll see what happens with him as well. But frankly, D-Dub, I think that's the right move from Denver. And I think part of the reason why Nuggets fans are so excited, not just because of the types of moves that they've made, but it feels like with these moves, there's a bit of a breath of fresh air in the building.
Anilo, guys,
new energy.
This one's very easy to see. How did the Pacers hang with the Thunder, who are young and talented and deep and have star power, by throwing a bunch of another deep team as well? Pacers were deep, talented, big boys, a lot of veterans, not a bunch of real young guys. I mean, the Thunder are some 21, 22-year-old guys that are not just super talented, but kind of play big roles off of the bench. The Pacers' veteranship and depth is what pushed the Thunder to the max. It was different than the Nuggets series. The Nuggets series, you had to go toe-to-toe. Jokic has to be a hero. You had 6 guys or 5.5 guys to throw in the court. And, it should give credit to, I guess, the Nuggets as a whole. Jokic, I mean, who gets the credit for the run that they made? It's hard to, Jamal wasn't great. Michael Porter Jr. just got himself traded. Christian Brown, I think, is, man, what an unsung hero this guy is. And, I mean, that's kind of it, man. It goes to the greatness of Jokic to have been able to push that Thunder to the max. So what are the Nuggets lacking? How do you kind of emulate the Pacers a little bit? Well, you go get you 4 big boy veteran guys who are played in this league for a long time, been very productive players for a long time, and are hungry, I'm hoping.
Yeah, that's the vibe that I'm getting for sure. And to bring it back to Valanciunas for just a moment, he doesn't need to be in Denver, but having Jonas Valanciunas, wouldn't it be funny? Not funny, I shouldn't say. But
funny how? Like I'm a clown?
Yeah, funny
like
how.
I amuse you?
That was actually on the TV the other day at the hotel I was at. And it was weird seeing them bleep out all the words and having to make it clean for TV, that movie.
Yeah.
But it would be ironic if what has been the one major glaring problem with the Nuggets in the Jokic era?
Not enough help. Not another all-star.
But what's the position? What's been one position?
Oh, like a 4.
A 4, but also a backup center.
Okay.
A backup center has been something that has plagued the Denver Nuggets the entire time that Nikola Jokic has been on the rise. The best backup center the Nuggets have had in the Nikola Jokic era was Mason Plumlee. And Mason Plumlee, Plum Dog Millionaire, was fine in spurts, right? But you had Jay Huff for a while. Isaiah Hartenstein, who's now blossomed to be a pretty good player for the Oklahoma City Thunder, was good for the Knicks a couple of seasons ago. But, just when you think you got it all figured out with the backup center position. All right, we're dumping Dario Saric. We're getting off that contract. Oh, and we're bringing in Jonas Valanciunas. We're killing two birds with one stone. That was the vibe. That was the sentiment around the Denver Nuggets when they made the move for Jonas Valanciunas. It would be so Nuggets, so Nug life, that if you finally feel like you got this backup center position solved and Jonas Valanciunas puts his foot down and says, I don't want to play in the NBA, I'm going to Greece.
I mean, that's great stuff, Nilla. That's why you're one of the best, okay?
But is that not peak Nug life, though?
Those are lots of great words you said, okay? I just feel like this guy's coming. It's a no-brainer. This is actually...
No-brainer?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's a match made in heaven. I
wish I had your optimism, brother.
I just think there's a little bit more to the story, and what's the story? What's usually kind of come down to is
the rest is still unwritten.
Your contract situation. So, again, this guy in 20... You said I look at it like, let's get you the production and the numbers he had last season when he played a full season with the Pelicans and actually in 82 full games. In 23 minutes, he gave you 12 and 9 in 23 minutes on a team that was kind of bad. You're without Zion for half of the season. Player Ingram, your guy Brandon Ingram gets traded. You're kind of blowing it up. Yet this guy was still pretty productive and the one kind of mainstay for a team that only needed 23 minutes out of him. He's still giving you 13 and
I don't think anyone's
essentially
questioning the production of Jonas Valanciunas.
This guy
it's the heart and
still
desire.
Really good.
I agree. And
Don't question heart and desire.
No, because you
Don't
said
say
it. This
that.
guy's still really good. I 100% agree with you, which is why I think it's so important that Denver figures out a way to get him bought in for this
What
season.
leverage does this guy have is to make a
He has
threat?
none.
Hey,
He has
you better
none.
give me another year in this contract. Hey, make it a player option the next year so I can become a free agent at the end of this year. Okay, team option for next year. No, he wants player option. I'm going to become a free agent. I'm about to go cook in Denver. I'm about to average 14 or 15 and 10 and look like one of the best role players in the league. I'm going to be, he knows it. His agent's telling him this. And, therefore, this is easy for him. Make it a player option instead of the team option.
Or just guarantee
I become a free agent, and then, maybe I'll resign with you, but I need some of that Bobby Portis change.
Here's the thing. Here's how this whole story gets thrown away, how this potential non-story becomes, a figment of our imagination. Josh Kroenke picks up the phone. Nicole, I'm sorry to bug you. We'll talk about this on Check Your Ex as well. He just had one of his horses won a big race apparently over the weekend as well. But Josh has to call up Nikola and say, hey, buddy, sorry to bug you. I know we have this handshake agreement that we don't talk to you at all during the NBA offseason. You're our employee when the season's around. When it's not, you get to do what you want. But we need you to pick up the phone and talk to your buddy Jonas and make sure that Jonas is locked in and ready to go. Because here's the thing, even if, and I think it's a 5% chance, nothing more than that, I think it's a slim chance that Jonas Valanciunas does not play for the Denver Nuggets and does opt to figure out a way to play in Europe. Even if that does happen, the trade is still a win for Denver because they get off Dario Saric and they also, it messes with their cap a little bit, so they have access now to the full mid-level exception. But all Josh has to do is call up Nikola, and then from there, Nikola has to call up his boy Jonas Valanciunas and say, brother, what are you doing?
Let me tell you something, brother. Does he have to talk to him like that?
In Jokic's voice or in his Groove voice? I don't know.
Okay.
But point being, Jokic could pick up the phone and talk to Jonas and say, brother, you and I can run the EuroLeague for a decade when we're in our 40s. Right now, we've got a legitimate squad here in Denver. Get your butt on this plane come training camp, come media day, and let's go win a championship. I think all Nikola has to do is pick up the phone and talk to Jonas Valanciunas, and this will be a non-story.
Jakob Poeltl, right?
Jakob Poeltl.
4 years, $104 million. Duncan Robinson, 3 years, $50 million. If Jonas Valanciunas is on the street right now, he's signing a 3-year, $50 million contract. 48 pays him 16 or 17 million per. It's the last big money he'll make in his NBA days. You're acting like he should just come play for the 10 and then next year just accept the team option and he's got to play for another 10 after he's going to outplay this contract. I'd rather have him over DeAndre Ayton, Jackson Hayes, any of these other guys who were out there who are making money. I'd rather have Jonas Valanciunas than any of those guys.
No, I'm right there with you.
And he knows it.
Which is why I think, not that it's too much pressure, but it sounds like the Nuggets front office and Josh Kroenke are going to do whatever they need to, it seems like, here to ensure that Jonas Valanciunas is playing for them next season. But the reality of the situation is you take all the pressure out of the situation by having the big fella, number 15, call up his buddy and say, let's go play basketball and win a championship. That's the equivalent of Tony Soprano calling in like the young Matthew Bevilacqua character in The Sopranos to kind of, do something for him and do something for the family. If Nikola Jokic is calling Jonas Valanciunas and expressing, I want to play with you, let's do this thing together, let's go win a championship, how does Jonas Valanciunas not look himself in the mirror and look like a clown thinking otherwise?
When Jackie Aprile Jr. died.
Jackie Jr.
When Jackie Jr. died, man, it's just like
terrible.
Because he could have been the next guy. You could have made a series on him after, and 20 more years on him.
But that's the thing. Nikola's not somebody who likes to flex his status. But if you've got the best player in the world who also happens to be European, who also happens to be one of your buddies, like I know you and I got put together, right, for This Week at Radio. But when they told me, like, hey, we think, we're going to bring in Danny for you to fill in when Josh and Cecil out, I'm like, let's get it. Let's go. I'm excited.
Couple legends. Legend might be strong. Folk heroes. More like folk heroes, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, man. It's all about he's a perfect fit.
It makes too much sense.
It's a perfect. I'm not worried a bit. I love your energy. I love the, you got some good stuff. But in the end, it's coming down to dollars and cents, and the rest of his career here, the rest of his tenure in the NBA, which he probably thinks is 3 or 4 more years of trying to make as much possible money and coin as he can. There's no holdout, but there's only leverage that he has is playing this card. It's the only leverage that he has. Well, maybe they could pay me close to the same dollars. I'm going to go be the MVP of that league. They're going to love me there. I'm going to be a god there. And that's the only leverage this guy has. So let's just feel good about it. It'll work itself out.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you as well, and I don't think it's as black and white as dollars and cents, and if it is that, I still believe the ultimate equalizer is number 15, the big fella, calling up to his buddy and saying, let's go play in Denver, let's go win a championship. Well, folks, they're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2025 extra soft t-shirts will have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting on July the 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find out the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. All right, when we come back on the other side, let's go inside the internet right here on The Fan.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2025 extra soft t-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The t-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-responder team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our bridal design gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
Oh, the internet is always a wacky place, to say the least, man. You never know what you're going to see when you open up X or Twitter, whatever you call it and whatnot. And, of course, if you're on the internet and you want some legitimate Denver sports news and updates, make sure to go to DenverSports.com, and we'll break it down for you there as well. Well, inside the internet here real quick, let's acknowledge this baseball team real quick so we could do our civic duty here on the program. The Colorado Rockies. Nice little weekend for them on the internet. Taking down the Chicago White Sox, my friend.
Man, it's like the two teams at the bottom of the...
They finished it strong. They lost 2, and then they won yesterday 6-4 against Chicago.
So, are they going to turn the corner? Are they still on historic pace to make baseball history for all the wrong reasons?
They are not anymore.
They're back?
For a 4th consecutive Sunday, the Rockies won. Think about that. So every Sunday right now, this is 4 Sundays in a row, the Rockies tend to come up aces as well. They averted the sweep, as we mentioned, against the Chicago White Sox. This took the Rockies' record to 7-8 on Sundays compared to 14-61 on all other days of the week.
The White Sox are, it's weird, they're a bad team still, but compared to last year, they're dramatically better. They're taking steps forward. So I guess if life in sports is about comps, look at the White Sox. They haven't turned any corner. They're not back to respectability by any means.
No.
But the Rockies have to kind of keep climbing, and you have to get lucky. I mean, Zach Veen is a guy you can't go to second base and act like you're sparking the doobies or whatever you are. I mean, that's just goes
kind of
to
like that. I can't even lie.
I'm telling you, it goes to like... who and what this team is, the maturity, it's a small thing but a big thing.
Well, congratulations to the Rockies for avoiding a sweep at the hands of the Chicago White Sox, winning yesterday 6-4.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
Okay, let's get a little scary here. A little scary. I'm terrified of artificial intelligence. How do you feel about AI in general, Danny?
I guess if I was a really lonely guy, I'd probably want some kind of hot AI girlfriend if I was like socially awkward or whatever. I heard that's a thing.
You know
but
what
other
happened?
than that,
I opened up my Instagram. It was either last night or yesterday. They have AI chatbots. Like you can talk to an AI version of like a Patrick Mahomes. I forget which athletes it was, but like it was like suggested chat with AI athlete. And I was like, this is terrible. But point being, Richie Cardi, our fearless leader, executive producer here, or not executive producer, assistant PD here at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Drew Spivak is our fearless executive producer, of course, sent me this in the commercial break. OpenAI, which is the founders and makers and operators of ChatGPT, their O1 model reportedly tried to copy itself to external servers after being threatened with a shutdown, but denied it when the action was discovered. So here we go, Terminator. AI trying to copy itself when it was given a red flag to shut itself down, essentially.
Judgment Day, man. It's coming. It's probably already here. In 1 or 2 years, probably going to be some stuff that we can't really wrap our heads around. Kind of scary a little bit. A little bit scary. You can't just pull the plug, right?
No.
You can't.
I don't think so. I'm very anti-AI personally. Not just because like there's
what
a lot
is
of
that
people.
supposed to mean? How are you going to stop it?
There's a lot of people in this business,
John Connor,
that are like, we don't like AI because it takes away creative jobs, which I completely subscribe to and whatnot. But I also think like AI is not going anywhere. But like you see these like Tesla auto-driving cars. By the way, when I was in Vegas over the weekend, right? Speaking of AI and scary red flags, I got picked up on my Uber to go back to the airport, coming back here to Denver, and my Uber driver tells me, I just saw a driverless car run 2 red lights in a row in front of him. And that got me thinking, I'm like, you got driverless cars running red lights. Like, how is this? How are we moving forward at such a rampant pace with this AI stuff? And now we've got the ChatGPT model essentially trying to copy itself.
I'm very uncomfortable with that. We've been to, JJ and I went to San Francisco and Oakland. Those cars are everywhere, those driverless cars. I have never been in one. I think I'd be very uncomfortable being in one. Have you ever been in one?
No, I don't want to be in one. I'm uncomfortable sometimes when I just get in a Tesla. There's a big thing of like motion sickness in Teslas because of like the roof in this.
I've seen the future. The movie Demolition Day does tell us a lot about the future, but I'm just not quite ready for it yet now.
Yeah, I'm not into the AI myself. It's a terrifying concept.
Yeah.
Like there's also some reports and studies that are going around the internet of like it's like decreasing our cognitive ability. AI is. Because like you're
Making
using
it easier
like,
for us?
Yeah, instead of doing 2 + 2 in your head,
Yeah.
you're typing in what's 2 + 2 in the
Siri?
ChatGPT. Yeah, Siri was the start of it. I mean, it is terrifying stuff. I'm not into it.
I'm not into it.
But
I don't know.
The fact that it copied itself on its own thought process is what's getting to me right now.
So how much time do we have then?
Until it comes and destroys us all?
Yes.
I've always said the end of the world, if it were to happen in my lifetime, would be probably when I'm like your age.
That sounded weird, like I'm old.
Well, you're older than me.
Yeah, old head is what you
Yeah, you're an
call
old
me,
head
right?
kind of. You're unk.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'm becoming an unk.
I'd like
right
to
now.
say I'm your big brother. Like,
Yeah, you're like
more
my big
that.
brother. But like, I think we got 25 years.
Oh,
Point being.
really?
I think
That's
we got-
a long time.
I think
you don't think in 5 years or 7 years, like
to the point that we're
this-
like institutionalized bowing down to the Terminator.
I've been waiting for flying cars for a long time, though, too.
Back to the Future 2.
Even
got
like
me
a little
messed up,
mini
man.
helicopter thing, and it's just this. I don't know. Maybe 10 years we have left.
You think that's short?
Yeah, you better start getting going with the kids and stuff, Nilo.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to bring a kid into this AI world.
Especially if you're having AI
AI
girlfriend.
nannies, AI girlfriends.
You'll never have an
AI actual friends. I mean, you can't even open up a social platform. Like, even like if you notice this, like you go to Google and you Google something now, instead of just the initial search result, it gives you the Google AI answer first.
Absolutely.
Like that, I'm okay with because I'm like, okay, like it knows what I'm looking for, this, that, the other. But like, it's the progression. It's how fast it's become established.
I get ads for things like I'm thinking about, and I'll get the ad for something like I'm thinking about. I'm like, man, yeah, Mike Evans' hair is looking full and thick and rich, and I'm getting a little lean up there, and I'm just thinking it, and then I get like these ads for like the restoration guys.
Subliminal. They're planting the seed in your head,
literally, and maybe physically. I'm gonna have
Maybe.
to go. Everyone goes to Turkey these days, right?
Turkey's the big thing. I got 2 buddies that are
Yeah.
pretty thin up there, and I'm always like they wear hats all the time. I'm like, just go to Turkey, dude.
Yeah.
Like save up the $10,000 or whatever it costs and go to Turkey. I know a couple people that have done it.
How do they look?
They look pretty good. Unlike, there's a former coworker of ours that didn't go to Turkey and went the American route, and not so good.
Not so good
so,
at all.
In Turkey is where you want to go.
The American route.
Yeah, I don't know. Turkey is the home of the hair transplant. But I don't know how that leads to AI. But yeah, AI trying to duplicate itself today or over the course of the last week or so. And that is terrifying to say the least. Kevin, are you afraid of AI as well? I got to just get a third opinion here.
I think so. I don't fully understand all of it yet. But I know everyone's told me it's like Terminator, so I'm like...
That's the vibe I'm kind of getting.
Guys,
the robots? Like, have you seen the robots?
Once AI can do sports talk radio, we're cooked.
Yeah, we are cooked.
You know?
Nah, that ain't
AI
gonna
can
happen.
take your job, Kev.
Well, why would you put that in the universe?
I'm not putting...
See, now they're listening. Now they're listening.
Take my job just as easily. Brother, these thoughts have been established for over 10 years. You know there's some Tech Valley dude riding his Schwinn bike to his Google office in the year 2015 plotting on how he can replace this person, that person.
Yeah.
See, the crazy thing is, remember all these movies back in the day like Jason Bourne and Mission Impossible? That's all coming to real life now.
Give me back my son.
My take is we live in a GTA world. Like, I remember when GTA 5 came out, like, it was like, oh, you can make your characters look all crazy and this and that.
Yeah.
Like, now you go on the internet and everyone looks like a Grand Theft Auto character. Like, that's the world we live in right now. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I don't like it. Not at all.
You know what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
Well, that is what you can do. Check us out on X. I'm at Media by AP. He's at Tweets Danny. I'm on Instagram at Media by AP as well. All right, 1 hour down, hour number 2 coming up. Why don't we talk a little Denver Broncos football? We still got a little time ahead of training camp, but we'll talk about some big questions. A player for the Broncos appearing on the NFL's Top 100, all that and more when we come back right here on The Fan.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long. For quality work done right the first time, trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. Summer's the season of splurging. Head into Twin Peaks all week and save big on some of your favorite menu items every day. Summer savings starts today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Yes, you can.
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 Can I kick it? You think they get sick of this song? Listening to it 4 times a day? You think so? Kevin shaking his head immediately, yes.
Probably not my favorite, but hey.
Well, it's weird because like I've done shows in this town for a while, like different bumping music, this, that, like. Not that it gets old, but like before, like when you're planning, oh, I'm doing this new show now, we could do this song, we could do that song, and then you listen to it like every single day.
Well, certain shows have staples at certain times where they play certain music every day at certain times. I like to have a little bit of an arsenal of like, here's
you got
30,
a bag.
Yeah, here's like 30 or 40 songs that are our 30 and 40 songs that you're gonna hear a bunch, but not at the same time every single day.
Well, because
you
fit the mold of the Dover and Cecil show. I think you're a little bit older than them, if not the same age now.
Cecil's much older than me, and I'm like 1 year older than Josh.
Okay,
Silver.
So you fit like this '90s dynamic,
yes.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
That's right.
Jordans.
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, you got your flat brim hat.
Saved by the Bell kept me clean and kept me off the streets.
Hey man, I remember 7-year-old me watching Saved by the Bell reruns with Kelly Kapowski. I see the vision.
Easy,
I see the
big
vision.
fella.
I see the vision is all I'm saying. And now I see Mario Lopez on ET, and I'm like, what happened? Whoa,
he's looking good, Mario.
He is, but like
it's
just
at least
like,
a turtle that we don't know what happened. At least a turtle.
Oh really? She's just like in
just
the
had
wind?
work done. A lot of weird work.
Didn't like Screech like go down a bad path?
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, ooh, my bad.
Yeah, Screech is dead.
Rest in peace, Screech.
Yeah.
Sad, tragic, or like unexpected?
Well, I think any kind of amount of dead is pretty.
Yeah,
tragic.
no, I know, but like
the levels of dead.
Well,
is hard
was it
to
like one of those
quantify.
child star stories, or like did something?
Yeah, I think so. I think he got sick actually of some kind.
Now that you say that rings a bell.
But
R.I.P. Screech.
My years at Bayside High were some of the best years of my life.
Great shows.
Yeah.
Great shows. So, RamosLaw.com text line if you guys want to get involved with today's Sports Talk Radio program. Promise we'll talk some sports. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We've got a good text, and we got one here. Love it every day, never gets old, from one of our tribe listeners out there, 9174. Hope you're doing well, my man. But our guy, Andrew Mason, had a pretty good story that went out on the website. I believe it went either this morning or last night. I forget when I read it exactly, but Courtland Sutton is wide receiver 1 for the Denver Broncos. But who's wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3? Before we talk about 2 and 3, I want to get your opinion on Courtland Sutton because he's one of these players that's, in line for a contract extension, right? Last year you saw the cryptic tweets, not showing up to certain team functions, and then, got a new contract with incentives, didn't get like a bump in the salary, I don't believe off the top of my head, but has still been holding out hope for that 3-4 year, $25+ million a year deal that he hasn't quite received yet. So give me your thoughts on Courtland Sutton, how he fits with his offense. Is he deserving of a contract extension? Do you think he'll get a contract extension? And then we can work our way down the line.
Like Teddy KGB said.
Great movie.
Pay that man his
money.
Okay? It's a matter.
Pay that man.
It's a matter of time. Anilo, for one, I think once you get closer to training camp and then you start dropping those, hey, big contract, rework deal, you get the press conference, you get a little love, helps you get that steam heading into training camp. That's the time to announce these new deals. Not everybody's getting a deal, but Courtland Sutton's deal will get worked out. He is wide receiver number 1. Do you want me to give you my list now?
Go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Evan Ingram is wide receiver number
I like
2.
that.
Evan Ingram is wide receiver number 2. Marvin Mims is wide receiver number 3. And I'll say this right now. There's going to be another couple of receivers, whether it's Vele or Pat Bryant, who are going to have catch numbers that might kind of or maybe some total numbers that might resemble Marvin Mims. But Marvin Mims is going to have a bunch of big plays. I love that Deebo Samuel kind of vibe and role for him where he's dangerous on 2 or 3 touches a game. Yeah. He doesn't have to have 7 or 8 touches. He's not Percy Harvin, one of these guys. He's dangerous on 2 or 3 really important touches because he just has the notes for the end zone and he's proven himself to be different.
Yeah, and I do think when it's all said and done, Marvin Mims, in declaration will be a top 3 receiver for the Denver Broncos. But what's interesting about guys like Devon Vele and Pat Bryant, those 2 guys in particular, in my head, they're like the same receiver, right? Similar body size, similar skill set, this, that, and whatnot. So I'm going to be interested as to which one of Pat Bryant, obviously a rookie, or a guy in Devon Vele, who the coaching staff is very high on, which one of those guys really carves out the role in this offense this season?
Okay, well, I said Sutton 1. I think Evan Ingram's the number 2 receiver on this team. Marvin Mims will be the 3rd most important or 3rd receiver on this team. And then J.K. Dobbins, I think, is my 4th.
Wow, so you're not even going Devon Vele or Pat Bryant?
No, I go...
Or Troy Franklin.
I go Vele. The order of those guys goes Vele, Franklin, and Bryant. Bryant, even though he's drafted in the 3rd round, is far behind to me
than the other guys. And it's interesting because, and I want to save some meat on the bone for this with who your number 2 receiver is. So let's circle back to Ingram because I got some thoughts on that. But it feels like to me one of Vele, Mims, or Bryant has to establish themselves as a legitimate threat consistently on offense. Like I hear what you're saying about Marvin Mims, but I don't want to have to think about Marvin Mims for 2 plays a game. Like there, because point being, to bring it back to Courtland Sutton for just a moment, I think Courtland Sutton is a very good receiver. I think on a legit, you put Courtland Sutton on the Rams, you put Courtland Sutton on the Eagles, you put Courtland Sutton on San Francisco, although their roster construction is a little bit different. I think Courtland Sutton is more of a really good number 2 in this league as opposed to a lockstep number 1. Like when I think number 1, I'm thinking Justin Jefferson, I'm thinking Jamar Chase, I'm thinking CeeDee Lamb, right? I'm not thinking Courtland Sutton. So that's why I think there's so much importance on the Veles or the Pat Bryants of the world to be the rising tide that raises the ship.
I'm not the type of guy who thinks T. Higgins is a slam dunk number 1 receiver on
but
another
he's
team.
Not a number 1. I don't think he's a number 1 on another team.
I think that be careful what you kind of wish for. Appreciate what you have in Courtland Sutton. This guy has been nothing but nails for 6 or 7 bad quarterbacks.
I agree.
Okay, and he's been a cool, calm, collected customer. Other than that time he wanted to fight my guy Emmanuel Sanders, but that's nothing but love. That was nothing but love. Okay, so I think that Courtland Sutton is so valuable and important. He makes everything go with the rest of the group. You take him off of this team, off of this roster, which we don't have to worry about. It'll get itself worked out. Then really you have problems. Then you're like, Mims is not a number 1. It doesn't characterize him like has the package to be that kind of guy. Vele caught more balls and was more productive than probably Broncos fans think if you hear the numbers. But then you got nothing with Courtland Sutton, with Evan Ingram, with Mims. You know they're going to throw the ball to Dobbins and Harvey a bunch. Then you got if I can get one guy to really emerge and be something of a really productive player, maybe a chance to be your next number 2 or number 1 in Vele, Pat Bryant, or Franklin, that's a kind of good problem to have. But Sutton's young enough where you don't got to worry about the position for 2 or 3 more years. You don't have to mortgage any kind of future. You're not paying him one of these Justin Jefferson contracts where then you can't have the rest of the group. You can't have the Evan Ingrams. You know, another unit has to kind of sacrifice itself. But I'll say this last thing, too. Give Sean Payton a little bit of credit for making guys like Robert Meacham and Devery Henderson and all those running backs they had and Jimmy Graham the stars of the games and in different seasons when that offense needed that. Michael Thomas is one guy, but they weren't just a Michael Thomas show for all these years.
I can remember games where Reggie Bush popped off. I can remember games where Mark Ingram popped off.
Sproles.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It was always a little bit of a by-committee approach. And that's why the conversation to me, Danny, is less about is Courtland Sutton the number 1? Do they have good enough receivers to fill out the roster and the depth chart? It's not about that because I believe Sean Payton is good enough as an offensive schemer, as a play caller, to get the most out of these guys and make sure they're going to put up points. But it's an interesting, because I guess the point being, I don't feel lockstep confident in the Broncos wide receiver room. Like, I look at the Broncos wide receiver room and I'm like, C+. Like, there's something to be desired.
That's way too light.
On paper.
They're a B+. And the only reason they're not an A is because they don't have one of these 10 receivers that are, the CeeDee Lambs of the world. I'm not so sure that the CeeDee Lamb would make this team a lot better.
Oh, I think you're tripping.
Well, you're a Dallas fan. You guys hate your own team.
Nah, we don't have to talk about that. But no, I mean, and it is interesting though, because I think the point that you're also making is just because you have a CeeDee Lamb, just because you have a Jamar Chase doesn't equate to success. Let's see what the Minnesota Vikings are this year with a rookie quarterback and a Justin Jefferson out there.
But if you have Lamb here, you don't have Ingram, okay? So then you may have the Veles and the Franklins and the Pat Bryants, but you don't have the whole complexion of everything in your offense is different. So if you could just, in a lot of sense, replace Sutton for one of these superstar receivers that you think are such difference makers.
You're sitting here and telling me you're supremely confident in the Broncos wide receiver room?
I think it's perfect for the fit of the team. That's young and talented and ascending.
But you wouldn't want more. You wouldn't want more?
Listen, by the time, if and when
I want more.
The Denver Broncos are going to win and competing for championships, T. Higgins is going to be on the other side of his career in 2 years, won't even be a part of it. You sign T. Higgins, you get 1 year of 10 games, another year of 12 games, and then an injury year or a crybaby, I need a new contract year. Courtland Sutton's the perfect guy to bring all of these other young guys up. Courtland Sutton could be a part of the ascension. He's still young enough to be a part of in a year or two when this team hopefully is really competing for AFC championships. And again, the Broncos never overcommitted themselves to any big-time free agent in any fashion that's going to leverage and hurt them in the future. Man, I'm cooking right now, Anilo.
I like it. I don't disagree with you fully. I just think that the Broncos wide receiver room, there's something more to be desired. Like, I'm not looking at the Broncos wide receiver room and saying, yep, like I am at the offensive line, or like I am at the defense as a whole, and saying, you know what, this defense is great.
Though, give this guy some credit.
I don't disagree. I think Courtland Sutton is a very good wide receiver. I'm just thinking rookie contract for Bo Nix, Let's push the chips all the way in and use the Rounders term
again. Put the pressure on the Veles, on the Franklins, and on the Pat Bryants. Put the pressure on those guys to be the next guy, while this group of, if I got Sutton, Ingram, Mims, Dobbins, and Harvey catching balls, that sounds like a pretty dynamic offense and a lot of weapons to me, some nice weapons.
Well, if you want Andrew Mason's take, be sure to check that out online, DenverSports.com. If you want to share your take, shoot us a text, RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. When we come back, we didn't talk about the number 2 wide receiver. Let's hone in on Evan Ingram on the other side.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit. You know what's sweeter than cake? Owning your own home, even if you're self-employed. At cakehome.com, forget cookie-cutter mortgages. For K-1 or 1099 income, we've got non-QM loans baked fresh for you. Modern solutions for complex finances without W-2s. At Cake, we know your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. No W-2? No problem. Cake slices through outdated paperwork, helping you claim a bigger slice of the American dream. Whether you're a designer, dog walker, DJ, or contractor, if you've got entrepreneurial hustle, we'll get you qualified. No fluff, just fast approvals, flexible options, and a mortgage process that makes sense. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Or visit cakehome.com for info and 5-star reviews from business owners like you.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If it stayed, I'd never leave it. If that turned around, I'd grieve the special dirty things that we used to talk about. I mean that loving you is strange and adored by me throughout. Oh, now it's you.
Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Danny Williams in for Cecil Lammy. Hope everyone is doing well out there. Check us out online, DenverSports.com, Denver Sports Social. You can follow me at Media by AP. D-Dub, where can they find you?
I'm at Tweets Danny on Twitter.
Tweets Danny at
I've
Media
always been.
by AP. Be sure to hit us up over there. And if you want to get involved with today's Sports Talk radio program, the number to do so, the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1037. 1043. And real quick, you guys, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com if you want the opportunity to get in with the Battle at Bethpage Black. Okay, we talked a lot of Broncos wide receivers, and real quick for the listeners out there, we were referencing the story online at DenverSports.com, if you want to go check it out, from our guy Andrew Mason, titled, Courtland Sutton is wide receiver number 1, but who's wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3? We went through the Devon Vele's, the Pat Bryants of the world, but your number 2 wide receiver for the Denver Broncos on paper entering into this season is actually someone who does not have WR next to his name on the depth chart. You went tight end, new addition Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
I think he's going to have the second most catches on the team. I think he's going to be, and even if he doesn't have the second most catches, he's going to be the second most important target to that offense. Sutton is a big-time play guy. He's making big plays, special plays. He's going to have games where he catches 8-9 balls. But if you go look at the production that Evan Ingram had in a pretty bad place last year that had a lot of issues, he was one of the most productive running tight ends in the entire league. He is a bona fide top 10 tight end in the league. Okay, and if you're saying, well, based off of what? Well, we could just put our own top 10 list together. We can go to, I just looked at some fantasy stats for 2025 where he's ranked number 8. I'm looking at a list right now on Pro Football Focus where they have him going into the 2025 season as the 11th best, tight end.
And here's what PFF has to say on the number 11 ranking for Evan Ingram. They say Ingram missed multiple games due to injury in 2024, and the Jaguars as a whole disappointed, to your point, resulting in roster and coaching changes. But Ingram is just one season removed from a monster 114 reception 2023 campaign in which he earned a 73.2 PFF receiving grade. He now gets paired with one of the best play callers in the 21st century in Sean Payton.
Boom. That's why perfect. This guy.
You're welcome.
Great job, Anillo. You're doing a heck of a job. Kevin, you too as well. Evan Ingram is going to catch 80 balls in this offense. Imagine getting 75 plus balls, 6, 7, 12 of those for first downs, 8 touchdowns to go along that position that was a hole for you last year. You went to the playoffs. You had an offense that Bo Nix's numbers were surprisingly, he threw the 6th most touchdowns after a really slow start.
If I would have given you just the stats for Bo Nix and said, who do you think this is? I don't think anybody, maybe people here locally would guess Bo Nix.
Yes.
But take a Cardinals fan.
This is going to open up this offense in ways like a blooming flower, man. Evan Ingram is going to be, you know what? They have him on all these lists as a top 10 tight end in the league. By the season's end, I bet you he's a top 5 or 6 most productive tight end in the league. At least most important.
I don't think I'm going there, because if we're using the PFF list, here's their top 5. They got George Kittle at 1, Brock Bowers at 2, who I think is an absolute stud.
Kittle's getting older for 1.
Keep
going.
Trey McBride, the CSU Ram, number 3. Mark Andrews 4, Sam Laporta 5.
Mark Andrews just had one of the most letdown moments in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Taking the body of work, I will subscribe to the thought that I think when it's all said and done, yes, Evan Ingram will be a top 10 tight end in the league. Am I going to go as far to project him in the top 5? I'm personally not.
Okay, well, he's going to have better production than Dallas Goedert. And watch this. I have to say something like this to back up my take, Kevin. He'll be more productive and have better numbers. Hold on. Wait for it. Than Travis Kelce this season. Hey, yeah!
Look, that's not even Hot Take Tuesday yet for you, Dan.
Let's get this.
Okay, I like the optimism. And look, Travis Kelce's down and out, trending in the wrong direction in his NFL career, but we know the relationship he has with the organization and the Kansas City Chiefs. But point being, I think back to the Julius Thomas arrival for the Denver Broncos, right? And I remember watching that first game. I think they played on that Thursday night, if I remember correctly. And I was like, is this guy a free agent in my fantasy league? And lo and behold, he was. And I picked him up after that first game, and away we went the rest of that season. But I'm not going to say he's going to have quite as big of an impact as Julius Thomas did, just because I don't think anybody really foresaw that with Julius Thomas, but I think he can be in that vein, can Evan Ingram.
The word you said was have as big of an impact. Yeah, he can
but not in the dramatic way that Julius Thomas. Julius Thomas was catching every touchdown the first 6 weeks of the year.
He had 15 touchdowns in one season, Julius Thomas, and he was just like a touchdown machine.
Yeah, Evan
but
Ingram's
that's the Peyton Manning era where just everyone is eating and feasting. I mean, he made Noshawn look great for a minute there. He got Eric Decker. Everyone was looking good.
The most
under
receiving touchdowns Evan Ingram has caught in a season per his Pro Football Reference page is 6. So that's kind of where we're at in regards to a ceiling with him in touchdown receptions. Ingram?
Oh no, he's in a bad team that couldn't score any touchdowns. Their quarterback, first-round pick, Trevor Lawrence, can't throw more than 21 or 22 touchdowns a game. They're dysfunctional.
He was on the Jacksonville team.
He's in a bad place.
He was on the Jacksonville team in 2022, and I believe that was the year where Lawrence was actually put together.
So I mean the Valanciunas effect. He's going for 14 or 15 and 10 or 12 this season.
Yeah.
His numbers are getting bumped. He's getting a 20% bump on the numbers across the board.
Yeah,
and the same's going to apply to Evan Ingram. And if you think that 114 touchdowns, he caught 114 balls a year ago and only 6 touchdowns out of it, well, I'd say if he's catching 80 balls or 85 balls here in Denver, that 8 or 9 or 10 of those are going to be for touchdowns. What's up, Kev?
Do you guys think this is going to be the best tight end Sean Payton has had since Jimmy Graham?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
So, I mean, Sean Payton's not going to be able to help himself. He's like, man, I got to go back in my playbook from 10 years ago.
Yep.
Look at all these plays that I haven't been able to run yet.
He's not like Sean Payton, and what you're saying is Sean Payton's not the kind of guy that's like, well, my tight end only gets these many looks a game, and we're only going to scheme him this. No, he will feature Evan Ingram in a handful of games, and maybe in some other games after the guy gets hot and cooking, he's going to ride Evan Ingram in games. This guy's going to be a big-time difference maker. I mean, what a great addition.
No, I agree. I guess,
Love it.
And I don't want to put my foot in my own mouth because I tend to agree with you in the sense that Evan Ingram will be the number 2 wide receiver despite the fact that he'll play. I guess the but for me is going back to the conversation we had in the previous segment of is there enough like our team's going to hone in on stopping Cortland Sutton and Evan Ingram to the point that you get to expose, you have to use Marvin Mims, you have to use Pat Bryant in different ways. I just think the skill position group, take the running backs out of it for a moment, talking wide receivers in particular, I think it's just a little thin.
How about, we don't talk about this stuff on Sports Talk Radio. Maybe we should have like a Wednesday and we got nothing to talk about this week. Offensive line is supposed to be one of the best. I mean, like this team as a package, as a whole, the weapons. This is a totally different team already. I think this season than it was last season, and the way the short pass game extension of the run game stuff, Sean Payton is licking his chops right now, and maybe we do it tomorrow because it's going to take a little bit of time to look it up, but when we look at the pieces of the offenses to some of his best offenses with the Saints, how does that kind of compare to the pieces here with the Broncos?
Yeah, and I think Sean Payton will be the ultimate equalizer to all this. However I feel about roster construction.
I think I could maybe convince you a little bit
Talk to me. Convince me, Kev.
I think all these receivers have such different skills that it might not have the Star Wars numbers, but they kind of remind me of the Chiefs early Mahomes with Andy Reid, where, Sutton's going to be your traditional number 1, but Evan Ingram could be that Travis Kelce type guy where you can do flexible things with it.
Yeah.
You might not have Star Wars numbers. Marvin Mims, why not run some trick plays
Totally.
like we ran, like the Chiefs ran with Tyreek Hill? I mean,
let's gadget him
Troy
out.
Franklin, he might surprise people this year. I mean,
might.
Hold on. Mims took a couple years where we were starting to think this guy didn't have it until Sean Payton started using him in unique ways to make him valuable. Same could happen with Troy Franklin.
Here's my thing, though. I'm just not completely solidified. I'm not 10 out of 10 confident in the Broncos wide receiver room. I'm confident in it. I'm not like, oh my gosh, yes, this wide receiver room with a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal is good to go.
They're not going to be the Bengals, but I think, can we all agree we're hopeful?
Yeah, I think
we're ready to put all of our chips in.
I love that.
We're close to putting all of our chips in.
That's a great way to look at it a little bit. It was like, okay, these top 3 or 4 offenses in the league, what are they doing? How are they built? How are they constructed? There's no doubt in my mind that the Broncos are going to be a top 12-ish offense this season, and it goes to the offensive line, it goes to the ascension of Bo Nix, it goes to the pieces. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
All right, why don't we roll it over? Because I actually want to look. I don't even know if the Broncos have the best wide receiver group in their own division. I don't even think they have the best wide receiver group in their own division. We'll roll the conversation over, talking wide receivers. Go ahead and get involved. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. AP and D-Dub back on the other side.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Between a rock and
Bailey Zimmerman takes over Frontier Nights on July 20th.
mistakes, tears rolling down your face when I walked out that door. The only woman who believes.
It's country's next generation, live only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Joining him on the Cheyenne stage, Josh Ross. Tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Why don't we make music that sounds like this anymore? Like, I just picture like nice sunny day, You know,
this is the music of my era.
I Z.
It's feel-good music. It's timeless. They don't do it like this anymore, Nillo.
They don't.
Maybe I am an old head.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, man. Ronnie, Ricky, Bobby, and Mike. It's over with.
There's nothing original. There's nothing creative that like what's like the last like original movie that you've wanted to go see in the theaters? Like versus
Gun
like back
2?
in the day.
Just kidding.
But like you know what I'm saying? Like that's a rehash.
It's a joke.
Like
That's
I saw
a joke.
Iron Claw, I think it was called, with Zac Efron. It was the movie about the Von Erich brothers in the wrestling. That was really good.
Listen, don't be mad because we're an evolved, extraterrestrial community here of humans.
You could have made
What do you want?
You could have made another Rounders in this day and age. Who's making another Rounders?
You could have made another Rounders.
Who's making a Good Will Hunting? Like those type of movies.
Times have changed, Manolo.
You know, like
AI's taking over. We've been
now
through
it's
this.
just Marvel this, Marvel that. Go ahead.
Have you guys seen the new F1 movie with Brad Pitt?
No, but it
I've
looks
heard good
pretty
things.
sweet.
It is so good.
Really?
I mean, it's the director from Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
It is so good. It might be the best movie I've seen since Top Gun Maverick.
Which weird because I don't know why Lewis Hamilton, Verstappen, Leclerc. I've kind of, in a weird way,
Matt Verstappen.
I like F1 a little bit, and I want to go to that Vegas event next year.
They actually show part of that in the movie.
Oh, really?
There, I went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago for Media Row,
Mm-hmm.
and for the media party that they did, it was at the F1 paddock, like where like they start the races and dude, insane.
They spent a fortune there.
A fortune,
To
and it's
live
all
there.
still set up. Like it's cool. Like I've been to Vegas a handful of times. I haven't seen the race, but like you see some of the construct, and to be in the paddock though. Like, you're right there on the starting line. Like, Verstappen was here. Lewis Hamilton, part owner of the Denver Broncos, was here, right? Like, it's cool. Have you watched Drive to Survive at all on Netflix?
Of course I have, but why don't you tell the listeners about it?
Well, I've only watched a handful of episodes, but it's like the reality TV version of F1. It's like Jersey Shore, but for F1. So it's like they take you behind the scenes. They show you the ins and the outs, the intricacies of the sports, or of the sport, I should say, rather.
Yeah.
How do you get into F1? Like you got to have a lot of money.
think a lot of money.
Right? Like, I mean, like, how does Lewis Hamilton get into like Formula One racing?
Those race, it's like race families. No, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's the same as in
Yeah.
NASCAR. You know, Bobby Jr. now is riding in the '97 car. I don't know if it's the same overseas.
One
like
last thing on the driving, and then we'll move on here. I see we got some good text here as well. RamosLaw.com text line. They say Sinners is a very good movie. Might have to check that one out. I've heard good things about that. I like Michael B. Jordan as well. Now I completely forget what I was going to say about F1. I got back to the movies. But point being, it's a cool sport. Oh, I was going to say, check out the Dale Earnhardt documentary on Amazon Prime. It's about senior, not junior. That's a real. I think I'm 2 episodes into the 4. Really cool watch. So be sure to check that out as well. Okay, talking, kind of building back on from the segment that we just did. We've been talking Denver Broncos wide receivers. We went, receiver by receiver in one segment. We talked about Evan Ingram in the last segment, but I threw out an interesting question because it seems like Kevin and Danny, and I want to throw myself in this mix as well. I am fine with the Broncos wide receiver room. I'm not screaming red flag, red flag, red flag. Like, I think the Broncos wide receiver room is just that, fine. I'm not feeling great about the Broncos wide receiver room. I'm not, 10 out of 10 confident.
You did ask me to go pour you a cup of water half empty.
Yeah.
Instead of half full.
Yeah,
so that's kind of where
Look
your
at this guy. He's such a clown.
That's where your mentality is on these guys. And you brought it up. Who has the best receiving group in the division alone?
Because I don't think it's the Broncos.
Well, part of that goes to the quarterback who's feeding these guys.
No, but I'm talking wide receivers. Take the quarterback out.
You can't take
yes,
the quarterback
you can.
out.
Yes, you can.
It's part of the package. And it's
I'm
part
talking
of the equation.
on paper. Would you take the Broncos? Like, Bo Nick's still a Broncos quarterback. Do you want the Broncos wide receiver room, or do you want, say, the Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver room?
Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice,
Juju Smith-Schuster,
Jalen Royals, Hollywood Brown, and then like the Sky Moores are those kind of just extra dudes. I would say that Xavier Worthy, it's like you have to go into draft mode. Okay, if you threw all those receivers, the Broncos receivers and the Chiefs receivers in an open pool play, who would go first? Xavier Worthy goes first.
Right.
But then Cortland Sutton gets drafted second.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so then at that point, it's Rashee Rice or, and we're not doing tight ends here, or Marvin Mims Jr. So it'd be, okay, you'd go, the Chiefs get the first pick, we'd go second, then they'd have this third guy off the board, and we'd go the fourth. So it's kind of close in a sense, to be honest with you. But the difference is Patrick Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks already in the history of the NFL, and we're hoping that Bo Nix doesn't have a sophomore slump and continues to ascend.
Even if we're just
That's
going,
the difference.
even if we're just going 1-2, though, I'm taking Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy over Cortland Sutton and insert wide receiver 2.
Okay, well, I think that's a pretty good receiving group, actually. I think
I think
Xavier Worthy is very, very special.
I'm probably taking Ladd McConkey and Quentin Johnston over Cortland Sutton and wide receiver 2.
Those are just fads. Those guys are kind of just
I don't know.
Fads right now.
I don't know. And you're talking about a head coach in Harbaugh who loves to pound the rock.
Ladd, but people like Stokley type receivers when they see a white guy receiver like that.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing at all. I'm just saying that's not act because they like Hunter Renfrow too. You know what I mean? They do not have a better group.
1,100 yards.
I'm sorry?
1,100 yards.
Okay. Solid.
I mean, I don't know.
He's not better than...
I think at best, the Broncos have the second best wide receiver room in the division. I think we can sit here and say that they're definitively better than the Raiders.
What if we...
Jacoby Myers and Trey Tucker.
What if we add tight ends to the group? Does that change anything? It would, the most for the Raiders, but,
I'd still...
But still, they're still fourth.
What
even
you just said in the last
Brock
segment,
Bowers,
I'm
he's very special.
Yeah, I'm still taking the Broncos over the Raiders in that situation, but I'm still probably taking the Chiefs over the Broncos.
Well, I'll tell you this: the depth in the Broncos room now passes up the top heaviness of the Chargers receiving
but that depth only
group,
matters if you utilize it.
Okay,
Like, what did Troy Franklin legitimately do? Like, what did Troy Franklin establish for himself last year?
Well, hold on. Let's
for
say
the
this.
team?
Let's go more big picture.
What do you mean? Hold on.
Okay,
answer the question.
Troy Franklin, what did he do last year?
Yeah,
finally caught a ton of opportunities, had tons of separation, couldn't catch a ball. Finally, by the end of the season, was getting his act together.
He did his
Couldn't act
job.
together. But Marvin Mims was couldn't really. It seemed like he was a lost cause for 2 seasons until finally they found ways to get him the ball in his hands and utilize him. So Troy Franklin has showed flashes, and because of whether it be the Bo Nix factor or not, he's been given opportunities and will continue to get opportunities. So
the Broncos, to me, are just such a wild card team. They really are, because Cecil, I don't want to speak firmly for him, but he has them right around that 13-win mark, no?
Me and Cecil both have them at 13.
That's his pick. 13 is his. He's standing on it.
And it's the Super Bowl. It's their Super Bowl until it's not. Those are his words.
Whew. Orange and blue glasses from you and Cease. I like it. I like it.
Real quick, let me ask you guys this: where do you think? Then we can move on to the receiver discussion.
Yeah,
that they rank in the league. Are they
the
top
Broncos
half,
wide
bottom
receiver?
half, top 10, top 15? You're acting like they're the 20th group.
I don't think that's. I don't think that's
throw a
that
number
far
out
off.
there. Okay, so am I right? Because I think they're probably the 13th, 12th, 13th, 14th best group. And again, you have it depends on who's throwing in the ball too. But I think you think that they're the 20th best group in the bottom half group in the NFL.
I just don't think it's that far off as a whole. I really don't. I just think that there's a lot to be desired. PFF has the Broncos wide receiving group ranked 22nd heading into the 2020.
Well, they had
season.
ranked before last year 32nd
the
overall?
worst roster in the NFL. So you can't treat PFF truly as gospel, but I guess when I see them at 22 on PFF, that to me is confirmation bias of this room is solid, but it's far from concrete. It's far from something that you hang your hat on.
Yeah,
the
but
Broncos,
there's a bunch of young players who are expected to ascend.
As a position group, talking running backs, talking linebackers, cornerbacks, offensive, defensive linemen, the weakest position group for the Broncos is probably their wide receivers. Running back room stronger. Offensive and defensive line stronger.
That's a really good question. I would actually say that the receiving group with Ingram as a whole is stronger than the running back group by quite a bit. By quite a bit.
I know we've been talking a lot of Broncos, but I kind of want to dive into that a little bit later on in the program. But yeah, why don't we hit a break? When we come back, it is time to check your X. What is going on the Twitter sphere, the X sphere, whatever you want to call it, all that and more when we come back right here on The Fan.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The the Fan.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Summer is in full swing. Have you spent more time planning for your summer vacation than you are planning for your family's future and peace of mind? Your vacation planning checklist should include completing your estate plan. Let us help you check that off the list. We have a streamlined and efficient process so you can get back out there and enjoy the summer. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th. See sale items at thetreefarm.com. Save 25 to 45% on thousands of 3 to 8-year-old shade and flowering trees. Choose from honey locust, linden, maple, oak, flowering crabapple, serviceberry, willow, and more. And save big on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow & Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation done right the first time. Protect your home and your wallet. Ask us about installing a Mow & Flow system today. Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
If I'm being completely honest, the first time I heard that they did a segment called Check Your Ex, I thought it was like spying on your ex-girlfriend on Instagram or something.
Creepy,
I can't
bro.
even lie. I didn't even know. I still think of it as Twitter. It'll always be Twitter to me. Even
That'll
on my
never
laptop, when I want to go to X, I still type in twitter.com because it redirects me to X.
Well, again, and your computer only opens in safe mode. It's all porned out.
Okay, all right, way to expose me
But
there.
when someone says X...
No, I'm a good Catholic man, Danny. I'm a 12-year Catholic school vet, dude.
When
I
someone
don't
says
engage in
X,
that.
it's Twitter to me because it just goes down the wrong kind of rabbit hole there. So
Well, You need triple X if you want to think that way.
Well, again, you are thinking that way.
You never know. If I do shave the beard, I got the stash going.
Yeah, that's true.
Who knows? Maybe there's another career
You're
for
an Italian stallion, man.
Yeah.
You and Cello. Cello's a sports paisan.
Yeah. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So, okay, time to check your X. Always a fun segment here on the program. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Danny Williams in for Cecil Lammy. Hope you guys are having a great day out there today. First and foremost, did you watch the hot dog eating competition over the weekend? Did you see Joey Chestnut shove glizzies down his throat?
Yeah, man, it's weird. It's like America. It's America, but it's the most disgusting thing when they dip the bun in the water. It's just... It grosses me out. I can't really watch it, like for more than a second because I'm disgusted by it.
I'm weirdly into it. Like I don't want to watch it, but then he's dunking it and he's doing this and he's doing that. I mean that is, I don't care what people say. Like I went bowling the other night. I consider bowling a sport. I think it's a sport. Hot dog eating competition, food eating competition. That is a sport, dude. That is a sport. That is, you have to push your body to limits. You have to train. You have to work yourself up to be able to do this
I'd
stuff.
say the guy was born with a gigantic gut and he could just shove stuff
He
in
is
that
the
gut.
Michael Phelps.
Can you stretch it a little bit? Nah, that's not a talent. It's just a
I don't know.
weird
How many
gut.
hot dogs you eating in that sitting?
In that sitting?
I could eat 2 hot dogs a year.
I think
a year.
I could eat 3 hot dogs in the course of a party with some, because I'm eating watermelon and other stuff too. But, yeah, I think that'd be the max out.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is a spectacle, and this is a dude who's been an absolute champion of his scene the entire time.
It is weird that no one has been able to
not even close.
come up
Not
and just
even
have
close.
as big of a gut as him and just shove that stuff. Let me ask you this. Does he throw it all up later? Like 20 minutes, 30
No, I
minutes
don't think
later,
because
does
he does.
throw it all up
It's
later?
not like he does one eating competition a year. I've seen him do like burrito eating competitions. Like he does this. Like this might be his Saturday, Sunday fun day activity.
Anil, if he's training like that, if you're training and eating like that every day, you're gonna gain a lot of weight. He's got to be throwing it up after he eats all of it. That's got to be part of.
Maybe
his
he
whole
just fasts the
equation.
days that he doesn't binge eat like that.
No, then your stomach gets tight and little.
Well, maybe he's just built different.
That's what I'm saying.
Like he's
Therefore,
built different.
no athlete, non-athlete.
LeBron's built different.
Okay, well he runs and jumps fast and can.
Michael
score the
Jordan
ball.
was built different.
Yeah.
Like, Babe Ruth was built different. Babe Ruth was probably bigger than Joey Chestnut.
Just less
Babe
than a god,
Ruth
but
used
more
to
than a
put
man.
it down.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a fan of the hot dog eating competition. It's disgusting, but it's it's just tried and true America in this day and age. Shout out to Joey Chestnut for doing his thing over the weekend.
nasty twin.
All right, speaking of check your ex, did you see what Nikola Jokic was doing over the weekend?
I did. You're talking about his horsey?
Yes, his horsey won a little race for him, and he looked elated. Congratulations to Nikola.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I'm always curious to what the owner of the horse in some of these big races, what do they take from the race itself as everyone else is, betting the odds. But I wonder if, it's Bob Baffert, these horse guys here in America, we're talking millions and millions, probably almost billions of dollars, but hundreds of millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars they spend on these horses. I wonder if it's the same kind of situation out there or not.
I'm sure it is, maybe not to the same extent.
Yeah.
I also like that he does the carriage racing with the horses. It's not just like, with the jockey and what. I'm sure they're still probably called jockeys, but not like Kentucky Derby. It's like a different flavor of horse racing. I'm into it.
I remember just for years and years, my grandpa loved the horses and he loved the dogs.
The ponies.
So he would go over to Commerce City and, here's Rusty, that little rabbit comes out, and we'd go out to Arapahoe and check this out. So my grandma was in a wheelchair at the time, and one or two of the places you had to be 18 to get in. And I was just a little kid. My grandpa said that I was like the helper. You have to.
Yeah.
Can't leave him in the car. He's the helper. So I just go in there and sit and, eat hot dog and popcorn. He'd come up, tell me pick a horse or a dog every now and then. And I knew when he gave me a few bucks that he hit something. But, horse racing and the dog racing, which I think is kind of rare these days, is
West
in
Virginia,
my blood from when as far back as I can remember.
If you like to be chronically online like I am at times, there's a great YouTube channel called Channel 5 News with Andrew Callahan. He's like my age and just does all these wacky reports.
Mm-hmm.
He did a 45-minute mini doc on the dog racing industry in America today.
Yeah.
It seems like it's only alive in West Virginia.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I've heard that. There's got to be somewhere else that they race. But
no, the thing with Nikola to me that I love is just how happy he is when he's racing the horses. I mean, he looks literally like 5 times more excited when his horse is racing and winning than he did when he won the NBA.
Does that mean something to you? Is that worth getting into? Like something to dig into a little bit? Like does that
like about if he'll continue playing?
Well,
basketball,
just like
or?
someone would say, that's why he's not going to play into his late
I've
30s.
Never bought
He doesn't
that.
even like basketball.
I've never bought that. I think Jokic's demeanor and the way that he handles himself with the media, I think not all of it, but I do think a little bit of it is an act. Like,
No,
I think that's
he's
him
a
being a joker.
professional.
Yeah. I think he loves the game of basketball. I do. I think anyone that thinks that is just wrong. I just don't think we get the true Nikola Jokic in front of the cameras or on the court. He's very stoic.
I think that's his professionalism, Manilo. I think he's a pro's pro. And I think, whether he's wearing a suit and tie and going to sit behind the desk or working at the bank or slicing meat at the deli, the guy, whatever he would do, he'd do it in a professional fashion. And then when you see him out dancing and, at parties and just being really thrilled with the horses, you've seen the biggest smiles on his face with his family.
I love it.
And that's, that's the real guy. So I hate that idea of he don't love the game or he's not trying hard enough. I've never been one about that.
I don't think you could be as good as he is and put up the numbers that he does without loving the game.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he does make it look easy at times, and we do take him for granted at times, but I don't think there's any question about Nikola Jokic's love for the game of basketball. But if you want to see Nikola Jokic's love for horse racing, go on X. Just type in Nikola Jokic in the search bar. It'll be the first thing that comes up. He is giddy watching his horse get the job done out there in Serbia. I want to go back to the text line for just a second here on the hot dog eating competition. We got some great engagement. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 if you guys want to get involved. Someone asked, do they throw up those dogs? Do they digest it, as we were talking about?
Yeah, no, they throw them up.
Another listener says they eat literally 4 times everything every day and cry about how much harder it is than weightlifting itself. So call it what you want to do, but it is unique. I would agree with that. Here's another one, 5777. Those competition eaters do train to enlarge in their stomachs and inner linings.
Isn't sports come with some kind of health equivalent or factor where it means like, when
you could be out with a swollen intestine.
No, but what I'm saying is, this isn't a healthy for the guy's body. Therefore, that's another reason why it doesn't equate to sport.
Here is the definition. The definition of sport: an activity involving physical exertion and skill in which an individual or team competes against another or others for entertainment.
And skill was the key word there.
Is that not skill?
No, that's no skill.
It's physical exertion.
That's not a skill. Just stuffing your throat full of hot dogs.
You can't do it. I can't do it. Kevin can't do it.
No
Drew
one would
can't
do it.
it.
Who would do it? Who's trying to do it?
We can take 7 of us in this office and we can't even compete with Joey Chestnut.
There's no point to do it, though. There's not like you
glory.
Can't get a better job in life for doing it.
The dude in the top hat gassing
league.
you up on the stage.
No. It's nasty.
It is nasty, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't. It's
I'm
a skill.
not the
it's
guy
a skill.
who's like race cars. Race cars is not a drivers aren't athletes. It's not a sport. No, it is. That's endurance. That's mental. That's physical. It's a lot of things that go.
Hot dog eating competition is not mental. It's not physical. It's not mental. You're telling me after Glizzy number 42, you're not fighting for your life?
His stomach's just big, and he stuffs it.
Well, he's not the only one, man. There's a lot of other people. We just don't give them their credit because they're not as good as him.
There's no credit to be given. There's not like you're not winning in life at this.
You're tripping, man. I don't know.
You
Joey
are.
Chestnut's he's probably made a good amount of money doing this.
I'm like ashamed of him, kind of, as an American. Like it's not. I'm like proud.
You're
of
an American. You're not English.
Yes.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be grossed out by this. This is your American heritage. Get the the eagle, the American flag.
I am American, purely
proud. To
Red,
be.
white, and blue. Cut me open. But it's not our finest. This guy's not our finest, I promise you.
Okay, fair enough. We'll agree to disagree on that front. But, of course, that was Check Your X. All right, 2 hours down, 2 more to play with here on the program.
It's been fun.
When we come back, let's get to the big news in Denver sports. That involves the Denver Nuggets. We'll do a little potpourri on the Denver Nuggets offseason acquisitions, but highlight the big one that they've yet to firmly acquire. All that and more when we come back right here on The Fan.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor, stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. The FIFA Club World Cup is kicking off, and you can witness the entire tournament and every compelling matchup at your local lodge. That's right, they have every game. So grab your team and make a run to Twin Peaks for your favorite beverage and platters of sauced and tossed wings. The best part, they're giving away epic swag. Get to your favorite location to learn more. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Her face lights up whenever you're around. That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other. At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no two diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Summer in Colorado is here, and so are the savings. At Mountain High Appliance, we're celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages. With our price match guarantee and special financing options, we make appliance shopping easy. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
I have been on the soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. The best summer of your life starts with soda weight loss, because right now, soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
Before soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone.
All right, welcome on back into the program. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams here on The Fan. You can follow me on social media at Media by AP. He's at Tweets Danny. Do us a favor as well. Check us out online, DenverSports.com. Well, frankly, if you're not going to DenverSports.com, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, our staff is absolutely incredible. We'll keep you update with this, that, and the other. Download the app and make sure to make DenverSports.com your go-to place for all of your Denver sports news and information. Also, check us out on social media for some more Denver sports content. But okay, good Broncos discussion. But the big story of the day, the number one story in Denver sports right now, is what is going to happen with the Denver Nuggets and Jonas Valanciunas. If you guys want to get involved with this conversation, feel free to hit us up online at the ramoslaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, and let us know your thoughts. But it seemed like everything was, we were in la-la land for a little bit, right? Like we figured out, Jonathan Wallace was going to, run alongside with Ben Tenzer to run the front office for the Denver Nuggets. They were aggressive in free agency. The big trade, trading away Michael Porter Jr. and a 2032 first-round pick to bring in Cam Johnson. Mixed feelings about that, but I think most people believe it was a good trade for the Denver Nuggets. Makes them better in the moment. They bring back Brucey B. They add Tim Hardaway Jr. on a minimum contract, right? So we're 3 for 3. And then looks like we're going to go 4 for 4. When we get the news, the Nuggets had agreed to trade Dario Saric to the Sacramento Kings in exchange for Jonas Valanciunas. Now, let's break it up real quick. The ability to get off of Dario Saric in a trade in and of itself is a win. To be able to get a legitimate asset back in a guy like Jonas Valanciunas, that is the cherry on top. That makes this trade, assuming it goes through, a 12 out of 10. Not a 10 out of 10, a 12 out of 10. I mean, they hit a home run with that. But the big question is, will Jonas Valanciunas play for the Denver Nuggets? As there's been some reports, some indications over the last week or so that he does not want to play in the NBA any longer, wants to go play in the EuroLeague, wants to play in Greece, and the Denver Nuggets aren't necessarily having some of that. Go check out the latest work online at DenverSports.com. But so there's a bit of a cold war brewing right now between the Nuggets front office and Jonas Valanciunas' representation. What are your thoughts on the situation as a whole?
Cold war strong.
I mean, it's too.
That's a little bit.
Valanciunas wants one thing, the Nuggets
strong.
want another. They're in a standoff. They're in a standoff right now. If it wasn't a Cold War, if it wasn't a standoff, this would have been taken care of. This would have been mere formality.
I think this is just circumstances of his contract in the twilight of his years. I think I'd be best validated by looking at, if we pulled up a list of some of the free agent contracts that were signed this offseason and some of the crazy money that DeAndre Ayton, I brought up Bobby Portis, I brought up Duncan Robinson. These were equal to or less players to Jonas Valanciunas, who's making $10 million this season, and the Nuggets have an option, a team option of keeping him the following season for another $10 million. So what I think is going on here is that this guy wants, maybe it's as simple as that second year next year being turned into the player option. So if he wants to become a free agent, he can become a free agent and go sign somewhere else in the league, but sign somewhere where he's going to make more than $10 million. And,
So you think it's a straight money ploy?
I do.
You think the reluctance
it's all about the money.
And dangling a move to the EuroLeague, that is simply Jonas Valanciunas and his representation saying we want it back.
It's the only leverage that he really has. So to kind of make that threat, because
but you don't see this very often.
Okay, but all the things that you were saying like could be problems are all the things that common sense tells us why he will be here. He's going to play for the best team he's ever played for. He's going to play for a backup and for a team that's just going to really make him look in a light that he's really never been in. This guy's going to have a chance to, I think, be a premier backup in the whole league. This guy can do more than the numbers and the minutes I think he was allotted and allowed to do over the last couple years. And it's just a few seasons ago where this guy was a starting center playing a lot of minutes, pushing 17, 18, 20 points a night on 10 rebounds. His per rate numbers, the rebounding stuff, the touch at the rim, he's like a perfect complement. He's the perfect guy. It's going to make us forget the phrase, or at least change the way we talk about the non-Jokic minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is, look, I think trading for Cam Johnson, I think signing Bruce Brown, signing Tim Hardaway Jr., I think all three of those moves are more impactful for the Denver Nuggets. I think acquiring Jonas Valanciunas, I think, would be great, but I'm looking myself in the mirror, and I'm saying if this thing falls through for the Denver Nuggets and Jonas Valanciunas is not on the team, come game one, it's just peak Nug life. It is peak Nug life, because I could think of the Isaiah Hartensteins, I could think of the Jay Huffs, I could think of the Thomas Bryants, I could think of the Mason Plumlees, I could think of the DeAndre Jordans. I mean, since Nikola Jokic established himself as one of the best players in the NBA, he has since established himself as the best player in the NBA. Backup center has been an Achilles heel of this Denver Nuggets team. And to be this close to figuring it out with this positive of an asset in Jonas Valanciunas, just to potentially have the rug taken out from underneath you, I chuckle a little bit, Danny, because it's like, of course, here we go, par for the course for Nug life.
I can't go down the road with you of like, what's it going to be like? What's life going to be like if he doesn't show up? Because I'm certain for 100% that he will be playing for the Denver Nuggets.
Certain.
And he'll be
chop that for the promo.
Yeah,
Kev.
and he'll be a happy camper as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of to do about nothing.
We got a text here on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. My man 6620 could not agree with you more. Says, in my opinion, Jonas would be insane to not ring chase as Joker's backup. Low risk, high reward. But either way, just getting rid of Dario makes it a win already. Completely agree with that. I would love for Jonas Valanciunas to be here. I'm expecting Jonas Valanciunas to be here. But let's talk about the consolation. If he isn't here, one, you get off Dario Saric. You don't got to worry about that anymore. A virtually untradeable contract. God bless the Sacramento Kings and whatever thought process they had there. But if he doesn't come here, it's going to affect the Nuggets cap in a positive way, as we'll have access to the full mid-level exception. Could look at a guy like an Al Horford. Could look at a guy like a Tayshaun Price. There's some other options out there for Denver to use that money that they were going to use on Valanciunas.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like Horford is destined to the Warriors for some reason or another.
Could you imagine Al Horford in Denver?
It's destined until the headline is signed with.
Al Horford would be tremendous in Denver.
Oh, yeah. Listen, if there was a situation of all of the bigs, from the Aytons to...
I don't want to... Ayton's gone, but
I'm just
didn't
saying,
want him anyway.
For all of the bigs that essentially were out there or could be had, Horford would be a perfect fit here, man. He's I think a 3 or 4 time All-Star in his heyday, and then
Horford,
and he's turned himself into an all-time role player. So in the NBA, the Basketball Hall of Fame,
he's a 5-time All-Star. Horford.
Yep, you get that body of work that goes to his Florida days when he's winning national championship. Al Horford's going to the Hall of Fame, man. It's the body of work, but this guy's he's an all-time great player in the sense of a really unique peak, and then look at the longevity and look at the difference that he made for these Celtics teams over the last handful of years. I'm surprised they're letting him go, but they're really turning it over. Porzingis,
that second apron, man.
Drew Holiday.
It's not a hard cap, but it acts as a hard cap because you really get limited in what you can and can't do when you're in that second apron.
Yeah, Horford.
Even the first apron.
I'd explore that. Is Kuminga still out there? Is he signed? Because Kuminga's a guy who, I'll tell you, I don't know if he's been held back by everyone having to stand there and kind of watch Steph run around, set screens and screens off of screens and screens off of the ball for Steph Curry, if that hinders the development of a guy like Kuminga. But physically, what that guy's makeup is like as special as almost anyone in the league. And there's been a lot of basketball people still to this day, that think he's still has another gear.
Yeah,
I don't know if he'd fit here perfectly, but he'd be a great athlete to have a part of this squad.
I don't disagree with you at all on that front, but the text line is humming right now with thoughts, takes, opinions on the Jonas Valanciunas situation. And I think, like I said, the number, regardless of what happens with this situation, the Nuggets have won this trade because they no longer have Dario Saric on their team. That is point blank, bottom line, end of story. Obviously, in theory, you'd like Jonas Valanciunas because that was part of the initial deal, but it's not like if you lose out on Jonas Valanciunas. If Valanciunas is so set on, I want to play in Europe, I want to be closer to home, I'm done with the NBA, right? If that is the case, Denver still wins this trade because of the flexibility and the ability to get off of a guy like Dario Saric. It would definitely be a little sour, though, because Jonas Valanciunas would be such a perfect fit to play behind Nikola Jokic, but also potentially alongside Nikola Jokic in some spurts as well, which is why this is what needs to happen, folks. Let's put this story to bed. Let's look at this as a folk tale one day of, remember when Jonas Valanciunas almost didn't want to play for the Nuggets because he wanted to go play in Europe? Josh Kroenke needs to get on the phone. Josh Kroenke needs to call Nikola Jokic.
You said,
Josh Kroenke needs to get on the phone to call Nikola, and he needs to go to Nikola and say, hey, big fella, I don't want to bug you on your summer vacation. I know you're having a great time. Congratulations on the horse win. Congratulations on the sunshine and, doing your thing with your family. But I need you to make a 5-minute phone call to your boy Jonas Valanciunas out there in Lithuania and make sure that this guy's head is where it needs to be. Let's go win a
The problem with that is
that's what needs to happen.
If I'm right and it's about the money, then that conversation won't matter and might even make things a little bit awkward.
No, I think you're tripping. Not when it's someone of the stature of Nikola. And they're also friends, Danny. This is like if I was in charge of putting the radio show, the radio schedule together, and we needed a fill-in, I would go to management and say, hey, my guy D-Dub's on the roster already, let's do it. And you'd be down for it as well. Don't lie.
You're
telling me a call from Nikola Jokic himself doesn't move the needle for Jonas Valanciunas?
Here's what I'm saying. You're acting as though $15 million is no big deal. This guy's probably made $100 million in his career. 15 to 20 more over the last 2 to 3 years of his career is a very, very big deal, and I think is the sticking point to all of this fuss.
See, that's where I think you're wrong. I think he wants to go home. I think he wants to go home.
No.
I think he wants to go play.
You
in
don't
Europe.
leave money like that on the table. If he's at the
Dario
very end,
Saric considered doing the same thing.
What was Tim Hardaway's contract? This guy probably doesn't want to play for 1 year at $3.5 million when he can go there and play for $4 or $5 million.
You're telling me Bruce Brown signing on the vet min? You're telling me Tim Hardaway Jr. signing on the vet min to compete and win a championship with this team?
They couldn't make him more elsewhere.
And Jonas Valanciunas is sitting back and saying, give me the money?
Yes.
Let's
get into that. That stock he's more important. He's the most important addition of the backups.
Really?
Cam Johnson's a starter.
You think Jonas Valanciunas is more important than Bruce Brown?
Way more.
No.
Oh my God,
you're tripping.
You're tripping. Oh my God, you're living like in this nostalgic fantasy of 2 years ago. Like, hey, the Bulls are back in town.
The reality of the situation, Danny, is the Nuggets had 4 players on the court in the playoffs against the Thunder.
Bruce Brown is the least important addition of these guys. Tim Hardaway might be playing more important minutes. He's a better shooter. Bruce Brown can't be. This isn't the same team who's just going to go freestyle and run around and be
They
a
didn't have a secondary
anymore.
ball. They were playing Russell Westbrook 15-plus minutes a game. That has disaster written all over it.
Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. are going to be competing for kind of 7th man minutes, and they better both hope
Who's the sixth man? Who's the sixth man?
Valanciunas.
Who's running the second unit when Jamal Murray's out of the game?
Valanciunas, Payton, Watson.
Running the second unit?
Running the
Who's
second
running
unit?
the second unit when Jamal's on the bench?
Listen, Bruce Brown is the least most important guy in this rotation now, Bruce Brown. Tim Hardaway Jr. was an important player to the Mavericks last year and the year before. Like their third to win, they need him to be their third or fourth best player on nights. Now these two guys are, I think, competing for touches and minutes, which will be 15 to 17 a night.
Fit. You're discounting the camaraderie. Bruce Brown is a shoo-in to be a perfect fit for this team because he's done it before.
What's the money that Bruce Brown signed here for? Like the exact dollars?
2.5, I think.
And Valanciunas, they're happy to have him here, begging to come here at $10 million because they know he's worth $15 million this year. The money speaks for itself. You got a guy in Bruce Brown that anybody, and do you know what? Bruce Brown for $3.5 or $4 million wouldn't have came here because playing with my money is like playing with my emotions. So if you think, it's crazy that you just think $1 million, $2, $3, $4 is nothing to these guys.
That.
You're wrong when it comes to that because he's playing here for the vet minimum because 2 or 3 other he could have went to the Wizards and played for the vet minimum or another 2 or 3 bad teams. We actually are one of the few teams, good teams that would consider paying him the vet minimum because of our relationship. He's borderline washed. He's borderline washed. I mean, he couldn't stick.
You and Zach Bye are on the same wavelength.
He couldn't stick on a Pacers team that has a lot of unique pieces and characters.
He got traded from the Pacers.
That's what I'm saying. Couldn't stay on that team that has a lot of different unique pieces and characters. You think he'd be able to fit in. And then he goes to where? Toronto? And they gas him, a team that's just looking for a guy who can play, be a difference maker, be a leader, be productive.
So here's where we're at then. It seems like you and I are both in agreement. Cam Johnson of the acquisitions, number 1.
He's a starter.
Number 100%.
He's the next guy.
Yep.
He's
and you
he's
traded
the core.
MPJ
He's
for
the
him.
core.
Yep. So Cam Johnson, number one most
That's the meat.
important.
The rest is the
person.
potatoes.
Right. So where do you kind of rank order of importance on the signing shortly thereafter? So Cam Johnson 1. You think Valanciunas, if it goes through, is the number 2 most important?
Light years. Clearly.
Wow.
Not close.
Because he's my 3.
What do you think that Bruce Brown's going to do for this team? You're acting like he's some kind of hero going to come here and score 17, 16 points a night.
You were overly reliant on Russell Westbrook last season.
Bruce Brown won't average 10 points a game this season. Will not average 10 points a game.
I don't know if you need him to be honest with you.
Okay, because him and Tim Hardaway Jr. are going to be competing for those kind of same touches, and it's maybe a good problem to have. Who's hot that night? Who's hot that stretch? It's not like a succession order here, especially when it comes to those two guys.
I don't know. The way that I always viewed it, and Cam Johnson more so fits this profile, is, Jake Shapiro and I talked about it time and time again on the Mile High Hoops podcast. One player away, right? I really felt, and you even saw, I think it was Jalen Williams came out, after they won the championship and said Denver was the team that had us shaking a little bit.
Lou Dort said that we had on DenverSports.com. Lou Dort said the Nuggets had us shaking in our boots.
Yeah, that's
bro.
really, yeah. So,
and that's a tough guy.
And that's why I look at a guy like Bruce Brown as a potential missing piece, because we've seen Denver win a championship in spite of not having a backup center. We've seen them be the 1 seed in spite of not having a backup center. They have accomplished all of this. The wins, the 1 seed, the championship. They didn't have a backup center.
Giannis could Valanciunas could play. Is it Giannis or Jonas? You're going to Jonas. I'm feeling like it's Giannis, but these guys will usually kind of tell me back there.
No, it's Jonas or Jonas. I think it. Jonas. My name is Jonas. That's a song, right? Bumping.
No. I'm just saying. I'm not sure, but I want to be. This guy is going to be so valuable of a piece. Going to play so many more minutes than Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. Actually, Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. are going to have to play well enough to keep Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther off the floor.
I think those are the two guys. Those are the two guys who I think minutes are going to get snatched from. Is Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther.
They're behind these guys as of right now today.
Yeah.
But as you know, what do those two guys have left? When it goes quick. Especially when you're a player in his 30s and every other guy's closing the gap. Young, explosive, dynamic. Cheaper. Again. Bruce Brown's playing on for no money to very.
So now
happy
you're
to
equating
be here.
money to performance.
Absolutely, because that's again, if he was worth, you're acting like he's a $10 million player like
I'm not saying that. I'm not
and
saying
he's
that.
coming here to play for $2 million.
I'm saying Bruce Brown is a perfect fit for the Denver Nuggets. That's what I'm saying.
As the 8th most important guy on your team.
See, I think he'll be closer to 6 or 7.
No.
Yes, I do.
6? No.
Bruce Brown was on the court when they won the championship. He's not. You're acting like he's 41 years old.
Look what's happened in 2 years. The guy was out of the league essentially, bought out on the curve.
If you sign with Indiana, right? If you're Bruce Brown, you're probably in your head saying, okay, I can compete on this team. We got Halliburton. We got this, that. When you get traded to Toronto, is it not fair to mentally check out a little bit?
No,
and then you get
it's
traded
not,
to New Orleans?
because that should be like in Minna. They got Scotty Barnes, and I should be.
They were going
competing
nowhere. They were going nowhere
with all of these other guys. I mean, if there's anywhere,
they were going nowhere.
Listen, the Toronto might have the worst situation moving forward of any team in the league over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. And you'd think under your premise that Bruce Brown would have a chance to excel and shine and get buckets and be a leader there.
No, because you know why? Because you know why? He already got his contract.
He's close to the end, man. This guy's very close to the end.
You know what Bruce Brown's going to do? Bruce Brown is going to ball out for 1 year in Denver, and he's going to go sign another 4-year, $45 million contract somewhere and get paid again. That's what's going to happen.
No chance that happens. This guy might be out of the league next year.
How old do you think
this
Bruce
guy's
Brown is?
Closer to being out of the league next year than making more money again.
He's 28 years old.
That doesn't matter.
He's in the prime of his career. Yes, it does
Oh
matter.
my God, the prime of his career.
You're trying to
the team
build up
that just signed him couldn't wait to get rid of him.
You're banging the drum about a 33-year-old Jonas Valanciunas is going to make this big of a difference? I'm looking at a guy in Bruce Brown who's been there and done that with this team and helped push them over the top.
He's playing on the league minimum, for the league minimum, bro. Any other team could have had him for 3 years times $3 million. Lock him up through the rest of what you're calling his prime. Who's the... I just can't believe you're saying this stuff right now, but Bruce, you are living in the past, man.
I don't think I am. I'm also...
AI's taken over. We've been through this on this show 2 or 3 times.
Am I thinking in the past? Am I living in the past? A little bit, sure, but that past was also recent.
2 years ago, it's like might as well be a lifetime ago.
You're
in
acting
pro
like
sports.
it's Elway and Manning Broncos difference with this age difference.
It's just the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is his contract. That's 1 year, $2 million. Anyone in the whole league could have had him for next year for $3, $4, $5 million, and he would have went for another $1 million. He wouldn't have stuck around. He would have went to the Nets. He would have went to give me some bottom feeders. He would have went. Maybe he could have saw more opportunities with the Clippers, who are a mid team. No, this was half of a favor. It's a half of a favor, and if you have to eat the money and cut him and buy him out, like the Saric deal, everyone keeps saying, "Well, they traded Saric, and that's a great."
That's a win.
But you just buy Saric out. They just bought out Dame Lillard for $100 and some million. You wouldn't just bought out Saric and let him go on. You move on from the Chonchars. You move on from the Aytons or for the DeAndre Jordans. This team is a big boy team again. They went from being a little bit kind of lost in the direction that they were going in and just realizing the youth. Like, think about how ridiculous it sounds. The Nuggets were having this season Jokic, one of the best players in the whole world and of all time, bank on a couple young nothings in Julian Strawther and Peyton Watson. They ain't even a has-been. They's a never was. This is crazy. This team is solidified again. This is a big boy team again, and there's not two teams better than the Thunder and the Nuggets in the entire NBA that have more going for themselves, championship aspirations, next year than the Denver Nuggets, because the Celtics aren't winning without Tatum. Halliburton's out for the whole season as well. It is the Thunder and the Nuggets and everybody else in the entire NBA, definitely in the West
The
as well.
other thing that I think you're discounting with Bruce Brown is the Jokic effect. I mean, this is a guy that fits perfectly alongside Nikola. Okay, but here's the other thing.
He's not going to be playing with Nikola. He's going to be playing with you.
Did he not play alongside Nikola 2 years ago? In Spurs,
yeah,
he did.
Kinda.
He was on the court when they won the championship.
Yeah, he did.
He closed the game. Closed the game. Don't forget. Closed the
I
game.
was there. I was on the floor. I was there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was in the press box. Sorry, I wasn't on the floor.
No
with
big
you.
deal.
Yeah. No, but I here's the other thing. In a more spirited conversation, D-Dub's my guy. It's a good thing that we're having this debate. Because you know what it signals? It signals that the Nuggets made moves.
Oh, yeah.
It signals that they're not standing pat. It signals that they're aggressive. And we can have an argument that there's 3 new faces on this team that can make an impact in this way or that way. This is a sign of where the Nuggets are trending.
I hope we're both a little right, or you could look at it both a little wrong. Valanciunas is going to be dynamic, have such meaningful minutes, and be such a difference maker. If Bruce Brown has more left in the tank and he's found himself in a bad situation, well, I'd love for that to happen too. But the reality is Tim Hardaway and Bruce Brown are kind of two of similar mold and fashion of what they're looking for, what the Nuggets are looking for out of those two guys. So not only are they going to be competing with each other, Julian Strawther, and or one of those probably elevates their game and stays in the rotation, and one of those guys maybe falls out of the rotation and becomes the new Chonchar, blowout minutes guy.
No, this is a good problem to have, a good conversation to have rather.
Does the text line think we're fighting or what?
Yeah, we've got a bunch of people. Text line is humming, 303-713-1043.
No, we love each other.
RamosLaw.com text line. Half the people agree with you, half the people agree with me. Go ahead and chime in.
I think
Again,
it's actually 55 me, 45 you.
So you don't even have your text line pulled up in front of you.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't
Never mind.
Yeah. Typical Danny
I just
Williams.
figured, though.
Typical.
Figured.
Yeah, exactly. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 if you guys want to get involved with this conversation. Yeah. And we'll revisit this a little bit later on in the show. You know the one person who we didn't bring up who could be the ultimate neutralizer, who's almost like a free agent acquisition despite the fact that he's not?
Who?
Deron Holmes. You have a guy in Deron Holmes who I don't know what Deron Holmes is going to be, but another guy who has a lot of potential.
I love the idea of Holmes, the story of Holmes. But again, unless you're built the way the Thunder are, where just like best young guys are going to play, we're drafting very high over and over and over again. The way this team is built and should be is we're not relying on Holmes or Strawther or Watson. It's all about the 4 new guys and the core 5 that gets trimmed to 8 guys in the playoffs. And if we have a strong enough 8 guys, we go in there and push the Thunder just like the Pacers did and maybe push them back under us as the Nuggets ascend for another championship, which I think they could do this next year.
Yeah, we shall see. RamosLaw.com text line, chime in, 303-713-1043. And ladies and gentlemen, they are back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. will have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July the 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com. All right, when we come back, talking a little Denver Broncos football training camp coming up. Contracts need to be figured out. All that more when we come back next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
Dick's Deal Days are happening now. You won't want to miss our biggest sale of the summer. Scorecard members earn a $20 bonus reward on your purchase of $150 or more. Plus 3 days of amazing savings start Tuesday. Check out offers from brands like Nike, Adidas, Hoka, and Stanley. And check back daily for new one-day deals Tuesday through Thursday. Score the season's hottest savings before they're gone on July 10th. Shop in the app and on Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down. It can wait. Shift into safe. Don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling along here on the program. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Check me out at Media by AP. Danny Williams in for Cecil Lammy. You can check him out at Tweets Danny as well. And online, DenverSports.com, as well as the corresponding social media outlets. All right, good spirited conversation on the Denver Nuggets. Had some really positive, back and forth on the text line. Really good engagement, so appreciate you all chiming in
Bruce
as
Brown
well.
barely making this roster,
oh,
bro.
Oh, my gosh. Some people really agree with you. Some people really agree with me. All in all, it is good sports talk conversation. But to bring it over to the turf here, the Denver Broncos, we're still kind of in this summertime, summer break type of period. We're about 2.5-ish weeks out from the start of training camp when all this stuff becomes real. And the NFL doing their annual top 100 list. And one player made the cut for the Denver Broncos at number 90. Any guesses as to who that player may be? The 90th best player in the NFL on the NFL Top 100 list.
I know who it is, so you could tease it and you could present it to the listeners.
Well,
but the guy's damn good and one
let
of the
me
best
ask you this
at his
too.
Position in the whole league.
As the list continues to come out, how many players from the Broncos do you think how many top 100 players do you think the Broncos have?
Do I name the guys?
You could.
So you wanted me to name the guy who
was
at
who do you top 100 players in the league?
So Zach Allen is at 90. That's who we're here talking about right now. Nick Bonito should be on this list somewhere. Patrick Surtain is definitely on this list somewhere. So those are three guys we know are going to present themselves on this list. I don't think Bo Nix is on this list.
I would not consider.
Not yet. And I'm wondering if there's any other position group or somebody that I'm leaving out here. We don't have any special teams guys. There's not going to be kicker on this list. And the Broncos, I think it's those three guys. It's Bonito, Surtain, and Zach Allen, in my mind, will be a part of this top 100.
Well,
who am I leaving out?
Zach Allen was number 90.
Yeah.
I think you hit on all of it. I would think Zach Allen.
Oh, Quinn Miners. Great job.
Quinn Miners.
That was just to us, right?
Garrett Bowles, maybe?
No chance. But Quinn Miners has this new reputation with the new money that has put him in a place that, you got a little bit of character and charisma, too. That kind of helps. Because usually, all offensive linemen can just be the same, look the same. You can't decipher them one from another. Quinn Miners, I could see putting himself on this list. As you compare him to Zach Allen in terms of importance to the team and around the league, that tells me if it happens with Miners, it's going to be right in his 80s here. If not, then he'd be left out of the top 100. But that's pretty solid from Kevin.
Yeah, I would agree on that notion as well. But number 90 on the NFL top 100 list is pass rusher Zach Allen, coming off a career year, played 16 games for the Broncos last year, recorded a career-high 61 tackles, 15 of which were for a loss, 40 quarterback hits, as well as 8.5 sacks, as he ended up making second-team All-Pro last year for Zach Allen. It's also interesting because he's one of the guys, right, Zach Allen, Cortland Sutton, Nick Bonito, among some others, Jonathan Franklin Myers, that are hopeful for a new contract extension. And we don't have to have the ranking of players in order of importance conversation right now.
Yeah.
But when you look at a guy like Zach Allen, really, really important to what the Denver Broncos want to accomplish, not just this year, but moving forward.
Watch this. We talked about the receiving group, and we did a very good job of that. But, took a couple segments to get through it, and I thought it was some good discussion. I'm looking at who was 100 through 90 on this list that's been revealed already. At 100 is Ladd McConkey.
Yeah. Who you were down on.
No, I'm not
you
down
think
on.
Cortland Sutton's above him?
Well, you said 1,100 yards. He had 82 catches and 7 touchdowns. He had the same numbers as Cortland Sutton, basically, okay? And, he was kind of the featured guy. They lost Keenan Allen. They lost a big chunk of their whole group, so someone had to kind of catch the ball. And then it tells me, too, is Cortland Sutton, good enough to have been on this list? If he's not within 90 to 190, then he's not going to be on this list. But again, that's why these lists are for the taking. You could love them or you can hate them. Leonard Williams, defensive lineman, that big sexy from the Seahawks, is 99. Aaron Jones, the running back, at 98. Drake London, 97. Levante David, 96.
It puts it all in perspective.
Josh Sweat. Yeah, so I'm saying the Broncos do have players of this ilk. Sam Laporte at 94. That's a really good player. Creed Humphrey, the center, at 93. You got to put some big sexies on this list. Free safety Jesse Bates at 92. Let me just get to 90 here. 91 is Tua.
No way.
At 91.
No way. Tua Tunga.
And then we just debuted 90 to 89, and that's Zach Allen and James Cook. So it just puts a little bit of perspective of the tier and the level and maybe
where he's at.
The importance of some of the group positions at the, it just tells me, though, Miners could be on this list. Cortland Sutton could be 99 on this list, and we wouldn't have a problem with that. And then even as I'm seeing, who is the tight end I mentioned? I didn't mention a tight end, but I look at a guy like Aaron Jones, an older running back, Vikings, 98 on this list. By next season, how about we say this? By next season, the Denver Broncos could go from having 3 guys on this list to 6 guys on this list.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of the situation. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case, but I think what gets you excited about Zach Allen in particular, obviously what he did last year was incredible. Like I said, a career year for him across the board in his statistics, but you like where he's at in his age too, right? He's going to be 28 going into this season. I mean, prime years from a guy like Zach Allen. And I think Zach Allen, much like Nick Bonito, who's another guy who's looking for a contract extension, they benefit from each other. Because when you have both of them along with Jonathan Franklin Myers, I mean, opposing teams' offensive lines and running back pass protection can only do so much.
Vaughn's not just special because he's Vaughn. Vaughn's special because you have Derek Wolfe and Malik Jackson as well.
100%.
And DeMarcus Ware.
And then you throw in, and look, I know that the no-fly zone was absolutely incredible. I can't compare the current room to that, but no-fly zone didn't have a NFL Defensive Player of the Year in Patrick Surtain playing quarterback.
Listen, Zach Allen,
a first-round pick, and Jahdae Barron,
and Nick Bonito are working and can work when you also have a Jonathan Cooper. Okay, so all these things, all these guys, the groups kind of grow, and you lose one guy, you don't realize what how special one guy is to the group. But when you have a bunch of big horses and big sexies like this, it sure makes it interesting. It sure makes it dynamic. And then Nick Bonito can be fearless, ferocious pass rusher in the sense of you're not getting the ball ran on down your throat all the time because you're playing in 17 to 14 games. The Broncos are going to be scoring points, going to put new kind of pressures on opposing defenses, and the complexion of the team is going to change on both sides.
Yeah, no, and it's going to be interesting because I'm wondering how many of these players get contracts done before the year. I'm expecting maybe one extension between Zach Allen, Cortland Sutton, Bonito, and Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Oh, at least Sutton's getting money.
I don't think Sutton's getting an extension. No, I think if Cortland Sutton was getting a contract extension, he would have had it already.
Sutton's getting new money, and Allen is getting new money.
We're in agreement with Allen. I think Allen is the top priority right now.
I make Nick Bonito prove it one more year, and then I tell Nick Bonito, if you want, top 5, 10 money at that position, which is crazy money now, then you prove it to me 1 year, and I'm happy to pay you that. If he wanted to take lesser money right now because his agent's pressuring him to cash in on some deal, it's going to be 20 cents on the dollar, 25 cents less on the dollar to sign right now than what he could potentially make up by having another 14 sacks this season and being then a bona fide, solidified defensive player of the year candidate.
And I've heard
perennial.
I've heard a little bit of confirmation on that thought process around where the organization's head is at with Nick Bonito. I do think that they would also like to see Bonito do it one more year. But I think the risk you run in that is that, to your point, the money's going to go up. I mean, I think if Nick Bonito is able to replicate what he did last season or at least come close, you're talking about a guy that's going to be a top 3 paid player at his position.
But to me, you have to prove it one more year. One more year of crazy bonkers numbers doesn't do it because the year before he had 8 sacks, which is nice, but he was looked at as just one of the guys like Baron Browning. Just one, like who's going to hit? Who's going to pop? Is this a rotation? How good is he against the run? Is he just an 8-10 sack guy? So this year what happened, he really elevated the game. How would he finish with 15 sacks?
Right around
14 or 15 sacks. So what's the truth? The truth probably is, Anilo, that Nick Bonito's somewhere in
13.5.
That he's somewhere in the middle of the 13.5 and the 8 sacks. If he regresses down to 10 sacks this year, and we go give him this crazy money this year, it's not gonna leave a great feeling in everybody's. It's gonna leave a bad taste in everybody's mouths. You have to go prove it for one more year, and then it becomes a no-brainer rather than a risk, because I still think it's a risk.
The other aspect of this conversation as well is you can't pay everybody. You've got Bo Nix, who's a couple of years removed now from getting $50+ million a year at the quarterback position. So I don't think you can sign everybody in a perfect world. I think you got to pick and choose your spots. But it seems like you and I are both in agreement that Zach Allen will be one of those guys that inevitably gets paid as he comes in as number 90 on the NFL's top 100 list. All right, when we come back, it's time to go around the NFL. We've got some news in the world of Colorado Buffaloes football. What is it? We'll tell you next, right here on The Fan.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow! The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA Weight Loss.
Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
The
right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Microphone checker, swinging sword lecture, closing down the sector, supreme neck protector. Better want him, kid, Mr. Mepsa. Ballin' pop, about to blow his lid from the pressure. Too hot for TV, for cheesy. Too many wanna be hard, be easy. It's all in the.
Welcome on back into the program. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Danny Williams in for Cecil Lammy. Hope everyone is rocking and rolling, having a good Monday after the holiday weekend. Football on the mind, and we'll go around the world of football. Let's talk a little Colorado Buffaloes here, if we can, for just a moment. Not as exciting of an offseason for CU football as it had been the last couple of years, Danny.
Ask me that again.
It feels like the Colorado Buffaloes, like the interest, the buzz, all that kind of stuff, not as poppin' as it was the last couple of offseasons.
Well, I think now they're a brand now, not just a ascending, up-and-coming hot
they're not a
pop-up.
fad. I still don't believe that.
Again, look at the star power they lost. They lost two of the most iconic college football players of all time. One of the best of all time, and two, legendary in Shedeur. So when you lose two superstars, those guys were bigger than just athletes. Those were kind of pop culture icons, were Shedeur and Trav. So when you lose two guys like that who were two of the most popular guys, maybe literally in the history of college football, it's going to take some time to find the next one of those guys. But he did it with those two. He grew one, birthed one, himself, and then he found Trav, a guy who could have went anywhere in the whole country and did the same stuff to be one of the most unique players in the history of college football here.
Well, we've got the 2025 preseason All Big 12 team, and there are two names in particular that play for the Colorado Buffaloes that made this list. The first one being offensive lineman, talking about the Hogs, the big boys, that being Jordan Seaton, who will be a sophomore this coming season for the Colorado Buffaloes, was a 5-star recruit out of high school that they were able to flip from a couple of different schools to come home to come back to Colorado, So there's your offensive representative. And then on defense, it is cornerback DJ McKinney, who of course played on the other side of Travis Hunter. So DJ McKinney and Jordan Seaton, your two preseason Big 12, all Big 12 members on the team. Any thoughts on those two guys?
Yeah, Jordan Seaton's like a guy who's destined to go to the NFL and be like a top pick. The guy's one of these freaky tackles who I can't speak on technique. I can speak on athleticism you see from a big, gigantic guy. That goes to a little bit to, we're talking about on the break, you said a little not as much luster. Drew believes that the Buffs are going to win 8 or 9 games. I'm in that boat. I'm in that same boat. And the reason why is because the foundation has now been, laid down in Boulder. There's the floor has been risen. They're no longer 3 or 4 or 5 win outfit. I think if everything was to go wrong for these guys, there's now one of these perennial, at the minimum, 6, 7, 8 win teams with now all signs, all efforts pointing to getting the best talent, picking and pulling and prodding any of these premier talents that are going to the SEC, get them here in the Big 12, go compete in the Big 12, win the Big 12, get in the college football playoff, because they're going to want to see you in the college football playoff, which gives you a little bit of an upper hand to some of these other schools who might not be able to rate, and the matchups wouldn't be as great. These are two guys who aren't receivers and a quarterback. We got a big sexy and we got a corner who are going to be the next two great Buffs.
Well, the thing that I would say to football fans out there, maybe you're a Bronco fan, but maybe not as big on the Buffs per se, remember the names Jordan Seaton and DJ McKinney, because these are going to be two guys that will probably have Seaton maybe more than McKinney right now. Like, Seaton to me is a potential top 10 pick in the NFL draft when his time comes, just because of who he is, how he's been touted, his expectations.
Could have played anywhere in the country.
Right. Point being, Jordan Seaton and DJ McKinney are going to be two guys that have futures at the next level in the NFL. And I think DJ McKinney may have had one of, if not the toughest assignment in college football last year, playing cornerback opposite side of Travis Hunter.
Good point.
Nobody was throwing the ball towards Travis Hunter. And if he was, it was either getting tipped up in the air or intercepted or, this, that, the other. Travis Hunter, essentially secured himself an island out there. So because of that, DJ McKinney was getting picked on, had a pick six at one point last year as well. DJ McKinney is a legit player that I think it's going to be darn near impossible to fill the shoes of that of Travis Hunter.
In the mold of Patrick Surtain and the
Little
size.
Bit.
Smart
He's player.
6'2 or 6'3", 200-pound corner who's, again, corners are usually smaller than those big receivers who they got to go up against in battle. Not in this case. This kid's pretty talented, and that's a big deal for CU to have a couple of these guys already getting some accolades. Let's ride it.
Yeah, no, and I mean, at two important positions as well. Like, obviously, we know that offensive line has been the Achilles heel of this Buffs team the entire time that Coach Prime has been here, and now with a different quarterback not named Shedeur Sanders, the importance on getting that offensive line sewn up is that much more important. Having a guy like Jordan Seaton is going to go a long way in doing that.
I use the analogy of, like, you see an old Taco Bell. You can tell it used to be an old Taco Bell. It's like a Chinese restaurant
or
now.
like the Pizza Hut with the old hut, like a legitimate hut on top of the building.
And it's like something, it's like a cell phone place. The Buffs
Metro PCS.
That's what Dion took over. It's like, well, we have to go into business. We have to open the doors and sell something. Well, what they've done now over a couple of years is tore it down to the dirt and build it up like one of these new Starbucks that, like, it's built in. It looks like it feels like a matter of weeks. All of a sudden, it's like, man, that looks like a Starbucks from the future. That's what the Buffs are now. That program is solidified. The foundation has been laid down, and there's no more guys who really can't play in college football who the Buffs had to keep on rosters to make a roster now. 2 years later, I think that the Buffs are as good as anybody in the Big 12. I think,
wow.
and I hope.
As good as anybody in the Big 12. I'm not going to go that far, and I like Dion, and I like Colorado.
Well, look at the Big 12 last year. The teams at the top ended up being failures, and a couple mid teams ended up ascending to the top.
Where do you think CU ranks in regards to odds to win the Big 12?
Probably 6th or 7th. 6th or 7th. If I'm looking at, some kind of sports book.
They're 11th.
Well, they were the same as last year, right?
11th. Right now,
same as last year?
CU to win the Big 12 is 30-1 odds. To put it in perspective, the favorite is Kansas State at 6-1.
Okay.
Utah 6-1. Arizona State 6-1.
Okay.
So they're probably not 11th, because there's multiple teams at the same odds. But
5 or 6.
Point being, they're well down the list.
But it's because we don't know who's going to play quarterback for them.
The only teams that are below the Buffs in this, looking at these odds here, Houston is tied with them at 30-1. West Virginia's at 41-1. Arizona at 50-1. Oklahoma State, DJ McKinney's former team at 50-1, and then UCF in dead last at 60-1 odds. So the books are telling us that they expect Colorado to be a middle of the pack team in the Big 12.
Okay. I don't have to agree with that. I guess I could. I'll have to accept that.
But I think it's fair because I think there's a lot of questions about this Colorado Buffaloes team. Most importantly, the quarterback, and you've got a guy in Caden Salter, who's a transfer from Liberty, a true dual threat quarterback, so a bit different than Shedeur Sanders, who is high expectations for this team. And then of course you've got Julian Lewis, who was the second overall quarterback prospect in his high school class. Who's I think he may have just turned 18, but he's still a kid, point being. So you've got the elder statement in Caden Salter, who's been there and done that in college football, coming off a good year from Liberty, and a kid in Julian Lewis who hasn't played at the collegiate level. So I think, it's maybe unfair to put it this way, but I think the success of the Colorado Buffaloes, despite having guys like DJ McKinney and Jordan Seaton, all team Big 12 entering into the season, a lot of the success of the CU Buffs this year is going to come down to what they get out of that quarterback position.
I have a quick take, and then we got to go on the quarterbacks. I think it's a little bit of a good problem to have. I told Drew on the break, it's a little bit like having the Flacco veteran quarterback come in. You have a young quarterback, he's your future, but you start the season with Salter, and you let him take you as far as he can, and maybe it's to the promised land, to be honest with you. And then if and when it goes wrong, then you go into Juju. He's kind of the future. He's the truth. But this Salter kid, I love the idea of having a guy like that here.
I actually think that
I hope they let him take him as far as he's able to.
I think if Julian Lewis is playing before the halfway mark of this season, I think that's a bad thing for CU. because I think it means that Caden Salter wasn't good enough, and that means that you probably dropped a couple, 2 or 3 of your first 4 games. That's what I think it means.
In a perfect world, they win 9 games, 10 games. They're flirting with it all, and Salter's your starter. Juju gets in on some touches. I don't know. I don't mean like on the goal line. I mean some situational packages stuff, where he can go be an athlete and do the things that makes him kind of unique and special. So there's a little bit of grooming and development and even, impact that this guy could make throughout the season.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. It just feels like the vibes are a lot. I'm just so curious as to how CU football looks without Travis and Shedeur. That's kind of where I'm at. And Coach Prime, signed the contract extension. He's locked in. He's ready to go. But I think it's fair to have questions about what it looks like. I think the foundation's there. I think their wide receiver room. I know we're talking about the Broncos wide receiver room. The CU Buffs wide receiver room is absolutely stacked with talent.
It always is.
Stacked.
They got too many guys.
They got that. We'll see what happens at running back here as well. But a lot of it's going to come down to the quarterback position. You've got Omarion Miller at wide receiver, Joseph Williams at wide receiver, a lot of different guys, Draylon Miller, different guys that can make different things happen at the wide receiver position. But it is going to be interesting to see how CU football fares come week 1. All right, fourth quarter time coming up. When we come back, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, talking some Denver Broncos, some Denver Nuggets as well. What's going to happen with Jonas Valanciunas, and what are the biggest questions we need answers to leading up to Broncos training camp? All that more when we come back on The Fan.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. Jacobs, you always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040, 303-LAW-4040.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Fourth quarter time, baby. Welcome on back into the program. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams in for Josh Dover and Cecil Lammy. Hope everyone is doing well out there after the holiday weekend. Hope you guys had a good 4th of July, and hope everyone is getting excited for some Denver Broncos football with training camp right around the corner. Are you going to try to get out there and part of this bleacher fan seating dynamic that's going on? Because you usually go to training camp, no?
Yeah, I'm usually there. Man, we've done the show there a lot of times for a lot of years.
You got in trouble one time for...
no big deal. It's water under the bridge.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I didn't really do anything. Do we tell the story?
It's your story to tell if you want to tell it, my friend.
Okay. Should I tell the story? I guess I'll tell the story.
It's up to you. You don't have to.
Once upon a time, a long time ago.
Allegedly.
This was like a dozen years ago. We're at training camp out there. There's 2 sessions, and I'm working for like the newspaper at the time. I'm doing some radio at the time. So as I come in from what's not the same parking lot at the media parks anymore, it was once like the little media parking lot that would get packed. Now it's like an exclusive lot for like VIPs and a little bit of media stuff. As I'm walking into the facility, there's no fans. No fans, okay? There's the Red Bull girls in a little Red Bull car with like a Red Bull thing on the back. It's like a Red Bull car, okay?
Yeah.
They're in that parking lot that you have to have like a credential to kind of be in. You got to have a credential to be in that parking lot. So as I'm walking in and I have my credential, they kind of follow me in. And I'm like, they're supposed to be there. They have like a big backpack thing, and they're there to give out Red Bull. I think now that they were
a staple on college campuses across America.
I think now they thought it was a session that fans were going to be at, and they were going to walk around and give out Red Bulls. Well, it was just a closed session. It was just for media only. So they follow me into the building.
Oh, no.
They follow me into the building.
Oh, no.
Okay. So
oh, no.
So, I'm doing my thing.
D-dub.
Hour or 2 later after everything's over, I get a call from someone there, like the main guys, and they're like, the Red Bull girls said that you let them into the facility.
Oh.
And I'm like, well, the Red Bull girls are liars. And they kind of, you have to kind of show your thing. You got to sign in. I didn't know what was going on. I thought they were supposed to be there. I didn't hold the door for them and say, here, welcome to Dove Valley. But that's the story. And I had to go to Jim Sacamano straight to the top to be like, Jim, you know me better than this. I didn't do any of this. I had to apologize. I had to buy the lady worker there who was mad a little chocolate special thing to make it kind of go away.
So that's why you brought in cookies today.
Well, I do that anyways. I'm that kind of guy. But yeah,
nice
it also solves problems when you do bad things.
Fair enough. So training camp war stories from the vault from Danny Williams.
Yeah.
So let's not do that again.
We'll do
this
one
year,
every
huh?
day. We'll do one.
Yeah, we got a handful of shows that we'll knock out this week. But, training camp to me, like, it was weird. I was thinking about it last night, and maybe it's because the Nuggets have made so many moves, but like, it feels like forever since, like, the Broncos have played a game, like a real practice. Like, minicamp is fun, OTAs are fun, but like training camp, like, we finally get to sink our teeth back into it. That loss in the playoffs against Buffalo seems like a lifetime ago.
It does. That's the beauty of it, though. I mean, the NFL's it's a never-ending machine. Right when the season ends, you're talking. We jump right into like the draft stuff, right away. It's a never sleeping giant. And it does feel like that, but I would say to change the narrative or perspective or the question that you're asking is think about where we were right now 1 year ago today. 1 year ago today going into training camp with a ton of unknowns. The realities were Bo Nix was the 6th quarterback taken in a draft. Right. He was the last one taken. Everyone liked the guy. No one really did. None of those guys really liked Bo Nix. Cecil got Bo Nix, right? You got to give him some credit there. But
no.
Okay, my bad.
No.
What?
I got it right. He had Jaden Daniels over Bo Nix. I had Bo Nix.
Well, I think
clarify.
I think Jaden Daniels over Bo Nix is not wrong.
Not in my book.
It's rare that I stick up for Cecil, but Cecil had Bo Nix as the pick for the Broncos is what I mean. You may have had Jaden Daniels as a star, but I remember Cecil saying they're taking Bo Nix. I rolled my eyes at it. I couldn't believe it.
Danny, even a broke clock is right twice a day.
Well, again, if you're staying...
Who didn't have Bo Nix to the Broncos?
Well, that's kind of true. No, I didn't.
Who did you...
I wasn't sure.
Let me guess. You wanted them to draft Justin Fields over Surtain as well.
No, not at all. I liked Micah Parsons the best.
Yeah, Micah Parsons would have been a good draft pick.
I love.
But
Micah
I think
Parsons.
I'd take Pat Surtain over Micah Parsons. I think I would.
Shoot, it's easy to say that because he's ours right now. But Micah Parsons is so special, and you should know that better than anybody.
Micah Parsons is more focused on his podcasting career than he is his NFL career.
Micah Parsons is a great player. He's not the reason for the Cowboys' shortcomings.
No, I would agree with that. But I think just what you've got in Pat Surtain at that position, the way that he carries himself, like not a diva at all, like it's a home run of a draft pick.
Who would I rather have for one? And then whose legacy
in that draft?
I mean, whose legacy will last longer and stronger? It'll be defined by championships. Whichever one of those guys wins a championship will go down as the greater player, likely. But who do you want to have? An all-time great corner or an all-time great pass rusher? We've been lucky.
You think Micah Parsons is already an all-time great pass rusher?
I think he has a chance to be. Yeah.
I think Pat Surtain is much closer to being an all-time great cornerback than Micah is to being an all-time great pass rusher.
Patrick Surtain is I think these guys have had really close to careers of being comps. And that defensive player of the year that Surtain has might have, and then the down year that the Cowboys have might have Surtain a little higher.
I mean,
you
could make a legitimate argument that the Broncos had the best draft selection in the top 10 in that draft with Pat Surtain at number 9. The only arguments outside of that in the top 10, this was the draft where Trevor Lawrence went 1, Zach Wilson went 2, Trey Lance 3.
This is George Payton's first Broncos.
Yes, the only two guys that I think you can make an argument for that were better selections ahead of Surtain. Jamar Chase, number 5 to Cincinnati, but I think a lot of that's because of who his quarterback is. And Penei Sewell, who got drafted by the Detroit Lions, who's obviously the offensive lineman.
I'd be willing to have the argument with you, the Jamar Chase versus Patrick Surtain argument. Now,
I'll take Surtain all day. I think going back to our receiver conversation, you were just talking to me an hour ago about how wide receivers don't matter.
No, but Jamar Chase is different. He's one of the 3 best in the entire league. I was talking about the 15th guy, T. Higgins, not being that much more valuable than the 20th guy, Cortland Sutton. But Jamar Chase is the equal to Surtain, at least in terms of star power and
I mean, how many
where
players,
they rank in terms of their position.
How many players per draft are selected where it's a shoo-in that they're going to play that position at an extremely high level for a decade plus? It doesn't happen.
Okay, but either with Surtain, you don't draft a guy at 9 and be a sure thing.
No, but the fact that it is now, I think, speaks to the value and where Denver hit on that draft pick. Like the fact that you can look at your cornerback position and let's hope Jahdae Barron can mirror Patrick Surtain. You're looking at the Broncos cornerback position as set in stone for the next 7 to 8 seasons.
Yeah, I agree. And then where you have all these good corners, safeties can come and go. You can add the Aqib Talibs and the TJ Wards. We've seen that. Safeties can come in free agency, and corners can be turned into safeties. Great corners cannot be just found and had, and they're
Correct.
not on the street. Safeties are on the street. You can find safeties out there and can trade for safeties. You can't just go get you a Surtain, a Barron, and maybe even a Riley Moss. Those guys are pretty valuable too around the league. Yes.
No, but I think it all speaks to where Denver's at right now, right? I mean, you're talking about a team that is rock solid regardless of who or doesn't get a contract extension, on the defensive line. You're still going to have JFM. You're going to have Jonathan Cooper. You're going to have Benito. You're going to have Zach Allen. I mean, you got to feel really, really good about the defensive line. I mean, Dre Greenlaw, if he can stay healthy, will be a legitimate difference. Their first sideline to sideline linebacker since Danny Trevathan. That's how long it's been.
I'm really excited about Dre Greenlaw. I think he's the most. I think that speaks the most is how the 49ers were desperate to not lose him. They're on a plane coming to Denver to try to stop him from signing with the Broncos. That should tell you, because they've let Deebo Samuel go. They've let guys kind of come and go because they know they're talented. They can fill gaps. They draft well. For them to have wanted to retain a guy who looks like he is maybe on the other side, yet look how important he was to you in that Super Bowl in Vegas that we were both at. He's in that game till the end. Maybe the 49ers are the world champs. That's how different of a difference maker that guy is, and they know it. And I think we're fixing to find out.
Yeah, maybe. It's going to be interesting. And let's roll this over to the next segment. I want to talk training camp expectations, questions, all that kind of stuff, because it feels like for the first time in essentially a decade, we have an idea, a legitimate idea of what this Denver Broncos team can be and what they'll be able to accomplish on the football field. And all that really starts with training camp coming up here soon. We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about my team over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, and I want to talk to you about your sex life. Come on, we're adults. Don't snicker or laugh at that. Everybody should be having sex in a healthy relationship. And if you're not, well, that relationship might be coming to an end sooner rather than later, because intimacy is a special moment. When we feel deeply connected to the one we love, truly, few experiences in life are as wonderful as these. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is proud of the work that they do in treating erectile dysfunction to restore intimacy for their patients. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more. So what the heck are you waiting for? Start the conversation today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or by calling this number. You ready? Grab a pen real quick. I know you need a second. It is 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900, or you can visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, You don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Cruising along here on The Fan. Danilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Danny Williams in for Cecil Lammy. Check me out at Media by AP on social. He's at Tweets Danny. And check us out online, DenverSports.com, and the corresponding social outlets. And guys, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan that QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. That is denversports.com/golf. RamosLaw.com text line if you guys want to get involved with today's conversation, 303-713-1043. Talking a little Denver Broncos, Pat Surtain, training camp, all that good stuff. We got a text here from 9189. What's going on? Says, I haven't been this excited since the sheriff was here, and I think that is speaking for pretty much all of Broncos country. Turn your mic on first, Danny.
That'll help. Every single year, it's not quite like a baseball spring training where every headline is just positive and you can lose 100 games but somehow talk yourself into, your baseball team's going to be competitive the next year.
Well, because in baseball, you're essentially, unless you're the Rockies, you're guaranteed to win 60 and lose 60.
But what I'm saying is, Texter, his hope is not just like an empty bag of hope. It's there's substance there.
Right.
It's legit. This isn't trying to talk yourself into Case Keenum or Joe Flacco or Drew Lock. That just it felt, now looking back, so hollow and fake and just, Broncos country wishing for the best. You may not like it, but you better learn to love it type of stuff, This is different. Mentioned in the last segment or the segment before, just the vibe, the movement going in, where this team is at in just one offseason. That's the beauty of the NFL. Other sports, you can go from worst to first. You could, but man, I'll tell you, in the NFL, there's a team or two every single year that goes from worst to first. And in the NBA, you're kind of stuck with contracts, an aging star. The NFL is a beautiful thing. You can, how one quarterback can change everything, how a new coaching staff can change everything. The Broncos feel legit.
Yeah, they really do.
They feel legit.
The first time in a long time. Like, obviously, we found out that they were legit in the middle of last season, but we referenced it earlier in the show. I mean, heading in this time last year, PFF had the Broncos ranked roster-wise as the worst team.
TFL.
32 out of 32.
Yep.
And now it just seems like there's a whole new wave, all new energy out there with the Denver Broncos, and rightfully so. And look, there's a lot of different position groups. There's a lot of different players that I'm excited to keep an eye on throughout the course of training camp. I mean, R.J. Harvey probably being close to the top of that list. How does Jahdae Barron look at cornerback alongside Patrick Surtain? What does the running back room as a whole look like with J.K. Dobbins? Can the offensive line be as effective as it was last year? Can the defense be more consistent than they were last year? These are all big questions we've got to ask ourselves. But the fact that you have the quarterback position figured out allows you to look to these other position groups because you don't have to worry about the big elephant in the room at quarterback.
I think it's the 26 touchdowns that Bo Nix threw, good for 6th in the league, that makes me feel like there's an eye test you have to pass, okay? He had some moxie early in the season. It looked a little like he was not seeing ghosts, that's strong, but man, the speed of the game, he had to kind of catch up to it. He wasn't a good player at the beginning of the season. He evolved that middle stretch of the season. The defense kind of carried. Offense got their act together. Then down the stretch in the second half of the season, Bo Nix looked like a real quarterback. He started just really passing the eye test, and at the end of the day, the final product, 26 touchdowns is, that's not 20 or 21 or 22 where you're just kind of – you're there for the ride, and if you start enough games in the NFL and you get enough attempts, you're going to throw 20, 22, 24. The 26 touchdowns, to me, makes me feel like he's going to go for 28 or 30 this year, and I think that's a magic number. I think that's kind of the magic number to put the team in a winning position and put Bo Nix in an echelon where he's knocking on the door of the, Josh Allen, Burrow, Hurts, Mahomes tier.
Yeah,
I guess
the dream scenario for all of Broncos country, and I actually think there's a chance that this happens. I'm not gonna, put my money where my mouth is on this, but it wouldn't surprise me, is that they come out, lights out of the gate, and have a chance to win the division. This is the first time in a decade plus that you can say the Broncos actually have a chance to win the division. Will they? I'm still leaning towards Kansas City myself. It's Patrick Mahomes, it's Kelsey, it's Reed. I'll believe it when I see it in regards to them getting knocked off. But the realistic expectation for Broncos fans and Broncos country should be second in the division, clear-cut playoff team, no backing into the wild card like you did last season.
They haven't arrived yet, but they're not.
They should arrive.
They're at the
this
front
year,
porch. They're at the front porch. They made it into the neighborhood, come down the street, parked in the driveway. They're right there knocking on the door, the Broncos. And I agree with you. It's still the Chiefs' division until someone kind of takes it away from them. Just remembered this morning at the end of the morning show, the guys were talking about for a good chunk of the show how they basically don't fear Patrick Mahomes anymore. Not a quote-unquote, but Mike Evans was saying there's a certain life force or aura, if you will, that he really doesn't have anymore, that he's not managing anymore, and gave a lot of the credit to what the Chiefs were last year to the defense. I'm not willing to go down that road, but I do kind of have a take, and it might be my last chance as we're in this conversation to talk about it. He's 29 years old as Patrick Mahomes. He's not a worse player now. He's not in a decline.
This is Mahomes?
Yet, Mahomes. But I do think that what we can hope for, that maybe what we saw in this version of Mahomes is the beginning of the end. And maybe this Mahomes, there's only 3, 4, 5 more years of just the athlete that he is, just the way kind of God made him. Not everyone gets to play into their late 30s and is productive. Back in the day, and I'm sorry, NFL quarterbacks kind of, once you got to 32, 33, 31, 34, the wheels kind of come off. It's only really since the John Elways of the world where guys play late into their 30s. That wasn't always an all-time thing. I'm hoping Patrick Mahomes is just, it's going to end sooner than it being him teeing off on the 10th hole of his career. I'm hoping he's on the 14th hole of his career.
Yeah, and I guess I don't believe that. Like Patrick Mahomes is just like I think Patrick Mahomes is going to run this league
he's
for
timeless?
probably another decade. I really do believe that. And here's the thing: you said what, 4 or 5 more years of this type of
I'm just
play?
hoping. This is not something I'm predicting. The same way I'm hoping as a Broncos fan.
Well, if that is the case, Bo Nix will be 30
by what?
5 years from now. He's 25 right now.
Okay.
So, like, if you're thinking about it from that perspective, you're telling me you're going to wait.
Then you're saying it's a bad situation to be in because you're still dealing with the Mahomes for the next.
It's such an interesting dynamic because Mahomes ain't going anywhere. Andy Reid might retire within the next handful of seasons. We'll see.
That's an interesting conversation.
Right? But
will, for sure.
Look, cover your ears if you want to here, Broncos fans. The Raiders are going to be better. Pete Carroll and company, they're going to be better.
Yeah.
Ashton Genty. The Chargers are going to be the Chargers, right? They're probably going to still figure out a way to mess it up somehow, but they're going to be good. It's not like it's going to be like the Raiders the last 10 years, right, with the Chargers in that respect. So the division isn't going anywhere, I guess is the point.
Well, I'd say this. Chargers are getting to 10 wins. The Chiefs will be double-digit winners.
There will be 3 double-digit win teams in the division.
Are you
like
sure
it was last
the Broncos,
year.
It's a sure thing?
I think so.
Are you more sure of the Broncos winning double-digit games than the Chargers?
About the same.
Okay.
I think
answer.
the Broncos and the
answer.
Chargers are kind of on the same trajectory right now. Which team's going to edge out the other, we shall see.
Yeah.
But like the Broncos are in a good place. It's just like you can't. I don't like this idea of like expecting the Chiefs to bottom out. Like there's a lot of that talk.
for sure.
The Chiefs are due for a down year. I will believe that when I see that.
And even during the years where Tom Brady and the Patriots took a long stretch off from winning championships before they won a few more and he went to Tampa Bay, they were still the Patriots. Some of those years were some of the Tom Brady's biggest stat-stuffing years, and they were right there in the mix every single year. It's not like they regressed to being a 7-win team or 8-win team. They were still competing for those championships. The reality is it's just really hard to win championships.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm not as, blue and orange glasses as Cecil is, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but Cecil and Kev as well. You guys have them at, 13 wins, respectively? Like,
that's a lot.
I think absolute perfect 10 out of 10 best case scenarios 14 wins.
Oh my
I think
God.
they're going to win 11 or 12.
I think the best case situation is 12 wins, and it's because we all think there's going to be 2 other double-digit winners within this division. You only need to 11 or 12 will put you in an echelon where it feels like the Broncos have broken through and are elite now, not just a playoff team.
13 is the number that Cecil likes to use of that of a Super Bowl contender. Like if you win 13 games, you have a real chance to go out there and win a championship.
It does put you in a particular kind of group and tier and echelon that makes you feel like you're a championship contending team.
Yeah, well,
but I would say 12 wins for the Broncos would be like an astronomical number. It'd feel like, wow, everything went right.
Well, at least we can have these conversations legitimately. Yeah. This is not living on a prayer. This is not wishful thinking. The Denver Broncos could win 12, 13, maybe even 14 games if everything goes correctly. You're telling me that's not possible?
That's a lot.
Not possible. Like you're saying, there's no percent chance.
I think 13. I think it's not possible for them to win 13 or 14 games.
Wow.
I think it's absolutely not possible because you just said it. The worst team in the division, we're expecting a split. We couldn't beat the Raiders for a long time. It's going to be tough to get to that many wins within this division.
Well, we shall see. Feel free to chime in on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. A lot of Denver Broncos conversation on the mind throughout the course of this week. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, shifting gears to the hardwood, what is happening with Jonas Valanciunas? What is going on with the Denver Nuggets? Our guy Jake Shapiro will join us next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Born to Dare. Tudor timepieces from Williams Jewelers are devoted to the classic, but reject the status quo.
Like the Tudor Black Bay Dive and Sporting Watch. The Tudor Black Bay incorporates a supremely robust manufacturer caliber movement that took the Tudor R&D team 5 years to develop.
It boasts a generous 70-hour power reserve, exceptional ergonomics, and independently certified precision.
It sets a higher standard, Tudor standards.
Come experience the entire collection of fine, Swiss Tudor timepieces for men and women at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, including the legendary Black Bay and the all-new Pelagos FXD.
For those who are up for anything, who face their fears,
And those who reinvent themselves every day.
for those born to dare, Tudor.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Broadway and Bellevue, your official Tudor jeweler.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach Bai here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the Ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Whether you're upgrading your own kitchen or outfitting a flip or rental, our Denver Clearance Center is the place to shop for big 4th of July savings. Save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and more. Perfect for projects where quality matters and budget does too. Visit our Denver Clearance Center today. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling along
on here on The Fan. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams in for Dover and Cecil. Hope you guys are doing well out there on this Monday. Back to the grind after the 4th of July. Check me out on social at Media by AP. He's at Tweets Danny. And our next guest, maybe the best handle in all of Denver sports media, at Shapalicious on social media as well. He is Jake Shapiro. Check out his work online, DenverSports.com. What's up, buddy? Good holiday weekend for you?
Awesome. Fireworks. Went to see a free concert at Cheeseman Park last night. Just enjoyed our great city and was bopping around, checking out some new restaurants. Had a great time. I love this city, man.
Yeah, Denver is it's a fun city for sure. I was gone for 4th of July, had a good time, out in Vegas doing all that, but I was very happy to get back. It was nice and a lot cooler than it is in Vegas, this, that, the other. Speaking of things that are hot, speaking of things that are cold, what the heck is going on with this Jonas Valanciunas situation? Because I was privy to the information as it was coming out last week, and I tried to unplug and disconnect a little bit while I was gone for vacation. This story is just not going away. So it seems like Jonas Valanciunas wants to play in Europe. It doesn't seem like he'll be able to. You wrote the story for us online, DenverSports.com, that the Nuggets are going to try to dig in here and make Jonas Valanciunas honor his contract. Maybe they guarantee that second year of his deal. Maybe they tear it up and give him a new one. But Jake Shapiro, where are we at with the Nuggets and Jonas Valanciunas?
Shout out Jonas Valanciunas' agents because they are putting in work. And here's the thing that's going on here, which is why this has gotten out to the media, which is why we all know about it. There's an international agent. There's an American agent representing Jonas Valanciunas. Jonas Valanciunas' American agent is Jeff Schwartz, who also represents Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, actually represented Dario Saric, who he's traded for. 8 different players in the Nuggets are represented by Jeff Schwartz. But there's also an international agent. There's international teams that play. So there's a lot of people that know the interest of this situation. And what's the perfect way to leverage when you've got an option year hanging on over you at the end of your contract?
A team option year, too.
Right.
Not the player option.
Let's go draw some interest over in Europe. Why don't you go take a vacation to Greece, Jonas? So I'm not buying any of this. I'm really not. And you're going to tell me 3 years, 12 million euros versus 1 year and $10 million, and also the chance to earn another $10 million next year. It could be 2 for 20. Jonas Valanciunas would punt on a lot of money if he decides to go to Europe. I don't buy this narrative. I don't buy that he's not interested in playing for the Nuggets. I think his agents are just trying to guarantee the second year of that contract.
You took the words out of my mouth. I said it 3 times on this show today. I said it this weekend with Marilat. It's like anything in life about the money. He's seeing Duncan Robinson sign 3 years, $50 million. He knows he's about to go have an exceptional season, be one of the best reserves in the league on a team that as good as he's ever played on. He wants at least, if not another year or two at the end of this contract, at least to have the team option be a player option next year at the minimum.
Yeah, well, I don't know in the NBA's collective bargaining agreement that you can actually switch the team option to a player option.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that, so don't quote me on that either way. But Jonas Valanciunas, like Nikola Jokic tomorrow, is extension eligible. That is part of this as well. And maybe the extension is just we rip up that team option, we give you 1 year guaranteed plus a player option on the back end. So this is, to me, purely negotiation and about the money. I would be stunned if Jonas Valanciunas isn't playing in Denver. I would be stunned if he wasn't happy about it. Because, by the way, all these people are like, oh, he's going to be forced to play for the Nuggets. It's going to be a bad situation. You know what the thing is? He's a pro. He's been on many good teams, and he is playing for his next contract. If he goes out there and tanks next year, he's a free agent, and he's not guaranteed $1.
Look at the DeAndre Ayton dollars that he's making. I mean, again, it's Portland's paying for some of that money, but Valanciunas right now, it's always about the money. Jake, don't you think if he was a free agent right now, he would have got a 3-year, $48 million deal, something like $15 or $16 million per? The team signing him knows that last year, that deal is probably going to be, he's not going to be that same kind of player, but he's a premier reserve right now. And look at what reserves in the NBA are making right now. Crazy money.
Well, the contract he got last summer was 3 years for $32 million, with the third year not guaranteed, as we talked about. If he was on the market this summer, he would have been the best center. There was no salary cap there's no salary space available. So maybe he goes for 40 instead of 30, with Miles Turner getting 50 because he would have been the second best center on the market.
Yep.
But actually, Danny, a lot of players in Jonas Valanciunas' class right now, and you're seeing this right now with Jonathan Kuminga and Josh Giddey in Chicago, a lot of players in this mid-tier in the NBA are being squeezed out, and these contracts are going to be less. So that's one of the reasons why the Nuggets have actually killed it with Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. getting these guys to smaller contracts. And it might actually benefit the Nuggets a boatload when they try to re-sign Christian Brown here. Instead of the $30 million Bobby Marks was projecting last year or over the summer for Christian Brown, I'm thinking that contract might come down to 25 because this middle class is getting squeezed in the NBA.
Well, that would be a win for sure for the Denver Nuggets. We know where they're kind of at. I got a couple of points that I want to make, but let me run this one by you. I'm of the belief, and I agree with you, I think it's a little bit of a smokescreen from his agents. I think it's the agents doing what the agents should do and trying to get him more money and take what little leverage he has and play that. But don't you think Nikola Jokic could just pick up the phone if he's not racing horses and give Jonas a call and talk him into, putting this all to bed?
Yeah, and he's going to just show up and
Yeah, I think so.
So your three-time MVP teammate is going to mess up your agent strategy and mess up your money. That's
I don't
what
think
you
mess
want.
it up, but I'm saying if Jokic made the call and said, Jonas, what is this? Like, what are we doing? Like, let's get locked in. Let's get you taken care of. Because I do think there's a way to make both sides happy. I do think Denver can appease Jonas Valanciunas, ripping up the contract, guaranteeing the second year, whatever. But if the big fella calls him and says, we can win a championship this year, let's get your head together, I would think he's going to listen to that.
Giannis, he is on board. He is excited.
I don't know that he is on board. I won't go that far.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would think that if Joker asserts some influence, that would go a long way in resolving this issue sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that would be nice. And there is some benefits to the Nuggets. Let's say if they do find out for sure Jonas wants to leave, and that's for sure not just his agents, boistering up the situation, it would allow them to send an offer to Al Horford, which, he's probably on the verge of signing. It's kind of interesting that he hasn't signed yet.
Still, you think?
I think it's going to be Golden State with Al Horford. And that's really the last big on the market that you want. Otherwise, Denver's going to have to attack the trade.
Signed?
Yeah, but he's an RFA, and Golden State will match anything Denver gives that way. Plus, on top of that, Kuminga's not a big, so it doesn't really solve that issue. They're going to have to attack the trade market if this thing falls through and if they don't sign Horford, and they do not have any trade assets. This was the whole thing we did last year, and the one trade asset they had, which came available at the NBA draft, a 2032 unprotected first-rounder, was sent out in the Michael Porter Jr. trade.
Right.
So to me, as I said on the Mile High Hoops podcast the night they made the Porter trade, if they're able to use the flexibility gained in that trade to acquire other pieces, like they have on paper right now with Valanciunas, that trade is a win. If they are not able to do that, that trade is a cost-cutting move from KSE.
Yeah.
Because of the way Anelo's been scaring the listeners, and because of
he's talking championships over here.
Yeah, because of people
What are you
believe
talking about?
People believe in the things that you say,
as they should.
It's a 98% likelihood that this guy's playing for the Nuggets next year, right?
I wouldn't put it that high, but I think
give me a number then.
You'd be more surprised if he's not than if he is.
Yeah, I'd be pretty shocked. So I would say maybe 85, 90%
Yeah,
chance.
that's kind of where I'm at as well. I think it'll all work itself out. We shall see. And, of course, check out Jake Shapiro online at Chapalicious and his work at DenverSports.com for the latest Denver Nuggets news, rumors, and information. All right, when we come back, it's already that time. Let's put a bow on the show. Anilo Piro, Danny Williams, back in a few.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I frankly have just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
It's like hell to say, I hope you found someone new. Truck sitting out in the drive. He can have this house, everything.
There's that Kevin Kistner specialty. There it is, a little country music here, winding down the show. Hope everyone's having a good Monday, back from the holiday weekend. Appreciate y'all rocking with us here this afternoon. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover, Danny Williams in for Cecil Lammy. Good conversation with our guy, Jake Shapiro, in the last segment there. You can check that out wherever you get your podcasts after the fact there as well. Hopefully we get some more positive news than negative news on the Jonas Valanciunas situation. This just came across, someone put me onto this. Jonas Valanciunas will be a panelist tomorrow at a basketball summit in Lithuania. So you'd imagine there'll be some media, some questions potentially asked. So maybe
you want to catch a fly and get out there?
Yeah, hey, wouldn't that be great? But by the time we sit down and do this show here again tomorrow, we should hopefully have some sense of clarity on where Jonas Valanciunas' head is at and what the situation might look like for the Denver Nuggets at backup center. Rolling down the show here, winding down the show, rather, I should say. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. Y'all have been awesome today. We're like the filling in for the tribe. We're like the fill-in tribe leaders today, so it's been fun.
Absolutely, man. It's been good. We're just we're here to compete. We're not
trying to earn our spot, you know.
We're not Cecil, and we're not Dover, and we don't do traditional sports talk radio per se. What we do, we consider what? Performance art.
Performance art. Yeah.
We're artists.
I know we had a couple of people on the text line today being like, "You guys are like going back and forth and going at each other. I mean, it's all love between D-Dub and I. I mean, that's just,
For sure.
we just stand on our own business respectfully.
I don't know if-
you
yeah.
believe what you believe, I believe what I believe, and we're going to, spit it out over the airwaves.
They're not used to those two guys getting into it like we do at this time of day.
No, and I think sports talk radio in this town is great. I mean, we have incredible shows here on this station.
Yeah.
It's just like, when I'm behind the mic, like I'm going to tell you how I really feel. Like I'm not going to kick my legs up and have fun with it. I mean, I will, but also like it's a privilege to be on these
Listen,
airwaves.
Will Peterson, I bring up, and sometimes I dog him a little bit in the way he speaks with these hyperbole, a little bit of hyperbole, but he backs it up with such strong
great.
takes. I love him for it, and I think that's why he's, everyone kind of likes Will here because he says it, he speaks it with conviction, and he believes it, and he backs it up.
Well, that's the thing.
That's the good stuff.
You're going to get objective, neutral takes here, right? We're not going to be cheerleaders on the sideline. Like, we're going to tell it like we see it, and, we'll see what happens as we move on.
I'm here for one reason only, and that's to make radio great again.
Look at you.
That's it.
Look at
Period.
you, D-Dub.
Period.
What a line there. Speaking of lines, Jake Shapiro on his way out the door here brought up a good point.
Yeah.
Jonas Valanciunas, like I think the Nuggets already, let's say he isn't on the team, which both you and I do not think will be the case. I think they're in pretty good shape in the Western Conference. I think right now they're everyone's behind Oklahoma City, but I think Denver's right there, number 2 team in the Western Conference. I think that's still the case even if they get Jonas Valanciunas. But if they do get Valanciunas, I think that solidifies them 100% as a championship contender.
1,000%. The effort that they gave and the way they pushed the Thunder just a few months ago tells you how still close the Nuggets are to competing for a championship, okay? We can do this as a exercise if you want. There's no other team in the West, and it's all about the West because next year in the East it might be the Knicks, the 2 best teams in the East, the Pacers, and the Celtics are both injured out of competing for a championship next season. So it's going to be someone nobody saw coming out of the East, and the Nuggets and the Thunder are in a complete and class and tier all of their own. The Lakers, I have no fear of the Lakers. The Timberwolves are aging now at a couple important positions and not as good as they were with Cat. Memphis has a ton of problems. Golden State, it's going to be interesting with Horford, but not championship contending good. The Rockets, I believe, will win 52, 55 games, but the makeup of the Rockets, like they were supposed to kind of be like the Thunder, but their young pieces aren't as good and aren't as talented. And they just traded Jalen Green, a really good piece, the guy who maybe was supposed to be the centerpiece of all of that success the Rockets had. So it's the Thunder, it's the Nuggets in a tier, a class, all of their own, sitting atop of the whole league, not just the Western Conference. The winner of the Western Conference finals next year will go cruise through the NBA finals and beat a Magic team that no one saw coming, or just something really out of nowhere, because the East is in bad shape, and the West has just 2 teams. There's 2 teams who can win it all next year.
I do want to be fair, though. I want to be fair. Boston is going to be better, or maybe not better, but good, right? I know they've shed some salaries.
They can still go to the finals, but
and
they can't win it without Jason Tatum.
Right. But the Celtics will be good. We'll see what happens with the Tatum injury. But again, we got to be fair here. I'm in agreement with you. On paper, it's Oklahoma City, draw a line, Denver, then draw the line with everybody else. The one team they still got to figure out a way to beat is the Minnesota Timberwolves, Danny. And I'm not going to lie, even with these additions, look, do I feel better if they got into a 7-game series against the Minnesota Timberwolves? Yes, but we're still talking about a team that bounced you in your season after you won the championship and has beat you 6 times in a row.
I would respond by saying they're not the same team. There hasn't been a playoff meeting between those teams since they traded Karl Anthony Towns, who I thought was like a big problem for the Nuggets. And Edwards, who, again, is still young, and people are saying he's going to be the next face of the league. Well, you got to win at a high level before you're the face of the league. Until then, he's kind of hitting a bit of a ceiling here, as we're waiting for him to ascend to be the next Michael Jordan or the next best player in the league. And until he kind of does that, then they're kind of just a danger to the Nuggets, not a danger to win a championship. And that's a danger to beat the old Nuggets the way they were used to be kind of constructed, and in the form of the way they used to be constructed. Mike Conley, who is a tough player for the Nuggets to match up against, he's an older player now. Julius Randle's an older player now. They just had to pay Nas Reed a lot of money. That changes the
but
complexion
they have
of
their
that team.
Number. That's the thing that scares me. What do you mean you disagree?
They've knocked them out of the playoffs. They've won a couple big regular season games that the Nuggets weren't fully invested in.
They beat them in 6 and 7, 7 on their home court, and then wiped the floor with them in the regular season.
Well, there's a good chance they don't have to worry about the Timberwolves next playoffs, and that they find a matchup with the Thunder along the way. And if so, well, then this is a completely new look Nuggets team that I think will fare a lot differently.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. A lot of Nuggets and Broncos on the program here today. Like I said, it seems like Jonas Valanciunas is going to participate in a panel tomorrow.
So you think we'll get some answers from
I would
that?
imagine. I mean, you think if he's going to, answer a question or two, someone will ask him of, his status for next season. You buying what Jake was selling about this ploy, this dynamic from his agents, using whatever leverage he's got to try to get more money?
Yeah, he just went into more detail than I was able to give when we started the show, and I told you it's all about the money and the contract that he's unhappy with. He's seeing what guys are making around the league, guys who he think is better than. Again, I don't know and by tomorrow I will. I'll know and we'll figure out if he can. That next year the team option of the contract can be turned into a player option, or if it could be extended. Where he's playing on the $10 million this year, and he gets 2 more years times 12 or 13 million bucks to finish his career off, guaranteed. It's a lot of money. It's not it's not chump change. You're putting your nose up to this kind of money like he should just kind of pull up and pull in. It's just a few million bucks. No, it's the difference in potentially $15-20 million at the back end of his career. A guy who's trying to make the most in his last days.
Yeah,
I think
it's a good point. It is. I tend to agree with Jake as well, though, that I think that this could all just be one big smoke screen.
For what though?
To get him the money.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. And here's the thing about European basketball, and I don't consider myself an expert on the fact whatsoever, or on the topic whatsoever. He can play in the EuroLeague when he's late 30s, early 40s, right? Like there's there's a half decade plus
Boogie
career.
Cousins and Dwight Howard are playing around.
Well, Boogie Cousins just got kicked out of the Puerto Rican league. I saw.
I saw.
He fought with some. I don't know if it was a fan or something.
Yeah.
Man, you want to talk about a guy that couldn't get out of his own way.
One of the most
talented.
One of the most talented bigs of all time.
One of the first bigs that could really, in this modern era basketball, play a little positionless and hit the three. Like, he was a monster. I was such a big fan of Boogie Cousins when they brought him in here. Yeah. But we've learned a little bit. I don't know how much of it's public, but behind the scenes, man, that was not a great locker room to be a part of, from what I've been told.
No. Unique dude. See you later, alligator.
Yeah. No, we'll see. But I'm excited, man. I think in regards to the overall aggression from the Denver Nuggets this offseason, it's exactly, I think I used the term breath of fresh air. That's exactly what it is. And I think that Denver's done a good job of kind of threading the needle, right? Because it seemed like there was 2 primary options. Go the Milwaukee Bucks route, trade for a superstar in Damian Lillard and keep your fingers crossed, or run it back with the current core. And I think Denver did a good job in identifying a guy in Cam Johnson that they could get. You trade Michael Porter Jr., who I think will ball out now in Brooklyn. You give up that first-round pick. But for all the Nuggets fans out there that are worried about, first-round pick this, we only have one tradable asset left that, right? In 2032, Nikola Jokic will be on the back 9 of his career. That move was made in trading for a guy in Cam Johnson in his prime to maximize this 3 or 4 year window with the big.
We'll worry about first-round draft picks and drafting, guys very high because we have no stars and we're desperate when the Jokic era is over with. Second-round picks are valuable. You can find them. You could obtain them. At some point in this season,
they are or aren't valuable.
Are.
Okay.
Like these second-round draft picks.
Well, Calvin Booth just threw away 3 of them to trade Reggie Jackson. So.
Exactly. So assets are valuable to have, but a prospect is a suspect until proven otherwise as well. So the kid who tore his Achilles,
Deron Holmes, yep.
Same with Strother and Peyton Watson, man. I need the sure thing. This team, Jokic, needs as sure a thing as possible for the next 2 or 3 years, and you just got 4 sure things and 4 veteran players who are going to come in, hopefully all very hungry, hopefully desperate to, for their own legacy, whatever that might be, to win in the end. Couple guys, like you said, you think Bruce Brown's trying to play for another contract somewhere. Tim Hardaway Jr. was at night the 3rd or 4th best player on that Dallas team. He thinks he can still hoop. The Nuggets, it's, again, like I call it, they're a big boy team again. They're grown up again, and they're very, very dangerous again.
Yeah, and they should continue to be dangerous, man. I'm excited, and I think the Deron Holmes prospect, everyone wants Jonas Valanciunas on this team. It would make the Denver Nuggets better. But also not having him opens up the door for a Deron Holmes to potentially come in and step in and make an impact. I don't know if you want to put that much pressure on a young kid, who sat out his entire rookie season due to injury. But point being, Danny, the Nuggets are in a really good place right now. And I was wondering, I mean, I was at the press conference for Jonathan Wallace and Ben Tenzer. And I kind of came away from that press conference as, Josh Kroenke was the star of the show with his Nikola Jokic, we might have to trade him if things go wrong dynamic, which was just foolish in the first place to even say.
Well,
but you actions speak louder than words is the point. Right?
I'll say this. If you just went with Ben Tenzer, then you're feeling like, well, that's just in-house and Josh Kroenke's kind of in charge. When you bring John Wallace back in, he was a guy who was outside looking in. John Wallace had a complexion and a thought of what the Nuggets were away from the Nuggets. He was far enough away from the outside looking in, so bringing him in is I
bringing
thought
him back. He was with the organization.
That's
previously.
what I'm saying. Bringing him back in was a great move. Then Coach Adelman. If Coach Adelman runs the whole squad back, Phil, the coaching staff, I mean, then you're kind of feeling like, man, it's some of the same guys. I don't know how this is going to go. What did he do?
Here we go.
Completely new staff. You got a bunch of former younger players on the staff, and it's been revamped. You look at the roster, again, this team just needed some potatoes, and now they got 4 guys here, new players, 3 really good reserves, push the other reserves we had back down, make them more valuable, the Strothers and the Payton Watsons a little bit to, man, I just think from executive to head coach to the pieces they put together, the Nuggets, Phil, are rebuilt. They're buzzing. They got that hype. It's a reboot, not a rebuild. That's what Vance Joseph says.
Hey,
yeah, right?
Look at you getting the deep voice, too.
I got it, man.
BJ.
But what do you think, Phil? It's good to see you, brother.
It's great to see both of you guys, and you guys sound great together.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm shocked. I'm impressed on the staff. I'm impressed with the upstairs, the front office, and in this dual threat when it comes to John Wallace and Ben Tenzer. I'm impressed with Josh Kroenke kind of sitting back and letting them do their job. It's something that I've been very concerned about. I think all of us have. I mean, you would be lying if you would sit here and say that you thought that John Wallace and Ben Tenzer, it was a great idea from the start.
Yeah.
At least for me, it was like, okay, like this is Jokic's prime.
Yes.
And we're relying on 2 guys that haven't really done it before. Now they've been assistants, they've been around it for a long time. But this is the first time of being like the head guys in charge. And what was that going to look like? And then all of a sudden, you start to be aggressive. John Wallace and Ben Tenzer start to be aggressive during free agency. Find ways to help someone like David Adelman out. David Adelman's being aggressive with his coaching staff and bringing in new blood.
Yes.
New blood and new talent from a different perspective, not just in-house guys. So
love it.
This has been a great, like a shot of,
it's like an adrenaline shot. Yeah, a little espresso shot. I like that.
We have a lot of great stuff coming our way. Now, what does it look like on the court? We're fixing to find out. But right now, I'm very impressed what the Denver Nuggets have done front office wise and what David Adelman has done with the coaching staff.
So we've talked about this a lot throughout the course of the program. It seems like the big story that we're still waiting to figure out how it ends is that of Jonas Valanciunas with the Denver Nuggets, right? Will he be a Denver Nugget? Will he play in Europe? We shall see. But I think 2 things can be true at the same time. I think just getting off of Dario Saric in the first place, that's a big win. But if you do lose out on Jonas Valanciunas, I mean, the backup center position has been an issue for the Denver Nuggets for a long, long time. I mean, what's kind of your read on this situation, Phil?
It's a huge curveball. And my first thought was, okay, if someone like JV, I said VJ, I'm not really thinking about Vance Joseph, JV, doesn't necessarily want to be here. Why hold him captive? Like, why hold him here against his will? His will. Like, if he doesn't want to be with the team. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. It seems like he wants to kind of go somewhere else, and he's comfortable being in Europe. But I also understand where the Denver Nuggets are with things. It's like, hey, we finally got a number 2 center that we can rely on. Now Jokic can get the minutes, like less minutes during the regular season. With the non-Jokic minutes, you can have a guy that you can still run the offense through. We're not giving him up. So I'm trying to decide where I'm at with things, because I understand for someone like JV, it's like, if you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But then again, it's like, dude, you're getting paid a lot of money to be on a really good team and to be the backup for Jokic. Like, come on.
Right.
It doesn't make it like when I add it up, it doesn't make a ton of sense outside of something like deeply personal to him wanting to be away. And if that's the case, then that's the case. But there's not enough financially that makes sense. And like, if you haven't, like, was he 33 years old, right?
Yep. Yes.
He's not 39. Like, you're 33. You are still in your high earnings NBA window, who has a chance to compete for a championship. In a way, if you remember, he was on that Raptors team and they dealt him at the trade deadline. And I think it was Mark Gasol who came in, and they went and won a championship without him. So you have an opportunity to win a championship, play a real role as a top 8 player, make more money than you will overseas. So you take something, and again, you don't know what people are dealing with. So I'll leave that in as a caveat. You just don't know what the guy's made a bunch of money, and maybe he truly wants to be closer to XYZ. But outside of that, there's not enough here that makes sense that why this wouldn't happen.
It's simple to me. He's seeing the money being made around the league from other reserves. We've mentioned a few different. Duncan Robinson, 3 years, $50 million. He knows that his $10 million he's playing on right now should be a $16, $17 million contract. He doesn't like that next year is a team option. A team option. So if he goes and balls out like we think he's going to, and he goes for 15 and 10 a night, and the non-Jokic minutes are now, we don't skip a beat. His profile over the next 2 or 3 years, like you said, his last chance to kind of cash in, he might feel like I need some of that paper or some kind of promises now.
But the contract is the contract. So it's like, hey, we're not gonna we have to rip up this deal because Jonas wants more money.
Yeah.
Like he wouldn't be the first guy, right?
Yeah.
So you're under contract. The team option is the team option, and I'm not even disagreeing with anything that you're saying there.
Yeah.
He probably does want a more reflective market value for the deals that are being signed today and in the last 2 weeks. But you are under contract, so like
black and white.
Yeah, it's
would
pretty
this
clear.
be like a way for him if the Nuggets said, okay, we're gonna let you go? So like, okay, 1 year, go make. I think it was like $13 million. I don't know how many years that he would have made up in Europe. I saw a little article where
I believe it was 12 million euros.
It's euros, okay.
And I don't know what the euro conversion is.
I don't know that then. I don't know what that equals out
I
to.
think he would make more money in the NBA, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't know how taxes and stuff
close.
work in
They
Europe.
can't pay him.
But if he
$10 million.
goes, he can come back the next year, and he wouldn't have that be under contract with the Nuggets, right? It would change.
No.
things.
Like the Nuggets own his rights.
Yes.
And luckily for the organization here in Denver, FIBA and the NBA have a great working relationship. So FIBA will not allow him to break his contract and go play in Europe.
Right.
They will make him honor the NBA contract, or they have too good of a working relationship to let him be some sort of stallion and not play by the rules.
It would set a bad precedent as well.
It would. And it would be literally unprecedented. And that's not going to happen. So, like, at the end of the day, like, if we were handicapping this, fellas, I'm saying, like, there is a 85% chance that Jonas Valanciunas is playing in Denver. And the 15%, in my opinion, is the Nuggets playing Mr. Nice Guy, which they have throughout the history of their franchise. A lot of these teams acquiesce to what the players want. And it's like kind of what you were saying, Phil, a second ago, like, hey, if he doesn't want to be here, why are you going to make him be here?
Yeah.
Well, I have an answer for that, because he makes the team better and you're in a championship window. But throughout the history of the franchise, they have I don't want to say bent over backwards, but they have acquiesced to the players' wants.
Zach, they gave Carmelo Anthony exactly what he wanted, sent him exactly where he wanted. They could have cashed Carmelo in to the Nets and got 3 or 4 first-round picks, lottery picks.
Correct.
I mean, that's a bend over backwards and people might say, oh, no, they got Gallo and Felt and all these guys. No, that was a horrible deal. And the only way I could accept that now as a Nuggets fan all these years later is that the butterfly effect somehow led to Jokic, because the Carmelo deal, even really honestly, was a disaster. They should have had 3 or 4 lottery picks like the 76ers out of that Melo
Well,
deal.
now this is the biggest question, because as a former player, if you know that you're getting ready to play with a teammate that doesn't want to be there, is that teammate going to give everything he has every play for you? In this situation, for Jokic, for Jamal Murray, for the players that are wanting to win a championship now, you have to look at someone like Jonas and be like, if you don't want to be here, are you truly going to help us and give everything you have every single night for us? Or is it something that you're just here wasting our time? That becomes an issue in the locker room, because it's like, are you all in?
It could.
Are you all in, or are you not?
Yeah, it could. And the Nuggets, historically, when I say historically, I'm talking about the Jokic era, have had a really good locker room. That's started to change here this last year or 2 years, where and Neil, we talked about this maybe a month or two ago. Like, I never thought the Denver Nuggets would have a cultural problem, and they did. It happened. I watched it. Devolve into what it was this past year. So maybe there's something, maybe I guess there is a scenario where the Nuggets would not put basketball first, not put the on-court fit first and say, man, this guy, he really doesn't want to be here. We're trying to hit the reset button on this cultural stuff. We're going to let him out of this, but man, I would hate to see it because you can't sit here and tell me this is the greatest offseason ever and him be a part of it and then not act like this is not a big deal if he were not to be a part of this situation. It would be a big deal. Now, I will say this, and I said this the moment that the trade happened. We were on the air. I'm still not sure that Jonas Valanciunas is going to be an everyday player in the playoffs. Still not sure about that.
See,
but he would be an everyday player in the regular season, which is a huge, huge deal for the health and sustainability of Jokic.
And I think that the Nuggets think differently than you. And I agree. It's like, go out there and prove that you can be a guy that we can rely on in the playoffs. But for the Nuggets, it's like, hey, you are going to play in the playoffs. And that's why we're not willing to deal you. We're not willing to just let you walk because you're a guy that's going to give Jokic the time off so that he's a better version of himself.
Now, again, I agree that is definitely the case in the regular season. Just still don't know about the playoffs because you watch that second round against Oklahoma City Thunder, and you know Jonas Valanciunas is his game, and tell me where he fits in, and I just don't know if he does. But again, it could be matchup, centric, matchup dependent. But this is a big deal. This is a big deal, and this is now turned into, really, Phil, an NBA storyline. This is not just a Nugget storyline. This is a NBA storyline, and I want to continue this conversation with Phil coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, see our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale now through July 15th.
25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
If you haven't filed taxes in a while, listen up. The IRS is going after non-filers, in some cases criminally. Advanced Tax Solution can help you avoid trouble with the IRS. Call 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks has all the action with zero cover. Witness Fight Night for free. Throughout this whole summer, roll up to Twin Peaks for the biggest fights and rematches. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Monday, July 7th, 2025.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back. Man, oh man, a couple days off, back in the saddle here to start another week. Man, it gets to be this time of year. And, you know, at least at my house, the wife is off from work, right? She's a teacher, so she's got her summers off, and we got the kids home, and I can become like delirious where I don't know what day it is. Just kind of floating.
That's a great sign, though.
It is. It's
you
healthy.
Know, you're not worrying about, okay, my wife is gone, now I have to have the kids, and you have to be kind of in order with things. You kind of just go with the flow of the day.
Correct. Yeah, it's very flowy. It is very, very, very flowy at my house right now. But fired up to be back here. We're gonna have a really fun show planned today. You know, oftentimes, like, for certain folks or shows, this kind of becomes the silly season, and everyone's got their own way of doing stuff. But we have a ton of content to get through throughout the day. But before we do, how was your couple days off? How was the 4th of July?
Zach, it was fantastic. One, I got to start it off by golfing with you, Dante.
Man, we had a great time.
You know, Drew decided to leave us hanging and didn't want to be a part of us. So he didn't want to be a part of the Wolf Pack.
I felt bad for him, dude, because he had the baby had pink eye, and it just throws a wrench in everything. But we had a great time.
No, we did. And then, 4th of July comes rolling around. And one thing I would say is, you think that you have this time off and it's just going to be relaxing. And you know this, Drew, you know this. When you have kids, you're always working. Now you're having a little bit more fun because you're just enjoying being around them, but you're always tailoring things towards them. And we have young babies, and then you're cooking. Of course, Grillmaster Phil went to work on the grill with the steaks, with the hot links. And so I had a great time, man. And now I'm happy to be back here with you and with our listeners and getting right back to work. How was your
dude? It was such
4 days off.
Man, it was such a good stretch. Like I said, we played at Plum Creek golf course, and big fans of the show there in the in their front office.
Yeah.
You know, the PGA Pro and the guy who runs this place, and I mean, truly, they were like legit fans. And so that was a great tone setter. We had a great day on the golf course, and ended up having a great 4th of July big cookout. Our basically like our Colorado grandfather.
Colorado grandpa.
Yeah, I'll say that. Like one of the first people we ever met. You've heard me say this name. I'm sure our audience has heard the name Bearcat Jim.
Yeah.
And he just he has a sequence of these past couple of days where he rents out an entire suite at the Rockies game, like one of the biggest suites that they have. It's the big boy. everything taken care of. He did really well for himself when he was working. He's retired now. And he loves just like spoiling people. And we've become one of his people. So we got to go to the Rockies-Astros game and then have a huge 4th of July cookout softball game at his house. Where he's
home run? Did you have a home run?
I didn't play.
No.
I am retired. I was on the microphone doing play-by-play.
Okay.
I mean, dude, it's the coolest party ever.
Keep a strength of strength, huh?
Yes. There's like 100 people there, and I'm doing play-by-play for the softball game, and it was just great. And it ended our weekend, our long weekend sequence ended last night with a taco party that happens once a year at our other friends, Brian and Kate's house, and they spoiled us last night. So we had, it was a great couple days. My son,
I see the little weight. You put on a little weight. It's a healthy weight, huh?
I probably gained 5 pounds over 4 days. I did. And then my son today started, shout out to your CU brother, started Derek White basketball camp today.
Okay.
So that was really cool to see him out there in his element playing basketball. So we just...
And it's a little bit different now when he first started to now, right? Because when he first started, it wasn't that he struggled with the basketball. It was just like, hey, I'm doing something different. My mom and dad are not around as much. Because we kind of had that with Phil.
Yes.
Yeah, he did a camp.
Yes.
Soccer camp.
Yep.
And he was kind of out of his element.
Yep.
And he kind of was like, hey, Dad, I'm really nervous.
Dude,
I'm really nervous.
That was last year. He was the youngest kid in camp. He was 5 years old doing a full day camp at DU. Full day. At 5 years old doing 7 hours. And, he came home. He cried on the first day. Right. But he stuck through it.
Yep.
And now he's back at a half day camp. And shout out Derek White, who just, was engaging and had, he signed one thing for every single kid in the camp. And
great dude.
Really, really
great
cool
dude.
stuff.
Bald head, but great dude.
Yes. And that was the right move, man. That was the right move, man. That hair quit on you. You might as well fire it. So,
he said quit on you. Now, I do have a little present for you before we get going.
Yes.
I had a chili cheese dog, and I was going to use this to wipe my butt with it, but I decided not to.
This is cool, man. So I get my Josh Allen jersey.
Yeah.
From last year's playoff. I'm not a jersey guy. I don't own a jersey currently, but now I do.
Your son does, though.
Yes, my son for sure.
Look at you guys twinning now.
Look
That's
at a blue Josh Allen jersey for when they beat the Ravens in the playoffs. Thanks, man.
Oh, yeah,
Appreciate
man.
you very much.
Yeah, I mean,
that is excellent.
Dante, are you good? You hassled me. You forced me to do
you
this.
deserve the hassling.
Don't make a bet if you don't want to follow through on it next
I'll
time.
follow through.
And truly, it was supposed to be worn at a live show.
I agree. Now, if you want me to wear it in the next live show, bring it to me.
Okay, cool.
I'll wear it.
Okay, cool.
And then we're done.
At least a segment. We'll do it for
Well,
a segment,
sure.
not a whole show.
That's
Not a
good.
whole show. We'll do it for a segment.
I wanted you to get the jersey as soon as possible.
Excellent.
I know you're going to cry when we get off air.
Wait, as soon as possible? The playoff game was in February.
As soon as possible.
What are you talking about?
Literally 6 months late.
Nobody knows that. Now they do. Come on, Drew.
Almighty. So, all right, good stuff. It's good seeing all you guys here, and we led our show with it. But how about this little hiccup? And it could be interpreted as a big hiccup. This Jonas Valanciunas situation is something that, we didn't foresee, and the Nuggets certainly did not foresee. And I think it's a fair question. And I haven't heard it asked. Not saying it hasn't been asked. I just haven't heard it asked. Is should they have seen this? Because we give the Carolina Hurricanes a hard time for trading for Mikko Rantanen, not knowing that he didn't want to be there. We had a good laugh, all right? But now you have the best backup center they've had in the Jokic era, maybe going back to Jusuf Nurkic, and Valanciunas wants no part of Denver, and it's just one of these things where it's worth asking the question, like, should this inexperienced front office have done their due diligence? Because clearly they had already had their mind made up and communicated with this team in Greece.
But did they communicate with, let's just say, the agent saying, hey, look, we don't want to be with you, Denver. We don't want to be in the NBA. See, that's the issue right there, that if the agent doesn't speak up to the NBA, to the team that wants JV, then it becomes like, why didn't you give us a heads up? We're not mind readers. We don't know what this man's thinking.
Sure.
We're thinking we're getting a steal. We're thinking we're getting a really good number two center that wants to be here and compete and contend and be with Jokic. And And honestly, all honesty, he doesn't want to be here. I think that's something for the agent. The agent should have spoke up a little earlier saying, hey, if we do this deal, I'm just letting you know he's not really feeling, not necessarily just being with you guys, but being in the NBA.
Yeah, and I wonder if the Kings wouldn't have known this because they wouldn't. The Kings could have just got this money off their books instead of even taking on Saric's contract. It's very interesting. It's not unprecedented, but it is very unusual. And I don't know what's next here. And we can't, again, we're not mind readers, so we don't know if this is a leverage play from Jonas Valanciunas or this is genuine. Guys, I've made my money. I don't want to live in the United States of America.
Well, with the leverage, when you talk about leverage, Zach, what do you mean by that? Like, what is he? You think he's trying to get more money?
More guaranteed money.
Then why not just be honest and be upfront and say, hey, I want more guaranteed money, or I'm gonna decide to play somewhere else if you let me. But he don't even say that. He just kind of says, hey, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, it's very unusual. This is very, very unusual. What's not unusual is someone finishing their career overseas. That was at one point I thought Kobe was going to do this. But we've seen a bunch of stars, whether it's Stephon Marbury, DeMarcus Cousins. We've seen these guys finish their career overseas, but Jonas is 33 and there's still a, I'm not going to say he's in demand, but he is here in Denver. He's in demand by the Denver Nuggets, and you are under contract. And I'm hoping that this can be salvaged and worked out because this was a legitimate improvement to the roster in a way that we had not seen. Like, DeAndre Jordan, it was way past his prime before he ever even showed up here. And I mean, Mason Plumlee.
But Zach, but when you have someone like JV that doesn't want to be here, what is that telling us fans? Is he going to become a villain before he even stepping foot on the court for the Denver Nuggets?
I guess, but it doesn't even matter because he's a villain in a movie that he's not even going to be starring in. You're never going to see him. He's going to go play in Greece.
But say we decide to keep him, and we say, hey, we're forcing you to play every single night. How are we going to feel?
Well, there will be some who, draws their ire, but in general, when he hits the scores table and checks in and he's going out there playing for the Nuggets, I mean, dude, if Russell Westbrook can get cheered in this town, Russell Westbrook was the definition of the enemy.
But Russ wanted to be here. That's the difference. Russ wanted to be here. Yeah. He's chasing a ring. He was all in with the Denver Nuggets at least this year.
Yeah.
But someone like JV, he's not even given an opportunity to come here, see what the fan base is all about, get to know his teammates in the locker room, get to know Jokic a little bit better. I know they played against each other and they have ties.
Yeah.
But just like see and fill it out before you decide, hey, I don't want to be here. And like you said earlier, which is a great thing that you did say, it's like we don't know what's going on in the man's head.
We don't
know if it's something personal.
Correct.
And I've had players like that even in college where there was a running back that it was a 5-star running back, Patrick Carr, and he was supposed to play over me. And he was homesick. There was something going on at home, and he wasn't able to focus. And it wasn't that he didn't want to be here. It's just that he missed home. He missed being around his mom.
Yes.
He ends up leaving one day, just leaving, saying, "Coach, I don't care what you guys say. I am out of here, and it's not because of you. I got to go back to Texas."
And that's Phil, what I believe is going on here. I don't think it's necessarily Jonas Valanciunas doesn't want to be in Denver. I just think he wants to be somewhere else more. And again, we'll see because they own your rights, pal.
Yeah.
You're not going to play in Greece without the Nuggets' permission and without the NBA's letter of clearance. And FIBA will not let him violate his contract if this is the way it goes down. So very interesting, very, very interesting. I'm fascinated by this story because, again, not unprecedented, but it is very, very unusual. So we'll continue to follow this story as close as we possibly can. Shifting gears here, Phil, are we making an assumption with what won't happen to an important member of this Broncos defense? That's next.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk. And they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window. And this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now. Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
All right, Takis fans, Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Monday. Appreciate you guys being with us. We led our show first couple segments talking about the bit of a hiccup in the Nuggets offseason with the Jonas Valanciunas situation. And we will circle back to that a little bit later in the show, provide some more context, maybe some history with a similar situation.
Jonas, why you have to do it to us? What do we do to you?
We'll see, man.
We want to love you. We want to love you, man.
It is a strange situation league-wide that teams are watching right now with this Jonas Valanciunas situation. But shifting gears to the Broncos. Phil, it is July 7th. Training camp is just over 2 weeks away.
Oh, man. It like, I just remember getting ready for camp. And when July hits, you have July 4th, and you have a little time off. You take 2 days off. And then after that, you hit the ground running. And you know that you have about a couple more weeks to fine-tune yourself before you go and you start battling against other running backs, other receivers. You want to stay healthy. You want to have a great year. So in the back of your mind, you're trying to relax, but you also know that it's time and that if you don't show up ready, you're either going to be cut or somebody's taking your spot.
Yeah.
So it's all business now.
Man, it's going to get very real around here very soon. And we're going to be out there at camp nearly every single day and coming in and detailing our observations. Yeah. So it's about to get real. I wanted to have this conversation last week. We didn't get to it. But I said going into the break, are we making an assumption with what won't happen to an important member of this Broncos defense? Okay? And the guy I'm talking about is John Franklin Myers. And I think that there is a widely held assumption that JFM is going to be the mouth that doesn't get fed. And I'm not sure about that.
And you're talking about out of Nick Bonito, Zach Allen,
Courtland
Sutton. You was going to say you want to put Courtland in there, and then you have John Franklin Myers that's been very vocal that he wants to get paid, just like Zach Allen wants to get paid, Nick Bonito. And there's a lot of mouths to be fed. And not a lot of money to be given out. You're only going to have maybe 2, maybe 3. I don't know what the whole Courtland situation.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito's the youngest one, so we're expecting him to get something done. Even for Zach Allen, they're not young. This is not their first contract, so it's going to be interesting to say, okay, how do you divide the work? Who's more important? Because that's going to tell you a lot. And if Zach Allen gets paid, John Franklin Myers saying, okay. So you don't think that I'm worthy of the contract that you just gave Zach Allen. You don't think that I'm the best fit here, and now you may have some kind of issues going forward during the season.
Correct. And with the John Franklin Myers situation uniquely, I think that you think of the status on the team of Zach Allen and Courtland Sutton, and you say, well, John Franklin Myers will be the guy that he's not going to get paid. And the more I was thinking about this, and it was the thought got sparked by listening to an old school wrestling podcast about there's this guy named Eric Bischoff who used to run WCW, okay, and he was going to war with another billionaire, Vince McMahon, and he wasn't a billionaire, he was working for Ted Turner, who was a billionaire, and he was talking about constructing a wrestling roster, and he's being asked a question, and he's talking about 30 years ago, and he's asked about this guy who he's not going to make the most money, and he's at the bottom half of the roster. And he's like, something you got to realize is like when you're building these wrestling rosters that this guy's making $1 million, this guy's making $700,000, this guy's making 1.3. He's like, oftentimes the guy that is going to make less money and has less of a status on your roster, those are the deals that are easier to get done. And those are
because a lot of times that person knows their place, understands that
Correct.
Hey, I'm not the best of the best.
Yes.
But also I know that this is my value and let's get something done. And it is a lot easier to get it done with somebody that's in the middle than somebody that's sitting here that wants $100 million guaranteed.
Right. And he was talking about a guy that was making $700,000 as opposed to $1.5 million. And he was like, no. He's like, when you have to cut salary, I'm talking about this podcast. He's like, when you have to cut salary, he's like, don't always look for, these guys on the bottom half of the totem pole, cut them. He's like, no, you don't want to cut them. Those are great value deals. And I'm thinking of John Franklin Myers, like, wait a second. You think about his status on the team. No, he's not at the top half of the totem pole, I don't think. But John Franklin Myers, I'm going to do the same thing that we did last year with the Benito Cooper pressures from last year.
Yeah.
That if you walked around Mile High before a game and said, hey, who had more pressures, Nick Benito or Jonathan Cooper? 9 out of 10 people say
they're going to say
Nick Benito, but it was actually Jonathan Cooper. If I did that same exercise and walked around Mile High and said, hey, who's got more sacks since 2018? John Franklin Myers or Zach Allen?
I would say Zach Allen.
So would I, Phil. But the answer is John Franklin Myers. The guy's got 26.5 sacks since coming in the league in 2018. Zach Allen has 25 sacks since coming in 2019. So just a year apart, very comparable, way closer than people think. And if I had said, hey, who's a guy on the Broncos roster right now that has missed one game in his entire career?
If you're comparing it to Zach Allen or John Franklin Myers, I would say Zach Allen, because he's always out there. He's making these plays. He's reliable. He seems to be a team leader. I would go with Zach Allen.
Me too. John Franklin Myers has missed one game in his entire NFL career. And then you look at last year, Zach Allen, deserving all the praise he's getting, 8.5 sacks. When we have these conversations, it's almost like John Franklin Myers didn't have 7. A sack and a half difference between a guy that we're calling the best D tackle in the sport.
Think of this is. I hope John Franklin Myers is listening to you now, because he's like, thank you. This is what someone like JFM is probably bringing to the table when he's talking to George and Sean. He's saying, like, you guys are not hearing me loud enough. You guys are kind of pushing my head down, thinking that Zach Allen is the only one out here doing these type of things. Why? Because Zach Allen may have a bigger voice. We talk about him a lot more because the media talks about him a lot more, because the coaching staff seems to talk about him a lot more.
And he was a prize free agent.
He was a prize free agent, and he came from the system of VJ with the Arizona Cardinals.
Right.
So everything kind of pieces together, and that's why I feel like we sit here today saying, and Zach Allen has done a great job.
Great job.
Make no mistake about it, a great job. And he deserves his flowers. He deserves to get paid. But we can't sit here and act like John Franklin Myers doesn't deserve to be paid either, because he's doing the exact same things and has the exact kind of similar stats as Zach Allen, and he's a big reason why we're able to have a successful defense last year.
A big part of it. And he is not getting, like, when you take a step back and look at his career, I'm not saying it's the same as Zach Allen. He's the same player. Man, but he's a lot closer than people like, and I'm seeing right now on the RamosLaw.com text line, Bob in Littleton says, JFM should be the mouth that gets left empty, with about 5 different exclamation points.
Why?
And I would just say, why?
Like,
why? And think about this. I pulled up his market value. Okay. Now, it may not be to the exact dollar. It's a projection. Okay. But his market value on SpotRack is 3 years, $25 million. That's an annual average value of $8.5 million for an interior defensive lineman who was just had his best career year, or his career year.
He's not 30 yet.
He's not.
He's 28 going on 29.
So why do we talk about him like he is like some
because
second-class
he wasn't
citizen?
A prize, like you said, a prize free agent. That someone like George did a great job of acquiring him via trade.
Yeah, Jets couldn't pay for him, couldn't afford him.
It was like a 6th or 7th round draft pick.
Yes,
so now we look at it like, okay, if you're willing to give up John Franklin Myers, if you're the Jets, for a 7th round draft pick, is he really that good? But then he steps foot into the building. He has done well for the Denver Broncos. He has bought into the culture, and he brings some kind of energy that Zach Allen doesn't necessarily have as well. They pair together well, which that's why they have a great tandem together, and that's why they're able to get the pressure like they do, because they're on the same page.
Yeah.
But when it comes to saying, hey, Zach Allen's not that much better than me, I agree with you, Zach. It's like, for John Franklin Myers, he wants to get paid too, and that's why he's so vocal. it's going to come down to these things. And the question is, and maybe what would if I ask you these questions, who are you going with?
Okay, hold on. Let's continue this conversation because because it's important, and I think I have a little bit of speculation on what's next in this department. We'll go through more of this conversation coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling on this Monday. Are you feeling energized, rejuvenated after the weekend, or are you feeling sluggish? Maybe you have low energy, maybe because your sleep patterns are off. All right, and because of this, you don't make it to the gym like you used to, and then the domino effect just takes place where you're putting on weight, all right, and maybe you're even feeling sad or depressed. Guys, believe it or not, all of this could be tied back to low testosterone, which happens to us men as we age. I encourage you, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take that low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, literally takes 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of that appointment, your visit is completely free. Men, we have one life to live. Don't wonder if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-responder team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Take a bite of leany, meeny, miny, mo, and flower. You're the chosen one. Till your left hand's free and your right hand grip with another left hand.
All right, going into overtime with the conversation we were just having about an assumption that's being made in Denver sports when it comes to a piece of this Broncos defense that is not getting the credit that I think he deserves. And we'll continue that conversation here in just a second. But I'm here to tell you, they're back. Our free, limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts will have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. There's a limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. It is hysterical how popular these shirts have been throughout. I mean, dude, I used to do the drop-offs, and it'd be 7 o'clock in the morning. There'd be a line of cars, and people who weren't on time didn't get a shirt.
You have to love a great T-shirt. It's soft, comfortable, like
extra soft,
extra soft. We're all looking for that extra soft quality T-shirt that we can rock around the house with, walk around and rock it.
Yeah.
So I'm all for it.
All right, they're back. Get your hands on them.
They're back.
Okay, so we're talking about John Franklin Myers, and you were about to go through a little exercise here with us, and let's do that.
Yeah, it's if you, Zach Bye, was the general manager of the Denver Broncos, and you were comparing them, because you're going to pay one of them. Now, maybe you pay both, but let's just say in this exercise, you pay one of them. One's out. When you're comparing the two to decide who you're going to keep, these are some of the things you have to keep in mind. Like this is what some of the general managers, they think in their head when they're in a group setting at a table discussing who they're going to pay.
Sure.
And one of them is, okay, who's a better fit for Vance Joseph's scheme moving forward? That's one of the biggest questions right now.
And when you say who are you talking about?
Between John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen. Although both of them
they're both great fits,
play well,
man.
but you take one out of the mix, who's still going to thrive?
I would say if you force me to decide, Zach Allen, I think is a better fit. Is a better fit in this defense. And that's, again, that doesn't – I don't want it to take away from John Franklin Myers. The guy just had 7 sacks as an interior defensive lineman.
But it also matters because for VJ, who's sitting at the table as well, who is he going to pound the table for?
I think it'd be Zach Allen.
Exactly, because it's like, hey, I know Zach. I'm familiar with him. He's been in the system. He's doing well. Like, let's keep that going. And although you like John Franklin Myers, you don't have a relationship like you would with Zach Allen if you're VJ. These are some of the things that help you stay in the league, help you stay on the football team, is building the relationships and having a familiar coach's face that say, hey, I like that guy. Let's keep him around.
And he's my guy.
Exactly.
That's
he's my guy.
Yeah.
And we're doing well. And we're top 5, and we could probably be number 1 this year. And Zach Allen's a big reason why. All right, you start to put those together. The next question is, when it comes to the locker room, who you believe is a better fit? Who do you believe that people go to and turn to talk to, and they're more comfortable around, that you know is going to be very consistent all the time? Now, of course, we don't know both these guys.
Yeah, speculating. I would say Zach Allen.
Okay, and I've heard people in the locker room say, hey, Zach Allen has a really good personality. He's always talking to guys in the lunchroom. He's sitting with guys. This is a couple of people that are in the trenches all the time with Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers. Not saying John Franklin Myers is a bad guy, because he's not. He's actually a really good guy.
Yep.
But Zach Allen, he just brings a different aura. He's confident because he feels like he's the leader of that defense.
Totally.
Especially when it comes to defense alignment.
Totally.
The next question would become, who has more upside? This is a big one because both of them are around 20.
Yeah.
So you have JFM that's 28, getting ready to be 29. Zach Allen, who's 27. So you had John Franklin Myers that got to the league 2019 or 18, and Zach Allen was 2019.
Yep. I mean,
because that's a big contract, no matter what.
More upside, I would still say Zach Allen. I think Zach Allen is just in a different, just a notch above John Franklin Myers' classification, I think, as a football player. But that also could make and this is part of what I'm talking about, why I wanted to bring this up. Part of why John Franklin Myers would be easier to get done. Like Cooper and Benito, right? Both looking for paydays. Who got their payday first? Jonathan Cooper. Cooper's deal is easier to do than Benito's. And I think that John Frankenmeyer's, and if you believe that his market value is what a spot rack forecasted to be 3 years, $25 million,
but
that's
you're
an
assuming,
easier deal
but
to get
it's
done.
an easier deal. But is this when you're assuming that maybe they're going to get both contracts done? What if this
I
is,
think
hey,
it's very possible that both get done.
I don't know. Nick Benito's going to want a lot of money. That's a lot of money tied up in the defense when you paid Nick Benito.
Totally.
You paid Jonathan Cooper already. Okay, you're still paying on someone like Dre Greenlaw, and I know that's not a huge contract, but that's still a lot of money for a veteran. Hafanga's another one that you just paid for in free agency.
Sure.
And so now you have two guys that you really like, but you may be able to only keep one of them. And that's why I keep on asking, who would you pick? And that's why I keep going down the line of certain things that you would pick, because you're saying, hey, Zach Allen's a tick better than John Franklin Myers. Zach Allen's going to want a lot more money than John Franklin Myers because of the awards and his name.
And he just came out at number 90, and we'll talk about him more in dedicated fashion. He just came out. Zach Allen did number 90 on the NFL Top 100, voted on by the players. I'm not saying that they're the same player, but what I am saying is, man, you look at it. John Franklin Myers is a hell of a lot closer to Zach Allen than people talk. Like the tone when John Franklin Myers, JFM has more sacks in his career than Zach Allen. They're 1 year apart. Okay, so I understand there's not exactly shooting at the same basket, but he's got more sacks. He's missed one game his entire career. John Franklin Myers has, and we're talking about a difference a year ago of 8.5 sacks to 7. I feel like the tone of the conversations, it's like it's 8.5 to 3 or 4.
I agree,
and that's not what it is here.
So then what do they do? Do they pay anybody? Do they let it play out? Mr. Bai, what are you doing?
I don't think you're going to like the road that the Broncos could go down.
I might be okay with it.
All right, we'll talk about it coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. The FIFA Club World Cup is kicking off, and you can witness the entire tournament and every compelling matchup at your local lodge. That's right, they have every game. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our Bridal Design Gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Tacori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See sale items at thetreefarm.com. Save 25 to 45% on thousands of 3 to 8-year-old shade and flowering trees. Choose from honey locust, linden, maple, oak, flowering crabapple, serviceberry, willow, and more. And save big on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th.
25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
I have been on the soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. The best summer of your life starts with soda weight loss, because right now, soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
Before soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with you here on a Monday. That hour just was a blur. Just absolutely flew by. Absolutely flew by. So, man, this is taking on a life of its own here. This conversation that was supposed to last a segment is going into segment number 3.
It's a huge deal. It's dealing with the Denver Broncos. It's dealing with two guys, John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen Zach, who both, look at that, Zach Allen Zach, who both want to be paid, that are big-time contributors to the defense. And we need both of them with the same mindset this year of wreaking havoc on top of playing disciplined football. And the reason I'm bringing this up is if somebody gets paid, let's just say Zach Allen gets paid, how is John Franklin Myers going to react to that?
Not good. Not good.
And then you go into a 17-game season if you decide not to trade him. Because if you're all in, you shouldn't want to trade some of your good players, because if you have a chance to win a playoff game, a chance for the Super Bowl, you keep everybody, because that's the ultimate goal, winning a Super Bowl. But you want him to feel good, too. You want him to feel welcomed. You want him to feel wanted. And if he doesn't feel wanted, now he's doing his own thing out there. Now he's trying to get as many sacks as possible so that he can get a very, very lucrative deal by somebody else. And now you're not playing within the scheme. Now that can be a big-time issue. Totally.
And, I don't think everyone's going to get paid, all right? But this is in a really important window of time, like these next 2 weeks ahead of training camp, because I would imagine we're going to get an announcement on these deals coming here within the next couple weeks. Maybe next week, which would be the week before training camp starts.
At least one. Come on, Denver. At least give us something to chew on to talk about when it comes to a contract being done.
Yeah, and so we don't know who it's going to be. We've been speculating about this for months. But if you have potentially the league's best defense and you're in a win-now window, I mean, I think it's reasonable to believe that Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers will get done. And, I said going into the last break, we could be going down a road that maybe you are not going to be thrilled with. Because what if it's Cortland Sutton is the one who does it? Because, see, again, with a contract like John Franklin Myers, we're talking about 3 years, around $25 million.
Yeah.
Talking about Cortland Sutton's contract, it's going to be 3 years, $75 million, $80 million, something like that. And he's already.
At least we think. At least we think. We don't know if it's going to get, that's going to be the true contract. And maybe Court decides, hey, I want to stay here. Now, I mean, if you have a chance to make a lot of money,
you're talking about taking a discount?
Take a discount because you've already had a contract here and you want to stay here. That
Got
could
a couple
be something.
contracts here.
Couple contracts here. You're right. So that's something that could happen with Cortland if he decides that's the route he wants to take.
Yeah. Again, oftentimes it's the big boy deals that are harder to get done. And there's 2 big boy deals on deck for the Broncos. 2 of them. Well, it could be 3. It could be 3. Because
you want to go to 4 now?
I mean, well, no, because we know John Franklin Myers isn't going to be a big boy deal. Okay? But Sutton's is going to be a big boy deal. Zach Allen's is going to be a big boy deal. And Nick Bonito's is going to be a big boy deal. Who do you forecast amongst those 3 that is going to be the hardest to get done? I'm going to write down the initials of who I think.
I already know who you think. You don't like him. I'm going to go with.
It's not who you think then.
Okay. I'm going to go with Zach Allen.
You think Zach Allen's will be the toughest?
I do, because Zach Allen, he's starting to get praised a lot more. We're getting ready to have a segment on something that just happened to him for the first time.
Yep.
He got swindled out of a Pro Bowl year, and he has confidence in himself.
Swindled, he said.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and did I say it wrong?
No.
All right, look at you.
No. It's just an interesting phrasing. He was swindled.
I mean, that's how every player feels like when they had a great year and yet they're not getting the recognition, not the respect that they feel like they deserve. And I believe that he's going to want a lot of money. A defensive tackle does a lot of the dirty work, but they don't get praised a lot. They get banged up a lot as well. And he's like, hey, look, I'm not getting any younger. And what I'm doing is something that's very special for this team, and I'm a leader on top of that, and I'm able to continue to grow because I am still young enough to continue to grow. I have been in this system with Vance Joseph for many years, not just here in Denver, but with the Arizona Cardinals as well. I am a great locker room guy, so he's going to want a lot of money where someone like maybe John Franklin Myers is like, hey, I understand that I want more, but I know I'm not going to be able to get it here, but I'm willing to take maybe the eight a year, and that's my value, and I'm okay with that as long as I can stay here and be contending and competing with the best.
Well, I do not believe Zach Allen's deal will be the hardest to get done.
All right.
I think it's going to be Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito?
Yes.
I thought you were going for Cortland for a second.
No. I think
you're leaving him alone today, huh?
Well, it's a long show ahead of us still, so we'll see. but with Mike Kliss said something on these airwaves.
Yeah.
And I think I heard him with Cecil and Dover about 2 weeks ago. And he said the Broncos view Nick Bonito, and I'm paraphrasing. But he said the Broncos view Bonito as a bit of a specialist. And I said, ooh.
A specialist.
A specialist. Like you are like a dedicated third down pass rusher.
Like right now for Marvin Mims. A lot of times punt return, kick return, utility kind of receiver.
Yeah,
they put you in the box.
Gadget.
And the NFL guys, when they put you in the box, it's hard to get out of that box.
And we need to have that conversation about Mims because
leave Mims alone, Zach. Don't piss me off on a Monday.
It's been below our rundown at a 2-point font for about 2 weeks. We need to have a specific dedicated conversation about Mims.
He's a baby joker. We need to put more respect on him.
He is, but that might be hurting him.
Ooh.
How about we'll do it tomorrow?
All
There's
right.
a phrase, 24-hour tease. 24-hour
Put
tease.
a pin in it.
There's a phrase that has been used with Marvin Mims this offseason meant as a compliment, and I don't think he would take it that way. That's coming up tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm rubbing my hands again. Boy, I'm
coming up, not next. Coming up tomorrow.
Yes. With the Bonito contract, if the Broncos do in fact view him like a specialist, and Bonito views himself as I don't want to hear the qualifiers. I finished third in the NFL in sacks. Yeah. I had 8 sacks the season before that, which was building up on 1.5. I am a star. I am rising. And if you view Bonito as a specialist from the Broncos lens, you could have the biggest gap between any two parties. And when we talk about John Franklin
that's
Myers,
very
Zach Allen, Cortland Sutton, the biggest gap between the two parties may be between Nick Bonito and the Denver Broncos.
But I don't know why, if that is the case, why you would go and tell his agent, hey, we view him as a specialist. I know what you're doing. You're trying to kind of devalue him so that's like you put it in his head, and so maybe he accepts it. But from like what we see from Nick Bonito, he's a guy that's very comfortable in his skin, a guy that's very confident, and he's getting better every single year.
Yeah.
Why would he sit here and take any kind of slander of him being a specialist when it's like, dude, I'm out there getting the sacks. You didn't let me start the first 2 games of the year.
Right.
I'm getting better. I'm learning the system. Yeah, like I'm going to be even better in this system with more help over the top. So, like, don't come at me talking about I'm a systems kind of guy or a gadgets kind of guy on third down. Like, I want my money and the market speaking for me. So maybe you are right where it's like, hey, it's going to be hard to get this deal done because we're going to lowball him for a couple of times before we decide to give him the money up front. But it's something that if you believe in Nick Bonito, you have to get something done because it's hard to find pass rushers that can give you double-digit sacks.
Right.
And in this case, 13.5 sacks. But not only was the sacks, but he was impactful when it comes to intercepting the football, taking it for a touchdown, fumble recovery, taking it for a touchdown, like changing the momentum of games. Don't mess with your playmakers on defense or offense in that matter when you have some good ones in front of you that you drafted, George.
Yeah.
That you drafted.
Right.
That you had a vision for.
Right.
So I like it, but I still think they're going to get something done with Nick Bonito. I believe it's Zach Allen because Zach Allen's going to want a lot. It's his last big-time contract. He believes that he's the heart and soul of the defense because he's the defensive tackle and he doesn't get a lot of recognition. And I can see something like that happening where it's like, hey, I want this. You're not willing to give it to me. We're getting ready to like start a bidding war. Or we're going to start arguing because I feel like you're devaluing who I am.
Well, to bring it full circle back to where we started, when you just said a minute ago about Bonito, hey, it's really tough to find pass rushers.
Yeah.
It definitely is. What's even harder maybe than finding an edge rusher is finding someone who gets after the quarterback from the interior. And to bring it back to John Franklin Myers, just because there is a defensive tackle who is a level above John Franklin Myers doesn't mean that you should be saying goodbye to John Franklin Myers. His deal among the four of JFM, Bonito, Cortland, and Zach Allen, the easiest deal to get done will be John Franklin Myers. We can disagree on who the harder deal would be to get done, but I think we might be able to agree that the easiest deal, if they want to get something done, is with a interior defensive lineman who had 7 sacks last year, has missed 1 game his entire career, who's got more career sacks than Josh Allen.
So
I said Josh Allen. There is a pass rusher in Josh Allen, but
it is for Jackson. He was with Jacksonville.
He had to change his name to Joshua Hines Allen, right? Because there's another Josh Allen. Not that he said that's the reason, but it's hard to find guys that do the job that John Franklin Myers does. And just because Zach Allen is here, that's not a good enough reason to not get something done with him. He's in his 20s. He's missed 1 career game ever. And so
you believe? I don't want to speak for you. I'm trying to understand the madness in your head, and it's scary. You believe that they're going to get it done they could get it done with Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers.
Yes.
The one that's going to be hard to get done is Nick Bonito.
Yes.
But Zach,
I think
somebody is out of here. Not all 4 are going to get contracts. That's not how it works.
I believe you're right that all 4 will not get contracts, but if they
2
want
in the same position. Defensive tackle.
Yep.
You know, I'm on the other side of like, hey, you like Zach Allen, you think he's a step above John Franklin Myers, but maybe you're not willing to give that much money.
That's what I'm saying.
And maybe you settle with John Franklin Myers, you let Zach Allen
Yes,
leave.
that's and that's what I'm not banging the table saying that should happen, but that is a scenario because the gap between John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen, player for player, is not as large as the gap of what Zach Allen will get paid and what John Franklin Myers will get paid.
Yeah, so if you want to save money or you're a businessman, a business decision, you may go with John Franklin Myers, which is understandable, especially if John Franklin Myers has a really good year. Maybe it's a half a year, maybe it's week 8, 9, and you're doing well, and you're saying, hey, we're going to reward JFM, and then Zach Allen, you're going to have to find somewhere else to play at the end of this year. It's just going to be messy.
But it's going to be messy regardless.
It really
it's going to
is.
get messy unless every mouth gets fed.
Well, and that's not going to be the case. Say you get 3 options. I feel like we've done this before, but I have to.
It was a couple months ago, yeah.
3 options, right? You have you can pay 3 guys on our team out of the 4.
Yeah.
That deserve to be paid. Who are you going with if you're the general manager and you're George Payton?
You know who I'm going with.
I know you. Well,
I'm going. Here's what I'm doing. You're signing.
You're going Nick Bonito. I know that.
Nick Bonito. You're signing Zach Allen. You're signing John Franklin Myers.
2 guys in the same position.
Yes.
That's crazy.
You want to keep a strength to strength or no? The strength of this football team was VJ's defense, was it not?
It was.
All right, so I got you on the record.
I'll tell you this. But also when you have George Payton, who's a great talent evaluator,
yes,
you're hoping that he gets somebody in the draft next year that's like, hey, he's younger, there's a lot more upside, he can partner well with Zach Allen, and we're going to go that route.
Well,
I don't think you pay 2 defensive tackles and you leave somebody out on the. I know who you're going to leave out on the offensive side for poor old Bo Nix. You don't like Bo Nix.
Stop.
You don't like him, and you're going to rely on some young players.
No, I actually believe in him. That he is not Cortland Sutton dependent after this season.
After this season.
Sutton's already under contract. Sutton's not going anywhere.
So Zach Allen's under contract. He wants another one.
It's like Valanciunas. Like, you want to play this year? You want to play this year, Jonas Valanciunas? You're going to play for us. You want to play NFL football this year, Sutton? You're going to play for us. We'll see you in 2 weeks at camp. He's already under contract. So because I would feel among the guys that we're talking about, because of the price point that Sutton will demand, all right, you're talking about a contract that's going to be north of $100 million easily. And you've already invested heavily in that position with the understanding that he's not going anywhere this year. I'd be talking about 2026, Bo, into year 3. Mm-hmm. And if Sutton goes crazy...
He's old at that time.
He's 30, right?
Yeah, Father Time catches you. Now it's like he could go crazy, and they're going to look at his age and say, well, you're aging.
Yes,
it's an excuse. Yes. It sucks.
And he could be incentivized, right, in that, hey, I could be hitting the open market after a career year, or maybe 2 of them in a row, or maybe 3 of them in a row, the 10 touchdowns he caught 2 years ago, this past year, then this coming year. Or if you're like, man, you want to know what? We screwed up.
Bo is not dependent.
Maybe we shouldn't have taken this route with Sutton. You can always franchise tag him. He can always play for you in 2026 as well. What scares me with Sutton is that he's going to get a 3-year contract extension. He's going to be signed into his mid-30s at a price point of $28 million a year.
But that should scare you for everybody. Nick Bonito had one good year, and yet everybody's willing to give him a $100 million contract because – let's face it, it's going to be around something like that as a pass rusher.
It will be. I just value the position at a higher level.
No doubt. John Franklin Myers had his best year yet with the Denver Broncos. He's still 28 years old. We acquired him from the Jets for a 7th-round draft pick, and although it was a great pickup, what does he look like for years to come? Zach Allen's the same thing. Zach, you can say that for everybody. It comes down to who do you like the most. It comes down to who do you feel like can keep it going longer. Who do you need? That's going to be the biggest question. Who do you need? If you have Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers, all right, do you need both to be successful, or do you need one of them and then you add another young buck that can develop and you can still have a great tandem going? That's the question.
That's where Secession Savion comes in. That's where Secession Savion comes in.
The guy that's built like a Greek god?
Savion Jones, who they took out of LSU in the third round, in the third round, and Q Robinson. This is why this is important for this summer, because if one of those 2 guys, the Broncos, I think, need one of those 2 guys to work out. Okay, and I don't know which one it's going to be. I'm very curious. And it's not a birthright that either of them works out. They could both be misses. But if one of those guys works out, it gives you, I think, an avenue or an exit ramp to like a John Franklin Myers type of conversation. That is say, okay, instead of giving John Franklin Myers $25-30 million, Savion Jones continues to flash here in training camp. We just believe our evaluation, and now it's showing up in camp and preseason games.
He'll be on a rookie deal for 4 years, three to four years. Yeah,
and that's that is the ideal roster construction, but we don't know if those guys are going to work. And I just
we need a defensive tackle. We need a pass rusher. We need a receiver. Unless one of these young receivers, like Pat Bryant, ends up panning out to be something special.
Yeah.
Like a Michael Thomas.
Yeah.
And we're gonna find out here real soon during camp.
Cannot wait.
You need the receiver, and that's why it's like for Cortland, it's like he's in a good situation right now because it's like who else are you gonna rely on?
Right.
Until Bo Nix starts to feel comfortable getting the ball around to everybody else that can make plays, that's still a safety blanket.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how they operate. Here's the dirty little secret. Here's the dirty little secret.
Are you going to whisper it?
It's one of these things. It's one of these things that Phil truly, we keep saying over and over again for the last couple months, well, every mouth's not going to get fed. That's probably still true because you still have to be fiscally responsible and financially prudent when you're building a team.
Future.
But the reality is, the Broncos can do whatever they want to.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want to. When your ownership group is as liquid as they are, you can make it all work. Hey, John Franklin Myers, your signing bonus is $20 million. You're on the books over the next 3 years for $5 total million. They can do that if they want to.
How healthy is it? That's like a young kid who knows their parents have a lot of money saying, I can do whatever I want. Mommy and daddy are going to take care of me.
Right.
I don't have to work hard.
Right.
It doesn't push you to work as hard as you could.
And that's why I say, hey, you still got to be responsible.
For sure. For Georgia, then they have to feel a little heat of like, hey, we can't just rely on Greg Penner's money.
Yeah, right.
We have to do our job.
I'm just saying it could be relevant. That liquidity that this ownership group has, that Buffalo doesn't have, Cincinnati doesn't have, teams like that. If you're in a Super Bowl window, you could see this organization do stuff that is rare. If they're in a Super Bowl window, if they believe they're in a Super Bowl window,
Sean believes that. Sean's very vocal about it.
Yeah.
So maybe this happens because Sean is the guy that can go up to Greg Penner and say, "Hey, look, let's pay them all because we need everybody and some more, but we need to take care of these guys because they're going to be huge parts of this team,
right?
In the scheme, in the system. It's just hard to imagine all four of them getting fed.
Yeah.
Those are big-time contracts for all four of them.
There are.
Yeah, like John Franklin Myers is $8 a year, but come on. Give us that.
Sure. No, they're all, to their own degree, legit contracts. They're not the only four Broncos looking for a payday, but they're the most significant four Broncos. That's why we talk about them. We don't have this conversation with Jaquan McMillan. You notice that? He's in a contract year.
No.
Why don't we talk about it? Because those other guys have a higher standing on this team, and we believe the succession plan is in place that they could say goodbye to Jaquan
but
McMillan.
Then you get in trouble, too, because now I'm thinking, Zach, you get in trouble and you pay everybody, and you're tied to them now. You don't end up getting to the Super Bowl because you make a move like that. We're all saying, hey, there's a reason for that.
Yep.
We feel like we can get to the Super Bowl. Sean feels like they can get to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
But if they don't and they fall short, maybe they don't even compete in the first round. It's like you have to run it back like the Nuggets with this same unit that you just paid a lot of money for.
Yeah, right. And that's why, earlier in the offseason, I do think it's within the realm of possibility that all four of these Broncos that want to get paid.
Madden. You've been playing Madden, Zach.
No, listen to me. I think it's possible that all four of these guys could fall within the Broncos Super Bowl window. Maybe it's right now. Maybe it's next year. Maybe it's the year after. But it's within the realm of possibility that Sutton, and I used to ask this question, will this guy be on the next great Broncos team? And kind of go from there.
So you're saying they're going to a couple of them may fall short from being on the Super Bowl team?
Well, I'm saying that it's reasonable that each one of these four guys could win a Super Bowl here in Denver. You're not coming from a place of 5-11 and 6-10 anymore. Yeah. You're a winning team, and we're talking about guys in their 20s, right? Zach Allen's in his 20s. John Franklin Myers in his 20s. Cortland just turned 3rd.
He's 29, or he's getting ready to turn 3rd.
Okay. And then the other one, John, is
Nick Benito.
He's in his early 20s. So
doesn't have hair on his chest yet.
It's reasonable that the Broncos are close enough where all four of these guys could be on the next great Broncos team. And if that is the thought of the organization and you believe you're in that window, we could see this ownership group do something that is very rare. And that is,
I don't know. It's hard to believe that, Zach. It's hard to have all four mouths be fed. And I know we have a very lucrative owner that's willing to do whatever it takes to win. But when it comes down to it, I think they're going to sit down and say the pros and the cons of all four of them. Who do we need right now for the future? Who's going to be a guy that we can keep in the future? And then they're going to move from there. And if this was the case, Zach, and you're going to pay all four, why is it taking so long? You could pay them right now.
You could.
If you really wanted to.
You could.
Why are you letting it play out? Cortland Sutton, you may have to play the whole season before you can get a contract. John Franklin-Myers and Zach Allen, maybe you guys are battling. Whoever has a better season, we're going to pay them, and then the other one's walking.
Right.
Nick Bonito, can you do it again? Can you prove to us that halfway through this season that you're the same guy as last year? Then maybe we're willing to fork up $100 million guaranteed to you, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
There's a lot of waiting going on.
There is. And if you're trying to like balance your books, not paying John Franklin-Myers, in my opinion, doesn't actually move the needle enough. He's not going to get the money that the other three guys are going to get. And so when we talk about which mouth is not going to get fed, my guess is that it will be one of the three big deals, the Sutton, the Zach Allen, and the Bonito. Because each of those contracts, you could reasonably say Sutton's next deal could be in the $100 million variety.
Yeah.
Zach Allen's next deal could be in the $100 million variety. And same with Bonito. So like John Franklin-Myers, his market value is 3 years, $25 million. So yeah, you can say, well, John Franklin-Myers is the mouth that it doesn't get fed. But does that actually move the needle enough for the Broncos in terms of trying to, piece together this roster? So
this is my future. All right, this is me looking into the future, my prediction. I'm speculating. You guys take it with a grain of salt. Zach Allen gets paid.
I believe that's going to happen.
John Franklin-Myers is out. All right, this is going to happen. It's not going to happen right away. This is going to happen during the season. Zach Allen's going to get paid.
During the season.
John Franklin-Myers is out. Malcolm Roach, who we haven't talked about, but he's a good centerpiece that you're not having to pay a lot of money for. He's on a 1-year deal.
Right.
They can bring him back. And I don't want to be disrespectful because it's still going to be a couple $1 million.
Yeah.
But he's a guy that you can plug in and still draft a young guy to go over him. And he's been in this system for a while that has done some really good stuff for the Denver Broncos coming off the bench. Has made some couple really nice plays.
Yeah, good player.
I think that Malcolm Roach is going to have a solid year where they're going to let someone like John Franklin-Myers walk because they're not going to pay 2 defensive tackles, and they're going to draft a defensive tackle, maybe pay Malcolm Roach a little bit of money to come back, and then now they're going to have Zach Allen, the new guy next year, and then some depth in Malcolm Roach. That's what I'm looking at right now.
All right, it's a very interesting conversation. It's relevant to the window of time that we're living in, and I'm fascinated by this stuff. I'm fascinated by it and how the Broncos will operate later this summer. And by later this summer, it could be next week. Literally could be next week, the week before training camp. Real quick before we go, do you think that any deal gets done before day one of training camp? Any one of them?
There's going to be at least one done. One done. I'm hoping it's my guy, Cortland Sutton. Not because he's my friend, but Bo Nix still needs a number one receiver, and he's a number one receiver right now until somebody else gets done.
Do you get a percentage of what Sutton gets paid?
I wish.
For being a on-air agent?
I wish. 3%.
All right. We have a prediction on Nikola Jokic's stats next season that is bound to come true. We'll talk about why next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, the Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1. All righty. So I said going into the previous break, I said we have a prediction on Jokic's stats next season that is bound to come true. All right? Little under the radar here. So the NBA is making a rule change for this coming season. And they tested it this past year in the G League. All right? And it's now going into effect right now in Summer League. Okay? A heave at the end of a period will no longer be recorded as an individual miss. All right? You might be like, what the hell are you talking about? Talking about 3, 2, 1.
Throw it up.
Throwing it
Yeah.
3/4 lengths of the court has counted forever as a shot attempt. Why is this relevant to Jokic? Because he is not scared to take the heave. These freaking basketball players, dude, I want to use a word I can't use on the on the air. I'll say it like this.
I'm going to enjoy this one. These basketball players.
These wussies no longer take the full court heave because it impacts their shooting percentage.
You've said that on air.
Oh, yeah.
I want to say a handful of times.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
like, hey, do you notice that there's a lot of players that don't take that last second heave?
Dude, here's the biggest transgression.
Bunch of wussies.
Yes. Dude, is when they pretend that they're going to take it and take it right after the buzzer. Dude, I watch it every single night in that league. Every single night. These wussies are scared that it's going to impact their shooting percentage instead of giving their team a potential extra 3 points. And now we know the heave is unlikely.
Well, not for Jokic.
Not for Jokic,
Not
right?
for Jokic.
So check this out. Jokic led the NBA in these attempts with 26 heaves this past year. So if the rules were applied to his stats from last season, I can't believe this is true. His 3-point percentage would go from almost 42% to nearly 45%.
An elite three-point shooter right there as a big man.
Literally.
In the league.
I can't believe those numbers are real. But this is actually a thing that lowers his stats because he does it so frequently because he doesn't care because he's not a baby.
He's not a wussy.
And so it is the likelihood that his 3-point percentage next year is a career high is very high unto itself.
Well, tell me this. Why did they have to try it out? I guess to me it's like you don't necessarily have to try it out. You just kind of make the rule, hey, look, if you heave it up, it's not going to count against your
I don't know.
shot.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why they had to test it. But it's like if the shot is attempted in the last 3 seconds of a quarter, so this is the new parameters, last 3 seconds of a quarter, if the shot is attempted from beyond the edge of the center circle, so approximately 36 feet from the basket, and the play originated in the backcourt, all right, that's a heave. So let's keep that in mind. Jokic should be looking at a career-high 3-point field goal percentage this coming season.
The man keeps getting great. Is that he can't get any more great than what he is, but I mean, hey,
you're going to see it anyway. Yeah, you're going to see it anyway. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, Hunter Goodman named the sole Rocky All-Star. All right, it's Goodman's first All-Star game appearance. All right, and he will be the reserve catcher behind the Dodgers' Will Smith. And I will be once again betting Hunter Goodman the way I did Elias Diaz to win the All-Star Game MVP at around 90-1.
Good for him. Good for him to be able to go in and have some fun, I guess. It's been a rough year for him and his crew and represent the Rockies.
What do you think the conversations like with Hunter Goodman like at the All-Star Game will be like with other major league players?
Oh, they're going to ask him like, dude, what's going on in the building?
Yeah.
Like what's happening? How are you guys sticking together? Like, what's the vibe? You know, the manager, what's going on with him? Like, Dick Monfort, what's going on with him? Like, you're chattering, you're talking all the time because you want to pick the brains of, like, what's going on in other organizations. I used to do all the time. When I went to the Pro Bowl, it's like being with Tyreek Hill. It was like, hey, what are you guys doing differently? Like, why are you guys so successful other than, like, I know that you're really good and Patrick Mahomes is good and Travis Kelce is really good. Like, what's the difference? And then you would go to somebody that has played in multiple different organizations and say, hey, like, why do you like this organization better? Because you're just picking the brains because at some point you're going to be in the same boat as some of these other players where you're out of one organization and maybe you're moving to a next one and maybe you have an opportunity to pick. And you're like, well, I heard from a good player that Miami's a good place to be, so I'm going to go there.
Which they do say, right?
Oh, all the time. Yeah.
Where did the Broncos stack up between, like...
So when I was there, it was a hell of a lot different than now.
Yeah.
When I was there was not a lot of people who were saying, hey, go to Denver. Go to Denver. One, we weren't winning. Two, it's like you didn't have the owner that was able to fork up the money that he's able to do. You didn't have the nutritionist. You didn't have the right things. Whereas someone like Miami, when I got to Miami, I was like, wow, this is just totally different. The food is different. All right, the money looks different. We're going because we had the double-decker bus before Denver did.
Right.
And so it's like, wow, man, this is first class. Like, this is the real deal. So you're talking and stuff, but for Denver, it wasn't like it probably is now where it's like, hey, you're going to be taken care of.
Totally. Yeah, I wish I could be a fly on the wall All-Star Weekend for Hunter Goodman and the type of questions that he'll get about just different stuff. Like, you know, what's the food like? Is it as bad as people say? Is it like, do you guys not use analytics at all? Like,
does it really get sold out?
Yeah. Like, hey, do you guys actually play in front of 30,000? Like, yeah, we do every night, every stinking night.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool.
All right, good for Hunter Goodman going to the All-Star game next in 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, the Kevin Durant to Houston trade is officially done in what became the first 7-team trade in NBA history. Where are you at, like with someone like Durant who pops around his whole career? Do you think it hurts the legacy of someone like Kevin Durant?
I do. I'm the type of guy that I feel like when you stay put somewhere and you build and you grow and you have great years and you have bad years, like that, it ends up being you, and everybody respects that. For example, Kobe Bryant never left. So you can respect that. When you have people like LeBron James and Kevin Durant that continue to bounce around, finding a way to win another ring instead of saying, hey, you know what? I'm that great of a player. Build around me. I'm staying put. And you guys need to get better players around me so that we can win consistently. All right, that, like, to me, it's like I don't respect that as much as someone like Kobe Bryant, where it's like you're staying put because you know that you want to beat it.
Yeah. And
Devin Booker's another one.
I was going to say, Devin Booker is another one. That's like, no, I'm good here.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and someone could say, well, you know, wouldn't you want a winning situation? You find different value in things. Like, and there is value of staying through the lean years. And there was some lean years there with the Lakers after the Shaq trade and before they retooled the team with Pau Gasol and the like. And these are the lean years with Booker as Durant's getting the heck out of town. Dante, how are we feeling about your Suns here? Man, they are in a rough spot. They are in a very, very organizationally rough spot.
I actually think we had a pretty good offseason. I like we got younger, athletic. I like the Malawak out of Duke, the big man. He doesn't have to step in. He could be a backup big for a little bit.
He was a 10th pick, right, from NBA.
Yeah, 10th overall pick.
Yep.
Traded for Mark Williams from the Hornets. He's supposed to be pretty good. So
see if he can stay healthy.
Yeah, I like the moves they made. Like, given the situation they were in, I think they have made the most out of the last 2 months or so.
All right, I got them finishing last in the Western Conference.
I'll take you. I'll bet you on that.
Well, no, I'll say
After
bottom
all the
three. I'll say
good
bottom
news that
three.
you just heard from Dante, you said, all right, I still have them being picked last.
They are in a really, really rough spot. They're in a really rough spot, and I think what they have to do is actually trade Booker. But it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen. I think that's what would be best long term. But all right, we'll see. We'll see how it ages. Houston, Durant, a retooled Western Conference should be fascinating. Okay, there's lots of folks in Denver sports who are looking for their next payday. But is there one guy going into the last year of his deal that nobody is talking about? That's next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
What's going on, gentlemen? Phillip, Lindsay here. And fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the Low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. All right, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your Low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. Summer's the season of splurging. Head into Twin Peaks all week and save big on some of your favorite menu items every day. Summer savings starts today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit wilhitewins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Avalanche Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Avalanche Harley. Visit avalancheharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out with you here on a Monday, July 7th, back in the saddle after a few days off. I said there's a lot of folks in Denver sports who are looking for their next payday, but there's one guy going into his last year of his deal, and man, I don't think anyone's really talking about it. So we were just having the conversation not too long ago about John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen and Nick Benito and Cortland Sutton.
There's a lot of mouths to be fed.
A lot of mouths to be fed. And just across the landscape in Denver sports, Jokic is up for an extension.
It's when does that happen? Is it?
I think it's
today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow he's eligible to sign. Which again, let's follow that.
Let's put a pin in it. We're going to talk about that one.
We will, because it just depends on how you want to look at it. Because if he waits, he can make more money doing it next year. But also, you've heard someone like Brian Windhorst say, hey, if he doesn't sign that extension, like that situation needs to be monitored very closely and just reassess. So we can talk about that tomorrow. But across the landscape, a lot of guys want to get paid in Denver sports. But do we realize that George Payton is going in the last year of his contract?
Oh, not George. It's already been. He had a 5-year deal.
Yeah, it was 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But it's. I mean,
wow,
it's
here.
up. It's up. And
time flies.
How big of a priority is re-signing George Payton?
Oh, that's a big question. He's the general manager, a great talent evaluator. A guy who's starting to hit on a lot of the picks, at least 1 or 2 a year. He understands and gets Sean Payton, and it seems like they have a really good relationship. At least
it does, man.
On the surface, when we're watching it, and reviewing it, they seem to be on the same page right now.
Dude, when I saw them together at the Nuggets game, like sitting together at the Nuggets game, like it's one thing to have a great working relationship and understanding Sean, but like to be like hanging out as coach and GM. I mean, maybe they did it just for a perception thing, which is possible, but
it didn't look like they were having fun.
No, they were pretty stiff.
Well, you know how Sean is.
Right, he's like, I can't cut loose in front of my boss the way I want to.
Or it's the other way around. George is like, I can't cut loose in front of my boss.
or it's that, or it's that, or it's
like,
that.
Who knows? Like they looked uncomfortable, but they were there.
They were there.
They were present. They were watching a Nuggets game, and it was like the unity. It was showing everybody, hey, they are on the same page, and they do have a game plan for this year. But to answer the question, I do believe that you bring back Sean Payton. I believe that Sean Payton has done a really, really good job. I want to say great right now because
George Payton.
You bring back George Payton, and he has done a really good job of bringing up and drafting some of these young, talented players, especially in the later rounds. Marvin Mims was a 3rd-round draft pick. Of course, you hit on PS2 in the 1st round, but you have someone that you take a flyer on when it's Quinn Miners, and he was able to hit, and he was a D3 guy.
Yeah.
He has a great relationship with Sean, on the surface at least. Why not bring him back if both Sean and George work well together? And it seems like maybe Greg Penner has a good relationship with George as well.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say you bring George back because he partners well with Sean. Now, does it happen? Who knows? But for me,
You think this is up in the air?
yeah, it definitely is. You have to win games. We had one winning season with George, and the winning happened when Sean was introduced to the Denver Broncos. We know Sean's the one that has a lot more say. Let's be honest.
Right.
But also George is doing some of the heavy lifting, the dirty work when it comes to the drafting, when it comes to finding these contracts out, when it comes to like just being in the building 24/7 because he loves football too.
Yep.
So it's going to come down to Greg Penner and Sean Payton sitting down saying, hey, is what's best for the team? And I think it's going to wait until the season's done. If they have a successful year, Zach, George will be back. If they don't, scapegoat. Somebody has to get fired.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not even fired because it's not even George being fired. It's just like you've done your time. I don't even want to put that out there because I don't ever want nobody to get fired. But somebody has to be. Yeah, I did. Somebody has to be let go. Whether it's going to be someone like George Payton, you have people talking about VJ if he doesn't have a top 5, maybe even number 1 defense that he could be on the chopping block. Right? It's different things like that. When you don't have a successful season, somebody's going to have to pay the price. That's just how the NFL is. That's how NBA is, NHL. Like, you have to point the finger at somebody.
Well, I would be very careful because I think the value that George Payton, in a way that I did not see coming, I couldn't believe he survived the start of his tenure, especially with new leadership above him in multiple levels, new ownership, new coach, and but he survived it. And now he's not just surviving, I think he's thriving. And I think he's a perfect yang to Sean's yin. They balance each other out. Sean is a freewheeler, aggressive, aggressive. And George is calculated and patient, and I just think it's a really good balance that the Broncos have struck here in Denver.
What if Sean's buddy, somebody that he really likes?
Yeah, that's the one curveball. If it's someone
comes open.
Yeah.
What happens then? Like, we've seen it with the special teams coach and coordinator.
That's true.
It's like we had a top 10 special teams unit, and yet the special team coach was out the door. And one of the guy, Rizzy, that he's been with for a long time in New Orleans, he's now the special teams coordinator, a good coach.
Yeah.
It makes sense, but that was a Sean Payton guy.
That's the one curveball. And I hope that Sean is very, very, very careful and calculated before he makes a move like that, of like what you have here in the talent evaluator, George Payton. So, but again, going into last year of his contract, and could there be a curveball? How big of a priority is it within that building? That's one. Just let's keep our eye on that one, because we talk about all these guys' deals. We don't talk about that one as much. So let's keep our eye on it. Okay, the first batch of NFL top 100 names are out, and a Bronco made the list. We'll talk about who, where he was on that list, and who's next. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here to tell you that the city of Aurora is home to 5 incredible golf courses that you need to play this summer. Guys, they have what you need in Aurora. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. You got Spring Hill, an executive course, but you'll still use every club in your bag. How about Aurora Hills, the OG Aurora course? It's the original. Then you have Meadow Hills, former country club with tree-lined fairways. Incredible course to play. Love Meadow Hills. And I also love Saddle Rock, guys. It's like a mountain course in the city. I mean, incredible views of Pikes Peak. And then lastly, you have Murphy Creek, a prairie links layout. Guys, Go play golf in Aurora this summer. Don't overpay for tee times, all right? For more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and go ahead and find them on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Again, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Your life can go from healthy and happy to hopeless in an instant. When a serious accident hits you with injuries, too many bills, and no way of caring for your family, it's time to strike back. Let Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury lawyers fight to get you the money you need and deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Her face lights up whenever you're around.
That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other.
At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no 2 diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, the first batch of NFL Top 100 names are out. This happens this time every year, all right, where NFL.com, the NFL Network, will sort of slow release these players, all right, and tomorrow there'll be another batch of guys. But a Bronco made the list. Once upon a time, you were on this list, voted by your contemporaries.
I was, and I was surprised. I remember Seth.
From the Broncos PR?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, Seth Medvin,
yep,
I want to say.
Yep, and I remember him coming to my locker. It was after practice, and hey, dude, I just want to let you know tomorrow they're going to be announcing you for NFL Top 100. And it was, I want to say in the 60s.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and he was like...
Did you know what it was at that point?
No, he said it's going to be around the 60s, but we don't know exactly where they're putting you. just a heads up for you tomorrow. Like, you're going to have to talk to media, all that. I'm like, wow. Like, I didn't even think about it. Zach, that whole year, I did not even think about the Pro Bowl and in NFL Top 100. I didn't think anything like that. All I cared about was trying to make the team.
Right.
And everything else just kind of organically happened for me, which was special. It was a special moment that I'll be able to say and talk to my kids about for the rest of my life, and they can pass it on.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. It's a different type of honor because it's from the guys in the league.
The players, some of the coaches, people that you're playing against, have high praise for you. And I remember there was a couple of players, linebackers. Was it Fred Warner? Was one of them that talked, linebacker from 49ers, San Fran, that talked highly about me. So it's always great to hear from older guys that do a lot for the league that can sit back and talk highly about a player.
Yeah, it's very cool. And when they do it on the NFL Network, they'll spend like 3 minutes, 4 minutes per guy, and they put together a package for you and have your highlights. And
muscles were popping.
They were.
Where are they at now?
So you would have been told that at the start of the 2019 season.
Yeah.
Looking back at 2018,
Mm-hmm.
very rarely does a rookie make that list. Very rarely does a rookie make that list. So the first batch of guys is out, and Zach Allen made his debut in the top 100 list.
All right, some respect on his name.
Pretty big deal for someone like Zach Allen. As a defensive lineman, you got to be doing something pretty freaking awesome as a defensive lineman to be on that top 100.
Zach, this is another way for you to go to the table and say, hey, look, like people around the league, players around the league respect me. They're saying I'm worth every penny because what I bring to the table, what I bring to this team, leadership, what I bring when it comes to getting the sacks. This is why you need to pay me top dollars. So it's something that you can bring to the table when you're negotiating a contract that, hey, like I'm winning awards.
Right.
People are acknowledging the work that I'm doing on that football field.
Well, in 2024, Zach Allen's 967 snaps played were the most among qualified defensive linemen. All right, over 200 defensive linemen qualified. No one played more snaps than Zach Allen this past year. His 75 pressures and 28 hits were both the top mark for his position, according to Pro Football Focus. His 35 quarterback hurries were the 11th best. And good for him. Now, Nick Benito, did you see he jumped on social media and said too low. Said too low. What do you make of the slotting for Zach Allen? Fair? Did they get it right? Or should he have been higher on this list,
I
do
mean,
you think?
of course, like being from here, being a fan here, it's definitely too low because we're so glued on these players, and every Sunday we're really watching what Zach Allen's doing. But I would have to kind of see who else is in front of him around the league. That's another thing that, like, he put up some really good stats, and this is his first time making the list. But there's other players out there at the defensive tackle position that's doing a great job as well. And they may have made the list last year, and now they're moving them up because that happens. So I appreciate Nick Benito going to bat for his guy, Zach Allen. And, yeah, I do agree it's too low for what he brought to the table for the Denver Broncos in their top 5 defense. But now he adds to it. Now it's like you finally got there. You made the list. Now you can start climbing up,
Sure.
the ladder and leaving your mark.
Sure.
What about you? You think it was way too low?
Yeah, if you're the best player at your position in the sport, I don't know. And I just value the trenches more than anything else in football. And if you're the best player at your position on a defensive line and a defense that just led the league with 63 sacks, like I don't believe that there's 89 better players in front of Zach Allen, but I understand it. It's all good. I'm not going to cry about it. The guys that came in behind him, Ladd McConkey was number 100. What a rookie year for that young man.
Another rookie.
I mean,
finding his way on the list.
Yeah, that's hard to do. That's really hard to do. But over 80 catches, over 1,100 yards, 7 touchdown catches as a rookie is really impressive. Leonard Williams, defensive lineman in Seattle. Aaron Jones was number 98. A really good year running the football for Minnesota. It was Drake London, Falcons wide receiver, Levante David, linebacker for the Bucks, Josh Sweat, linebacker for the Cardinals, and then but played this past year with Philly. Sam Laporta came in at number 94, the tight end. Creed Humphrey, center for the Kansas City Chiefs. Jesse Bates, Falcons safety. Tua came in at number 91. Don't know, miss so much time there.
Yeah, that's like more out of like respect. Like it's like at some point, sometimes it's like the Pro Bowl where it's like these players that have been on the top 100 list so many times that it's like, okay, we're not going to necessarily pull them off of it just yet, but they're kind of falling.
Yeah, their
so
reputation
next year
carries
he won't
them
be on it.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of for someone like Zach Allen, since it's his first time, they have him so low, and then now he'll build up. So like that's, at least in my head, I think that's how it's done.
Sure.
And it's just about building the respect. My question to you is this: is there going to be another Bronco on? And if so,
oh, definitely.
Do you think it's just one more? Do you believe that someone like Bo Nix cracks this list?
I don't think Bo cracks it.
Do you think someone like Jaden Daniels cracks this list?
Definitely.
Which is crazy because
1,000%.
Bo Nix had better stats than Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
If you're going off of stats,
I think if we were going to see Bo, we would have got the news today. And I think he belongs on the list. But as a rookie and sort of in the shadow of a couple other rookies, one Jaden Daniels and the other arguably just had the greatest, well, I don't even know if it's arguable. It's the greatest rookie season at the tight end position ever. Brock Bowers, who broke the receptions record and the yards record in his first year. But I believe that there will be, hold on, can you leave Benito off the list?
See, the thing is, you can't. You can't leave Nick Benito off the list. One, he's not a rookie, so he's been in the league. He's getting better every single year. He had 13.5 sacks.
Yeah, he's got to be on the list.
How could you not have him? Now, I don't think he's going to be top 40. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's the next crew that's listed here soon. But he's definitely going to make the list because he's a pass rusher. He had a phenomenal year, and he's young, and he's building off of that.
I think Quinn Miners makes this list.
Thank you. I like it.
And I think Pat Surtain finds himself inside the top 10. Let's guess where PS2 comes in, all right? Just collectively as a show here, all right? I will say PS2 comes in, and DG, write this down if you don't mind. I bet Pat Surtain comes in at...
It's the players now. Remember, it's the players.
Yep. I think he comes in 6th. 6th.
The disrespect.
Oh, you think that's disrespectful?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
No. Dude, he's the 6th best player in the league?
The cornerback
Where do you
position,
think he's going to come
going
in?
Lower than that. Or higher. Was it higher than that?
Yeah, it just depends on how you want to say it. But what do you think?
So I'm going to go with 3. He's going to be the top 3. He
Okay.
just won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
He's a cornerback. Like shut down cornerback. Now you're talking about players that do respect players like PS2 that are willing to say, hey, look, he deserves to be in the top 5 for sure.
Where does Mahomes come in?
He didn't have a great year. And I think that you have a bunch of players that are fatigued with Patrick Mahomes. I think Patrick Mahomes comes in at like 8 or 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would just prove that the players are idiots.
I'm just saying, like, this is how they're gonna look. I could be wrong,
where does Joshua come in?
He's gonna be, my guess is top 5. Top 5.
Well, he okay.
He won MVP.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because the players last year voted him most overrated. Again, another piece of evidence how dumb some of these players are.
But now this is their time to kind of say, hey, look, you proved us wrong.
Yeah.
And now you're in the top 5. You're a quarterback.
Lamar's
coming in before.
Lamar will be ranked ahead of Josh Allen on that list.
At least you could agree with that.
But it's a point of how dumb the players are.
No, come on, Zach. You're going off of stats. No, you're going off of stats. Like Lamar had. You could have said that last year.
No, he's great. But I'm saying the players will vote Lamar Jackson ahead of Josh Allen,
as they should for this year.
They played in the playoffs.
Both
Lamar did what Lamar does.
Hey, come on, Lamar's not the tight end. Lamar's not the tight end.
He pitched the ball backwards to Von Miller. Where does PS2 come in on this list? You guys think?
Man, Phil, if you think Zach had him disrespected at 6, I got him at 14.
Oh, really?
Wow!
Just because I don't think he's going to get as much love as like the wide receivers and the quarterbacks and Saquon and stuff like that.
But think about who we played against.
I agree.
Like Jamar Chase. All it takes is for him to be, hey man, mean, he locked down Jamar Chase.
I don't disagree. And he should be higher than that, but I think he's going to end up in that 10 to 15 range. I got him at 14.
Gosh,
that would be crazy.
That
That's
would be crazy.
disrespectful.
I agree. D, where does he end up?
I'm going to go with 7.
7?
Did we get a number on Phil, by the way?
I said 3.
3?
Yeah, 3.
Put it down.
Okay.
Mark it down.
Saquon's going to be number 1, by the way.
He could be. He very well could be. And maybe he should be.
Over 2,000 yards. It was over 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
Help win a Super Bowl with the Eagles. The story.
Literally had a chance to break
Hard Knocks.
Eric Dickerson's record and said, no, thank you. I'm good. I'll just go win the Super Bowl. I mean, what a year. I mean, what a year. It's up there with Terrell Davis's.
So it's going to go Saquon, Lamar Jackson, PS2. I could put Josh Allen number 4.
Jamar Chase will be somewhere in there too.
Jamar Chase number 5.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, Jalen Hurts will. I mean,
he's not cracking the top 10. Jalen Hurts, he is not. His stats are not cracking the top 10.
Super Bowl champion, second Super
but
Bowl
also
appearance.
you know what they're gonna say. The Eagles, the defense carried Jalen Hurts. The offensive line carried Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley carried Jalen Hurts. These are the things that the players are gonna say.
If Jalen Hurts comes in before Pat Mahomes,
yeah. Yeah, that's we know something's wrong.
Okay. All right. We'll circle back to it. It'll be released throughout the week. We have a dilemma in Denver sports that is coming from an unlikely source. That's next.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here to tell you about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. If he can't sell your house on your timeline at your price that you guys agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for, get this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer's nobody. He makes that offer, probably won't do it for too much longer. He's got about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now, and if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and you can close in as little as 7 days. So, if you have a house to sell, pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the most money. Guys, that's 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Hey, you want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433. Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance.
Summer in Colorado is here, and so are the savings. At Mountain High Appliance, we're celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages. With our price match guarantee and special financing options, we make appliance shopping easy. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Attention law enforcement personnel. Summit County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for Law Enforcement Academy-sponsored cadet, patrol deputy, detentions deputy, and co-responder team's clinical program manager. Earn top salaries up to $122K a year. Receive great benefits, a sign-on bonus, and work in amazing Summit County. Discover your next adventure at Summit County Sheriff's Office. Now hiring. Go to summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs. That's summitsheriffcolorado.gov/jobs.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So we have a bit of a dilemma here in Denver Sports that's coming from an unlikely source. And the whole situation is unique. And we're talking about potential complication to the Nuggets offseason. All right? Revolving around Jonas Valanciunas, who wants to return to Europe next season. It was initially a report from a European basketball site called Basket News that said he was considering joining basically a Greek powerhouse team. Okay, and this is really unfortunate. One, that we're having this conversation, because while this is not unprecedented in NBA history, it is incredibly rare. And I can't remember it happening. Like, it happened as recent as a year ago with another European player who agreed to a buyout with the Raptors last year to go back to Europe. But the difference is, like, he was like a back-end player for a lottery team. Jonas Valanciunas would be playing every single night for a championship contending team.
We're all excited to have him.
Yes, and I just can't remember another instance with a household name to basketball fans like Jonas Valanciunas joining a team that's a championship contender and saying, I don't want to come and play.
Well, it's kind of borderline crazy. Like, why wouldn't you want to play? One, you're in the NBA. All right, this is the best of the best. Two, you get to be with Jokic, contend for a championship, something that you did not get to do. You were moved before you were able to contend for a championship. So why now? Why now? You have 2 years left. You're 33 years old. 2 years left. You get paid, what is it, $20 million for 2 years. It's 10 a year. And
Second, it's not guaranteed that second year.
Yeah, not guaranteed. It's a team option.
Correct.
And yet you don't want to be here. You don't want to play with the NBA. I don't think it's necessarily the Nuggets. It's like, hey, I don't want to be in the NBA no more. I want to go to Europe. I want to play overseas, closer to home maybe. I don't understand why you would want to do that when you have 2 years left and you can contend. And you can play with someone like Jokic, the greatest player to play the game right now, Zach. Like, help me kind of figure things out. Like, and I know we're never going to be able to figure out what's going on in JV's mind and head. It's just like, why? We need you here. You would be loved, and yet you don't want to take it.
Yeah. I mean, he would be the best backup center, maybe of the Jokic era, just in general. And maybe when Yusuf Nurkic was the backup once upon a time, that was probably a level above this, but that was a long time ago. So it would be the best backup center the Nuggets have had in many years. And man, we talk about like the fatigue of the long season. Like, this would be a organic resolution, to not just the non-Jokic minutes, but just to keep him fresh. They were going, if you remember, they were playing Aaron Gordon at backup center in November.
I know. It's not good for the team when you have your starting four playing the backup center spot. Like, what are we doing here? And now you can say, hey, like, the fatigue, it caught up with someone like Aaron Gordon, who's older.
Right.
And now all of a sudden you look up, he pulls his hamstring. He's no good for you in the playoffs when you need him the most in a Game 7. So we're trying to stop that from happening again. And someone like JV coming in, adding those minutes so Jokic doesn't have to play, so someone like Aaron Gordon doesn't have to play the backup center. That's what we're looking for, and we finally have it, but he doesn't want to be here.
Yeah. And I see, hey, it's for leverage. Okay, I mean, I understand the thought, but you don't have any leverage. You're under contract. And this idea that, he's going to go play in Greece and the Nuggets should just be okay with it. Like, no. And if they put their foot down, he will not be playing anywhere, because FIBA, who is the governing body umbrella over the league he wants to play in, they have a great working relationship with the NBA, and FIBA is not going to let him not fulfill his contract and go sign another one. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So I don't know what the angle is here. I really don't.
Well, how should we feel as fans? How should the players feel? Because I know that if I'm a player, and once upon a time I was in the locker rooms, and if I knew that there was a teammate that wasn't all in, I wasn't a happy camper, because now it's like, hey, I have to rely on you. Maybe you're my offensive lineman and you're not all in. Maybe you just want the money, but you don't want to work for it. But I need you in order for me to be successful. And now you don't want to be here, but yet you have to go out there and play, and that we have to say like the family word or say like teammates on three, but you don't want to be a good teammate because you're not buying in. How should the locker room feel about that? Like, you have a chance to finally contend again, to have a chance to win a championship, and a key piece for at least a regular season, you're saying.
Yes.
I still believe that the Nuggets plan, and I believe you do too, the Nuggets plan is to have someone like JV play in the postseason and give Jokic that rest.
I think it could go round by round. I'm not 100% convinced with some of these matchups that he would be a night-to-night player in the postseason. But whatever, that's for a conversation way down the road. Because he would be a day-to-day player in the regular season. 100%.
For the locker room, though, it doesn't go well in a locker room, especially when it's a small locker room like an NBA locker room. It's like, hey, we know that you don't really want to be here.
Right.
Are we getting the most out of you? Do you truly believe in this organization and this culture and what we're bringing every single night, or are you just here to get your money and you're missing home?
Yeah.
Like, it's just hard. It's hard to like buy into that.
No, that's worth mentioning for sure. You want guys who are all in and pulling from the same end of the rope. But at the same time, this is unusual. It's not, I think he's going to be playing for the Nuggets. I would handicap it at 80% likelihood that he's playing for Denver. Dante, you have something there behind the glass?
I do. So let's say it is a leverage move that he's trying to pull here. What concessions?
Explain that to me, though. How if it's a leverage move, what leverage does Valanciunas have here? If he wants to play basketball,
not suiting up for the Nuggets.
But he would have to retire and just not play basketball.
Okay, or showing up every day and being a bad egg.
Yeah, again, that's not who he has been. So that would be way outside of his character that we've got to known for about a decade.
Yeah, that's
not saying
who
it can't happen. Not saying it can't happen.
But it's hard to just like turn that and say, "Hey, I'm gonna just be a bad person now, a bad teammate." After like your whole career, you've been really good. Like that's not gonna be in your nature. You're like, "Hey, usually you're just gonna stick it out and play."
Real quick, finish up the thought, D.
What concessions would you make? Like, let's say he's like, "Hey, I want my second year guaranteed," and then like a no trade clause. Like, how much would you be willing to budge?
If I were running the Nuggets, I would guarantee the second year. I think he's that important. I think it's that important. And he's 33. He's not 39. Wanting to go overseas while you're 33 and there's an avenue for you to make more money in the NBA. This whole situation is very, very unusual. Very unusual. Okay. You want to react to that conversation? You can hit us up, ramoslaw.com. Text line 303-713-1043. Someone with a very large footprint in Cleveland has apparently cast his vote in the Shedeur Sanders quarterback battle. Tell you who said what next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
All right, everybody. The 4th of July is over, but summer is not over yet. It's summertime still, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you can do outside. So no one wants to worry about how you're going to get somewhere or where you're parking. Let Hermes Worldwide handle all your travel needs so you can focus on just having fun and enjoying your family. And I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes Worldwide a few weeks ago. And I'm here to tell you guys, they have so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends are ready to go crazy and go partying, ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. If you are someone who's concerned about the environment, like a lot of people are, they've got you covered with something called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric and totally silent car. It's a pretty sweet ride, you guys, and I'm telling you guys, there's going to be a lot of people out there turning their heads saying, who's in that vehicle? Who's in that car? And also, if you and your lady friend are heading to a concert this summer, you can take a luxury sedan or SUV. So no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. All you need to do is head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call today at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today. Again, you can go to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Mark, get 25% off this month only.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market. And if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Step Denver, a nonprofit solution to addiction and homelessness.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Time to play the game!
Hey, real quick before we move on, and I should have mentioned this, but this is where things get more complicated. We were talking about the Jonas Valanciunas situation, and it's not unprecedented in the literal sense, but it's very unusual what's happening here, okay? And the Nuggets are at the center of it. And I don't know what's next in this story. I don't know what's next. But before we move on, because I want to talk about this, someone with a very large footprint in Cleveland has apparently cast his vote in the Shedeur Sanders quarterback battle in a way that I honestly didn't see coming. We'll get to it in 10 seconds. But where this gets tricky with the Nuggets is, and I should have mentioned this, is that who is the agent of Jonas Valanciunas? And I say this all the time. Players and the agents run that league.
Yeah.
Okay? Who is Jonas Valanciunas' agent? It's a guy by the name of Jeff Schwartz from XL Sports Management. Why am I bringing that up? That's Jokic's agent. It's also Jamal Murray's agent.
Mm.
Now, someone like Jokic will have two agents.
Yeah.
He'll have a Serbian agent, and then he has an American agent. So when you start talking about players and their agents run that league, and you have one agent who has monopolized a single team like the Denver Nuggets and Jeff Schwartz, with the likes of Jamal and Jokic and Dario Saric. That's his agent as well.
They have Jonas now.
Right. And it's like half the freaking roster is this agent. So if you want a great relationship with this agent here moving forward,
you might have to do a favor.
Like that might be the leverage. That might be the leverage for Jonas Valanciunas. It's like, dude, half your roster is ran by Jeff Schwartz. If Jeff Schwartz really needs something from you, you may say uncle in a way that you really, 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 really don't want to. And again, this is a sticky situation.
So then what would you do? Like, if I'm a general manager, I'm saying, well, damn, like, you can blackmail us pretty much, or you can say, hey, like, look, if you want to continue to have business with each other or with me, and it's a healthy business, then you're going to do me a solid. You're going to do me a favor. But that's not what's best for the Denver Nuggets.
Definitely not.
That's not what's best for John Wallace and Ben Tinzer, who are new at this job, who feel like they just hit a home run with the guys that they just brought in.
Correct.
And so now it's like, I understand that you have built these connections and you have a lot of our guys, but also it's what's best for the Denver Nuggets, and that's not letting this man walk out the door.
Right.
Because he wants to go.
Right.
It can get sticky.
It can. And what this will do is it will change the Nuggets offseason if for some reason, and it's not for some reason, he doesn't want to be here. So if they don't make him honor his contract and they let him off the hook, the Nuggets offseason, in my opinion, goes from an A- to a B.
Well, see, the only way this happens is if Ben Tinzer and John Wallace have a game plan, have a different plan that they're ready to put into play once they let go of Giannis.
And
Jonas.
And the one thing is, like, I'll just mention this, and I it's probably a little fantasy basketball, but has Al Horford signed with the Warriors yet? He has not.
All right.
He has not. If you were to have your choice, you might even want Horford over Jonas Valanciunas. Even with the age difference, he'd be that great of a fit here in Denver. Horford would. Maybe there's a scenario where a part of the reason Horford hasn't signed with the Warriors yet is maybe the door is still open in Denver. That would be one hell of a backup plan. But I don't know how much of that lives within reality. I would say probably not a lot.
It would be a better backup plan than the regular plan. It's like, wow, we fall into a better opportunity than we did just keeping Jonas around.
Yeah. So again, I don't know what's next, but we shall see. Hopefully, we have a piece of news as we come in here tomorrow. But it could be a bit. It could be a bit. All right. Someone with a very large footprint in Cleveland has apparently cast his vote in the Shedeur Sanders Cleveland Browns quarterback battle. So when it comes to the preferred choice of the Browns veteran players, including superstar edge rusher Myles Garrett, it is Joe Flacco who appears to be that preference. And this is according to Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, who has been doing her thing in Cleveland for a very, very long time. Is a incredibly a trusted source and a bit of a bulldog when she needs to be. But she is putting it out there that she has it that Myles Garrett and the veterans, they want to go with a veteran.
I mean, but it does make sense. Like, when you're a veteran and you want to win right away, sometimes you can't rely on that young guy unless you just have so much confidence in that young guy like a Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. When you have somebody like Dylan Gabriel or Sanders, you're sitting there saying, well, they weren't drafted high, and there's a reason for that. And so now if we want to win and we're vets and we want to win now because it helps us out, and yet we're not winning, like, I want to go with the vet. I don't want to go with a puppy. Unless we're just losing, then it's like, okay, put the puppy in, whatever. So I can understand why you're going with a cup of Joe Flacco, because he gives you, I guess, a better opportunity right away to win some games.
Yeah. And if I were in their shoes, I would probably cast a similar vote. But what I'm thinking is, like, why is someone like Myles Garrett in July, before training camp ever starts, casting his vote? Because that dude takes up a huge footprint in Cleveland. And typically, like, they'll go about those questions, like, very politically correct. But, Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, said, quote, talking about Flacco, he's already felt the love from Browns fans and has the full support of big-time veterans such as All-Pro defensive end Myles Garrett. Flacco might not get as many reps in practice as the others because he doesn't need them, but the Browns know what he can do, end quote. And it's like, man.
So you're pretty much saying that he's going to start the year off.
Pretty much. And this is why, like, you're about to start a full-blown competition, but the face of the franchise is already casting a vote for Flacco? I don't know.
It's weird, but he's not the only one. You have Deontay Johnson, too, the receiver, coming out talking about the quarterback battle. I think it's just weird that you're coming out as players that are around these other players talking about the quarterback battle and what it looks like so far. Like something you don't do. That's like a losing culture, a organization that's going to lose this year. Those are what players do. If you have a good team, you kind of keep it within and call it a day. So it's going to be interesting, but I still think Shedeur Sanders has an opportunity to be the starting quarterback by week, let's just say 9 or 10, if things are not going well. Joe Flacco may start, but someone like Kenny Pickett may be out the door because of this.
Yes, and so this is what I think is interesting because there's a theory in Cleveland. If Pickett loses out on the starting role to Flacco, it would be him, Kenny Pickett, that is cut or traded with Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders developing behind Flacco. And I think a question, and I guess it's not the most burning question in Denver sports, I can tell you, but like, would Sean Payton be interested in the Kenny Pickett reclamation project as a former first-round pick that has washed out, as opposed to the conversation we had last week with Shedeur?
Yeah, I think with the conversation with Shedeur, Zach, it's like he's young, and there's a lot there. There's a lot more upside because you don't know what this kid's bringing to the table. Kenny Pickett has been in the league for a while now. You kind of know what you have from him. Now, you could try to save him and help kind of rejuvenate him, but also it's like, hey, now I got to focus on my guys. I got to focus on Bo. I have Jarrett Stidham right there. Ellinger. Sam Ellinger's a guy that's like maybe I have a vision for as like a running quarterback, like a Taysom Hill. So I'm kind of okay. If it was Shedeur Sanders or maybe even Dylan Gabriel, where it's like they're young and I know that later on they could be the future somewhere else, so I'm willing to help them out. I could see that. Not someone like Kenny Pickett who's been around the league.
All right, we will follow that situation throughout this summer. It is fascinating, a fascinating situation there in Cleveland. Okay, are we making an assumption with what won't happen to an important member of this Denver Broncos defense? We'll have that conversation coming up next.
Head to Facebook.com/DenverSports1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
This week's Recovery of the Week is brought to you by Step Denver, the men's residential addiction recovery program in Lower Downtown. Our Recovery of the Week this week belongs to Denver Nuggets forward Aaron Gordon, who hurt his hamstring in Game 6 of the second round of the NBA playoffs, played through Game 7, but is attacking the rehab, has already been back in the gym this offseason, and has been seen working out and hoping to be ready by Week 1 this coming season.
And that is your Recovery of the Week, brought to you by Step Denver. I'm sitting down with Brandon from Step Denver. Brandon, thank you for sitting down with me first and foremost. What brought you to Step?
Well, first, thanks for having me, Zach. So originally I was part of the opiate epidemic. I was an addict for a long time. I'm a retread here at this program. This is my second time through. Basically, I didn't have any answers left in my life. I had burned all my bridges. Everyone ran away from me, no support network. So the job, I'm an engineer by trade, so no more jobs. So what brought me in originally was desperation. But what kept me here was the community and the love I felt here. This is a great place. It offers you a second chance. They'll get you on your feet with a job. They'll set you up with Medicaid. Anything you need to be a successful human in our society is what this place specializes in. All the guys that work here have been through the program before, so I can't say enough about how we interact with one another.
How are you feeling today compared to the day you walked in here?
That's a good question. So a lot more confident. I have the tools. I'm back into my engineering background. I love all facets of my life now, as opposed to before when I walked into this program, I hated it. So this is a great place.
Well, you sound like you're doing great. You look great. Thanks for sitting down with us.
Yeah, thank you.
If you are struggling with addiction or you simply want to make a donation to help the men who are calling STEP to get their life back today, please visit stepdenver.org.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit wilhitewins.com and win big with Wilhite.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling downhill here on a Monday after a few days off here. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. Appreciate you being with us here on a Monday. You know, real quick before we, you got something?
No, yeah, go first. You have to clean. You have to clean something up.
Well, no, not clean anything up. But I'm just saying the story that I just want to touch on real quick before we get into this other larger conversation. Chris Bryant.
Yeah.
He may have played his last game of Major League Baseball. He may have played his last game. And I'm reading from Jake Shapiro, DenverSports.com. That's how bleak the back injury is getting. For once upon a time, this guy was the National League MVP. This guy was the NL MVP. But he told MLB.com yesterday that his back is not responding to running. He is able to work out and do some hitting.
Yeah.
But like, if you can't run, you can't play baseball.
No, especially when you're getting paid the contract like Chris Bryant's getting paid. You have to be out there and playing your best baseball, which that's not the case with a back. And if anybody has ever went through a back injury, it's brutal. Even if you strain your back, it's brutal.
Yep. It could be just derailing of your life, let alone a professional sports career. I mean, the guy's only 33 years old, and he said he is considering a experimental treatment for his back, but that is not surgery. So I have no idea what is next in this story, but this is. We didn't need a new update on Chris Bryant and why it's, maybe the worst contract in the history of Denver sports. It's maybe the worst contract right now in professional sports currently. Top 3 or 4, if it's not number 1. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. His back is not responding to running. He's got a phone call today with a New York doctor on this experimental treatment, and it's a disc issue, and he says a surgery would be fusion, which would make returning as a pro athlete difficult.
Yeah, I don't think he would come back after fusing would it be his spine, or a disc around it, so he's fusing?
I don't know, man.
No.
But
You can't move like that.
No, so, whoa. I mean, wow, a 7-year, $182 million deal with the Rockies. That even when it was signed, this isn't one of the Russell Wilson, it aged poorly. It was poor the day that it was signed. And so...
Yeah, I don't know how you pull that off. Pen to paper, and it was a bad decision from the start.
He's played 170 of Colorado's 576 games. I mean, it's as bad as it could possibly be. He's got a negative WAR over that time. It's as bad as it gets. It's as bad as it gets. And Dante, you had a question there that you wanted to jump in real quick?
Doesn't the team and the organization get some of that money back if he's unable to play because of health reasons?
Yeah, I think if he has to retire because of health, I don't think the Rockies are on the hook for the whole deal.
I think they insurance kicks in at some point, and that goes to the team.
Okay. All right. Wow. Did you have something?
Yeah. I was just a question. People go back and forth with this, Zach, but if you have a cutout picture of yourself around stores, are you giggling? I'm asking a question. Is that big time?
You're an idiot.
I'm just asking a question.
I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm big time.
Whoa, why do you think I'm talking about you?
Because you are. You are.
A cutout board. I'm just like.
While we're here, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to help give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. Are you kidding me? All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop of any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st, and you find, yes, the cutout of me, all right? Scan the QR code that's right there on the cutout. For more information and the list of course locations, you can head to denversports.com/golf. But that's a great trip that they are giving away there.
I had to get to the Pro Bowl to get a Pepsi cutout of myself.
Do you still have it?
I do.
Where is it? Somewhere in the basement?
It's in the basement. It's not showing. So how does it feel? You have a cutout of
I haven't
yourself.
seen it yet.
I took a picture with it, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to send it to you. It's pretty. It's as tall as you.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's at Saddle Rock.
Oh, sweet.
It's in Saddle Rock right now. Look at you. You know. You already know.
I have not seen it. I have not been there yet.
When you go tomorrow.
Okay.
Go tomorrow. Wear a hat because I don't want people to think you're full of yourself.
Wow.
But you're just sitting right there. Now it's small, a little smaller than you because I was able to give you rabbit ears.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a full size Zach Baez sitting right in front of you. I took my son to try some golf today. So
oh, sweet.
Yeah, Saddle Rock. So we saw the picture of you just sitting right there in the middle.
Love it. Would love to go to Bethpage Black. Are you kidding? That is so cool. That is so cool. All right. Back to the Broncos.
Yeah.
I think that we are making an assumption. I think that we are making an assumption with something that won't happen to a really important member of this Broncos defense. And I can't really explain for certain why we've reached this place with what I believe is a really important member of the Broncos defense. All right. And it's about John Franklin Myers. All right. And for some reason, when we have these conversations, and we've been having them for months about Nick Bonito, Cortland Sutton, John Franklin Myers, and
Zach Allen.
Zach Allen, thank you. And when we talk about John Franklin Myers, it's like he's almost like, and I'm going to exaggerate here a little bit, but it's almost like we talk about him like he's a second-class citizen. If I walked with a microphone around Mile High before a pregame and said, hey, who's got more sacks since coming into the NFL, John Franklin Myers or Zach Allen?
I'm going to say Zach Allen.
I feel like 9 out of every 10 people would.
He's the big name. We always talk about him. The media blows him up. The coaching staff blows him up. His teammates talk about how he's a leader of the group. So it would have to be Zach Allen.
Now, the answer is John Franklin Myers. Now, they came into the league 1 year apart. So JFM had a 1 year head start. So that's part of the context. But like 26 and a half sacks to 25 sacks, I mean, that is super comparable. If I said, if I walked around Mile High and said, hey, who's a guy that's like an ultimate Iron Man where he just doesn't miss games? You might hear like Garrett Bowles.
Yeah, GB, the GB zone. Who else would be on that list? I would honestly say someone like Zach Allen.
Sure.
Because it's not like he misses a lot of time. At least when you see him, you feel his presence, and he's always around.
Yep.
So I would say Zach Allen as well.
Sure. And you'd hear names like that. Those are fair names. But John Franklin Myers has missed a game in his entire career.
See, and that I don't think people understand how hard that is not to get hurt. Like, it's so hard to stay healthy in the NFL. Like, any given step you take, move you make, you can end up blowing something out. And when you're playing the defensive tackle position, you're down there in the trenches where people roll up on you, where your hands or your elbow can get extended or dislocate your shoulder. Like, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong for you because you're down there with the big nasties. And so for someone like John Franklin Myers to be able to stay as healthy as he has been, that's pretty amazing. And it's like, hats off to him.
It's remarkable. He missed a game in 2020. But, I mean, the guy has been durable, hasn't missed a game in a half decade. And, you know, we talk about Zach Allen, and rightfully so. I'm not saying, like, Zach Allen shouldn't be lauded and talked about. And he got named to the NFL Top 100 today. We'll talk about that here in just a couple minutes. But Zach Allen had 8.5 sacks last season. That's a career high. John Franklin Myers had 7, which was also a career high. You're talking about a sack and a half difference between someone like Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers. Like, so why? Why for a guy who never misses games, a guy who had a sack and a half less than Zach Allen, a guy who's got more sacks since coming into the league than Zach Allen? Why is, like, when we talk about, the guys that will or won't get paid, it's like, yeah, John Franklin Myers, you could just let him walk.
Because when you're looking at Zach Allen, you're looking at a guy that we acquired in the free agent market for a lot of money. We're looking at a guy that has fit Vance Joseph's scheme for a very long time. When VJ was with the Arizona Cardinals, Zach Allen was with VJ. And then you bring him to the Denver Broncos, and he's had success. We talk about him all the time. You're talking about George Payton, who was able to get John Franklin Myers for a 7th-round draft pick during the draft, day 3 of the draft.
Right.
So now people are saying, well, that's a steal. But also, why are the Jets giving up somebody like John Franklin Myers, who had a really great year with us, for a 7th-round draft pick? That's like a Jets move. So, like, those are the reasons why I feel like people, they don't put as much respect on John Franklin Myers' name as they should. And that's why someone like JFM is so out there on social media right now. Like,
Yeah,
he should be
he
happy and telling you, Zach, like, thank you. Thank you for bringing this up, because that's how he's feeling. For him, it's like, it's not just about Zach Allen. I'm doing my thing too.
Right.
We're not a top 5 defense without me as well, not just Zach Allen. Like, it's a unit. And so when we do talk about this, we do kind of brush by John Franklin Myers and say, well, Zach Allen's going to be paid. Well, why? Both of them are having really good years. Both of them are able to produce at a high level. Both of them are really high character guys in the locker room. They're not negative guys.
Nope.
So why is Zach Allen the guy that we praise, and John Franklin Myers is just there for the ride when you need both of them?
Yeah, I've almost had to check myself a little bit. I've almost had to check myself. And you look at the middle of the defense. They brought back DJ Jones, right?
They did.
They're going to bring back Zach Allen. I don't know, man. John Franklin Myers for me is officially underrated, and the assumption that just because there's another good interior defensive tackle, like you can let John Franklin Myers go.
But could he be the guy that they keep instead of the Denver? See, in my eyes, Zach, the Denver Broncos are not keeping both of them. Both of them want to be paid very lucrative. They want to have lucrative deals. Now, Zach Allen's going to want more than John Franklin Myers because Zach Allen, he's more of a known guy now that we're talking about him. He's on NFL top 100.
Mm-hmm.
He's had some of the accolades, so it's like, okay, we talk about him a lot. But for John Franklin Myers, it's like, dude, I want my money too. I don't see us keeping both of them. But could John Franklin Myers be the guy that we keep, and Zach Allen's the guy that walks at the end of the year?
I don't think that's going to happen, but it could. It could. And I'll tell you this. I think that it's been, misframed a little bit, the dynamic between Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, John Franklin Myers, and even to a lesser degree, Cortland Sutton. And we'll continue this conversation in 10 seconds. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming forward. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive.
Woo! Come on, Zach.
Fired up to be back after a long weekend. It's been a really fun show that has honestly flown by, going into hour number 4 here.
Yeah, you're not lying. I'm sitting on a superstar, y'all. Cut out, a head cut out, a body cut out. Come on, that's pretty cool.
Well, there's a couple people on the RamosLaw.com text line who are telling me what they would, what picture they would take if they were to take a picture with my cutout. All right, so if you want to get involved in this incredible flyaway trip to the battle at Bethpage Black, and you want to go into one of the 5 golf courses in Aurora, you're going to see a cutout of me. All right, so if you're like going into Spring or you're going into like Saddle Rock or Meadow Hills or something like that, I'm going to be in there. And if you want to take a picture of it and send it to me on social media, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Just
how many people say they're
be
gonna
respectful?
They're going to kick you in your nuts?
There's some out there. There's some out there.
Oh man, what did the cardboard box do to those people?
So with the John Franklin Myers, it's like, how old is John Franklin Myers?
I want to say 28 years old.
He's 28.
28.
Okay, so we have a pass rusher from the interior who's in his 20s, who just put up a career high 7 sacks, who hasn't missed a football game in 5 years. He's got more career sacks than Zach Allen. But here's the kicker, though. When you look at the market value and how much stock you want to put into this, to each his own. But according to Spot Rack, okay, the market value for John Franklin Myers is 3 years, $25 million. That's an annual average value of $8.5 million. If this is the deal that John Franklin Myers signs, I think it'd be a bargain. I think it'd be a really good deal for the Denver Broncos. And there's 2 pass rushers that were looking to get paid this past year, Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito.
Yeah.
Right? Cooper got his deal done. Cooper's deal is easier to get done. All right? So is John Franklin Myers. I think his contract is easier to get done. And when we talk about, like, hey, which mouth is going to get fed, which mouth is not going to get fed, I think there's like, well, John Franklin, you can move on without him. He's not going to get paid. And it's like, wait, that might be the likeliest deal to get done.
The smartest deal to get done.
Because Benito's is going to be tricky. I think it's going to get tricky.
So
I think
you don't
Sutton's going to get tricky.
So you're sitting here saying that Nick Bonito's contract may take longer than it needs to be because they're not willing to give him the money.
See,
like what? Like
so this is where I heard Mike Kliss say this, and I'm paraphrasing. It was within the last 2 weeks. I think it was Cecil and Dover. He said the Broncos view Benito as a bit of a specialist. And as soon as he said that, I'm driving in the car and I went, ooh. Because that's not how
your ears wrong too.
Yes, because that's not how Benito is going to view himself. That's not how Benito's agent is going to view him.
He shouldn't view himself as that. He's young. And every year he's getting better. He just came off a year where he had 13.5 sacks. He was able to have 2 touchdowns, and make big time plays, whether it was an interception or a fumble recovery that he took back 60 yards for a touchdown. If I'm Nick Benito, I'm saying I'm playing my best football and I'm young and I still have a lot more growing to do, which is very scary. Why would you try to put me in a box and tell me I'm just a specialist, that I come in on third downs? Like, don't do that. If Nick Benito, if you're hearing me right now, don't do that to yourself. Like, don't let them put you in a box, because that's exactly what they're going to do.
But I'm saying, if one side views the other like a specialist, and Benito views himself in the way that you're describing, not in that box, that equals potentially the largest gulf between the organization and a player.
But see, to me, it doesn't make sense, because this is a George Payton guy. George wants to be right. George wants to be able to show that, hey, I do a good job of evaluating talent. I signed Big Q, Quinn Miners.
Yep.
I signed PS2, Jonathan Cooper. Like, he's signing his guys. And so why wouldn't you want to get something done with Nick Benito? I know it's going to be a lot of money.
What if he wants to reset the market?
He should try to. He should try to. I don't know if you're going to go for that. You have the owner to do it.
Well, not if the Broncos view him as a specialist. It's like, wait, guys, we are not even close. We're viewing you like a third down pass rusher, and you're trying to reset the market. It could get tricky. It really could.
So now you're saying, like, that's going to be hard to get done. Cortland Sutton's another one, because he's going into his 3rd contract with the Denver Broncos.
That matters a lot.
He wants a lot of money for the last 2 or 3 years. That can get a little tricky as well.
And I expect it to with that one too. Those two, the Zach Allen one, I think is a little bit more straightforward. The easiest one is John Franklin Myers, 3 years, $25 million for a 28-year-old interior pass rusher coming off a career year who doesn't miss games. In terms of like the complicated nature, I think John Franklin Myers is the easiest deal to get done and probably the best value for what you're actually getting. It's hard to find interior pass rushers.
No, for sure.
So I think that is the easiest one to get done. Next among those 4 is Zach Allen.
So you think he's the second easiest one to get done?
Yes. And then followed by Nick Benito. And then finally, I think the potential most complicated one is Cortland Sutton.
Because of his age.
His age and
how
it'd
much
be his
he's gonna
3rd
want.
contract. And where you'll be by the end of the contract and the dollar amount that the wide receivers are getting. Like, dude, Sutton's going to want $100 million. And Benito's going to want $100 million. But one's a pass rusher who is in his early 20s, and the other is a receiver who is
aging.
He's
Let's
aging.
Just be real.
He's
like
aging.
That's what's wrong with Court is Father Time is going to catch up to him, in that he is going to get older, and they're going to use that against you. No matter how well you do, they're going to say, well, this is about the future.
Yep.
Right? When we're paying you this money, what are you going to do 2 years from now? And that's something that it's going to be always held against an aging player. Doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
What's interesting is you said the easiest contract to get done is John Franklin Myers.
Of those 4, yeah, I believe so.
But would it be the right decision, the right move, if you decide, like, I feel like you're under the impression they can get Zach Allen in John Franklin Myers done.
I think that, yeah.
I don't believe they can. I don't believe they want to. I believe for them, it's like, why are we going to pay 2 defensive tackles top dollar? And I know that John Franklin Myers would not be as much as
not top dollar.
Zach Allen.
Yeah.
But it's still a lot of money that you're already putting into the defense. You're going to have to pay Nick Benito. That's a fact. So that's something like you
not right away though. They can wait. They can wait.
They can wait with John Franklin Myers too.
Yeah, they definitely can.
They can wait on all of them. But do you want to wait? Do you risk that? We talked about this a month ago where it's like you can wait on Nick Benito. But if Nick Benito goes out there and shows his butt and he starts to do really well early,
right,
now you're really in trouble.
Yeah, now you probably are resetting the market.
Yeah, and so now it's like, okay, do you want to mess with that? We'll see where they go with that. Now, when you talk about John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen, it's like having 2 guys that have done really well, but you're paying 2 defensive tackles. That's a lot of money just in defensive tackles alone.
It's true.
So
it's true.
I just think that you're in a situation, you're in a sticky situation where it's like it might be the easiest decision to go with John Franklin Myers because he's cheaper, but is it the right decision? Is it the right decision when you have Zach Allen, who has been doing a great job as well?
Well, I would say this, Phil, that John Franklin Myers, I'm not saying John Franklin Myers is the same player as Zach Allen. I think Zach Allen is a tick better than John Franklin Myers. But I think the difference financially between the deal that John Franklin Myers would sign as opposed to Zach Allen, the gap between the finances is a way larger gap than between the player John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen. And again, hear me. Zach Allen is a better player, but he is going to be due so much more money than John Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
It's going to be, for the organization, they're going to have to.
Okay, so tell me this. Do you feel like if we get rid of Zach Allen and we keep John Franklin Myers, we still have a top 5 defense? And then vice versa if you want to go that route. Because these are the things that you have to answer.
Yeah.
This is why you're paying top dollar to a defensive tackle like Zach Allen, if that's the case.
I think you could be. I still think you could be a top 5 defense without John Franklin Myers and with Zach Allen, as opposed to the opposite.
Okay, so that's one of the reasons why you would pay Zach Allen, not John Franklin Myers. The next one, when it comes to a fit, both of them did a great job. But who's a better fit for this scheme if we decide that VJ is the guy for the near future, he doesn't move on? Who's a better fit?
They're both great fits, but I would give the advantage to Zach Allen.
All right. And on top of that, you have a defensive coordinator like Vance Joseph that has played with Zach Allen. And so a lot of times when you're sitting at a table and you're discussing who to keep, they're going to go to that defensive coordinator, that offensive coordinator, and say, who would you keep?
Oh, that's Zach Allen is Vance Joseph's guy.
And that's his guy.
That's his guy.
And so that's another one where it's like, this is why you don't burn bridges in the league, because that coach may end up banging the table for you, and that's the reason why you're sticking around or getting paid a lot more money.
Sure.
You need help.
Sure.
The next question would be, all right, who do you consider a leader of this defense, at least like the trenches part?
Zach Allen.
And I haven't heard bad things about John Franklin Myers. He's a good player. It's not about that, but it's just about who do you feel like leads the team when they go out there?
I think it'd be Zach
players
Allen.
Look up to and say, hey, you're consistent. You're going to be there no matter what, and we know that we can rely on you. That's another thing about being consistent every play. It's not just about making the sacks,
right?
But when it's like, hey, you're two-gapping, which two-gapping means you're sitting there holding up for the run, and you know that you want to get to the quarterback, but that's not your job. Who's more consistent? Who's more disciplined when it comes to that? My guessing is it would be someone like Zach Allen that knows the system well with being with VJ. So these are like things that you think about, that general managers think about when they're getting ready to give a contract out. And so as much as like they probably don't want to pay as much money for Zach Allen, they may do that because they feel like he's a better fit in the future being with the Denver Broncos than someone like John Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
I may be wrong, but this is something that happens.
Well, in terms of like Well, let me just say this. Because I have to say this.
Get it off your chest.
If you have an ownership group like the Broncos, they can pretty much do whatever they want. The salary cap is flexible.
Yeah.
It's pliable.
Yeah.
Right? It's elastic. Stretch it in ways that you need to. And when you're as liquid as this ownership group, now, they're not writing blank checks. They're still playing by NFL rules. But if they want to and they think that they're in a Super Bowl window, and you could actually fairly argue that the Broncos could be entering a Super Bowl window, which is just so cool to say, if they believe that, this would be the time to go the Jurassic Park route and spare no expense.
Well, see, this is where I have an issue with it. It's like, okay, as fans now, I feel like we're being entitled. It's like that young kid, boy or girl, that daddy and mommy is rich. And it's like, no matter what I do or what I get into, I'm going to be okay. My mom and dad have my back.
Yep.
I don't have to work. They're going to take care of me even when I'm 40 years old, right? Like, it's the entitlement of thinking that you can run everything because you have the money to do it. Like, at some point, you still have to have, like, structure. And Greg Penner's going to say, I would think as a businessman, it's like, although I can give this money out, I don't want to give this money out. Like, I want you guys to work for your money.
Right.
If you're George Payton and
right.
Sean, like, I want you guys to work for your money. Now, if you guys come to me and say, hey, look, we've done everything we needed to do. We need a little help. Can we be a little bit more flexible? For sure. And if you feel like you're in a Super Bowl window and it's win or bust this year,
right.
maybe you do that.
Right.
But for Greg Penner, it's like even when he was talking about Russ, and George wanted to pay Russ, and Greg Penner was like, you still have 2 years left.
Right.
Like,
Why
that's
not
a
wait?
business. Why not wait? That's a businessman saying that. Like, why are we going to pay somebody before he needs to be paid?
Sure.
Why not waiting to see what this looks like? That may be the exact same thing with this situation where it's like, yeah, I could give you this money, but why? Why would I give you this money and make it easier for you guys when I'm paying you guys to do a job?
Totally.
That's just my
no. And there's something to be said for
Yeah.
that. That it's like, hey, Dad's not going to fix everything with his blank checks, right? So you still have to build the
that you're
football
like
team.
Greg Penner. He'll take care of us.
Well, I'm saying if you feel like you're in a Super Bowl window,
Yeah.
like you can make that salary cap do a backflip. Hey, John Franklin Myers, we're giving you a 3-year, $25 million deal, but 20 of it's in a signing bonus. And I'm exaggerating a little bit. Like, hey, we're giving you $20 million up front. We're going to spread. You're going to make $1.75 million on the books for the next 3 years. You could do that in a way that Buffalo can't do that. Cincinnati can't do that. Some of these, not as liquid franchises, which quite honestly used to be the Broncos, used to be
you're not
Denver.
lying.
This is a NFL organization that in the 2000s took out a loan to pay a signing bonus that was less than $1 million. And now you think of what this operation
and
is
what they
like.
can do.
I mean, goodness gracious. So I'm just saying, like, we have said, hey, every mouth's not going to get fed. Not everyone's going to get paid.
Because that's traditionally that's what happens in the NFL.
Traditionally, that is the case. But in this time around and in this era of Broncos football, if you think you're close, you could make it do what you
All right,
want to
Mr.
do.
Bay, are we close? You said that all
Yes.
of the mouths can be fed.
Yes.
Do you want to pay John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen?
I do.
Do you want
I
to
do.
pay Nick Bonito and Cortland Sutton? Those are the 4 guys right now that are big.
Yeah.
You can do it, like you just said. You have daddy's money, so you can do it.
Yeah.
We're in a Super Bowl window.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Sean thinks that.
In the past, totally. And honestly, we should be like, there's a difference between acknowledging you're in a Super Bowl window and it's Super Bowl or bust. I don't think it's Super Bowl or bust this year for the Denver Broncos. I think it's Super Bowl or bust for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think it's Super Bowl or bust for Philly. I don't think the Broncos are there yet, but they are in a Super Bowl window, meaning that, like, this is what I used to say when the Broncos were in those down years, Phil, where I would say, hey, we should be asking ourselves before you give someone a big payday, do you believe this guy will be on the next great Broncos team? And if the answer is probably not, then reconsider doing it.
Don't pay that big
Right.
time money for him yet.
But in this window of time, it's like, could Zach Allen be on a team that wins a Super Bowl? Yes. Could John Franklin Myers be on a team that wins a Super Bowl? Yes. Could Sutton? To a lesser degree, I still think the answer is yes.
Why
to
are
a
you
lesser
so
degree,
dramatic?
because he's just a little bit older.
You should have just said yes.
But he's different, right? Because Zach Allen's 27.
Yep,
John
he
Franklin
is.
Myers is 28. Nick Bonito's, what is he, 25?
Yeah, he's a
Something
baby.
like that?
He's a baby. He's going to be there for a while once they get the contract done, which you should focus on the guy that hasn't got a contract yet.
Right.
These other guys that we're talking about have had contracts before,
Correct.
but not Nick Bonito, who's a pass rusher that you need to figure out what it's going to take to keep him here. Because he is going to be really good for the Broncos this year. And watching the OTAs this year, the practices, and his get off is just different. Even now, it's more confident. He's going to be a full-time starter. He knows that he can make a lot of money this year for himself if he can stay healthy. So he's going to be a different guy. And then you have Jonathan Cooper that's going to help him out too to get him paid. So you have that dynamic duo going on. I just had to put that out there.
No. Yeah, it's interesting. Let me ask you this. Do you think any deal gets announced before the first training camp practice?
A deal needs to get announced before the first practice happens because
Needs to?
It needs to. You
Why?
have 4 guys that you're going to be dealing with. Get one out the way, one that makes sense.
Who's the most likely to be first, do you think?
Whoa, the one that I think that's going to be first is Zach Allen. I think it's going to be Zach Allen
I could see that for sure.
happening. I think that they like Zach Allen a lot. Okay, they view him as a leader. They view him as a guy that's 27 years old, and he's scratching the surface. And he had a great year this year. And what is the next year here where your team's put together? VJ is back. What does it look like for him? And he was a big-time signing for them off the quote-unquote streets in free agency. So I think he'll be the first one, and then like maybe a domino effect. I think that John Franklin Myers is still going to be out the door.
You do?
I do. I don't believe that they're going to pay everybody.
Okay.
And I think that John Franklin Myers is going to be upset when Zach Allen gets the contract done.
I could
He's going to
totally
be
see
very
that.
vocal about it.
And he's already been.
And for sure. And now it's like, hey, are you playing team football?
Yeah.
Are you playing as a unit? Or now
Yeah.
are you like, screw this. You paid Zach Allen. You chose him over me. Maybe you're not talking to me now. All right, and you haven't had conversations with my agent, so now I'm really mad. Now I'm going to go and do my own thing. It's not about the team now. Now it's about, hey, I have to make as much money as possible, and now I'm not doing my two gap in work. Now I'm going and trying to make a sack. Well, now I'm out of place, and now a big gain happens or a big run happens because I'm not playing fundamentally sound football.
Yeah, assignment football,
things,
yeah.
These are things that happen when you're unsettled with your contract, when you feel like you have to go above and beyond to show that you made the wrong mistake. And now it's like trickles into the locker room of we're friends, but now I'm upset because I'm not the one getting paid. And you're happy because you did get paid. And now I'm sitting here working my tail off, feeling like we're kind of similar and even. And now I got to prove again for another year that I deserve a contract. Like it can get messy in the locker room when you start to pick and choose who you decide to pay and who you don't.
Totally. And it happens in every league. I mean, the NBA gets really strange in that department with such a small locker room. So we'll see. Do you agree with me from what we talked about a handful of minutes ago with the Benito one? That could be the trickiest because of how the Broncos view him.
I do agree with you on that one, and I don't like to agree with you often because usually you're wrong, but you do make a couple really great points about Nick Benito.
If they view him as a specialist, that's going to be problematic.
Yeah, if they put you in a box because they're going to compare you to somebody. I always say for me, when I was going up for my contract with the Broncos and never got done, but they were trying to compare me to Devontae Freeman, the running back out of Atlanta.
Yep.
The thing about Devontae Freeman that they didn't let me do as much as catch the football. And now they're saying, hey, we view you like him, like similar. You run just like him, but he catches the ball. You don't. Well, it's like, dude, you put me in a box. You sat here, I broke my wrist, and then you guys used it against me. I dropped a couple balls in practice, and now I'm not the same, and now you're saying it. And then I get into these games, and now I'm in my head. Now I'm believing what you guys are saying, and now I'm second guessing my hands.
Sure.
And now I'm double clutching, and I'm dropping the ball because of it. There's so many things that they can do to you, Zach, to build head games and to build you and put you in this box and then make you agree with it. So for Nick Benito, don't do that. 13.5 sacks, third in the league. That's big time.
Yeah.
And you're growing, and you're only 23, 24 years old. Come on.
Yeah, that's happening. Maybe not the Broncos saying it, but I was reading something really almost 2 weeks ago that I've been wanting to get to that gave a compliment to a Denver Bronco that he was the best blank player in the NFL. And I'm like, would that guy view what you think is a compliment as a compliment? And it's Marvin Mims as the player, and we'll talk about the word that was used with him a couple of weeks ago that was supposed to serve as a compliment. I don't think he or his agent would view it that way. We'll talk about it tomorrow. But yeah, man, we'll see. This is it's very interesting. This is the window of time. This is the window of time that you would think that deals are being discussed.
Off-season downtime. You have time to think. You have time to gather your thoughts, both teams. Right, both sides of it, the agent, the player, and also for the organization. You come together, you find a way to keep some of our good players home so that we can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. All right. Really interesting. We could get news on one of these guys tomorrow, So, dude, it's July 7th. Training camp.
It's almost here.
Is in, what are we talking about, 2 weeks?
Yeah. July 22nd. That's their first day.
Yes, that's their first day. Now, they're not letting the fans in till a couple days after that. But yeah, I think 22nd, man, earliest training camp date in NFL history is this season. So we'll be out there, man. It's getting real. It's getting very real.
Let's get it on.
Can't wait. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Okay. Shifting gears here a little bit. There are lots of folks in Denver sports who are looking for their next payday. We just talked a lot about that. But is there one guy going into the last year of his deal that no one is talking about. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
If you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Phillip, Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers, and they helped me find my new Tudor watch. And they treated me like family the moment I stepped through those doors. They didn't pressure me at all, and they gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. And I can confidently say it was a great decision I made. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers? My hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
God, that goes hard. God.
Yeah!
So all these years later,
Rock on!
goes super hard.
I like it.
You know what else goes hard? Our Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Extra soft.
It's the opposite of going hard. It's extra soft. They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft shirts are back. We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. They always run out. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. It's amazing how popular these things are through the years. And I remember like going back like 2017, 2018.
Did you get you one?
Yeah, we always get one. Typically, like if you want one, they'll save one for you.
You probably had like a 3X. You can just walk around the house with just your extra.
I wear them for
soft.
bed. I do wear them to bed. But it's like it's amazing like how many people like want these shirts. And I remember our old boss Armin, he'd say, my first couple of years, hey, you should get out in the community. You should do the drop. Like you should do the T-shirt drop.
Yeah.
Can't pay you, but there's value in other ways. So I remember I would do these. And, brother, it would be 7 o'clock in the morning.
And people are just waiting.
A legit line of cars. I mean, especially up north. Oh, my gosh.
Our friends up north.
We love our friends up north. You go to the Glen Bar and Grill.
Yeah.
And just.
They're going to be there. They're going to be ready. I love it. They love them some Zach By.
Yeah.
Nice face.
That's who they're there to see. That's who they're there. That gets started July 15th. So, said going into the previous break, Mr. Phillip, Lindsay, there's a lot of folks in Denver sports who are looking for their next payday. But there's one guy going into the last year of his deal, and no one's talking about it. It's George Payton.
Ooh.
Broncos general manager George Payton going into the last year of his contract. My question is, how big of a priority is re-signing George Payton?
Look, there's a lot of people that love George. There's a lot of people that hate George. I think George has done a really good job drafting these players as a talent evaluator. Now, when it comes to like signing guys free agency-wise, it hasn't been the best for George Payton. but also you're going to have some hits and you're going to have some misses.
Totally.
When you're a general manager. Like, that's just how it goes. I believe that he fits well with Sean Payton. I believe that he has taken that step back or has been forced to take the step back, but also stars in his role. Not just on the football field for the players and starring in their role, but as a front office and the general manager when you have a coach that comes in, and we all know that what Sean says goes. He's the boss. We all know that. It's okay, though, because for George, it's like, where do I fit in and where can I still be a great value to this team? And that is evaluating talent. That is taking a step back and looking at it from a different point of view than where Sean is, where it's like on the field, in the trenches, I want to win now. George can be the guy that says, okay, I understand that,
right,
but let's do a little bit more homework on the draft pick, or let's do a little bit more homework when it comes to what we need to do for this football team moving forward. And so with that being said, long-winded answer with it is, I say bring him back. I think he fits well with the Denver Broncos. He's doing better every single year. He's growing. You have to remember, 4 or 5 years ago, that was his first job as a general manager, was here with the Denver Broncos. Now you mature, you get better, you learn from your mistakes, and that's something that George is doing. But also knowing that Sean's kind of the man in charge, and Sean's not going to let him make a couple huge mistakes again. You bring George back because it's a great compliment with Sean and George together.
Well, I agree with you. I think you bring him back. I did not see myself 3 years ago asking the question, hey, how big of a priority is it to bring back George Payton? I just did not see this conversation coming, but it's just being obeying your eyes. And he has been really, to Sean Payton's yin, he's the yang. He balances out Sean to, your sort of overarching point there. I agree with it. And this guy, man, the fact that he was questioned by the owner, are we sure we should do this contract?
And you're talking about the
Greg Penner and the Russell Wilson contract, and the fact that he was like, hey, are we sure we should do this? You do it anyway. And it blows up in his face. The fact that he was able to almost like play through mistakes, that is a hatchet wound to the organization. And the fact that they had the patience to allow him to continue to do his job, maybe not in the same exact with the same control he had initially.
Yeah.
But the dude, he identifies talent. He's part of the reason that we're so excited about the Broncos this year.
Well, tell me this. Is this something that needs to be done now, or do you wait? You have Nick Bonito, and we talk about maybe they're waiting for Nick Bonito. You have Zach Allen. Maybe they wait for Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers. You have Cortland Sutton. Who knows what's going to go on? Maybe they wait. Is George Payton a guy that you make wait to until the season's done? Because if you don't make noise in the playoffs, say that you get beat, Sean's upset. He's going to want to point a finger to somebody. That's just kind of the reality of it when things don't go well for you. And maybe it's like, hey, George, we tried again, this didn't work out, and we're going our separate ways.
Well, that could happen. Sean.
Same with VJ.
Well, Sean fired a special teams coach that was top 10 in the league because his other guy became available, and so that could happen. It'd be naive to think that it'd be impossible, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think they have a great working relationship, and even on top of that, we saw them together at a Denver Nuggets game.
Yeah,
sitting together courtside. And, it
was awkward.
It did look kind of awkward.
It wasn't like organic.
It was
like,
very
hey,
tight.
Buddy.
It was very tight.
Yeah, it was like, hey, we're here.
Yeah, it was very tight.
Everybody sees it. That's all we want done.
Yeah.
We want everybody to sit here and see that we're working together.
Yeah. Usually Sean's pretty loose in those environments. He was not loose that night.
He was talking to you that one time.
He was. He was.
You guys were best buddies.
He was. Well, yes, yeah. I wonder if we'd still have that same conversation these days. I don't know. All right.
He shook our hand.
What's that?
He shook our hand.
He did.
Come on now.
He did. All right. I want to finish today's show talking about a bit of a dilemma that's happening in Denver sports. And the source of the dilemma is just incredibly unlikely. We'll talk about it next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family owned and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today. Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience, from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, coloradosedation.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Can't stop, addicted to the shindig. Chop top, it says I'm gonna win big. Choose not to life of imitation.
All right, final segment here on a Monday. Is John Davis host? Is he hosting DenverSports? Just come in here, John.
John, the man, the myth, the legend.
So I was talking about the dilemma in Denver sports right now from an unlikely source. John was on the air when this was going down, and we need to remember to tell a little golf story about you, Phil.
There's a lot of stories we can tell, Zach.
From Thursday. One, the guy tried
train, or what about the moving train?
The guy tried to set the record at Plum Creek for houses hit. He tried, and he like right out of the gate, and he was making ground on it the first 2 holes.
My insurance is, off the chart right now.
Yes.
Paying for everybody's windows.
We have to circle back tomorrow because we'll get to it. We'll get to it because there's a little story that came out of the session. But the dilemma in Denver sports, man, the Jonas Valanciunas story that you didn't see coming. And, John, you were on the air for it. I thought you and Chad Andrus did a really good job navigating it because it's a tricky situation that's pretty much unprecedented. Not like it hasn't happened in the literal sense because it just happened last year where a guy says, I'd rather go play in Europe. Can I please get out of my contract? But that guy, you wouldn't even know his name. He's a back end of the roster for the Toronto Raptors, a lottery team. This is the best backup center the Nuggets would have in years for a title contending team. I do not remember an instance in my time following the NBA, which is even longer than I've been alive, really, and loving the history of it. I can't remember another situation like this where a guy at that status, that's a household name to NBA fans, says, I don't want to play in the NBA at age 33 for a title contending team because I'd rather go play in Greece. Man, it's tricky. It's tricky. What's up, John?
Yeah, what's up? No, it's wild. That's the thing is it's not like he didn't want to play for the Nuggets and he's like, trade me to another team. Like we saw that when they traded for Nick Van Exel all those years ago, there was worries that he wasn't going to show up in Denver because he was leaving a young Kobe, Shaq, Lakers to come to the Nuggets who had just won, I think, 11 games or something like that.
Yep.
But that was still that was within the NBA. It was all contained. But growing up, as a Nuggets fan, for me, it's like, no, this isn't like the Dwayne Wade thing where he didn't want to come here. This isn't Andre Iguodala. We're good now. So what's the problem? And it didn't make sense. You can't tell if it's leverage for more money, which I agree with you. What leverage? He doesn't have leverage.
You're under contract. You're under contract.
You can't do anything. So he must want to go there. And I heard you guys talk about him. Phil, you've been in a locker room. Zach, you've been in locker rooms. A dude that doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
And that's where this really comes down to with me is it's people could talk, the agent relationship is huge. The precedent you set rescinding a trade. I think ultimately the big thing here is I think the Cronkies are standing firm. I think they may try to for 2 reasons. They were duped. Somebody knew, whether it be the Lithuanian agent making a promise that seems to have come out. And then I think the other thing is if you're the Cronkies, you are not going to embarrass my 2 new GMs their first week on the job.
Because that would be
it's not embarrassing, but it's still one of those.
It's not a great look.
We were you buried us the week before for doing this,
right?
And then look what we did a week later.
And now look.
And you're gonna take it away from? No, you're not.
Yeah.
And I'm not cutting a check for $11 million.
Hell no! No way. That scenario, that pathway doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Like you're happy to have him. We're happy to have him as fans, but he doesn't want to be here. So then the dynamic in the locker room is going to be weird because now it's like, are you all in? You don't really want to be here, but you're forced to. Mm-hmm. But, like, are we going to get the best out of you? Like, are you going to be the best version of yourself? And even for someone like Josh Kroenke and stuff, it's like we're holding him captive, but he doesn't want to be a part of this great thing coming our way, which is maybe contending for another championship. It's just weird.
It's weird. And the only other similar situation I have was the 2001 Broncos season. They signed Eddie Kennison. It was a big deal. They got their 3rd receiver. Midway through the year, he goes to Mike Shanahan and he says, I don't want to play football anymore.
Right.
He retires.
Right.
McCaffrey's got a broken leg. Rod Smith's hurt. They go out and they win without him with Kevin Casper and Chris Cole. Then he comes back to Mike and he goes, I think I want to play. And Mike goes, get out of here. You're not on this team. And so, but it's to that point. Mike's like, I can't I can't have a guy that's on the fence in this locker room. So I do think
as you're trying to reset your culture.
Yes, exactly. So I think ultimately Valanciunas doesn't play here.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I don't think he does, but I think the Nuggets make it very clear who screwed this up. I think that if the Nuggets let him go, I think they'll make a point of you and your agent, whoever, and I know they have a good relationship.
I want to touch on this here, though, because the agent relationship is so important because Jonas Valanciunas is represented by a guy named Jeff Schwartz from Excel Sports. Jeff Schwartz is also Jokic's agent. And he's
Jamal.
also Jamal Murray's agent.
I think it's a few more guys on the Nuggets. I think it's like half the roster is this guy.
There is, John. It is about half the roster is under Jeff Schwartz. So if you're used to doing business deals and you have a fantastic relationship with Jeff Schwartz, which they must if it's half your roster, and he's telling you, guys, look, we've been through a lot together. I need you to let this guy go play in Greece. I need you to do this for me. Because there will come a day where I have to do a favor for you. And players and agents run that league. They run it. And so that's the one, like I think the biggest actual piece of leverage that Jonas Valanciunas has that's invisible is the relationship with Jeff Schwartz and Excel Sports and just how ingrained Jeff Schwartz and Excel Sports is with the Denver Nuggets.
And that's why I think ultimately the guy doesn't want to be here. You have the relationship. But I think Stan... they might Comcast this thing where they make you wait. They make you really.
Sure.
They don't like to lose, and he'll get let out, but they're going to be very clear. We were lied to, and that needs to be for the public to know. That's how I think it ends.
Wow! But if they go, not to interrupt, if they come out and say that, though,
but the agent, you're right.
You're damaging the relationship with Jeff Schwartz and Excel Sports.
I think the only way JV leaves and he goes to Europe is if the Nuggets have a great backup plan. And maybe they're working on that right now.
But the problem is the wave of free agency has already passed. So now Al Horford is still out there, but many are expecting him to sign with Golden State. I'm not sure why it hasn't been done. Could that door come back open if this door slams shut? Maybe. I don't know. But there's not a ton of great options. And that's what sucks about this because this was going to be the best backup center in years. And it's, man, on paper. So for me, if this doesn't work out, this offseason sequence, these last 3 weeks goes from an A- to about a B. That was a big deal. That Jonas Valanciunas thing, I'm hoping it can be salvaged. I just don't know how realistic it is. He's already left the States.
Yeah, he's not even here. I think if I'm the Nuggets and he doesn't do it, I go into the season and I wait for the trade deadline. I see what happens throughout the year. I don't force anything.
All right, who you working with tonight?
I'm just be chatting with Dante right there. Yeah, no Arizona State topics, but I'll be talking to Dante.
All right. Look forward to listening to that on the way home. It's Denver Sports Tonight with John Davis and Dante Gomez coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
We'll have 4 drops at First Bank locations across the metro area starting July 15th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make sure you're choosing wholesome ingredients like Eggland's Best eggs to plus up your nutrition. With more than 6 times the vitamin D and double the omega-3s and vitamin B12 compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best supports a healthy lifestyle. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Visit egglandsbest.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Whether you're upgrading your own kitchen or outfitting a flip or rental, our Denver Clearance Center is the place to shop for big 4th of July savings. Save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and more. Perfect for projects where quality matters and budget does too. Visit our Denver Clearance Center today. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or 2 half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dick Steele Days are happening now. You won't want to miss our biggest